Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 21, Darth Kitty and Chaos. It's D-Day, early in the morning. In Halo, daylight works differently. For example, during the morning the ring is covered by its own shadow, so there's no sun on the horizon. During midday we get to see the sun on the horizon, like a sunset or sunrise. Lastly, in the evening we are once again shrouded under the ring's shadow. The horizon adjacent to Earth's side never gets a sunset or sunrise. That is if the ring is orbiting around the planet. It can also stay fixed on one side of the planet. So, it's morning but we have no sunlight. Sigh, so complicated. Point is, it's D-Day and the X-Force boarded the ship we lent them. Jean and I followed them. I followed them because I was curious about Kitty's fight. Jean because she wanted to see her friends fight. Hey Padawan, wanna bet that Kitty takes care of most of the fight after she gives into her dark side and goes ballistic? Why would I knowingly make a losing bet? I did tell her to hold back so that the X-Force could make stronger bonds through hardship. That's interesting. Yeah, I see what you did there. Hee hee ha. Smart, right? Yes. She could either purposely hold back so much that most of them would be slightly injured and then fully display her might, or she could lose her patience early on and start a one-cat war. Exactly. Knowing our Darth Kitty as much as we do, both possibilities are likely. She is indeed, secretly, a little bit of a sadist, and openly a battle maniac. Right. So, what do you think? Wanna bet? What's in it for me? One of the white Corvettes. I saw you eyeing them in the hangar. That's okay, fair enough, and if I lose? I'll tell senior sister to help me regress you into a baby for a day. That's too much, you pedophile. I want a Corvette and a personal space station at least. What would you even do with a personal space station? I want a mansion on an asteroid or something like that. Like my own miniature planet. Isolationist much? Shut up. Take it or leave it. Fine. You've got yourself a deal. I bet she will let them suffer before going berserker. I bet she will start the one-cat battle since the beginning. Heh. Are you ready for infancy all over again? Please, Aragorn. We both know that you'll take care of my baby self. If anything, you'll treat me like a queen for a day. It's no secret how much of a baby lover you are. Kinda makes you wonder if you secretly are indeed a pedophile. Heresy. I'm a baby soul lover. Make the appropriate distinctions, you vile creature. Is that where your problem is? Yeah. Asterisk sigh asterisk. We are here, weirdo, let's pay attention. The ship hovered just above the sea, outside the pseudopsionic barrier covering Krakoa. Splash splash. The X-Force jumped into the sea and swam to the close-by beach instead of levitating there. This arrangement was made based on the fact that they didn't know how much the leeching would affect their energy reserves. So they shouldn't waste their energy when they could swim in. Luckily there was no marine life in Krakoa. There's a barrier banning the entrance, or recognition, to its waters, so no jaws, otherwise, Atlantis would have captured the island by now. Who wouldn't want an invisible moving island capable of space flight? The barrier works like a notice not me charm, a little bit more forceful but under the same principle nonetheless. That's why tech can't detect the island. There's also a no-flight zone under the barrier. I think it's to prevent aerial incursions. What the X-Force was not aware of was that as soon as they crossed the barrier, Krakoa came alive. In the most literal sense of the word. A rumble spread across the island and the eyes of the main consciousness opened. The main mind resides inside a gigantic tree the size of a sequoia. It raised one of the branches that worked as arms and a psionic wave erupted from it that brought life to the side of the island facing the X-Force. Flora, which resembles the one from Pandora, seemed to come alive. Bioluminescence represented the fake life that Krakoa bestowed it. Flowers, stalks, leaves, and roots gained a neon hue. The flora along with the terrain grouped in masses of dirt, stone, flora, and biolite. Golems would be the most appropriate word if there was any. Stump 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 stump. The golems came alive and all of them under the might of a single mind started marching to welcome the invaders. Stump 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 stump. More golems joined them along the way, and the reverberation of the march spread through the island meeting the X-Force on the beach. Stump 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 stump. The roar of the enemies got under the skin of the less experienced mutants. Stump 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 stump. Logan's adamantium-coated blades came out. Mystique shapeshifted a long claw above each fist, and body armor covering her most vulnerable places. Stump 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 stump. The Morlocks, the X-Men, the Brotherhood, all of the CQC mutant specialists got primed for combat. RUUUUUUMBLE. Taking a spear formation, with the ones gifted with regeneration or physical attributes taking the lead, they marched in. The energy emitters were the first to attack. Boom. I heard the clash between the golem wall and the blast of different types of energy beams. A test to find out how much the energy leeching will hinder them. The results brought a grim visage to the mutants' faces. I can do this 2 more times. More than that and I will probably collapse. Shouted Scott to inform the general commander, Destiny. I can't load my cards with kinetic energy but I can use the ones I brought with no problems. I have 30 decks on me. Someone experienced in combat like Gambit would indeed come better prepared than the rest. A shame that he didn't share this wisdom with the others. Rumble crack boom, asterisk, Aurora tried her lighting strike. I have no problems but my area of influence is limited. Whoosh, Bobby Drake took his shot. I can fight for an hour at best. Bamf. I can teleport just fine. But I'm getting more tired than usual. Said Kurt. One after the other the energy emitters or manipulators informed the commander of their limitations. AF. Roar. Shouts of self-encourage were heard as the spear's tip came to clash with the golem wall. Shots of fire weaponry joined the cacophony of battle. Weapons brought by the mutants with enhanced senses or related mutations, like Callisto. Explosions coalesced just a few minutes after the battle started. How is the passive leeching doing? Asked Destiny. She was trying to find out if they could save their energy for a later confrontation. But she received no good news. In a matter of a couple of hours, most of the energy emitters would be out of shots even if they tried to save energy for later use. Alright, we knew this was a possibility, no use crying over spilled milk. Make sure not to hit the vanguard. Fire at will and stay back afterward. Only Gambit was left for later use as a trump card, even Eric could only metal bend for less than an hour. The energy leeching was worse than I expected. I thought that Omega and Beyond mutants would be able to overcome the depowering effect, but as usual, in this reality, it appears that there was not going to be any mutant nation in Krakoa. Although Krakoa, in Earth 616, was burned a few times and in the end, they had to move to Mars, this island brought a much-needed respite to the ever-present mutant-human fight. So without it, I can guess that it was one of the factors that contributed to the shitty life of the mutants of this Earth. While this fight was taking place, in the back a primed and loaded cat was holding herself back chipping away at her self-restraint. Jean looks like you lost. But you haven't won either. They are not suffering. You're right, it's semantics, but she's right. The fight continued. Logan sliced left and right and got pierced by the spiked limbs of the golems only to slice more and regenerate. Rinse and repeat, like a berserker. The spear formation was all about moving forward to cut into the enemy territory without being flanked. Colossus took the right while Namor took the left of Logan. Even with his size, Colossus was dwarfed by the golems, but not in strength. He went low and grabbed a leg of the golem in front of him. He pulled the golem up by the limb before swinging as hard as he could, sending it back to the sea of golems, using it as a cannonball. Namor was effective and fast. He shaped his hands like spears with his fingernails facing forward and pierced the heads and hearts of the golems. Where the control centers were. I do wonder where his iconic trident is. The Morlocks, the most physical mutants, came after, taking down the stragglers and supporting the vanguard. Bamf, asterisk bamf asterisk. Nightcrawler moved from golem to sky, dropping golems like airstrikes. But I can see how that was taking a toll on his stamina. Shouts and cries rang on the battlefield, and even against the overwhelming numbers the spark of determination never left their eyes. Of course, this fight could have gone differently if they had prepared cold weapons. But most people suffer from short-sightedness in this world. Same as how Xavier and Eric couldn't think about working together, how Richards is fooling around with the dimensional wall, how Stark Industries is not being responsible with the weapons they manufacture, how S.H.I.E.L.D. and USA thought that accepting Hydra scientists in their ranks was a great idea, how Ego thinks he can get away with inseminating all planets in the universe, how Thanos thinks he can get near Nuna without being sent to the void, how Spider-Man never thought that his identity could be exposed if he swung out of the window in his room dress in his suit, how people think they can mess with time, souls, or life with no consequences. They didn't think about asking Eric to metal bend for them some shields, spears, axes, swords, or armor. Their powers, skills, or abilities make people only think about what they could accomplish by themselves using their gifts. That's why I try to solve my problems mostly with tech or through backstage maneuvers. Sure, I want to fully master my abilities like any powered individual, but I also don't want to see the world through the scope of my powers only. There are some things out there that my telekinesis and my energy manipulation can't grasp. What would I do if at some point I faced an enemy that I couldn't beat with just my powers? The Guardians of the Galaxy is perhaps the only group of superheroes who rely on each other and think outside the box to make up for their weaknesses. They always have to come up with unconventional solutions to overcome challenges, as none of them have enough power to pull the shit that they do. Nevertheless, they manage to come out successful at the end of the day. This is a fight that they are going to fail. Not because they were lacking but because they didn't think outside of their ephemeral sphere of knowledge. Naturally this would be without the cat girl in the equation. Since the beginning, I dropped not-so-subtle clues about how they could have asked Sarah for help, but they didn't. They didn't even think about asking their non-combatants for help. Seraph is supposed to be their helper and assistant, we made that clear, yet none of them included her in their plans. She even told them that if there was something that could have specifically targeted mutants she was willing to help with her body. But somehow a mutant energy leeching island didn't fall under this category in their heads. I could say that maybe they thought I included Seraph when I said that we would not be conquering the island for them, but what about those conveniently overpowered kids that Xavier is keeping in his mansion? There's a kid that could have mapped the entire island with its geosensing, there's one that has a psionic-driven information-gathering ability, one that can make temporary telepathic links for communication, one that can heal practically anything. So much wasted talent, and the same is with the Brotherhood and Morlocks. So many awesome mutations that could render this fight pointless. Magneto didn't even think about bringing his unstoppable shield, Eunice, because he lacks offense. But the same as in DC Commons, they think that they can punch their problems away. If it's not a combat skill then it is a second-class skill. The only reason why this battle will be a success is because of the Sith magical cat girl who is essentially vibrating at this moment. She is ready, with capital R, to go. I think neither of us will win. Look at her, she looks like a meth addict suffering from withdrawal. Ha 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 ha. Don't be rude, Aragorn. If it was any of the other girls this whole army would have evaporated by now. She is only holding back because she knows how important this fight is for our friends. Hey Jean, how would you have done this fight? Without your cheating powers, if you were in their shoes. I would send Seraph in. If that's not an option I would put a bunch of sensing mutants to inform me of the enemy's location. I would probably find a way to launch someone strong directly to that giant tree over there where I can feel Krakoa. Or I could send Kurt and then have him teleport everybody else there. Thanks. I thought that I was in the wrong expecting something different than this brawl. I think that I could forgive them for not including Seraph in their plan since they don't see her as one of their own. But they could have done this so much differently. Maybe it's because I'm used to fighting you that I normally don't think about a head-on approach. But even this head-on approach could be different if they could think about something else other than punching their way through. Like swords, shields, and axes. Even that much could have made a difference. *I** at least the teamwork is passable. *I** yeah, for archenemies their teamwork is commendable. Roar, Hank joined the fight to take over Colossus' position. The brawl continued and the X-Force was gaining ground. That was until the ground raised, creating 2 terrain elevations at both sides of the formation. The elevations were about 3 stories tall and from the top golems carrying rocks appeared. No genius was needed to infer what was going to happen. Pull back! Shouted Destiny. Eric used the last of his energy reserves to cover the retreat. Using the pieces of metal that Kurt Wagner had brought from the transport he shaped them into spheres before sending them to the feet of the golems to destabilize them. I'm almost out. Hurry up! Shouted Eric as he strained himself. I didn't think that he would use energy for his magnetic force manipulation, said Jean. Yeah, I thought the same. I was under the impression that Krakoa wouldn't be able to affect Omega-level mutants. It looks like he uses the M-energy as a medium and not a resource, similar to Scott. That's why he normally can go on without overusing his powers. This is different than I expected but not that wild. Comic logic did say that when Wanda depowered the mutants there was a discharge of mutant energy expelled. So you could say that most mutants, one way or another, need this M-energy for the utilization of their powers. This does make me think that Krakoa most likely can't absorb the energy that is being used to power physical attributes. But Wanda could still get rid of said energy. I can also manipulate it to some extent but I rather not mess with the internal energetic balance of the body. After the X-Force went back, out of the artificial pass, they regrouped and were about to make new plans. Improvise, adapt, overcome, and all of that. However, this time it was not necessary anymore. The cat had enough. I almost heard a snap when she lost her patience. Teacher Aurora, you and the physical types will be my support. Said the cat with a manic glint in her eyes that was detected by the chocolate mutant. Kitty? Asked Aurora, unsure about the mental state of her student. It's time to do this. No more delays. Let's go. She shouted. What followed was a totally unneeded massacre. Unneeded because she could have used her portals and skipped to the end. Kurt Wagner can't sense the destination so he can't teleport there but the cat can. Kitty manifested her elemental magic circles at her back and above her. She sent the magic circle of light, above her, to the sky, and then it multiplied into several more copies of itself. A white speck of light was born out of each of them. It looked as if liquid light was taking the shape of a drop of water at the center of each circle. This was an attack that she took inspiration from the famous White Nova and Megiddo. Each drop of light will hit a target at light speed before exploding in a white implosion the size of a beach ball. The implosions would vaporize everything in the blast radius. It is what I call a selective crowd control spell. It is not an AoE because she has to pick each target. With her magic ready in the sky, her other circles finished loading as well. Her air and fire circles mixed, facing the front, a second before a horizontal column of blue and purple fire was born. If that could be called fire. Fwoosh boom. The air cried at the intensity of the heat, discharges of lightning were left in the wake of the plasmatic fire. Teacher Aurora gathered the lightning. Damn. Isn't that smart? She is taking advantage of the ambient scars left by her elemental magic. Crackle. Aurora didn't wait for a second request, more like an order. She gathered all the static charge left and made a ball of lightning. What do you want me to do with it? They are outside of my current range. Due to the effect of Krakoa on her range plus the annihilation that Kitty did of the enemies in her vicinity, no more golems were left that she could reach with her lightning. Kitty activated a lightning command circle and shaped the lightning ball into a trident. I got it. The command circle was spent in a single triple intended command: shape it, enhance it, and throw it. Crackle boom. A lightning strike more akin to an explosion thundered in the distance where the cat's senses told her there were psionic presences. Everybody. Let's move. Kitty let out a battle cry, which startled the mutants who were left stunned in the background. Damn. Since when can she do that? Asked Kurt Wagner. She's been studying magic in Halo and they usually have all-out battles against Aragorn, yet she is holding back since she hasn't used the magic that she is holding up there in the air. Said Aurora. Indeed, she could have made it rain and vaporize everything in her path to Krakoa, but even in her battle-thirsty state, she recognized the need to hold back and only use that light magic in case of emergency. The objective is negotiation, not murder. Kitty ran with the help of her TK and she looked as if she was taking a walk while moving about 16 feet, with each step. Since she was waiting for her support, she didn't fly all the way. Kitty refrained from using her earth magic to avoid a battle of wills with Krakoa for terrain control. How smart of her. On the other hand, water magic was accessible to her without additional cost. She flooded the golems that she was closing in and then froze them still. Normally when you freeze something just on the outside it is not enough to hold back a resisting enemy, so Kitty used a second, less consuming, magic circle and shaped the ice into spikes. She spent all her magic circles, except for the ones above, and took out her lightsaber. I felt her tap into the reserves of my psionic energy through the contract and she started to summon lightning through the forceful vibration of the static charges present in her surroundings. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Unlimited power. A total waste of my energy since the golems won't be affected by electric currents. Electric explosions are a go but not currents since they don't have a nervous system. But let's let her have her fun. Even I can admit that was a cool move. 9/10. Vroom vroom. Her lightsaber danced in this contest of wills, limbs flew in the air that she later took advantage of by grabbing and launching them back to the unsuspecting golems. Telekinesis for the win. Are we even needed here? Asked Colossus. No one could, or wanted, to answer. Nonetheless, nothing else mattered to the rabid cat. Whump, a suction sound was heard as one of her light drops found a target. After the implosion of the unfortunate golem that thought about sneaking on her, a vacuum was left in the place composed of its head and heart. The suction fiercely pulled for less than a second before the environment settled down. Ha 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 ha. More. 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 The rampaging cat kept going. Nothing was going to stop her. Shit. Shouldn't we be getting worried about our safety after she is left with no golems to hack off? Said Logan as his body language let me know that he was ready to bail out at a moment's notice. I have to admit that Kitty's true calling is swordplay. My mind can replicate any move, technique, or martial art, among other actions that I can visualize, meaning that I can wield a sword as instinctively as a sword master, so I know what I'm talking about when I say that she has talent. After selecting the next golem as her target, she swiftly sliced one of its legs with her lightsaber, followed by a force push that knocked it over onto the golem standing behind it. She then proceeded to stab both of the golems in one swift move, successfully taking down two enemies that were 3 or 4 times larger than her with just 3 moves. Her body adapts to the sudden increase in activity, more energy is output from her mitochondria-like organelles, and energy is consumed from the contract to supplant the need for it. Her regeneration makes sure to keep her at her peak at all times. Her ears are keeping track of everything around her, her eyes track her enemies' moves like Madara sweeping the floor with the shinobi world like it was his bitch. Her tails move to counterbalance the abrupt changes in her center of mass, like a cheetah running after her prey. Small magic circles manifest from time to send tactically placed shots to interfere with her prey's moves. Some stumble, some are hindered, some are forcibly unbalanced, and she creates a disrupting chaos among the enemy force. Efficiency that you can expect from someone trained by Natalia and James, the efficiency of an assassin, a predator. She pivots with the bearings of her toes, she dances between the golems as she advances, and what's left are scraps of golems. She keeps moving forward, onward to where she can feel more prey. She laughs with wild abandon, and her purple lightsaber dances after each successful strike, almost as if leaving after images. The number of light drops decreases with each tactical strike, the same as her enemies. Sometimes she jumps from one golem to another after a successful decapitation, just to claim another head. Kitty is like a berserker that focuses on vitality and agility. Wounds are regenerated, her speed keeps increasing as Kitty gets more into the zone with each kill. Her feet demand more flexibility and more power, so her body temporarily adapts and grants her digitigrade legs. One of the many perks of my girl's adaptability trait. She is a cat of focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will. What have you done to my friend? Please, Padawan. Usually, you are so concentrated on your rampages that you don't notice that this is not the first time, nor the last, that Kitty gets in the zone like this. I don't remember, and if I don't remember then it didn't happen, so she says, but the rosiness on her face says otherwise. I feel as my cat draws more energy from the contract and she creates psionic spikes and void barriers shaped like circular saws. Then like an M134 on a helicopter, she sweeps at the opposing vanguard. Spikes go for the cores, the circular saws go to the limbs. I'm pretty sure that if these were sentient beings we would be hearing their wails of pain and cries of injustice. I can only pity her enemies at the time when she has mastered her portals because only a teleporting kitty could be worse than an intangible one. At least you can escape from the latter. Why is she not phasing through them? Mystique voiced her question as she saw the wounds come and go on the cat. Maybe her energy is being siphoned so she currently can't. Ororo. She is wrong, her whole being is passively protected by the void energy. She is not suffering from energy leeching, she is just enjoying the physical altercation, the thrill of the damage. She could be phasing and destroying, but she is taking this chance to polish her skills in real battle. Sometimes I wonder if she is not an Isekai protagonist, she has all the attributes. The conveniently given power-up, the powerful backer, the looks, the bloodline upgrade, the hidden masters training her, the all-elemental affinity, and now even the power-asserting actions to make the mortals understand who's daddy, or mommy in this case. The next thing I know is that she is building herself a harem. Not that I care, the Fulgebunt Draconis Imperium has no official stance on the matter since we are a multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-species, multicultural, and a non-segregated empire. She is lacking a system, but I'm working on creating one through the contract using my multiple mind instances to act as the voice of the system, to train my mind. Surely an enterprising project that will bear fruit in the future, now it's in its baby stage. I have a lot of details to hammer out if I want to make it work, to name a few. I need to create a dragon language, the Fulgebunt Draconis Imperium runes, and work on a small update on the contract. So it's barely an idea at this moment. My reverie was interrupted by a somewhat rushing spark. Master Chief, we have a problem. I detect a sudden massive drain in the electrical grid center around the Baxter Tower. Isn't the dimensional breaching schedule in a year? Because why else would they need the help of the public grid? Yes, that's what I got ratified from the military report. The first version of the device was built, but its activation was delayed until all security concerns were addressed. This is something that I had to plant on the minds of the sponsors to try to curb some of their greed and stupidity. I don't detect any dimensional breaches, so may dash. Spark. Jean. Me. They did it, didn't they? Jean. Jean, take care of the kids, I will go and deal with this clusterfuck. I just hope it's not the negative zone. I already promised my future free time to the rampaging cat down there, and I can't make any other appointments with Annihilus. Fuckers. I'm one of the sponsors of the project. I certainly didn't authorize this shit. The military certainly didn't either. I made myself invisible and undetectable by common means. My latest trick was a combination of energy manipulation and telekinesis, warped to the building just in time to see Mr. Godcomplex stand in front of the breach. Devil. I'm coming for her soul and you won't deny me. Doom. The door to the lab opened and the Wonder Team rolled in. Victor. Stop this madness. Susan. Reed ran to the control panel to try to stop the incoming disaster, but, just like with the Tesseract in the MCU, it was too late. The dimensional energy was already sustaining the ensuing connection from the other side. Reed. Shut it down. Johnny. I can't. I already did, but something is feeding the operation from the other side. Reed. Can't we destroy the device? Ben. No. It would blast half the city at least. Reed. Among other shit that it would do to the world. Settled with the realization that no one could stop it, the team moved to the side of Victor Von Doom. Victor, I hope you know what you're doing. Whatever the outcome, what is done is done. Reed. I know what I'm doing. You know the device is ready. It was because of those monkey-brained idiots from the board that the project was delayed. No. It was because of this dragon here trying to save your arrogant asses. Boom, a blast of energy coming from the space between dimensions, a depository of unused unstable energy sources, irradiated the 5 idiots who couldn't even think of wearing a protective suit. Arg. It burns. Our flaming playboy was the first to mutate. The rest followed soon after. Susan, your face. Reed exclaimed after seeing half of the face of his eye candy turn see-through. What? Susan said before lifting her already fading hands to her face. Susan panicked and Ben was the next to change. His skin earned a rough constitution to it before the change was internalized and the rest of his body turned to stone. The culprit himself didn't see it, but I could see it, how his soul got even more attuned to the mystical arts. I did have to manipulate the energy a little to prevent his dermis from turning metallic. I can't have a metal face on my future president of Earth. Hopefully. Reed started to melt, and with him, the 5 Pokemon completed their digivolution. Makes no sense. I'm sorry, but what I just saw didn't make any sense to me either. Whoosh, a disgusting presence made itself known and all the standing humans went to the floor. A grating voice accompanied by a demonic laugh said as much. Mephistopheles walked out of the portal in all of his crimson and demonic glory. And just his presence alone was enough to thwart whatever plans Doom had. If the idiot had any, I just can't see which angle he was playing at. This was evidently not their first encounter, but it was the first where Doom met Mephisto in his true body. Because of the shield that protects Earth, the one under the care of Yao, extra-dimensional beings are not allowed here. They can't breach the dimensional wall with their full power, but if the residents of this end of the shield find a way of breaching out, then that's another story. You ugh. Mosenster. Said Susan from the floor. Asked Mephisto with ridicule while walking towards Susan. SSTI away from her. Doom held on a little better than the others as their bodies were finalizing the absorption of the foreign energy. Fortunately, or unfortunately, they were getting back a semblance of reasoning, enough to realize how messed up their situation was. Step, 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 Mephisto, the sadist, slowly approached the downed girl, finding joy in the desperation of the 5 insects under his feet. Asterisk sob STIAWY. Susan managed to cry out under her sobbing. He licked his lips while eyeing Susan's desperate figure on the floor. Step, step. He walked to a stop, right in front of the sobbing girl. But I think that this was enough. These fools should have gotten the lesson engraved in their souls by now. Also, I just remember what the scum did to my little girls, and now I have a sadistic craving for devil's tears. Just as he was about to reach for Susan, I moved in and stabbed my left hand through his chest and grabbed his spine from his inside. All in one move, no wasted moves. It is funny how he needlessly replicates a hominid arrangement on his insides. I could even feel his heart and lungs in the way of my stab, which he totally doesn't need. Dash asterisk cough asterisk dash, he coughed some blood while trying to say something, but what I want are his howls of pain, not his talking. With my right hand, I grabbed his left arm and smiled at him with my blood-red eyes before slowly pulling it apart from his body. Ag, his demonic speech was broken off in the middle of his cries. I knew his demonic speech was similar to my conceptual speech, meaning it could be turned off. I don't go about life blowing people's minds just to strike fear, to feel bigger than them, so there is no reason for him to come here playing like the big bad wolf. Slap crunch AAHHHHH. I didn't want to listen to him, so I ripped off his jaw after slapping him shut. The good thing is that I don't need to worry about him dying. His dimension is already powering his regeneration. He should count himself lucky that he has no soul, because if he did, he would be the perfect lab rat for my soul experimentations. I waited for about 2 seconds for the damage to be undone. All this time he tried to control the mystical energy around us to strike me, or the 5 humans behind me. But I just countered his control. He tried to summon his extra-dimensional energy through the portal, but energy is just energy in my eyes. No matter where it comes from, I will it back into his realm and only let a silver of it out to make sure that my playmate could enjoy my love taps, to make sure that his essence doesn't find a way back to his dimension if I accidentally kill him. He stupidly tried soul attacks, but that was like expecting a mountain to crumble after a whip slash. You can ry up a gag AAAHHHHHHHH. I ripped all of his skin off with my TK in one slow, but efficient, move. His body is considered biological in my eyes, so I made sure to enhance his sense of pain. I'm sure a being of his age and ilk knows how to turn into an energy being to escape and stop feeling pain, but I think his instincts warned him somehow that that could be his worst decision, ever. You don't get to talk, Mephistopheles. Had you not threatened Susan Storm, I would have been glad to strike a deal with you. When you get right down to it, I recently found myself in need of a torturer. I won't have time to attend to all the Hydra scum that we will find in the future. I refuse to let them peacefully move on to the afterlife, so, who better than a devil for the position? But now I just feel the craving to hear you cry. You are disgusting and I was aware of it, but I didn't need you to shove it right in my face. Maybe my time with Senior Sister has affected me more than I knew. I was not this much of a sadist before. Thoughts for later. Besides, maybe Nuna likes to play rough, so before changing my newfound tastes, I should talk to her. Crush, his eyes were annoying me. He was looking at me with incredulity, like an irrational being. Aga. Don't look at me like that, this is your fault, Mephistopheles. Nobody asked you to come to my universe, you came willingly. And the first thing you had to do was attempt to rape an innocent girl in front of her suitors. Please say no to NTR. Crack, his bones were annoying me, so I crushed them into a calcium-rich paste. Do devil bones have calcium? AGHHH, please STOAGHHHH, no talking for you. I cracked his skull mid-speech. Shush. Your voice is annoying. Its best quality is the way it sings when you cry and wail in pain. Such a refreshing melody. Crush rip tear. IIIAAAGHHHH, I crushed his dick and balls before ripping them off. Honestly, I don't have anything against NTR, or any other fetish out there for that matter, but all parties involved should be consenting in order to enjoy it. If you just do it to enjoy the emotional suffering of the other, then that's just plain evil, unless the other is into it. Shit. This is confusing. I don't know the appropriate political stance on this matter. See. Now you made me mad, again. Rip. AAAAAAAAAHHGHGGHHHH, I ripped his skin off, again. Like. Can you consider emotional damage a bad thing if the other is into it? Maybe what matters is that the other person is consenting. Yes. That's it. Crack. I don't know why I hate his bones so much. How irrational of me. Normally I'm not this chaotic. Ah. I feel like I just solved racism or world hunger, like I just united boobs, butts, and thighs lovers. To summarize, I'm not against any deviant sexual practice out there as long as all parties involved are consenting. Really, Mephistopheles? Who would have thought you were such a great listener? Crack there, his bones, go again. Ag ag. I could feel people trying to come into the lab, but at the moment I have a shield around this room to prevent unwanted incursions or the spread of foreign energies to the outside. Look, Mephistopheles, my time is running short, I need you to go back into your realm and get me the soul of Cynthia Von Doom. You might be thinking that this is your chance to escape and plan my future demise, so I will show you what type of being I am. Saying so, I looked back to the spectators behind me. Kids, if you don't want your brains to go mushy, please turn around and don't look back until I tell you so. This was something that Nuna told me about a few months ago during one of our talks in the Infinity Well, our designated dating spot. When I was in the void, my soul looked spherical to me, but how could something have any shape in a place where there's no space? It's paradoxical, that's the answer. It is something that is but isn't, that's the best way to describe many things about me. Aniki, in his infinite wisdom, granted me this body as a shell. I thought it was a membership gift of some sort, but instead, it was a tool needed for me to interact with my people without harming them. If my soul was normal, I could have just existed in Marvel in just my soul form, but my soul erodes the sapience of thinking and feeling beings below a certain level of existence. So when I pulled a small part of my soul outside of my container, a maddening actuality pounded the 5 humans at my back, an actuality that made them feel that they would experience insanity or worse if they were to look back. My conversation pal, Mephistopheles, was struck by something different. Realization. Stop. Put that thing back in. I understand. How the fuck did they allow something like you in here? How rude, but I will allow it because you helped me achieve enlightenment in regards to understanding sexual deviancy. I'm sure this will help Spark in his theorems about humans and fetishism. Stop acting like a child. I was given a purpose, a job, and a mission by them. This universe is under my purview, so I don't want you invading from your side. If you do, I will just get rid of you and your dimension. Now that I know where it is, thanks to the portal, it wouldn't take me 5 minutes to pop it out of my universe. Finding dimensions takes time even with my all-seeing eyes. Luckily this bastard had the balls to walk in and announce its location. In other words, you're my hostage. My bitch. So chop chop. Go and bring me the gypsy witch's soul. Don't make me wait. I pulled my hand out of my friend's ribcage and shot him into the portal. Spark, stabilize the portal, please. Make sure that it won't collapse until I have her soul back. Of course, Spark has already invaded their systems now that I was inside here. Acknowledged, Spark's voice echoed in the lab. Now you 5, turn back. Let's do this one by one. I saw them flinch as I directed my attention to them. First, you arrogant dumbass. What was the plan? Fight a dimensional lord in his dimension. That's just suicide with extra steps. Not only would you have failed with your current level of power, but you would also be condemning this universe to the rule of Mephisto after he busted your ass. Of course, his god complex was battling with his reasoning. He knew when to shut up, that much was clear with his lack of response. But this also brought to my mind the realization that this universe was probably going to be a Fantastic Four-less reality. At least Doom was fated to die the moment he walked into Mephisto's realm. Now you, Reed Richards. The original plan was to try the portal for an incursion on the negative zone. Perhaps, did you max out your intelligence stat and then got nerfed on your wisdom stat when you were planning that shit? The mess that you could have caused would have been on the same scale as what Mr. Doom almost did. This made him keep his silence as he was about to refute. According to what you are selling your investors, you want to mine resources from the other side, but it's easier to mine resources from the asteroid belt than from another fucking dimension. There are enough vibranium asteroids out there to put Wakanda to shame. I won't tell you to discard all of your progress, but you could repurpose this into a space warper, aka portal, instead of a dimensional breacher. Some dimensions have dimensional lords that would, in the best case, just kill you without invading Earth. Others are plain toxic to the world and you could kill all living beings just by opening the breach. If you still want to use it to pierce the dimensional wall, then let me know so that I can find you a safe dimension. As if there would be such a thing. Miss Storm, and Mr. Grimm, you two are the responsible adults in charge of the idiot over there. Please don't give him the toys just because he is throwing a tantrum. I'm sure that you can see how messing with something you scarcely understand is a bad idea. I could feel acceptance, shame, fright, and agreement from both of them. That's good. Mr. Storm, somehow this was not on you, so. Good job not bringing down reality as we know it. As if that was so difficult. There shouldn't be a need to congratulate someone on that, but I feel compelled to do so. I guess on Marvel it is a thing to celebrate about. With that out of the way, let's wait a little more for Mephistopheles to come back with Ms. Doom's soul. I won't need to wait long since he knows what's best for him. And as expected, he delivered. Mephistopheles the courier. He sent a small jewel from the other side of the portal containing her soul. I caught it with my TK, thank you Mephistopheles. Spark, close it. I don't need to talk about anything else with the disgusting thing. He knows better now, he will avoid calling for my attention from now on. Alright. She looks just fine. As fine as someone who's been tortured for a long while could be. Do you have a body, Mr. Doom? No, I plan to let her move on. To be freed from her cage. Well. Do you know how to make a body? No, that's not my area of study. Right. Look, this is weird if you just answer my questions like a scolded child. Do you want help making her body? Do you want me to make it for you? Do you want time to make one on your own? Do you want to let her move on? Any option works for me. This guy already owes me, and he knows it. I would like to say that it was according to my plan, but this was an unexpected but welcome development. Hopefully, I can help Doom even more, so that when I stir him into politics he would be more than willing. Sir. I think that what's troubling Victor, and us, is that we didn't know that creating bodies was possible. Susan. Yeah, I treat them as kids but I look younger than them, so I understand her confusion. Ah, right. Sigh, yes, it's possible. So I guess I can make her body, but I don't know what she looked like, and, currently, I can't read a soul's information, hence I won't know what she looks like. It is that, or I could teach you how to make one and then you could do it yourself. I can lend you a corner of my place. More work coming my way. Why are you doing this? Helping me, helping us. Doom. I need something from you. Later, not right now. It's better if you do it willingly, otherwise, it won't work. So it's better to be friends. And helping the others is just moral decency, though now I can keep a tighter hold on Mr. Richards and blame it on his previous offense. I don't need you overseeing my operations. His comment earned him 5 stares, mine included. That said, really. You're already indebted to me. I know that your upbringing won't allow you to repay my help with malignancy. Helping you further is not out of the same scope of action. If you want, you can consider it as me finishing my work with no loose ends. We chose to ignore Richards. I will accept your help and repay my debt afterward. Doom said while almost cracking his teeth. That works for me, Mr. Doom. If that's how you want to label our association, then I have no problem with it. As they say, Rome wasn't built in one day. With luck we will be more than associates by the end of it all. Why do I feel like I just proposed to Doom? Now this is a mess I don't want to be part of, so I will leave this P-Link in your hands and your mother's soul before I go. Your life is about to become chaotic and you will need some time to accept and adapt to your new selves. I said as I moved the soul container into his hands and took out a P-Link for Doom. He observed the P-Link with curiosity. Just tap the P-Link and you will get it. I know that all of you have questions, but you can use the P-Link to get your answers or to contact me. I will see you later. I was overseeing a battle before this mess and I should go back. Spark should be considered my damage control. If there's something you don't understand or something you want to know, just ask your P-Link. Sounds like a good catchphrase. I warped back to Krakoa just to find the X-Force trying to restrain my cat. She kept swirling around them trying to avoid her captors. What did I miss, Padawan? Ha 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 ha. Kitty wanted to fight Krakoa after they reached its location, the Padawan said, pointing at the gigantic tree. PFF, ha 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 ha. I will go and restrain her, stupid cat of mine. I moved to her location and, from her back with practice, placed one hand on her head and the other under her chin. Come at me. Weakling. Let's, per Aragorn, stop it. I'm rampaging now, per, under the tired eyes of the X-Force, I told Kitty as I petted her. Little cat, don't cause them more trouble. Look how pitiable they look. I could feel the soup of emotions coming from them, tiredness being the dominant phase of the soup. Asterisk per asterisk okay, but keep doing that. Per, I love this cat. She went from berserker to spoiled in less than 3 seconds. I turned my attention back to the mutants and said. Looks like you made it to the finish line. That over there is where its main mind resides. You need a telepath to communicate with it, so you should call for Xavier. Krakoa knows that it lost the battle, the cat is too overpowered, hence why it's waiting. A being like Krakoa operates in a more logical, or even instinctual, way. I can tell because of my empathy and weird mind. It essentially concluded that since its defense and attack methods are not working, then it should try something different. In a way, you could call it a very sane way of thinking, since it's not repeating the same action while expecting a different result. Hence it knows it can't beat them, so it will try observation and then a different approach. After making sure that there were no other threats, Kurt is sent to the plane for Xavier. Xavier rolls to the base of the gigantic tree and attempts to talk with it. On the outside nothing much is happening, but after a few minutes, which I'm sure is more than that in their mind space, Xavier opens his eyes and smiles with a tear of happiness flowing down. It agreed. Yes. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Purr. We have a home. Different cries and shouts of jubilation and exultation bless the island. Some, like the more aged, are silent, but their joy is apparent in their physiognomy. I will admit that this is not bad. Even though I borderline hate them because of how much the 3 groups blessed me with work, I know what this accomplishment, this place, and this nation will mean for the mutants in the future. This will be their safe haven on Earth, the place where they can be themselves with no regard for what others may do to them. A place of freedom and the first step in solving one more of the problems on my list. I should probably go and introduce myself to Krakoa. A/N. So this is it for the cat fight. I introduced the Fantastic Four, but we will not see much about them since Aragorn will be busy dealing with Hydra and the rest. I will add some pictures to try to illustrate the battle XD. The next chapter will have some different POVs and a small time skip, like a week or so. Thank you for reading. I have lots of fun reading your comments. XD. Chapter 22, F4, 3 RDP POV. Baxter Building. Post-Shine Dragon sighting. After Aragorn portaled out of the building, a heavy silence was left. The 5 not-so-normal humans were attempting to process what just happened. First, one of their own went ballistic and activated the project that they had been working on for more than 2 years. Second, their bodies are not what they used to be. Third, the devil is real. Fourth, whatever the heck that being, Aragorn, was real. Fifth, they almost died and bring the rest of the world down with them. Other motives further exasperate their current decrease in sanity, motives that currently neither of them have the mental capability to process. The silence was broken by the one that, ironically, has a better presence of mind. Normally that's not the case. So. Victor the First, just want to say that the only reason I haven't knocked out your teeth is that I'm currently naked and on fire. He said so with such a tone that any unsuspecting listener would think that nothing wrong was going on. Additionally, I think that I speak for everyone when I say, what the fuck, dude? His flames reacted to his sudden exclamation as if they were making themselves known by agreeing to the sentiment expressed by the Human Torch. Whoosh. Whoa. Down, girl. I don't want to melt his annoying mug, yet. Throwing logic out of the window, his words seemed to do the trick given that his flames agreed to calm down. Had a certain Shine Dragon been here to see what just happened, he would certainly have been surprised. These were not the canon flames that he was promised by the comics he read. Although not entirely accurate, these flames were closer to a symbiote. They didn't have a remarkable sapience of their own, but they were sentient. The implications of this? Uncharted territory. Luckily the responsibility fell in the capable hands of Johnny Storm, Susan, Reed, Victor, Ben, Johnny. The surprise at the apparently sentient flames was evident on their faces. I know we just met and this might be some personal information, but... Are you a girl? Johnny was a man of priorities, a man who would make great friends with a certain cat of priorities. Johnny was adamant about sharing his body with another man. At least if it's a girl it's acceptable. His flames, through movements and changes in the heat, were able to convey the meaning of confusion to the rest, but to Johnny, he was able to feel its confusion. This is weird, I feel your confusion about the question, somehow. It's normal to be confused, so don't worry, I will help you during this time of identity crisis, we are one set after all. Surprisingly, he seemed to be doing a better job than expected from someone who had just been told that he will be bonded for life with another entity. Unlike a certain emo spider. Reed, shouldn't we be worried about this? Susan asked while pointing at her brother. If they had been more observant, they would have noticed the trembling of her hands. Which is not surprising considering what she just went through. She knows what her future could have been if Aragorn had not interfered. I don't know. All of this is new, something I had not taken into account. The pride of possibly the most intelligent human is not something easily shaken, but when you meet the devil your entire life paradigm is shaken. Victor. Why don't you try using that thing that he gave you? Ben Grimm said while trying to keep his wits about his appearance. The only reason he was not beating the crap out of Victor was that, same as Susan, he was shaken by what they just experienced. But make no mistake, his anger is almost overflowing. He is just holding by a thread, the possibility that their new acquaintance could do something about his body. He didn't want to be this thing. Victor looked down at the green jewel left in his hand next to his mother's soul container, a bigger red jewel, and remembered the instruction left of tapping it. Tap. Hello Victor Von Doom, my name is Spark, how can I help you? A voice followed by the hologram of Spark came out. Spark. Wasn't that what he said when stabilizing the portal? Reed asked. Susan. Reed. Victor. Ben. They were all left waiting for an answer, well not all. Johnny was busy playing with his flames. Excuse me, Mr. Doom, this device is called a personal link, the personal stands for I only answer to you unless you instruct otherwise. Would you like me to temporarily grant them permission to make queries? Yes. Permission granted. Mr. Richards, to answer your question, yes, it was me who took control of your building before. This was something that brought a great surprise to the group since they knew how tight and impenetrable the security was in here. What are you? Reed asked the question that was on their minds. My existence is a little difficult to define now, but I initially started as a very advanced AI. Recently the young master confirmed that my soul has taken root, so I'm closer to a soul form, or an energy being, that mostly operates at the virtual level. Though once Spark has his own body, that designation will change. Reed. Susan. Victor. Ben. Do you know what's going on with Johnny's flames? Deciding to ignore the absurdity of Spark, Ben got back on track. Mr. Doom, do I have permission to skin Mr. Storm? Yes. Johnny. Stop playing with your fire. Come here to get you checked. Susan. Sis. Don't say it like that. It sounds dirty. Maybe the wording was not as such, but considering that Johnny was playing with his flaming dick, it definitely sounds dirty. Johnny came back to the group while keeping a safe distance from his sister, careful of his flames, but close to Victor, disregarding his safety. A multicolored light came out of the P-Link. This was a techno-magical advancement that Spark developed after his soul took root and allowed him to cast magic. The flames possess sentience and the sapience of a newborn. They are linked to Mr. Storm's soul, not his body. The stronger soul, Mr. Storm's, influences the growing one. Further analysis is needed, but congratulations. You're a father. The sense of humor brought surprise, but it was overshadowed by the reality of Spark's statement. Susan. Reed. Victor. Ben. Is it a girl? A man of priorities. It doesn't have a gender as far as I could tell. Further analysis is needed. I recommend you contact the young master. He is better at biological analysis than me. Can we do that? Asked the worrying sister. Yes, I can make an appointment and have him come. He has to build a city, but that should take less than 3 days. I will let the butler know to make a clearing in his schedule for you. As if building a city was something so simple. That's what nobody said, but everybody thought. Can you scan me? Said Ben Grimm with both hope and apprehension. Another light showered Ben. You're healthy. All of your molecular makeup has been changed, and no soul changes, so you should be able to shift back to your fleshy self. However, you can't on your own. You should ask the young master for some help. It is also possible that the changes are non-reversible, so even if you manage to shift, your true body will eventually reverse to your current appearance. Then again, this is not my area of expertise. Spark answered the implied question of Ben Grimm. That's good. I can deal with that. He said so, but he was still reeling back from the shock of his life. Spark, scan the rest. Doom ordered. After another shower of light, the results were out. Mr. Doom, your soul has been changed, similar to Mr. Storm. You should have one of the highest affinities for dimensional energy from the sorcerers on my records. Other than that, no abnormalities. Miss Storm, your body makeup changed, similar to Mr. Grimm. You can bend light and your mind gained a psionic attribute. It's possible that you will develop some of the known psychokinetic traits. Further testing is needed. Mr. Richards, the bonds of your molecules can stretch without losing integrity. Not much was said about his changes. Hey. Reed, you got the lamest power. Johnny didn't lose this opportunity to make fun of him. Shut it, fire match. At least he gets to look human. Ben reprimanded him. It was apparent to everybody that he was concerned about his body. Don't sweat it, my men. The Sparky dude said that you'll be fine. After that, just imagine your future. Picture the fame that we will get. It may not be the most mature approach, but if it works, nobody can question it. Johnny, please let Ben be, and don't make fun of Reed's abilities. Internally, Susan was glad that he didn't get any reality-breaking powers. She was already failing at keeping Reed in line with only his superhuman intellect. Now imagine if he could twist reality. Fine, sis. But I think it's time to address the elephant in the room. What are we going to do? Johnny asked while expertly deviating the conversation. Susan. Reed. Victor. Ben. Johnny. There was too much going on. They couldn't decide what to do about everything going on. If I may be bold enough to suggest, you should fake a lab accident first. Currently, the young master has a barrier absorbing the remaining energy in the room. The barrier will end its task in about 20 minutes, after that the lab assistants on the other side of the door will storm in. The best justification for your new attributes is a lab accident. You will possibly lose some investors, but the portal was already completed. It was due to our interference that its activation was delayed, so you don't need more sponsorship. No sponsor will back up a project that was failing before its official activation. The security concerns? Yes, Mr. Doom. The negative zone, the place you would have most likely arrived at, it's a dangerous place. We had a convoluted plan to stir the project to space warping, the safer approach. But you jumped the gun and opened a breach to Mephistopheles' realm, so the young master had to improvise. Why didn't you just say so? Instead, going about in this way. Reed. He was not pleased about how his project was manipulated by a third party. Would you have listened? How would we be able to explain the origin of our knowledge? The viability of such an approach was less than 30% in my prediction modules. This silenced the bubbling complaints. They knew that they wouldn't have listened to such concerns. Their predictions placed the negative zone as a dimension where no life could thrive, at least not the life that they were familiarized with. You should also find a way to safely explore your powers. We have facilities for that in our place, but you will be under constant scrutiny for the following days, hence you can't be seen missing for long periods. People would get suspicious. So it's best to build your own training room. Hey, Sparky dude. I've been meaning to ask, but who are you, people? And your master, who is he? Or more like, what is he? Johnny said while tilting his head in intrigue, an action mimicked by the crest of his flames above his head. Johnny. Don't be rude. Susan stated, as she was afraid that Spark would take her brother's questions with hostility. What? We don't even know his name. Johnny knew no restraint. You don't have to worry, Miss Storm, that's what I'm here for, to answer your questions. Spark reassured the traumatized girl. The answer to that question has several parts. From a galactic stance, we are the owners of Earth. From a Terran approach, we are one of your sponsors. What is that, dude? I didn't know that Earth had an owner. Johnny. Or that there was life outside of Earth. Ben. Ah. Yes. That as well, I didn't know that aliens were real. Johnny. Which sponsor? Asked Victor, who was more involved in the economic part of the project. Yes, Earth has always had an owner. The young master recently acquired ownership by a right of existence that entities like him have. Aliens are very real, the outside is full of them. This made some eyes turn to saucers. The previous owner, Odin, the Allfather, was suffering from a severe headache while attempting to locate the bold dragon that had declared his territory as his own. Unfortunately, he was unable to locate the new player using his divine vision, so he was unable to identify the object of his grievances. And the young master's civilian identity is Aragorn Abner. I don't think you've met him. He normally sends his CEOs to your meetings, but you might be aware of the Light Enterprises and the Spiral CO. Both of these sponsors are ours. The new energy and mining companies. Reed asked in recognition. That would explain how these new companies grew explosively in the past year. They had alien backing. Susan stated after having concluded that Aragorn was alien. Technically, the young master can be called alien, so you are right, Miss Storm. It is not entirely true, but following the definition that anything foreign to Earth is alien, then she is right. Besides, the tech was gratefully donated by various alien galactic empires, so she is right. Is he an alien? Asked Victor, who by now was making thousands of plans against the seemingly overpowered race of aliens whose members could treat Mephisto like a sandbag. Not in the meaning of him being part of an alien race, just on the part of him being foreign to this planet. The underlying meaning that Aragorn was not part of a race was instantly picked up by Doom. Can you tell me what he wants from me? You were ostensibly keeping track of me. Victor concluded. That is not entirely correct, we were also keeping an eye on this disaster to be. But I can answer, it is not a grand secret or something nefarious. We want to establish a centralized planetary government. We were lacking candidates for the leading role and we didn't want to give the responsibility to a council that could later on be corrupted. Your character, qualities, and upbringing were some of the reasons why you were considered. Holy fire. Johnny, who decided not to curse in the presence of his new daughter. That's not possible, at least not peacefully. No one would agree to it. Every government has different invested interests. Reed concluded, because his genius only went as far as his interests went, politics was not one of those, so he didn't think of a feasible way of accomplishing such endeavor. Is that why you're taking over different sectors of the global economy? I'm assuming that the recent birth of several well-funded baby companies is your doing. Victor Von Doom was different, he was a ruler. Yes. Excellent, Mr. Doom. Few have been able to spot a connection between our several enterprises. We are slowly taking over different markets and in about a decade or so we will control directly or indirectly the global economy. What will you do about Hydra? Someone as well informed about the reality of human society like Doom knew about some of the existing secret societies, Hydra among others. That's part of the battle that the young master was overseeing before this accident. He is creating a secret mutant country. Spark said expectantly. You plan to create another power to balance out their influence, but that's not enough. Oh. You'll distract them from the shadows while taking over from the light. But that won't hold for long, you still need a trigger or something else to drive global centralization forward. Even with all of his genius, Doom won't expect an alien invasion with just these clues. Are you going to stage a common enemy like a planetary invasion? Dash. Or maybe he will. You are as awesomely terrifying as the young master said, Mr. Doom. You got it mostly right. There will be a planetary invasion that we are secretly enabling, but the invasion would have happened even without our presence. All the spectators were now giving their full undivided attention to the world-changing conversation. We will use it as a trigger, we will get the economy as our driving force to pressure the governments, we will get the support of the powerful, newly established mutant country, and lastly we will round all of these unrelated factors under a charismatic, competent, and neutral ruler of possibly a small country, who will play an important role safeguarding the planet, Victor Von Doom, King of Latveria. The gears started to shift even on the mind of the men of priorities. Not everything is accounted for, and changes are bound to happen, but this is the rough sketch of the young master's plan. Spark concluded. Oh, hell nah. Curses related to fire were allowed, so Johnny was not concerned about his new fiery daughter listening to him. That's terrifyingly possible. Reed Richards added. You're entrusting world leadership to someone who almost just ended it. Susan said. She was possibly the one who was more affected by their recent experience, and a spark of resentment towards Victor was already well rooted in her heart. Ignoring the hurtful but understanding expression of Victor, Spark answered. Yes, he still has some places to grow, this is why we want to have a friendly association with Mr. Doom. We have lots of resources in our place that will allow him to study, train, and experience character-growing situations related to his possible future occupation. With all due respect, Mr. Doom is not ready for the position, but the position is not going to be available for at least another decade. Spark said while implying that there will be enough time for Doom to redeem himself with his friends. Got complex considered, Victor only recognized the people in this room as his friends, especially Reed and Susan. Well, as long as you don't mess with my sister, me, or my girl we are good, Victor. Now, on to more pressing matters, how do I even wear clothes from now on? The men of priorities asked. Susan had a hard time understanding how her brother was taking everything so swimmingly. Ben just wanted to have his human body back, but even he was surprised by Johnny's ease in the situation. You can have Mr. Richards create an unstable molecule suit, or find a way to shut the flames off. Spark provided a solution. I don't know what the first is, but... Girl, can you go back inside my body, pretty please? Responding to his will, the flames were absorbed inside Johnny. Now this is awkward, I was flamingly naked, but now I'm just plain naked. Johnny commented as he walked to one of the closets in the room to get a lab coat. I won't be the puppet of anybody. I did all of this to free my mother's soul and to cut my strings, I don't plan on getting a new puppeteer. Doom said with finality. Mr. Doom, that is not the plan. If what we wanted was a puppet, then there are about 8 billion candidates just among the Homo sapiens. Even the companies that we will control at the time of your eventual crowning will eventually be passed on to capable hands. And Spark was right, the CEOs of these companies were already tired of corporate life and were ready to move to a life under their sugar dragon in the Halo. Another thing that Spark conveniently forgot to mention was that no one wanted to deal with the mess that Earth was. Everybody on Halo was properly informed about the responsibilities that stepping into this role entailed. In cruder words, it was a dog poop, not even dogs want to step in dog poop. In the end, Aragorn had to resort to external help, that's how the position became open for grabs. Of course, Doom doesn't need to know this. The following days for the new mutates were hectic, to say the least. Spark had to fake the evidence of a spontaneous malfunction to cover for the ambitious and failed overtaking that Doom had planned for Mephisto's realm. As expected, they lost some of their sponsors and they were subjected to 2 full days of biological tests under the greedy eye of the military. Talks about replicating the accident to creating their own brand of super soldiers were hot among the elderly officials who remember the good old days of Captain America. Records of the accident were confiscated under the banner of national security and the project was indefinitely placed on hold. Not that anything will come out of fake data generated by Spark. On the second day they were finally released from the biological sampling, and they were ordered not to leave the city. At this time Doom was not the ruler of Latveria, so he didn't count with full immunity. He still was considered a member of the noble class of Latveria, so he was not considered a flight risk. USA had no right to consider him any sort of risk. Richard spent most of his time creating a testing room capable of handling their powers, as was recommended by Spark. Ben Grimm had the toughest time trying to understand his new body. For one, he still ate, abundantly at that, but he did not need to excrete. He lost his sense of touch, condemning him to a life of no pleasure. He weighed enough to crack the floor as he moved and he couldn't use any normal appliances. His quality of life was severely affected, put in more benign terms. His only breath of hope was that Spark confirmed that Aragorn was going to take a look at his condition. Victor was playing a lot of backstage maneuvers to secure the safety of his teammates, out of the clutches of the military scientists. Eventually that panned out successfully, as is evident by the almost free mutates. It should be said that Victor has not experienced the possible events that led to his full-blown egomaniac self, something for which Spark and Aragorn were thankful. Susan on the outside looked just fine. She was playing with her powers and was making progress with her skills. On the first day of confinement, she woke up floating over her bed. That was how she discovered her force field, or barrier, generation power. Spark told her that she channels some of her internal energy through a conduit, barrier, of psionic energy, resulting in the creation of her barriers. She was happy to know that with enough control she should have a form of telekinesis available. Sadly, with everybody busy with their problems, none of her teammates knew that every night she cried herself to sleep and that she was not sleeping more than a couple of hours a day. She was having nightmares. The outlier was Johnny, who could be found constantly talking to his girl about life and the like. He spent his time watching American football and teaching his living flame about the rules and plays. Although the control of his flame was surrendered to the living fire in him, one could argue that he had the best control of his skills among the mutates. Often Johnny was found playing with fireballs, shaped like footballs, or instructing his living fire about how to create flaming constructs. A huge difference from his canon counterpart. While dealing with the unseen and seen consequences of Victor's mistake, the day of Aragorn's meeting arrived. And it started with a message through Spark. Good morning. The young master is currently busy finishing the last buildings of the city. He asked me to inform you that if you don't mind waiting with him for an additional 30 minutes or so, he can take you to his lab afterward. I don't mind. How are we getting there? The eager Human Torch commented. I would rather go and wait for him to finish what he is doing instead of staying here a moment more. Ben Grimm was tired of being cooped up in this prison. After getting confirmation from the others, Spark warped them to Aragorn's. Once they stepped out of the portal, they found themselves walking in an invisible platform about 50 stories in the air next to a similarly floating Aragorn. Whoa! What? There were several exclamations of surprise before they were distracted by the mystical view. Aragorn was floating, waving his hands in the air as if conducting a musical performance. Behind him and the mutates were several equally floating deposits of resources. Steel, cement, water, sand, rock, glass, different metals, ceramics, wood, and many other unidentified satellites of resources orbited behind them. Trails of said resources followed selected paths and then were mixed together in front of Aragorn as if solving a puzzle. Buildings and arcologies were put together from below the ground up. Streets, subways, parks, and several other public properties were laid as if fast-forwarding at high speed a video of a city construction. The conductor kept dancing his hands in the air as he said, "Sorry for the delay. I had to do some last-minute modifications to the layout, so here I am. I already had your medical files ready, but I wanted to finish this before moving on to other sectors of the country building. I gotta say though, we have never seen anything like the living flame inhabiting Mr. Storm. It's fascinating." Aragorn was truthful to his words. He concluded that this was part of the knowledge that he wasn't privy to. "I'm almost done here, you can take a seat and enjoy the show while I'm done." VIP cinema seats were materialized on the invisible floating platform for the guests of the ongoing show. Especially you, Susan Storm, your stress, trauma, and tiredness can be felt from here. Not that Mr. Grimm is any better, take a seat, I made one specially for your new constitution. As he said, one of the seats was bigger than the others. The gaping audience didn't fight the flow and took their places. A few minutes later a portal opened nearby and two maids walked out, Irina and Yelena. "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Irina and this is Yelena. Is there anything that you would like to have while you wait for the young master?" Even though Johnny was firmly advised to be on his best behavior by his sister, he couldn't help it and asked. "Excuse me, lovely miss. Are those ears real?" he said while gesturing to the bunny and fox ears. Before Susan could admonish him, Yelena answered. "Yes, Mr. Storm. These are real ears." "Whoa. You must be a hit with those, aren't you?" At least he didn't ask to touch them. This is what was going through Susan's mind. You could say that they are a hit among some of the other races, but not among your kind. Humans are not ready for this much fluff. While Yelena said as much, the corner of Aragorn's mouth twitched a little at how his maids no longer considered themselves any part of humanity. Damn. These girls grow more misanthropic as they go, Aragorn thought. Oh. I see, you're not a mutant. I thought you were a human mutant with bestial traits. Johnny said. My lovely lady, I just want to say that humanity may not be ready for this much fluff, but I am. Johnny said while winking at the fox. His flames came to live above his head as if supporting his wink. I must confess that this is a surprise. I thought only the young master shared this deviancy for beast girls. Yelena said. Hey. Yelena. Why am I collateral damage? Aragorn exclaimed as he continued with his task. Mr. Storm, I will keep in mind your offer, but for the moment, is there anything that you would like to eat? We quite literally have anything you want from Earth's cuisine. Yelena ignored her master's concern. Please help me with some pepperoni pizza, my lady, the men who found a new height to strive at said. I would like some as well, miss. The pizza lover Grim added. After Irina took the requests of the rest of the group, the girls warped to the fabricators up on Halo, only to come back with the food floating behind. Please let us know if you need anything else, we will be making sure that the young master keeps his secret passages to a limit. Yelena said as she laid the orders down. What? Who told you about that? Asked Aragorn in alarm. The young lady sent us on a mission. She said, and I quote, please stop my father from messing too much with my city. I don't want to have to keep track of a milliard secret passages, please young master, don't give more work to the young lady, Irina answered. Fine. But only because she called me father instead of creator. This was a calculated move of Seraph. After their impromptu breakfast, Reed Richards' curiosity overwhelmed his wariness and he approached Aragorn. Mr. Abner, do you mind me asking about that building over there? He pointed at a spire that towered over everything in the city with a floating orb of light floating about 3 stories above its summit. No problem at all, just keep what you see to yourself, not like anyone is going to believe you anyway. Aragorn chuckled to himself. That orb above the spire fulfills a similar mission to the Iron Dome that's being designed in Israel. It intercepts unwanted particle projectiles and wave emissions. Even energy? Reed asked in clarification. Yes, it works at concealing, protecting, tracking, and several other nice surprises. He didn't say that it was also a space isolator, meaning that it could create a boundary-like barrier. That's incredible. I didn't know that there was technology like that available. I had theorized about the different ways of running energy wave interferences when I was designing the portal, but it was never applicable. I was missing a catalysis for energy wave emission, or something that could resonate with a frequency so that I could generate my own wave. Why didn't you try vibranium? When dealing with energy, vibranium is the to-go element. It's the natural shortcut for energy-based tech. That's exactly how Wakanda got to its current level. Initially I didn't even know that it was an element part of the table, and when the military got involved I was introduced to it, but at $283,500 for an ounce of vibranium, I was not even allowed to study it. I couldn't even believe it when they told me that they used a vibranium metal alloy for Captain America's shield. Reed said in visible outrage. Ha 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 ha. I knew you would think something like that, an acquaintance of mine said, the most versatile substance on the planet, and they used it to make a frisbee, I don't know who that is but I bet that we would make great friends. Reed. If only you knew. Aragorn thought as he imagined Ultron and Reed as friends. You mentioned before that Wakanda has some deposits of it. Reed implied. Yes, I personally don't like them very much but I understand their concerns. Wakanda has approximate 10,000 tons of it. They have a massive cloaking field covering their entire crown city, that's how they fool the world into believing that they are a third world country instead of the most advanced modern country. That's what? Someone like Reed can understand the implications of Aragorn's remark. A country that has had access to this miracle metal for centuries. If it was him, with just a decade of access, he would already be terraforming Mars or something similar. I guess I would hide myself as well if were them. Reed finally commented. Me too, but they went beyond that. I don't have a problem with their isolationist customs, it's just that they do get benefits from the scientific community of the rest of the world but they don't contribute with anything. They even send their royal members to study outside and bring back benefits. On some occasions, they can even be linked to the very convenient disappearances of inventors that were designing something that could threaten their anonymity. They take but do not give back. If they kept to themselves without interfering in the rest of the world's affairs, I would even go as far as to defend them, but that is not the case. That is part of why I want you to mine the asteroid belt. If you start devaluing their precious wonder metal, what do you think they would do? Aragorn asked like a mischievous cat. They would either try to get rid of my tech and me, or they would be forced to let the world move on if they couldn't. Reed responded after a second. Yeah, that's the aim. In the negative zone, you would also find rich deposits of the stuff, among other precious metals, but it's safer if you get it from space. Plus he won't have to deal with a space insect hellbent on conquest or destruction. As they discussed several matters and Johnny tried to get a date out of Yelena, Aragorn finished his work and they finally warped to Halo. Holy smoke. This place is dope. Johnny commented while taking care of not cursing. He wasn't the only one amazed by the fact that they were in space. You can take a tour later, let's go to my lab. Aragorn brought them down to the reason behind the visit. Aragorn walked them to his personal lab in the crystal. Along the way, Johnny, or sometimes Reed, kept commenting and asking questions about the place. Why is everything so bright? Asked Johnny. I wanted a very bright and shiny house. It serves no purpose other than personal preference. I can respect a man that knows what he likes and goes for it. Somehow the meaning went across, but Johnny was looking at a certain fox maid. How is the structure standing? Wouldn't glass, or crystal, crack under its weight? This also doesn't look like quartz. Susan commented as she admired the massive glass panels that make up the walls. This is not glass, crystal, or quartz, it is a variant of diamond that holds its shape perfectly even under massive compression forces. It's more stable than normal materials. Aragorn is also waiting for the completion of his rune system to enchant the place. Diamond. As in what you use on a very special lady's ring finger. Johnny needed clarification. The others almost stopped walking, but soon they followed since Aragorn didn't. Yes, that type of diamond. Initially, I wanted another type of crystal, but I didn't find a sample to replicate it. Talk about luxury. Johnny exclaimed. Maybe from your point of view, but from my point of view I only cared about the stability, clarity, clearness, and refraction index of the material. So it was not meant to be a luxury. Besides, we are technically a galactic empire. When you have virtually infinite resources, like a galactic empire does, luxury no longer becomes what it was at a planetary level. That's not considering that Aragorn can create more resources if he is missing any. But even other empires that are not blessed with a creation machine like Aragorn also reach a point in which luxury has a different meaning. We are here. Aragorn continued ignoring the gaping faces behind him, and shortly after they arrived at the lab's entrance. Let's start with the anxious guys first. Mr. Grimm, please lay over the table while I take a look. Aragorn signaled to the table that was morphing into the appropriate size. Ben took his place while Aragorn started the analysis. After a few minutes under a multicolored shower of lights, the results were out. The good news is that you can go back to your human body. The bad news is that unless you change bodies you will always revert to your mutated form. I personally don't recommend you to change bodies unless you die. Aragorn said as he showed his findings to Susan and Reed. Even though the tech on Halo was several eras ahead of Earth's, the information in the display was the same. I can kill you if you want, then I would have to wait for your soul to naturally leave your body. After that I just have to place you into another body. The downside is that body rejection is a thing and dying always has repercussions. What those repercussions are could go from short periods of depression to full-blown insanity. I can reduce the risks as low as realistically possible, but I still recommend you keep your current body. The alternative is having to switch between forms every 12 to 18 hours, not so bad if I am honest. Aragorn didn't mention that his wife could fix those side effects and that there were several other ways of removing the risks that he could think of on the spot, but he didn't want people to underappreciate the meaning of his girl, death. For without death, there's no life. He is a prime example of this. He can't be considered alive or dead, but the dealings of a void creature like him are different from the dealings of mortals like Ben Grimm. Also, you have a natural lifespan of, no lifespan, in your living rock form. It's hard to measure it, but technically you will live longer the more you stay in your rock form, or infinitely if you never assume your human form. Aragorn said while tilting his head in confusion. I want to keep my body. Shifting between forms is acceptable. Nice. That's the best choice, I personally think so at least. In Aragorn's case, it is a matter of the Fantastic Four sounding better than the Fantastic Three. However, his personal favorite from the team was always the Invisible Woman, for reasons better left unsaid. To give you the form-shifting ability I will have to make you a mutant. I will activate and change the Rocky equivalent of your dormant X gene. You don't have to worry that much since basically every human has it, but since your makeup was already mutated I believe that you will feel discomfort when I start the modification. Do you want me to put you to sleep? I prefer to be awake. Then let's start. Aragorn placed a hand in his chest and sent two pulses, one that created a mutation that allowed Ben to store his cosmic energy and a second one that ordered the cosmic energy to move to this new storage compartment. He also attached a secondary mutation that granted him a more malleable molecular makeup, this way his cells wouldn't be torn apart due to excessive shifting. "Aghh, this is not discomfort," the patient shouted. He. Don't be a baby dude. You have to man up." Johnny didn't miss the chance to add his penny to the suffering of his friend. But the results spoke for themselves, slowly, but gradually increasing in pace, his body returned to his original form. Done. You can take a look at yourself in the mirror on the ceiling. A normal human being with oversized pants could be seen in the mirror. Tears of relief flooded Ben's eyes. You will need to practice some more to comprehend the way of shifting in an instinctual manner. You don't have to do the 12 to 18 hours in one shift, you can shift in shorter periods, but you still need to release your cosmic energy within that time frame. Otherwise, your body will forcibly do so for you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ben said as he shook hands with Aragorn. Don't worry about it. It's part of my plan to ensure the future president's agreement with my plan. And probably to make some male friends aside from Bucky. But he won't admit it. Next, let's do you, Human Torch. Nice, man. I like the name, Johnny said as he took Ben's previous spot. Your case is a little bit different. I don't have tech for seeing the soul, only to detect its changes, so I will use my eyes. You might feel an increasing pressure, but that's a side effect of watching a soul so intently. Aragorn focused his all-seeing eyes on the soul, or souls, of the mutate in front of him. A few minutes went by in this way. Mr. Storm, please ask your companion to light your head on fire. Girl, please do my head. An awful choice of words, but effective nonetheless. Aragorn kept observing as the souls interacted with each other. Okay, that's enough. Johnny depowered. You're very lucky, Mr. Storm. I have seen sentient energy similar to this before. It was a parasitic and viral energy that turned a whole universe into zombies. Soul-bound like in your case. Aragorn talked as he reminisced about his first mission and how he barely knew how to use his powers in anything else that was not a void beast. In retrospect, he could have just blasted the planet with his telekinesis while encasing the stones in a psionic barrier. Maybe just Z-Sentry would have been a problem. I had to destroy that universe because there was no way to turn back the zombies. A sharp breath was taken in by the crowd that was not expecting that level of abruptness. In your case, you both have a similar relationship to the one the Clintar has with their hosts. Do any of you know what's a Clintar? Aragorn looked at the alarmed and confused patient. His sister wasn't doing any better. She just heard that her brother may have been zombified, that the doctor, in front of them, is capable of destroying a universe, and that somehow her brother was lucky. No, never heard of them. The Clintar are symbiotic beings that need a host to survive. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but the truth of the matter is that your fire friend can't live without your soul, and you are bonding so perfectly with it that you can't separate from it. It will reach a point in which both of your souls will be supporting each other. It's a baby, so make sure you treat it with care. I don't think you would lead a happy life with a bunkmate who you hate its guts. And lastly, and possibly the most interesting part, it needs a huge amount of heat energy in order to reproduce, besides reaching maturity, like a 0.01% of the total heat energy of a dwarf start. Or Aragorn could supply the energy. Just saying, in case that it ever wants to create progeny. Ah. By the way, it doesn't have a gender, but if you raise it as a girl, your wish will come true and it will identify as a girl. Aragorn was very careful about the way he referred to it, a habit from his past life he developed during the modern times. And I think that it will be able to create an energy body to interact with the outside, but it needs more time to grow. All in all, I think that you got the best deal out of this accident. Having an extra layer of protection in your soul was always welcomed in Aragorn's eyes. Thanks, man. My sister will sleep better at night knowing that I'm not going to have a Xeno bursting out of me. Johnny laughed in relief. You know, that movie was inspired by real events, the whole franchise was, maybe not the exact events of the movies, but the aliens in it are real. The Yautja are a race of aliens that enjoy the thrill of the hunt, the xenomorphs are real as well. What? Yeah, the Yautja have this weird blessing ceremony where they visit every new galactically recognized species and challenge an individual to a death match. They are quite problematic. They have tried a few times to locate this place to challenge my girls. I've been postponing it, but I will eventually have to allow one of them to die under my girls' blades. There were no doubts about the outcome of the future fight in Aragorn's head. Several times they have sent a delegation to Nirn and demand a duel to the death of Emma. Luckily she had immunity, but she promised that as soon as one of the other girls was available she was going to set up a match. Aragorn and Emma are certain that none of the older girls will lose, but they want to delay the match to build a coliseum and use the whole occasion as a promotional celebration for their empire. The more I know, the weirder this gets. Are you gonna tell me that gods are real next? Johnny was very surprised. Just not for the same reasons as the others. He was very surprised that his favorite franchise turned into a historical series like the ones from Animal Planet or History Channel. Aragorn just gave him a mirthful smile. He was enjoying the reactions of Johnny, Susan, Ben, Reed. Victor at least had an idea of the answer, as someone learned in the mystical arts. Most are real, some are not. For example, by the raw definition of the word, I'm considered a godlike being. By the cosmic definition of it, I am above the divinity wielders known as gods. There's also a goddess that lives with us up here, Gaia, you should have heard of her. The Mother Earth. Asked Susan. Yeah, that one. She is a friend of ours, she is doing me a favor so she is residing with us. He said while concealing the truth, that she is going to be one of his baby's mothers. You can ask Spark for superficial information about this, you are cleared for level 1 information. You won't get detailed information but the general landscape should be enough. Level 1 was information that could be considered eye-opening, but not information that you could make substantial use of. What do you do with knowing that gods are real? What can you do about it? It was this level of information. Level 2 was information that could be of use, like the existence of vibranium or secret societies. The levels above were where the possibly dangerous information was kept. Now, let's see. Mr. Richards, I bet that you want to study your body on your own, if you haven't done so already, and Mr. Doom, I bet you know how to study your own soul's upgrades. That leaves me with you, Miss Storm. Aragorn looked at the mess of a girl and said. Mess, Storm, can you ask them to leave us alone? You will need some privacy for your case and they will take it better coming from you, who they trust, than me. It's about your emotional state. But if you don't mind discussing it in their presence let me know. You can just think hard about your answer and I will know. Aragorn didn't know how much they shared among themselves, but he could tell that she hadn't told any of them about her problems. Johnny seemed to have picked up that she was not sleeping enough but not anything below that. Can you guys give me some time with Mr. Abner? I have some private questions for him. Susan answered Aragorn's questions with her actions. Irina and Yelena are outside the lab, you can ask them for help. They can also give you a tour around the facilities, just don't pick a fight with anybody here, not even the babies, those girls can fold you like a pretzel in under a minute. After letting her fellows know that she was okay and that she would join them later, they left. Thanks, Mr. Abner. You're welcome, Miss Storm. You can call me Aragorn, most people call me that or young master. Let's start with your body. Susan laid under the shower of lights and the results were out a minute later. Your results are the same as what Spark said, your psionic abilities should grow the more you use them, like a muscle, so it's best to practice often with them. Your soul is fine but you have more energy than the others, this is not a problem, yet you should keep it in mind. Aragorn thought that maybe this energy had something to do with her future cosmic babies. Thanks, Aragorn. You're welcome, Susan. He petted the barely standing whole girl. The mind has very interesting ways of healing, trauma by repetition is one of them. It's the way that your mind forces you to relive the event that harmed you. It could be through nightmares, illusions, associations, and many other inventive ways. He said while he kept petting her head, an action that he reflectively does after spending so much time with the beast girls. Sob I just can't sleep without seeing his eyes. Sob, Susan confessed. She was crumbling and she knew it. The good news, Susan, is that I, and other telepaths, can help you. Telepaths are the perfect psychologists if done right. I know that the trust you have in me is very superficial so if you don't want a man in your mind I can get one of the other girls to help you. Healing someone's scarred psyche is very different than the surface reading that Aragorn normally uses, it is very intimate. He knows because he experienced it with the girls from the Red Room. It's part of the reasons that contributed to what made them feel closer to each other as fast and deeply as they did. Yes. Sob, thank you. Can you get a woman to help me? No problem, give me a sec to call her. Aragorn expanded his mind and located one of the other massive minds currently present in Halo. Hey Emma. Are you busy my fluff queen? Hello, my responsibilities dispenser. I have about an hour, what do you need? It's about Susan Storm, did I tell you about her? You mean the girl of the demonic summoning? That's a very weird way of remembering her, but it's not entirely inaccurate. Yes her. It sounds better than the girl who was present during the dimensional breach that brought an extra-dimensional devil into our reality. Touché. Can you help her with the resulting trauma? I haven't dived in her but as far as I've seen she is not that bad, I bet you can do it in under 10 minutes. Sure, give me a minute and I will portal there. Okay, she is coming. I was not standing here like an idiot I was talking to her. Alright, thank you. Susan chuckled acknowledging that Aragorn looked silly standing still. Not long after Emma warped in. Aragorn teleported behind her and sank in her tails. This is why no one takes me seriously when you're around. Emma said while shaking her head without getting rid of the tick now attached to her tails. Hello girl, you can excuse the idiot. My name is Emma Fulgebunt Draconis. I, along with the idiot, am probably the best psychologist in the galaxy, so you are in capable hands. Thank you for your help. Is that okay? Isn't it like some sort of sexual harassment? Susan asked while motioning to the dragon buried in the fox's tails. Maybe. Just not coming from him. I know he finds me physically attractive, but that's not the reason behind this. His wife would also kill him if he made me uncomfortable in a sexual way. Besides, I know him very well, so I know that at this moment he is paying like 5% of his attention to this conversation and the remaining 95% to my tails. He doesn't have any room for lewdness. She responded while swaying one of her tails over the stupefied face of Aragorn. She already accepted that no one other than the manipulative dragon can give her the best finish to her tails, so she lets him do as he pleases. A perfect win-win situation. To further support her claims, the dragon tried to say 1%, but thoughts of her tails prevented him from finishing the sentence. Also, the fact that he didn't entirely care about what Susan thought aided his shamelessness. Case in point. Just ignore him, it's what I do when he gets like this. He has also been working for more than 72 hours straight, so, in his words, he is suffering from keratin deficiency. This can be considered his reward. Not unlike any other normal day when he passes his free time either experimenting or playing with tails and ears. Let's get you fixed, Susan. I will put my fingers on your temple. You won't be able to fight my intrusion, but either way please don't try, it's for your own good. Time also moves differently from inside your mind, so don't worry if you feel like we spent a long time in there. Emma brought her hands to Susan's head and both closed their eyes. About 10 minutes later, both women resurfaced. Your trauma was not as rooted as it could be since not much time had passed since then. I still recommend you talk to your loved ones if you ever have sequels. Based on what VE seen, surprisingly, your man-child of a brother was the one that paid you attention. It could be because he is not as burdened as Mr. Grimm with his body changes. Emma was correct in her assessment. Under normal circumstances, the first to notice that something was not right with Susan is Ben Grimm. The other two. Honestly, you can do better than them. One is married to his lab and the other almost got you killed with his one objective is all that matters mentality. Trust me, I know enough about men like them. They get you with their impressive ways. Emma remembered the professor she used to fan all over and later on in her life how she got tricked by Shaw's speeches and promises. But on the other hand, I'm married to my empire, so maybe don't take my word for it. Thanks Ms. Fulgebunt, for the advice as well. You can call me Emma. As dirty as it may sound, you already had me in you. I think we are past honorifics. Emma commented with a chuckle. Thank you very much, Emma. Susan gratefully said while smiling at Emma's joke. Aragorn. We are done here. Don't you have something else to do? Emma addressed the dragon in her tails. Aragorn wanted to ignore her, but suddenly a thought passed through his mind and his eyes fully opened, accompanied by a slightly sadistic smile. Yes, my fluff queen. It's time to plan the lawful confiscation of your clone and light the metaphorical ass of Hydra on fire. Aragorn said as his canines popped out of his smile. Oh. It's that time. I thought that you were going to need more time with Krakoa. I thought so as well, but Seraph took command and things are working far better than expected. Initially, Aragorn assumed that he was going to walk the mutants by hand through the initial stages of the founding. But Seraph took control over the direction of the operation, a welcome surprise for Aragorn. The mutants decided to build 5 demographic centers or cities, the capital located in the center and the other 4 at the cardinal points. Aragorn just finished the capital city and the remaining 4 will be left for when the main city is more populated. Seraph then directed the mutants to the appropriate roles where their powers would maximize their impact, and, much to Aragorn's surprise, she was able to convince Xavier to bring some of his kids to help. Susan, let's go and take you to your friends. Emma said as she hurried the confused girl out. Later when they met, Johnny was still pestering Yelena for a date, not much different than expected, and the rest had empty eyes, possibly because of all the reality-defying that they witnessed during their tour. Even Victor was having a hard time keeping his composed persona up. Ben was in the background being used as a climbing wall by the super soldier baby maids. A/N. I had some availability so I wrote this. I won't be changing canon so blatantly like with Johnny's powers in the future, but I have an idea that I will be pursuing. 3 days have passed since the last chapter, but I will probably start the next one after the planning for the clones appropriation is done, straight to the action XD, so the 1-week time skip will be completed. The next chapter would be more about Aragorn, Emma, and Bucky. I've been leaving Bucky out of action for too long. Just to clarify, I, personally, would support Wakanda's decision, but I want Aragorn to start with a bad first impression of them, not that what road is wild and improbable. Probably we will have the chapter about Captain America after the next one, or by the end of the next one I would at least have an introduction of it. I also made a mention of Franklin Baby Jesus Richards, but we won't meet him until a few volumes later. Just light foreshadowing. Lastly, I wrote this chapter, entirely, in an omniscient narrative, third PPOV. Let me know what you think. I usually have more fun writing with a first-person narrative voice, but sometimes it's easier to explain things with an omniscient narrative. If you have a preference for the narrative voice, let me know. Chapter 23, Kidnapping. Once again. Today we are gathered here for the start of Operation Downfall, an ambitious undertaking that will passively span for the next years. What better way to start than by destroying a shared facility of the Hellfire Club, Hydra, and Essex? I don't think I need to remind you that we take no prisoners. Unless it is because they could be of use later, like for creating puppets, or to extend their pain when we are dealing with scum, or experimental use, or biological samples. We do take prisoners, but we don't forgive them. Giggles cuckling. But, for this mission, we won't. Unless we find someone we didn't expect. Well, what I'm saying is that I expect you to maim first and ask questions later if you find someone of interest. Our enemies do not need their legs and arms, neither do we. A good enemy is a quadriplegic enemy. Multiple nods of agreement. But under normal circumstances, go for the kill. Remember to always go for the head. Or the arm with the gauntlet. That should work as well. Confusion. I don't think you will find anyone stronger than the weakest of you, but overconfidence is how the plot armor gets you, and the power of friendship. The main target should look similar to Emma, our favorite queen. However, the age of the target is unknown. One team will be in charge of search, rescue, and protection. The other will scout, assess, and eliminate threats. It's a dazzling covert operation, meaning we have to be dazzling without compromising our current or future identities. Hence, I took some liberties and made a uniform that will act as our face for the rest of the world. So no maid uniforms this time. No magic is allowed, except for sensorial, scouting, and concealing magic. Cover your ears and tails. You'll wear a mask that will go with your uniform. Reluctance. You can go crazy with your biological abilities, even your telekinesis, and weapons dash. Slaughtering intent bloodlust. But don't use the city busters unless you know there are only enemies on the other side of your muzzle. Reluctance. To make it up to you, since I know how much you like to cause destruction, Emma and I will only move until you have visual confirmation of the target. James will follow you in the first wave but only as an overseer. Relief agreement. Slaughtering intent. Always keep contact through tech. If there's interference, use your telepathy. If there's interference, use magic. If there's interference, use the contract. If there's interference, surrender, because only stronger beings than me can interfere with that. I know I'm being a worrywart and that most of you have field experience, but you might encounter mutants, enhanced, aliens, deviants, demons, witches, vampires, werewolves, wendigos, zombies, warlocks, goblins, ninjas, and failed experiments, just to name a few. Concern, anxiety, unease. Not that I'm saying that you will. It's just that this place is weirder than you think. One moment you are enjoying your life and the next it's the end of everything as you know it. Poker faces. Hey. Don't look at me like that. It has happened. I'm not trying to alarm you over nothing. Poker faces dash intensify. Asterisk sigh asterisk you ungrateful brats. If a fifth-dimensional being comes knocking at your door in the middle of the night, don't call me. Poker faces LVL2. Whatever. We leave in 2 hours. Come and get your uniforms, go for your weapons afterward, and then see me at Dock V. We will deploy from there. One by one my battle-thirsty maids took a uniform and went giddily to pick their weapons. We are raiding the biggest Hydra facility in Central America. It's mainly a Hydra base, but we have found evidence connecting the place with Essex, the Hellfire Club, and several other authentic governmental departments. Previously, the psychic presence that we had detected was in North America, but last week they moved the possible clone to this place. That's why we were having problems detecting the location. They moved it from time to time. I think that they are constantly moving the clone because they don't know where Emma is. They have lost track of her for over a year, so they are, possibly, afraid of Emma coincidentally meeting the range of the clone's psionic field. Not that I think that they would be afraid of Emma, but they like to lurk in the shadows and hunt the shadows. At least we know that if there are multiple clones, there are not that many. The convoy that moved the psionic field was not big enough to host more than 10 people. Hopefully, this is the only clone or clones, and it's not that the others are dormant so we haven't detected them, or something annoying like that. We tracked the psionic field through Brother Eye. I'm ashamed to say that I had a hard time holding myself back from levitating the convoy to Halo and being done with them. But Spark calmed me down and told me that they possibly had safeguards on the clone's body while moving it. It's a good thing that we waited since we had no record of this facility. Which made me realize that we will have a hard time tracking all of their bases. It doesn't help that they move from time to time. The bastards are nomadic. I thought that if I kept track of the surface of the planet and the virtual presence, I would eventually find all of their bases. But these annoying shits are like nomadic hermits. This base has no virtual presence and it is underground in the middle of a tropical forest. These shits are like cockroaches. Not like a hydra. What do you do cutting heads when they are a plague? At least by cutting heads, you keep them busy. Instead of hydra, maybe they should call themselves Blatodia, or straight-up cockroaches. You can't even cripple their finances without crippling the world. So, goodbye to the normal subversive approaches. This a problem for future Spark. Spark gets better at planning how to subvert power. I should focus on other things. Right now I will enjoy the sight of my maids wearing the most badass, iconic, fear-inducing, and edgy uniform, the Akatsuki raiment. I left the Shadow Garden style for the next chance. For this operation I needed something for our enemies to identify with us. So I chose red clouds, symbolic of the massacres that will rain blood down on Hydra. The girls also liked it. They said that the black and red made a nice contrast with their white skin, and that the blood will not ruin their style. I think that when it comes to symbolic evil organizations uniforms only Akatsuki nailed it, all others use styles of dressing not uniforms. Like the Arrancar in Hueco Mundo, they were white but everything else was different. The Akatsuki actually were uniformed and they didn't even try to sexualize their female companions, Konan and Orochimaru. I mean, there are the military types, but those are not exactly iconic, just recognizable. The girls were not so happy with the original baggy style, but the robe was built with nanotech, so they changed it a little on the spot, to be more anatomic. And here I was praising the original Akatsuki for not sexualizing their women. After I was left alone I warped to the Dock V. If I'm being honest, although it's a secret, I was always a fan of Halo, but the Pelicans are probably the least visually appealing dropship in the history of sci-fi dropshipping. They were bulky, and not in a Warhammer 40k cool way, so I went for another style. Still bulky, but cool. At least to my eyes. The new design was based on the same UNSC vibe, but I prefer this style over the Pelicans. It also helps that it doesn't scream aliens like some of the other ships that I have. They look as if they were under the same level of technology as the future Quinjets. Presentation is important. I could do this whole operation without leaving any evidence or clue for our organization, but, for the plan, I need to create this image in their minds of a secret organization, from Earth, that is targeting their bases. Not a mysterious enemy for whom they know nothing except the consequences of its raids. So this was the set that I chose for our organization. Tech from a possibly advanced secret organization and uniforms that shouted evil edgy organization that is led by a pawn of a pawn of a pawn of a pawn that is trying to free his imprisoned mother from the moon by killing everyone. 2 hours later the girls were on the dropships. Bucky piloted one and Emma piloted the other. A heavy silence full of bloodlust filled the ship. You know, girls, I do wonder how all of you ended up becoming so belligerent. You act more like former mercenaries than former spies. X. They had the shamelessness of looking the other way. Young master, I don't know about the other girls but in my tribe, we were always battle-driven. It's how we survived during the times of war and scarcity. Ulysses, one of my elven maids, answered. Ulysses, you are excused, but look at these shameless girls. They were supposed to be the best covert agents and the deadliest assassins. Now, they embellish their rooms with AoE-type energy blasters. The girls in question are now playing with their P-links, acting like this was not their business. Young master, there's something that I've been meaning to ask about the operation, Ulysses said. Sure, go ahead. If they make public our attacks and say that we are terrorists interfering with governmental interests, won't they take that opportunity to grab more power? Yes, that's a possible way of using our interference to empower themselves. On the other side, we could release some of the shit they do as a counteroffensive, but they could still twist the truth and get the public opinion on their end. That's why we will maintain a balance during the following years. We won't put more pressure than necessary on them. They will always think something like, the next time we will get them, Hail Hydra, or, it's not so bad, Hail Hydra, or, maybe they don't raid so often because they lack resources, Hail Hydra, or, we should lure them and steal their tech, Hail Hydra. Ha 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 ha, I don't think that's how they think. It would be a problem if it were. Ulysses laughed at my poor attempt at impersonating a Nazi brainwashed Hydra scum. Hey Ulysses, not to be rude if it is, but, why is it that your species has a melody when you laugh? I dig it. It reminds me of Nuna's voice, but more like a song and less like a tone. Ah, it's a long story, it has something to do with an old curse. We used to sing a lot, it was part of our culture, something that made us different. Across Otherworld, light elves were known as the best singers. Ulysses said with a glint of pride in her aquamarine eyes. We liked it so much that even when we cast magic we used to do it in a singing tone. Not that it was needed. She chuckled at the end. Some time ago a powerful witch called for representatives of different races to study inherent racial magics and create a spell like never before seen. Most races were not content about this, but power ruled above all else, and the witch was powerful. From my race, the best magic caster was sent, to make sure that we didn't incur the witch's wrath. Our kingdom, from that era, was stable but not among the heavy hitters, so we couldn't afford her ire. The witch studied and experimented for years. To us immortal species this was normal. She was a witch of talent, and even though it should not have been possible for her to use the racial magic of races outside of her own, she accomplished it. Except for our magic. This displeased her to no end, but she knew that it wasn't our fault. When it looked like she was going to give up, our representative told her, jokingly, that maybe because she didn't sing right, she couldn't do it. Both had been working on this for years, and some boundary limits may have been redrawn. That's why our representative let his guard down and forgot for a moment with whom he was dealing. The witch, under the stress of her opponents and the failure of her endeavor, lost her mind when she heard him. She heard it as if he was mocking her. So she maliciously cast a curse on our race to spite him. The curse took our voice for the following 1,500 years. A significant extent of time even by our standards. During the period of the absence, what our ancestors called those 1,500 years lacking in music, several wars exploded around Otherworld. On several occasions, during the wars, our kingdom only managed to survive with the help of the witch, who, by the way, ended up as close friends with our representative. In honor of the help that she provided, we decided not to sing anymore, even after the curse ended, and only associate our singing with happiness, with laughter. By the end of it all, our kind was splintered into several smaller tribes, our kingdom lost, but we always carried with us, in our hearts, that without the moody witch's help, we would no longer be here. Say even after so much time we always carry a melody in our laughter. Ulysses ended her tale with a bright smile. If this is not social conditioning, then I don't know what it is. She is even grateful. I wonder if they were brainwashed by the witch or her ancestors. That was a roller coaster. I thought the witch was evil, but she turned out to be the ultimate troll witch. By the way, what's her name? Amazing. I do a small prank on my maids and all halo breaks loose. She misunderstands a statement and she silences a whole race for a millennia and a half, ending somehow with the victim's favor towards the aggressor. I will never allow my maids to meet her. I know I can't handle the consequences. Morgan Le Fay. The fuck? I can see why they were so thankful. They were lying to themselves to prevent future generations from growing resentment against an unclimbable mountain. Well done, light elves. Looking at the way Ulysses talks about the story with no resentment, I can tell that you guys did an amazing job lying to your future generations. All it cost you were 1,500 years of silence and the sacrifice of the idiot responsible for the curse. Do you know her, young master? Ulysses asked with her innocently shining eyes. I know of her, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting her. Nor will I ever, if I can avoir. I suddenly felt a gaze, which I graciously backtracked with my crimson eyes. I peel through space, the dimensional wall, the space between dimensions, another dimensional wall, space, a barrier, and find myself eye to eye with the trolling witch. Dark, borderline black, green eyes with a dressing style that reminded me of Nuna's dislike for proper clothing. She was startled the moment she understood that I was looking back at her. My anger dissipated. I thought it was a threat to the girls on the dropship. It's not every day that someone manages to pierce through the cloaking on my stuff or the passive cloaking around me. I will have to look into that later. She possibly had some sort of claim or hold on Ulysses, maybe not her specifically but her people. She might have something similar to Merlin where when someone calls his name he gets notified. The real he who must not be named. Watch where you lay your eyes upon, witch. For the abyss always stares back, my inner Chinibu implored me for this statement. Though I'm having a cringe backlash now, I should later ask Nuna to kill me for a while. Normally my telepathic reach can't go this far, but I've been practicing with my powers and I found a way of combining my sight with my psionic energy. I combine the two and create psionic threads following my eyesight. Theoretically, since my eyes don't have range, I have a virtually infinite reach. Sadly, the truth of the matter is that I can't filter the intensity of my sight, so unless I have a way of finding where to look I will have to keep training. For example, if I look in any direction I could end up looking through a planet or looking at the core of a star. The witch understood my warning. She looked away and said, "Apologies, my lord. I thought I heard someone calling for me." Alas, I was mistaken. Mistaken my shinny ass. But this senior is going to allow the junior some face. I already have her location saved. I can go looking for her in case I need magic knowledge. I looked away and brought my senses back to the ship. This is one of the disadvantages of using my powers like that. I focus all of my attention on my sight. I found my maid staring at me worryingly. What happened? I asked while tilting my head in confusion. Young master, you stopped moving for a minute, and your eyes switched to red. We called you but you didn't answer. Yelena said. Yeah, this technique has more disadvantages at the moment than benefits if I couldn't hear them. Sorry, I felt a stare and I was tracing back its origin. It was not important, so don't worry. Morgan Le Fay, it's too much for them to deal with. She is a true goddess and she's also a true immortal. We let the subject die and future Aragorn will have to deal with it if there are any repercussions. A few minutes later we found ourselves hovering over the border between two small Central American countries, Panama and Costa Rica. These countries share an international park called La Amistad, or Friendship in English. The park is protected and big enough to have most of its area full of virgin forests. If only you choose to ignore the massive hydro facility that was built in the heart of the jungle. Alright girls, the ships will be left here and I will act as Overwatch. Do me a favor and one or two of you please find the power source of this facility before you blow it up. I'd rather not irradiate this jungle if it's nuclear. Not that you need it, but good luck. Saying so I opened the hatch and like praying birds, the girls jumped to their prey. No parachute, like a badass. We all can fly so I don't know how much badass it could be considered, but still they look cool. I moved to the cockpit and morphed the pilot's seat into a comfy sofa. Kia, Emma yelped in surprise when she felt my TK wrapping around her, but she let it be. I brought Emma to my side and placed her head on my lap intending to pet her. Aniki knows the fox needs a distraction. The stress and anxiety she is projecting are also stressing me. I've told you many times not to manhandle me like that. She complained as she got into a more comfortable position to enjoy my caress. Yeah I know, but I always tell you that if I felt any displeasure from you I wouldn't do it. Also, I'm technically not a man so I can't manhandle you. I did it once to annoy her, but she actually enjoyed it. Weird girl. I, and almost everyone else in the crystal, have seen you naked. If you are not a man then what are you doing with that thing between your legs? How crass. I ridiculed her with a judgmental look. But I have waited for most of my life for someone to ask me that, hence I will ignore your vulgar mouth. I forgave her. I identify as a man. Ha 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 ha. Finally. I have every moral right to say this. My body has no gender, I just assume this form because it matches the gender of my identity. I'm not even biological. I can erase my tool or grow another for that matter. Huh. I should add this to my list of freaky cosmic sex things to try with Nuna once we go intimate. You know. Somehow your logic holds. But, what the fuck? She said to my answer. I also felt her curiosity. It's not like you'll stop so I will allow it if you pay tribute by petting me afterward. Because my fluffy fox can't give in control without allowing it. Also, it looks like she somehow suspected that my sex was not set in stone, she is taking this in stride. You don't have to argue with me Emma, your fur is always the candy to my eyes. Hers and Yao are the fluffiest. As it should be, she haughtily exclaimed. By the way Aragorn, can you turn into a woman? There was a dangerous glint in her eyes that I recognized. Emma's sexual preference has always been confusing to me. I answered by shapeshifting into a lowly version of myself. I've been practicing my shapeshifting with Nuna's help a few times during our dates. I already have a few more default forms, my lowly form is one of those, Nuna's favorite. She promised to show me her lowly form when she decides on one. She had me be pampered as her daughter a few times. I won't say it out loud, but I liked it. Not in a sexual way, but definitely something I'm ashamed of liking, in public. But I'm truthful to myself, I won't say it but Nuna knows that I like it, it's a silent agreement we have. I mean why limit yourself? We will live for an eternity so I might as well get on with the cosmic trend. What in the name of my empire is this, Aragorn? She raised her head from my now childlike lap and stared at my lowly form with great confusion, curiosity, and adoration. Kaya so fucking cute. I was initially petting her to raise her spirits because this whole clone thing has her stressed, but now I'm stressed because she has me sitting in her lap. Emma, could you not? This is nice, but what about my dignity? Only Nuna is supposed to manhandle me like this. So complicated. Cute, your voice is changed as well. Yeah, Nuna asked me to change it depending on my form. I resigned to my fate and let my head fall back in her breasts. This is comfy. Sigh the sacrifices I make to raise the spirits of my fox. After a few minutes of indulging in my lowly self, she said. I like this form, Aragorn. Very much. What else do you have? She asked while playing with my hair. I switch to my female form, the adult female form. I change my clothes every time I switch, to be consistent with each form. This time I chose some of my more anatomic garments. I turned 45 degrees, making sure to have Emma face to face while sitting on her lap, entangled my arms around her head, and purposely upturned my eyes while looking at hers. I bit my lower lip, just enough to be noticed, and said. Do you also like this form, big sister? My voice is something that I borrowed from one of the voices that Nuna prefers. Apparently, when you have nothing much to do while taking care of souls you pick up certain habits. Nuna has a variety of certain collections, a voice collection is one of them. Strangely enough, a collection of talented souls is something I feel interested in. So I can understand her. This is one of the basic seduction techniques that Nuna taught me. She said a soul under her care a few eras ago taught her about it and that from time to time she updates her techniques. She said that there was a time when all you had to do was raise the hide covering your lower body and you get your caveman for life, which was at best 15 years. If you didn't die from childbirth. That time was dangerous. With capital D. Nuna first showed me the techniques before having me repeat them. Needless to say, we didn't sleep much afterward, we played the whole night. But that was expected since we were trying to seduce each other. At least we managed to hold back enough to not cross the last frontier. Not that any of us would mind, but we are taking things slowly and all of that. But it paid off. I felt Emma's heartbeat, through our touching breasts, pump faster, saw her eyes wander through my body, lips, and eyes in a frenzy, and saw her face blush. She grabbed slowly my waist with her trembling hands. I smirked at that and she finally saw that I was messing with her. WW what the fuck? She exclaimed in surprise. You are welcome. I suspected that you were bisexual some time ago, but for some reason, you were repressing it. I know that we are in a more advanced society for this time, but some things are still stupidly chastised. Like homosexuality and bisexuality, among others. Humans and their small-mindedness. Oh. I guess I really don't see myself as part of them anymore. But that is to be expected, only I know the type of monster that I am. At least my core self is still me, and if my soul is allowing these changes in me then they are for my good. I got up from her lap, before making things unnecessarily awkward, shifted back to my male form, and carried her to my lap to continue with her pets, trying to calm her down. How? I didn't know and it's supposed to be me. She was in a state of shock. The elves, you pay more attention to their females than any other being on Halo, aside from our family that is. I thought you were repressing it because the feelings you were projecting didn't match your actions. Had I not been an empath I would have concluded sooner with my analysis. She clearly was interested but I didn't feel sexual attraction from her, so I was confused. Not that I can blame her, our elven friends are unnecessarily beautiful. It's like they were made to be the sexual targets of orcs, humans, and goblins. Shit. That form was dangerous. She said while partially accepting it. Probably the acceptance that I'm broadcasting helps her. I played with her ears and in a few seconds she was yelping like a fox in affection. But I didn't abuse it because I wanted to ask her about her clone. Emma, before this revelation of yours, I wanted to know, how are you doing with the cloning business? Have you decided what to do with it? Depending on her decision we would be taking different approaches with it. Yeah. And now I not only have the clone in my head but I also question my sexuality. Whose fault is that? You should be grateful that I can compartmentalize my emotions. She accused me. Well, that's your fault. You can't blame me for being so hot. I defended my innocent self. I may be a man, but I have my manly pride in the beauty of my female body. I'm smoking hot. Shameless. She shouted. I learned from her and the other girls so if they are shameless I can be. Not as shameless as the looks you gave those poor elf girls. You looked like an orc, ready to grow the numbers of your species. Two can play this blaming game. Shut it. She said with a tomato face. You're a source of vexation in my life, Aragorn. I love you more than my blood family, but you can be annoying. Stupid prick. Not a difficult accomplishment given her family record, but I also love her, a lot. Hence. I love you lots, big sister. I said in my female voice while sending her my love through telepathy. My statement coupled with my voice brought a shiver down her spine. Something that was very visual in her freestanding fur. But my telepathic feed was what broke her. As I have explained before, my love can run freely in my soul. Hence if love could be measured I would have more than normal, because it fills the empty spots left by my other restrained emotions. Even if this is familial affection, like the one you have for a daughter, sister, and best friend all mashed up together. Grr. Look. This is what I meant. She growled and shouted. Then filled her teeth with my energy and took a bite of one of my hands. Act bitch. I shouted. Please. I know it doesn't hurt you. Well yeah. But it hurts my fragile heart. Ha 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 ha. Messing with her queenly self is always so funny. Idiot, she told me as she sent her love through the temporary connection. It's some sort of weird basic manners for telepaths that the girls and James invented a few months back. It started as a joke but it stuck. We do it with other feelings regularly as well, maybe we are weird, but that's okay, no one can judge us. It's also better for making fun of people, you can accompany your pranks with feelings and they usually get annoyed faster. Ha 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 ha. So many good memories. But it has other uses. When the little maids have nightmares, it's easier to calm them down by pouring your emotions into them, it makes them feel accompanied. People fear telepaths because of their mind games, but we openly allow inpouring from our family. Not very normal, but it is what we like, so fuck them. Besides, it helps when dealing with disagreements. It's easier to understand each other if you can feel their situation. Maybe Nagato was right about making world peace through pain. It's a very brutal way of doing what we are doing, but since there was no telepathy like ours in Naruto, I can't blame him. But I'm better now, thank you. I'm calm now. I will meet my clone first and then I will decide. I will be magnanimous and allow her to change the topic. I don't need to say it, but, whatever happens, I will be there for you. And the rest of the sorority. The last part brought a chuckle out of her. We let the silence flow since no more words were needed. We kept the temporary link up, sharing our feelings, meanwhile, watching the girls, slaying their way through the base, in the holograms in the cockpit. I've been meaning to take a peek deeper into the facility, to confirm the clone's state, but since we normally share feelings I rather not. I would feel guilty if I didn't tell her about the clone's state, and since she had not decided what to do with it I didn't want to pressure her into making a hasted decision. James was taking the role of a watchtower, making sure that no surprises could ambush the girls. But they needed to split teams since one team had to go look for the power source while the other went to the lab's level. James, send just 2 girls for the power source, I will take care of covering their backs. Roger. I could also take a look to confirm if it was nuclear or something else, but this was the girls' chance to shine and show off their training. After this whole ordeal is over, I will probably spend a few months in space with Kitty. While I'm not here, the girls will be in charge of storming through the selected Hydra bases, so I'm using this operation to make sure that they don't have bad habits due to a difference in experience, given that normally they just fight me instead of storming bases. Hopefully, the situation with Krakoa stabilizes soon enough and the X-Force can help them. The last 2 levels were our targets. The first levels included a hangar, reception, communications, storage, security, living quarters, prison, mess hall, supplies, and administrative rooms. The last 2 levels are the most important ones, laboratories and power generators. Most of the girls use their weapons to take down the scum. I think it's because they usually can't use them in our spars, since weapons are useless at our level of matches. But, I have to admit that I can see the romance in energy blasters, whatever type of energy blaster. It's super clean, I won't have to deal with any form of material evidence. Though, after the base is blown up I don't think we will have to care about that, but better safe than sorry. The girls had their personal designs, but in the end, they all shared some basic functions: rapid fire, beam discharge, and single target. It's funny how they all ended there without our intervention. Some have additional functions, like a blade mode, as if a lightsaber was not enough. We are also working on a beam that can make corners, like Darkseid's Omega beams. But unless you have energy manipulation like me, it so far has been futile. Anastasia, Yekaterina. Mutant dog inbound. I informed them as I saw a bear-sized dog running at them. The interesting feature was the adamantium maw. I can assume that Weapon X, Plus, Alpha, Beta, Omicron 5, and whatever other variants exist of it are somehow involved. Can we keep it? Asked Yekaterina. You'll need to put it to sleep and remove the bombs in its neck and stomach before we blow up the facility. I will probably have to stabilize its DNA afterward. Mad scientists are not known for their attention to detail. Yay. I will put it to sleep and we will come back for it after the generators are taken care of. Yekaterina said. The bear-like dog took a corner and Yekaterina stabbed its head with a psionic spike. It was like spamming a continuous message of sleep and relax forcefully in its brain. The dog fell to its size and Yekaterina patted it and said, "You shall be known as Princess, henceforth, the most fearless girl." Right, the bear doggo with an adamantium maw is Princess from now on. The pair of teenagers continued to move. Along the way, they didn't find any other dogs, but the other team took care of 5. At least their deaths were swift. R.I.P., poor doggos. Finally, after testing their weapons with a few volunteers along the way, they arrived at the generators. A quick scan and I found that the facility used some of the old Hydra batteries, the Tesseract-powered ones from World War II. Objective accomplished. Those won't irradiate after the explosion. You girls can go and take care of your dog. The explosion of the generators will probably just make the crater deeper. The girls ran back to the dog and started to prepare the field for the surgery. They create a barrier encapsulating the dog and its immediate surroundings. Aragorn, can we use magic to disinfect? Anastasia asked. Yeah, go ahead, I'll clean the traces after you're done. Anastasia has trauma surgery as one of her specializations, and Yekaterina has gynecology. Medicine is one of the most popular studies in the crystal. The first place goes to the managerial studies, but that's because I asked them all to get at least 1 degree in that subject. After Anastasia used a micro-life-killing spell they started both incisions at the same time. The spell is simply a fire burst of high caloric energy that blasts for less than a second. In their hands, they create psionic blades, and using the contract they summoned one of the skills of my eyes. The skill that allows me to see through mass. This summon is really half-baked, not market-ready. The only reason their eyes are not melting is because of their adaptability trait. It's a perk that I made as a conceptual project, just to prove that it's possible within the contract. But, hopefully, in a few years, I should have an original magic system that doesn't put the user's life at risk. After a few minutes, the bombs were out and the girls were healing the wounds. After they were done, they levitated their dog out to where the other subjects that they found in the prison were being healed and prepared for departure. So far, most of the prisoners had traces of psionic tempering, so I can guess what they were using the clone for. As if their normal brainwashing methods were not enough, they had to use other means. But I can assume that they were also developing the clone's ability since the original owner was Shaw, not Hydra. Or maybe there was something wrong with it and it came from maintenance. Once the girls and dog were reunited with the rear guard, I switched back to observing the other team. They encountered more resistance and I could already see the transmissions they were sending their superiors. Lucky me. I had Spark piggyback the transmissions and track the receiver. We are under attack. Intruders spotted. Lower level laboratories are secured. Reinforcements requested. Command here. How many intruders? 20 or so. Powered individuals with higher technology. Reinforcement inbound. Secure the clone at all costs. Are they? Because I don't see anyone coming here. Oh. I just felt it. They have a form of teleportation. But, I imagine that since they didn't use it with the clone, it either is unstable or unreliable. Maybe they use a mutant with limitations or faulty tech. Spatial displacement in the labs. Caution advised. Escaping. James asked. Reinforcements. Possible mutants. So far they haven't encountered any mutants working for the enemy, only victims in the prison ward. Understood. They arrived at the reinforced doors of the lab. With a strong push of telekinetic force, the doors caved in. I used my sight to assess the enemy forces. One mutant, teleporter, no threat. Keep alive to allow one of them to escape. Viper, Ophelia Sarkissian, the woman in green, no threat. Allow escape to carry the news. The main target is confirmed, the blonde girl. Secure with a barrier. Maim the rest, try to keep the scientists alive to extract information. Not a priority objective. Beware of their energy weapons, possibly of Tesseract origin. I broadcasted to the entire team before they walked in. As they passed the broken frame, they erected 2 barriers, one to safeguard them from the energy blasters, and the other to prevent the clone from being moved. Both are of psionic origin. Energy blasters, unless you have a beam mode, have no penetrative power. The energy from the Tesseract tends to spatially disperse upon contact. So they kept several barriers behind each other, though visually it looks like one solid barrier. The girls didn't let the enemy analyze the situation. At a low height, they spammed psionic blades, intending to cut their legs. At medium height, they blasted the enemy still standing. Fuck. Take us out of here. Viper, who was on her way to secure their asset, Emma's clone, jumped back before being killed by an accidental shot. She grabbed the exhausted mutant by the throat and ordered him to teleport them out of this. You don't know who you are dealing with. I'll come back for you fucking bitches. She shouted like a classical villain thought, while warping with her tail between her legs. Not before her eyes lingered on James in realization. After this encounter, I expect them to start creating theories about this new enemy. An enemy that is related to their Winter Soldier, to Emma Frost, and somehow to mutants. Good job everybody. I'll have Spark download their database. Make sure that the scum doesn't die, yet. And move out as soon as possible. I wouldn't put it past them to try to bomb the base. Luckily the clone was currently dormant. She had her eyes open but it looked like her mind was locked. I'll have to take a look later. I left the girls cleaning up the base. Spark, you know what to do, get me everything please. On it. I looked down at the fox still in my lap, enjoying the pats and ignoring reality. Hey Emma, are you ready to meet the girl? Yeah, she didn't look right. Do you think she was conscious? Emma said. Her psionic field says she was, but her body wasn't. Maybe they did her that way to secure full loyalty. If that poor machine-like girl state can be called loyal. We went back to a comfortable silence while we lowered our ships to load the survivors, maids, dog, and butler. On their way back to the ships, I made sure that there were no tracking devices on the girl. I also discovered that her mind was being suppressed by magic. That was probably Selena Galio's work. The dog was better than the girl. There was some cellular degradation but nothing a quick pulse of biokinesis couldn't fix. The rest of the prisoners were stable after the girls blasted them with healing spells. A bit of an overkill, but that's okay. One of them had a tracker in her stomach, but I just fried it. I will leave it for the mutants in Krakoa to take care of. Once the survivors and dog were in the ships, the girls were floating outside with their city busters primed and ready. Okay, I feel like you'll blast me if I delay this any longer. So, go ahead, go crazy you pyromany dash. B-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-M, they didn't let me finish. Fuck. I shouted. The explosion was more than expected. They pulled a Ghostbusters and crossed the rays. I grabbed the girls and ships with my TK and lifted us further away. Boom boom, Michael Bay would be proud. Secondary explosions mixed with the generators. And then there was a silence, followed by a wave of light that engulfed us. I had a barrier up, so from the inside we saw the remnant blue energy of the Tesseract. Like in an aquarium. I'm not gonna lie, it looked awesome. I've never been inside an explosion like this one. The one in Earthsea was not this cool. Then there was a ringing and finally, after the wave of light ended, we saw the hole left after the explosion. Asterisk cough asterisk maybe I miscalculated the power left on the generators. Emma and James deadpanned at me. Yeah. That was awesome. Ha 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 more. The mana is calling me. Again. Let's do it again. Awesome. Well. Now I'm concerned about the integrity of Halo once they get stronger. Yeah. Megumans. Get inside. We are bailing out right now. This shit was seen from space. I'm way too pretty for prison. I made sure to remove any trace of energy left, at least this way they can claim that a methane bubble or some shit blew up. At full throttle, like a father going for milk, we escaped our responsibility. Less than an hour later we landed in Krakoa's airport. The council and the mutants specialized in healing were waiting for us there. This city looked like those pictures of North Korea I once saw, where you find a massive ghost city. Everything is super advanced for this time and this city has a capacity of a few thousands, but the population is about 200 mutants. At least it's self-cleaning. We left the mutants and non-mutants to them and after confirming a few things we departed, back to Halo, with a mutant dog and a clone girl extra. I will take a look at the dog and the girl, let's go to my lab. I told Emma, Anastasia, and Yekaterina. James, you can wait for me on this ship, we should go and pick up Steve Rogers after this. Jean should arrive soon, yesterday her exams were done. I went to visit her at my mansion on Earth, to check out how she was doing, but I was surprised to see that she had remodeled the mansion. She was very comfortable in my place. But, that place was meant to be just a foothold for my human identity, so I don't care that much. I knew that I would, eventually, have to get a house in the city where the world ending happens, New York. At least for a few years. Jean doesn't know that she will look like my sugar baby in the eyes of everyone. Well. I look young, so maybe not my sugar baby, but more like my fiancé. Either way, this has more repercussions for her than me. I bet she will have problems getting a guy on Earth once he finds out that she's been living rent-free in the house of some rich guy. Not that I think that she'll be able to get on with a regular human. No crazy mortal will start a relationship with beings like her or me. Deadpool is different. But yeah, maybe because Scott was a crazy brainwashed fucker he is the only real match that Jean 616 had. Because I didn't understand it at first, but when your level of existence is too different from the other, it's difficult to take the other seriously. Like a very nice poor girl dating a very nice multi-billionaire. There are bound to be problems, regardless of their feelings. My mind is a little special so I didn't have many problems with this, but I had a subconscious desire to uplift the level of the people around me. Nuna said that this was why she's been single for so long. She had trouble taking lower existences seriously. So Nuna ended with me, the voidling, and I uplifted all the people around me. Or at least gave them the potential to be more. An hour later, Jean and I were boarding the ship. We were ready to rescue the capsicle. Tony is a genius. I like the nickname. What happened with the girl? James asked. She was okay, she'll sleep for a few days and I had to stabilize her molecular structure. Emma said she will be adopting her. The spell was nasty, but not that difficult to unravel. And there were no more clones. A valid question. Yes, there were. Apparently, they couldn't create a stable clone, so they had like 1,000 of them but they were all slowly dying. They used the clones as expendable items, but once one of them died the psionic mind fused with the remaining. So, slowly, dead after dead, they were living longer and longer. This last girl has a mind with more than 1,000 streams of thought. She grew to the Omega level Southwest. They had to place a limiting spell on her. Does that mean that she has multiple personalities? James. No. She has one personality shared by all streams of thought. Like having parallel minds, but 1,000 of them. Based on what I've seen she will act similar to. Have you read Harry Potter? I asked James in clarification. Yes. Which book are we on? From my world's knowledge we shouldn't have more than 3 books, but timelines and shit. The 6th. Jean answered. Then from what I saw in her mind they all act similar to Luna Lovegood. With a dazed, dreamy look on her face. I think as she grows older she should have a stronger personality, but she is only 6 years old, approximate. It's hard to tell because she was dormant but the other clones were active before her for longer. Won't they just make more of her? Jean asked. No, gene cloning can only go so far without the source of gene data. They exhausted all that they took from Emma a few years ago. One of the clones heard them complain about it a few times. That's why they treated this one carefully, it was the last one. This lab we blew up was supposed to fix her cellular degradation and then her molecular structure. At least she is with us now. Jean said. Padawan, you probably have a clone as well. Are you kidding? No. It's something that I think Essex would do. He wanted something to do with you and Scott, a baby I suspect, but in this world, you can never be sure that people will live to see another day. So if I were him, just to be sure, I would have at least a clone of each of you. That's how Madeline Pryor came to be. The Goblin Queen, the most erotic Marvel character, in my humble opinion. Another favorite would be Lady Death from Coffin Comics. I'm starting to see a pattern here. I feel like my type might be the dark path, the goth path, the path of the corrupt women. What the fuck, Aragorn? When are we killing this Essex shit? I thought I was done with his mess after I fixed Scott's head. Can that head be fixed? Even in Earth 616, that guy was a mess. He was the most pathetic man, and yet he got the hottest girls. Language. He. Never mind, it's an inside joke. Once you have mastered your powers, you should be able to do a telepathic scan of the world and find all his clones. The guy tends to clone himself more than the healthy amount. There should be a healthy amount, right? Like 2 or 3 more than the original. Can't you do it? I can, but my presence would be broadcasted to a bunch of guys that I don't want to know about me. Mainly the Eternals, who would then inform the Celestials, or the servants of the Beyonders, or the avatars of the Chaos, or the servants of the extra-dimensional beings. There are a few dormant beings that may awake and mess things up. It's just a precaution, a very well-informed precaution. Why not do it and be done with this? Wouldn't this happen with me too? No. The signature of your psionic energy is local, mine is eldritch. They would recognize mine as the remnant from the skin of a new powerful player, then they would get ideas, annoying ideas. Like maybe my lord could take control over this new player, or maybe I should inform my lord to get rid of this variant in our magnificent plan, stuff like that. Normally a quick scan is fine since energy tends to disperse, but longer than that I would pop up on their radars. I assure you, distressed Padawan, there are things out there stronger than me. Problematic things as well, where even senior sister or Nuna wouldn't be able to help us. Jean. Well shit. This isn't good for my nerves. I'm a humble war veteran, I should not be stressing over this. James. Sure, Mr. Immortal Wolf. Don't worry too much, Jean. I'm getting stronger every day, I'm stabilizing my powers and getting to know them better. Something I didn't have a need for before, killing in the void was different. I also have like 11 plans to escape with the planet in case shit happens. And like 20 to escape with only the halo. I don't like much most humans, just the babies. I know, it's just so unfair and stressful. She said as she sat next to me and bumped her head on my shoulder. Contemplating the insignificance of our existence, we arrived at our destination. We left the ship in the ice cap and jumped into the frozen sea. The capsicle was under the kilometric cap of ice and at the bottom of another kilometric column of freezing water. There were traces of an explosion on the sea floor. Let's go, I left the androids not far from here. We moved and then we found the capsicle. The androids were guarding it while also making sure not to destabilize the environment. Jean, I will create a barrier that will allow the vapor to escape while banning the entry from outside. You need to heal him as you evaporate the water. His body is shit, so if you have to choose between body or soul, don't waste your time and choose soul. In the best case, I won't have to make a new body for him, but Jean should be able to do it. Her control over senior sister's fire has advanced a lot since she gained her Phoenix bloodline. His body is in a terrible state, I think I can even identify pieces of him that were eaten by the fauna in here, but I might be wrong, it could be scars from the accident and subsequent explosion. This reality is requiring more babysitting than I thought, maybe Iron Man will die in the cave as well. I will have to get more involved in the earthly matters. I set the barrier in place and Jean got to work. What do you think he is going to say about your ears and tail, James? He will ask if I was always a werewolf. During our time this culture about beast people didn't exist. Of course, it didn't. This is the result of irradiating a country twice. Butterflies, ripples, and tornadoes, I swear if I ever end up in the past I wouldn't change most things. All the accumulation of tragedies, discoveries, successes, failures, curses, blessings, deaths, and births, led to what we have today. I very much like what I have today. That's why I work to improve it and not change it. A Church of the Shine should be a nice addition to history. You said something grand right there at the end, but both of us know that you were talking about beast girls. Yeah, well, I'm truthful to my desires. I know, everybody knows. Whatever. Do you think he is going to want us to help his girl? I would normally say yes, but Steve was always a stubborn mule. I can see him saying something about letting life flow its course. You can emotionally blackmail him, you could tell him that you are going to be left alone, friendless, a man out of his time, if he and Peggy don't join you in this eternal journey. This sounds dumb, but, just guilt trip him into eternal life. I can see that disagreeable method working. Well, what can I say? I am not the best when it comes to morals and stuff like that. I was pretty white at the beginning, then black, and now a gray that tends to go dark in front of scum. I have seen so, but most real people are like that. Only children's heroes can live in the light and fight in the dark without dying themselves in the process. You should tell that to Superman. Ha ha ha. Yeah, maybe I should. I'll let him know if I find him in the future. *I**, you're not joking, are you? Oh no, I'm not. Do you know about the multiverse? If every possibility is both truthful and deceitful, shouldn't it stand to reason that stories become reality and reality becomes stories somewhere out there? More like in the omniverse, but I think that there's supposed to be some overlapping here. I don't want to know, I already have enough with our very real cosmic terrors. I don't want to think about fighting Azathoth. Maybe Azathoth can be considered my super superior. One day I might visit other multiverses, but I don't think I know how to navigate the void, so no can do. I wouldn't leave my Nuna for all the other goth girls out there. My Nuna can shapeshift, so that's like a one-in-all deal. She can also create multiple time instances of herself, so I'm the true winner here. 5 fucking hours, that's how fucked up Steve Rogers was. Jean said that something was fighting her healing. Probably the space stone energy, or maybe some weird cosmic energy resulting from the explosion. I couldn't even help because I couldn't tell what effect removing the energy would have on his eggshell-like body. Maybe this foreign energy was keeping everything glued together. Yet, the beautiful Padawan succeeded. I should be nice to her for a few days. Thank you, my beautiful Padawan. I said to the tired girl. She was already falling asleep and we were deep under the freezing sea. You're only nice at times like this. I know, but you should know that I love you a lot. Nobody is talking about that, we are talking about my treatment. I can always tell your feelings, stop distracting me. I know, but you should know that I love you a lot. Shut up. Carry me. I'm going to fall asleep. She gave up, moved to my back, and fell asleep immediately after she piggybacked on me. Let's go, James, bring the cap with you. We moved to the ship above and drove to Halo. Steve Rogers should wake up tomorrow. Hi everyone. This was a long one. Should be the only chapter of this week. I will upload a bunch of pictures, so if you are reading this and haven't seen them you might give it a few minutes. In case someone is wondering, I am not gender bending the character, just something that he can do. Comic-wise, Death can also do it. I might include it in Lemon scenes but not yet. I have nothing against gender bent, I actually like it, so don't get triggered, please. I haven't explained this, but unless the MC is copying the physical appearance of someone, he has to imagine the entire desired body. This is why he has some default forms, because imagining a new physical body from nothing takes time. If not mistaken, we can't imagine new faces only by repurposing old info. We come up with new faces, which are fundamentally new combinations. Don't quote me on the last part. I also mentioned something about the time instances. That's something that most nigh-omnipotent beings can do. Basically, you make a past of yourself adjacent to your present self, so you end up with 2 or more versions of you. It can be a past or future version of you just a few seconds ahead or behind. It's not cloning because both are you. At the end, the displaced instances go back to their time. I'm purposely not meddling in Krakoa's situation because I plan to write about it on different POVs. Chapter 24, Preparations. Life is made of choices and decisions. Everything you are and everything you will be is dictated by choices, be it the choices of the ones that stand before you or the choices you make on your way to the undeniable end, death. The grand total accumulation of these decisions makes up your reality. No matter how small, no matter how stupid, no matter how innocent the choice, they always add until you have your grand total, also known as your reality. The choices before you create your starting line in life and the choices after you create your scenario, your working conditions, and the additional advantages or disadvantages that sponsor your future and subsequently your present. There are always 3 types of consequences following your choices: detrimental, beneficial, and neutral. Most of our life is made up of the last 2, but the first ones, those are the ones that mark us, that teach us, that make or unmake us. We take for granted the last 2, so it's harder to learn from success or stability. It's the way we humans are, we learn more when we are fighting, and when we are surviving. Although a life without struggle sounds heavenly, there's no need to lie to ourselves, we are not made for that, we are made for struggle, the degree of work that each person can handle varies from person to person. But, we, all of us, need a certain amount of difficulties to exist, to find the meaning of life or a purpose. An existence of no struggle can only be sustained by the Heavenly Lord. That's what I always thought. That's why I never complained, why I always fought on and more. I knew I was working for the brighter future of my country, the one I could always dream of. A future of freedom, equality, of strong and just men and women, of opportunities. I can always picture it, and how beautiful it will be. And I was rewarded for my fights, lives were saved, territories were reclaimed, and friendships were nurtured through hardship. Hydra was losing, the Nazis were seeing their end on the horizon, and we all knew it. I was proud of knowing that I played a vital role in that. So when the time came to make the ultimate choice, the only thing that I regretted was leaving my gal alone. I faltered for a second, I am human after all. However, I knew that my life, no matter how super it was not worth more than the lives of those I was protecting back home. I was fully aware that for my country, my allies, and my Peggy, I had to crash the Valkyrie. I couldn't allow Schmidt to ultimately win after his death. Peggy, this is my choice. I told her before placing her picture in my view so that I could be with her even at the last second. So that I could depart with some light in my last moment of darkness. Because that's what she was to me, light. A rain check, I asked her for, I don't know how to dance, I told her to distract myself from my unavoidable end as I saw the frozen sea, I'd hate to step on your feet, was the last I tried to say before I lost my life, at least I get to have her in my eyes one last time, was what I thought as I saw her picture. And I was ready for the end, for the total grand accumulation of my choices to end after the ultimate choice, rumble. It started slow, at least to my senses, it did, then I opened my eyes, to find myself not in the afterlife. I was underwater, but there was light, a cold electric blue light that seemed to claim all. Until it engulfed me as well. Then there was pain, more than what I felt before when I was remade. I couldn't understand what I was seeing or feeling, flashes of light followed by unimaginable pain, only to be dulled by the freezing water and start the cycle again. I couldn't feel most of my limbs, I was pretty sure that I lost my eyes since everything was dark, then, as if my body was restarting. Pain. Slow, agonizing, mind-numbing pain. That's what invaded my supplicating mind. Could I be going down instead of up? Could I have made a mistake by following my duty? Was I not supposed to take a single life? Was it the thoughts that I kept to myself? Was it the times of sin? Was I not fighting for justice? Did my actions have no justification? What did I do to deserve this? I didn't know, but I knew that I was not in the land of my Lord. I was suffering. Until I stopped suffering and started dreaming about my life, my family, my friends, my Peggy. Then there was warmth and light, so much light I tried to close my eyes, the eyes in my mind. I was blinded by the light, that's how I discovered that I had my eyes back. Hello, Steve. A voice I will never forget. I tried to get used to the light and finally, I saw my friend, my brother, and that was when I knew. So I finally arrived at heaven. Bucky, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? It was so painful, but I'm glad I got here. Bucky looked at me and sighed in relief. I thought I wouldn't make it, but if Bucky is here then at least I know this is not hell. I moved to hug my brother but I phased through him. I said in confusion as I looked at my arms and Bucky's body. This is not heaven, Steve. And you're not dead, neither am I. He said with a cheeky grin. I don't know about you Bucks, but I remember crashing a bomber into the sea. You don't get out of one of those alive. And the phasing is not helping your case. Ha ha ha. Yeah, you normally don't. And you also suffered from the explosion caused by the crash of the bombs. I've been told you were not supposed to make it out of that alive. But here we are, my friend. Okay, I'll bite, what about you? I saw you fall. I was rescued and later enslaved by Hydra for a few decades. I'm free now. He said with a smile. That's a relief, I wouldn't want my brother under their thrall. Then. Where is this place? Or, wait. A few decades. Yes, Steve, a few decades. We are reaching the end of this millennium. I never thought I would live long enough to be here, but reality is often stranger than fiction, or equally stranger, so I've come to learn. Bucky said as if reminiscing about something. What about her? All of this could be a figment of my imagination, but even if it was, in case it isn't I have to ask. Peggy. She is old, having old people problems by now, but she is alive, she never married, in case you're wondering. Sigh, I don't know if this is real, I don't know if I should be happy about Peggy, I don't know what's going on Bucky. Whether you're real or not, just, lay it on me. Tell me, what are we doing here? Wherever here is. We rescued you a few hours ago. Your body was in a state of disrepair. Under normal circumstances you would have been deeper than 6 feet under. You were healed, and you should be waking up in a few hours. But we thought that giving you a heads up would be for the better. The place we are at the moment is so much different than anything we knew that you might be clinically shocked if we don't familiarize you with the new times. Your super soldier brain is better equipped to receive information than normal humans, so we brought you to this place. The learning room. Here time moves faster, so I will try to introduce you to your new reality for the next days. Things like common sense, history, Halo common sense, and talk to you about the bigger picture, or the truth. That's what our benefactor calls it, knowledge about the universe. Of course, not everything will fit in this short but long span of time, but you'll be better prepared. So let's start. We will begin with the time immediately after your death. In this way, my second time at school started. And what a ride it was. I had so many questions. Questions I didn't have the brains for before. Questions I was not prepared to ask. Questions whose answer I regret knowing. Questions, questions, and more questions. Was it necessary to bomb Japan with these nuclear bombs, twice? Why would my country have invested interests in countries outside our own? Why is Beast Girls 15% of the curriculum? Why is Hydra handling, covertly, most of the world? Didn't I fight to end them? What about my efforts? Why would my country throw it all away for some war criminal scientists? Why is it important to understand the power hierarchy by the number of tails? Why is there still discrimination when all men fought as one in the war? Why are there super soldier serum-made girls? Why are there super dino serum velociraptors? Why was Dr. Erskine's work reduced to the level of a common vitamin supplement? Why are we still participating in international conflict at this time instead of focusing on our very apparent national problems? Why must I start to train once again to be part of the weekly spars? How does technology for Terrans work? Why are we still discriminating? The target just shifted a little to the mutants now, but we still discriminate, be it gender, skin color, economic prowess, or extra abilities. How does technology for Halo ANS work? What about the future that I envisioned for my country? Why was I so blind to see that the USA, USSR, Germany, Japan, the Allies, the Axis, all were the same? How to recognize friendly aliens? How to recognize hostile aliens? Why God is real but not here? Why I should fight even harder because our apparent God is a cosmic dragon who has a flair for the dramatic. The greatness of Gia, the favorite goddess. The greatness of death, the madam. The importance of Shine and Fluff. How to avoid pissing the unstable cosmic entity. Jean Grey, but Bucky said that this was draconic biased information and that apparently, the two cosmic entities tend to take a piss out of each other. The type of currency Kitty accepts in case I need help, she deals in favors. The 8 princesses whom I must not offend. How not to get affected by the common sense of Spark and Aragorn. Apparently, Aragorn shared most of his memories with Spark during its creation, and that corrupted its common sense code. Whatever that lingo means. The people I can rely upon in case I need normal help. Bucky, the Queen, the Ancient One and Spark. The people I can rely upon in case I need overkilling help. Jean, Kitty, Aragorn, the Madam, and Goddess Gia. It looks like they help to the extreme. The people I can rely upon in case I need intergalactic help. The Queen, Spark, and Carol Danvers. I don't think I will be needing that type of help. The people I can rely upon in case I need planetary help. Natalia and Fury. A surprise that she is still alive. About the culture among telepaths, how to create mental barriers, and how to detect mental incursions. About magic and how I now have a well of energy that enhances my body and anything I'm in contact with. Which animals to be aware of in Halo, and which city has the best ambience depending on my mood. Dinosaurs turned out to be the most harmless, and blue bunnies the most dangerous. They tend to light things on fire. If I want to brood, the Siren City was recommended. There was a lot of useful information, but I could not cover more. It was time to wake up and meet the people who helped me and my friend. I had the time I needed to deal with what awaited me outside. Things were definitely not how I remember them. Seemingly, I was never the strangest or strongest being on Earth. The days I spent in the learning room allowed me to prepare. This time gave me the tools I would need to deal with this fucked up world. I shouldn't curse, but the situation warrants it. Besides, the Heavenly Lord doesn't involve himself in this doomed reality, so I'll take care of not cursing out loud. That's my best compromise. I'm not ashamed of saying that I had a panic attack when Bucky showed me his new form. Or when he told me about how even he suffers from the pets from time to time. Fluff is Fluff, according to Aragorn, but I'm having a hard time picturing a grown man petting another. Alas, I've been told that matters of sexual orientation are different now. However, I'm happy to know that Aragorn is protecting Peggy and that if I ever wanted it, he could help Peggy and me get our time back. I will have to think about it, and I should talk to her. Things were not what I expected, my choices took me to a place I never imagined was possible. But I don't regret it. I'm not pleased with some of the results after my passing. But this time, not driven by the situation of the world, I have a choice I can take. I could join the fight or not, knowing that this time there were people, possibly friends, stronger than me fighting for what I stood for. Well, Aragorn appears more of a hands-off approach guy, but his actions speak louder than his words. I was always a soldier, maybe this time I could be something else. After a few hours of Bucky catching Rogers up to date, both opened their eyes. I still cannot comprehend how he was still alive, it was like his soul was sustaining his body and not the other way around. I know that his new powers had a hand in it, but still, this was too much even for his enhancement powers. Maybe another one of the cosmics had a hand in it, or the Aniki. I'll ask Nuna later. While Irina and Yelena helped Rogers get up and summoned him some water, I went to Bucky's side. So, how did it go, James? Any problems? Rogers' body is now in perfect health, thanks to the sleeping Firebird, but his mind was another thing. It was terrible. His mind was probably as broken as mine was. He was caught in a loop, reliving his last moments. I worked psionic therapy on him for about 3/4 of the time we spent there. The problem was that the combination of serum and low temperature kept him awake longer than necessary, so his mind was in a perpetual state of shock due to the pain. Bucky said, emanating a sense of pain through his telepathy. I figured something was wrong based on the feeling that he gave off. But it looks like you managed to help him through it. I commented as I saw how he was reacting like a 1940s virgin boy to my gorgeous overly touchy maids. I sent my amusement and support back to Bucky. You do know that he is in love with someone, right? I sent my maids. Yeah, but he is prime material, maybe his girl can share. I wouldn't mind sharing, sent back Yelena, followed by the agreement of Irina. Based on their upbringing, it's not surprising. I made sure to relay the conversation to Bucky. This way at least he'll know what to tell his friend in case he asks. Bucky. Ha 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 ha, me. I don't see Peggy sharing, we are from different times and circumstances. Me neither, but you will probably be forced to be shared if they don't find someone. You know that, right? Ha 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 ha. Bucky decided to ignore our telepathic conversation and continued as if he heard nothing. Yeah, it was honestly a lot of work. I dread to think about the level at which you and Emma stand to be able to heal me the way you did. I chuckled at his comment and terrible attempt to ignore reality. It was different for Emma, Jean, and I, we were born this way, while the girls and you were made this way, so it will take some time before you reach our level. Don't think too much about it, James. You're getting there, in a few years you and some of the girls will stand at our level, you just need some practice. If you want during this time that I will be out of this sector you can go to Krakoa and practice with some of the victims we rescued during our last mission. Xavier is good, but not at healthy mental therapy. Bucky should make a nice addition to their staff until I come back and have him back on the payroll. I think that's a good idea. I don't trust the bald telepath that much. Ha ha ha. I was thinking the same. If Steve gets tired of being up here you can take him with you. I bet he would be happy to meet Logan. Just talk to Sarah first, she is the baby boss down there. The cute baby boss, she would say if she heard me. I will. Steve was checked, thoroughly, one last time by Irina and Yelena before standing up and coming to Bucky's. He hugged Bucky and sighed in relief. I'm glad to see you, in the flesh, Bucky. Me too, brother. I can't say that we both survived World War II, but what matters is that we made it at the end. I guess for Steve World War II was just yesterday, or 3 days ago if we count the time he spent in the learning room. Rogers and Bucky separated and he looked back at me, or my horns to be exact, and said, "Thank you, sir, for what you did for me and Peggy." He gave me a handshake overflowing with thankfulness. You're welcome, Captain. But the one that restored your body while unfreezing you is resting in one of the rooms upstairs. You should thank her when she wakes up. He he he. I bet senior sister is baking her in her sleep about her poor control of the cosmic fire. Normally Jean sleeps in my mind, through our link, but when she is sleeping and senior sister summons her she doesn't come here to sleep. Miss Gray, right, sir? He said with some uncertainty. Yes. Jean Grey, a red-headed teenager, has a fiery temper when it comes to me but is overall sweet and caring. She will probably wake up tomorrow if you want to thank her. I think she might as well wake up today in the middle of the night. I'll check on her later. I will. When can I visit Peggy, sir? So he is like me. A guy with a leash. He wakes up and one of the first thing he thinks about is getting back to his girl. Whenever you're ready, just make sure that you have the common sense of Earth down to a T. James should help you get your Hydra-recognizable face mask since we don't want those guys going crazier. And you should get a room here while you come to a decision about your future. Also because if I have you here I can possibly gain another friend in our tiny fraternity, Bucky, Pietro, Spark, and me. Thank you, sir. Don't worry too much about it. It's good to have you back, Captain. I have to go and check on another patient, I said as I made my way to the clone girl whom I felt waking up just now. I got out of Roger's room and went to check on Emma and the girl. Inside the room I found Emma paying attention to the sleeping girl. Hey Fluff. How is it going? She rolled her eyes at me while gesturing at the sleeping beauty. Just checking up on her. She should be waking up soon. She also noticed the fake act of the sleeping beauty. If she doesn't wake up should we throw her with the sharks? I quipped back. Aren't the sharks fat enough? Maybe we should try the croc swamp. Yeah, the croc swamp doesn't sound so bad. Maybe we can fatten them up. I've heard that croc tail tastes like shrimp. You're on to something, Aragorn. I will look for a chef in Florida. I don't think we have someone knowledgeable in the art of croctail cooking around here. All right. I will take this kid to the croc swamp and you go and find us a chef. I bet at least one of the crocs should be fat enough. We both looked down at the sweating, sleeping beauty. The nervousness and regret she exuded filled the room and bathed our senses. Please don't eat us, she whispered in a barely audible yell. She opened her eyes in fright and landed her sight on me first before she felt the similarity between her mind and Emma's. There was some recognition in the beginning but that was shadowed by confusion when she saw her ears and tails. Fox? She asked while tilting her head and reaching for the ears on her sides. Yes girl, do you like it? Emma asked, barely containing her mirth. Yes. We thought you were someone else, but she doesn't have fox ears, or tails, she said while following the swaying tails with her eyes. Who did you think I was? A woman known as Emma Frost. You are not Hydra, are you? She said as she moved her sight from Emma to me. Why do you think so, girl? I asked her. We don't feel any belittlement from either of you. They always look down on us. No, we are not Hydra. Also, she is Emma Frost, your gene donor, but her last name changed some time ago. Her eyes grew in surprise and looked back at Emma. Not long before she tilted her head once again in confusion. Then. Where are our ears? She touched the top of her head where her fox ear should be. He gave me these ears about a year ago. Your ears and tails are with him as well, you can ask for them later. Emma pointed with her sight in my direction. Clone girl looked back at me and nodded as if agreeing to something. What should we call you? I don't think girl is your name, Emma said while getting her attention back. We don't have a name. We had several designations, the one on this body was WXIV, or at least we believe it was. We are not sure if it was the designation of this body or the project, but this body is the last one, so it shouldn't matter. According to their files, that was the designation of the program. You girls were named after the number of your eclosion. Since you were the last one they called you W-1237. The 1237 clone out of 1,237 successful clones. I told her. We never knew. They used to call us U. How did you learn of my name? One time, in the beginning, when they were still studying our bodies, they messed up with the anesthetic, they timed it wrong and we were able to listen to their conversation. They said that we were a batch of clones from one Emma Frost. She said while looking up, trying to remember. They were right but not exactly. The way they did the cloning made you Emma's twin sisters and daughters. Emma is both your father and mother, and the similarity in your DNA makes you identical twins. The girl looked at Emma for confirmation. Upon seeing her nod the girl gained some twinkling stars in her eyes while the rest of her face remained listless. But she soon lost the stars and said. We're happy to have found you, but we're dying like the others. They were supposed to fix us, based on what we heard from when we spied on them, but we don't think they had time to do that. She lowered her eyes in sadness and resignation. Oh, that. I fixed that already. As the way you are now, you will live a long human life, given that you're not killed of course. But I bet she will choose to be like her sister/mother and will gain some fluff, so her long human life will change to a long eternal life. Thank you, mister. She shed a tear at that, but her overall facial expression remained dazed. The only outward change was in her eyes, otherwise, if you're not an empath, you won't know how she's feeling. My name is Aragorn, girl. Do you want to name yourself? Aragorn. We don't know. We don't know many names. The only female name we knew was Ophelia. We know some other words but we don't know if those could be used as names. Could we be called anesthesia? Or meltdown? What about paper? Microscope? Lab coat? She said Ophelia's name with disgust, before starting to name herself as lab appliances or similar stuff. Well, Ophelia is a bitch but she is also another product of Hydra, so I don't blame her that much. She is going to die though, make no mistake she is as scummy as the rest. But I will put in a good word for her in her next life, that is more than she deserves. Do you want me to give you one? Emma asked the confused clone. She won't allow her kid to be named IV Drop. The girl stopped her nonsense and nodded to Emma. You will be Mindy Mill Fulgebund Draconis, daughter to Emma Fulgebund Draconis, princess of the Fulgebund Draconis Imperium. We are a princess. I'm a queen, an empress in the making, and you're my daughter, so that makes you a princess. Mindy Mill looked at the serious Emma before nodding in acceptance with a smile in her eyes. What does the name mean? Fulgebund Draconis means bright dragon, shine bright dragon, light dragon. Mindy means beautiful, black, or sweet. Mill means thousand. According to Aragorn, you have more than 1,000 streams of thought, originating from the fusion of your minds, so I thought it was appropriate to make them honor. Mindy nodded once again at this. So you named your clone/daughter/sister that looks like your mini-me beautiful. Well, I guess you can brag about their beauty. Even before my modifications perfected her looks, she was one of the most beautiful mortals I'd ever seen. Mindy, from where did you get your knowledge? It's been bugging me because Hydra just installed the basics, but she's smarter than the files gave her credit. We copied it on several occasions, from the minds of the people around us. They were not always paying close attention to us. We did lose several bodies whenever we showed them new knowledge, so we stopped eventually. They didn't tell us why they were disposing of our bodies, so we had a hard time figuring out the reason. I guess you never had the chance to go deeper while copying, right? I said as I affectionately stroked her head. Emma was almost audibly snarling before grabbing her hand in reassurance. They had these dampers that prevented us from deeply intruding. By the time we were strong enough to read their minds, we discovered we were dying, so we thought that it was better to have them fix us before escaping. That was smart of you, Mindy. I don't think you had much of a chance of escaping before they figured something was up. I told her. Maybe she could have manipulated the people in the lab, but there were several traps and monitoring schemes set up against telepaths. Even my maids would have had a hard time if they invaded the facility with just their telepathy. Mindy lowered her head in fear after hearing my conclusion, which earned me a glare from Emma. Don't worry, Mindy, you're safe now. No one can take you away from here, and that idiot over there can get you whatever you want. You will live with us from now on and you won't be missing anything. Don't worry about Hydra either, we're hunting them down. Just give us a few years and there will be no more Hydra on the planet. Emma raised the girl from the medpod and carried her like a baby in her chest. She secured her with her tails and brought her out of the room. Mindy rested her head on Emma's chest while grabbing one of her tails in her free hands. I followed them outside. Emma waved her hand and opened a portal to the main balcony of the crystal. See where we are, daughter of mine. She let Mindy out of her chest and tails, except for the one Mindy took possession of, for her to witness the landscape. No one will harm you here, Emma said as she pointed at the ring. No one from there will be able to reach you. Emma pointed dismissively at Earth. Her racism showing. I and everyone here will protect you and help you with whatever you need, she said while getting into eye contact with the surprised girl. Sniff thank you, Mother, Mindy expressionlessly said as she teared up. You're welcome, Mindy Mill, daughter of mine. Emma brought her forehead to her child's and established a psychic connection between them, not unlike the one Jean and I share. I walked to the duo and hugged the hell out of them, before the girl took advantage of the situation and tried to grab one of my pointed ears as she did with one of Emma's tails. Krakoa. General Assembly of the Krakoan Council, by humans, for humans, and Krakoa. I Assembly, overseen by Seraph Draconis A.I. Overseer. Hello Council women and men. Father has built the capital city of our dreams and design. The other 4 peripheral cities will be built as soon as Father comes back and or we require them. This first assembly in our new parliament building marks the start of Krakoa as a country. Though we don't have different political parties, we do have different worldviews. However, today and henceforth we stand together. No longer separated as 2 or more sides from one race, we stand as the Council of Krakoa, made of humans, mutants or not alike, and overseen by yours truly, Seraph Draconis. We have several items to address today and others to schedule for the following assemblies. I will step down and whenever you need me just let me know. Please use your P-links for voting, requesting time on the podium, sharing new laws for voting, and any other request that you want to be discussed over the assembly. Saying Southwest, Seraph took her place on the back of the podium. She was visible but her stand as an overseer was clear. She didn't have any voting rights but she had all the veto rights. According to her older brother, humans are not used to being ruled by AI, so her role will be similar to that of a police officer, where she will make sure that they don't screw up and if they do she will time out them. Her brother and father had clearly told her that no matter how obvious the solution to their problems was in her eyes, unless they asked for help she shouldn't help them. There were certain parameters and loopholes to this, but she understood that in order to build trust she needed to allow them to struggle. Which is what she did. There were several issues that they needed to deal with first and foremost, but, maybe because of their history, the first issue they decided to deal with was one of building a military force. To her draconic coding, it was clear that they were not going to need anything other than the X-Force they already had. The current Krakoan population was pitiful. However, she kept her silence. According to Seraph, housing, food, and legislation were the first topics that they should have addressed. No one is going to invade them, but they will need food. They will need rules and they will need to find out how to distribute the living properties available. A long-distance teleporter was something that they were in desperate need of. Currently the only convenient way out of the island was by teleporting. According to Father, they can use special flowers found in Krakoa to create gateways. But, here they are, wondering how much Spark will charge them for the teleportation service, Seraph thought. It certainly is a rocky start, and I'm starting to see how difficult it will be to not give them the correct answers. I will have to see them monkey around until they have enough trust to include me in their problem-solving strategies. What's not hard-earned is not hard-appreciated. Aragorn was clear about this, but on the other hand, he didn't have the luxury of allowing the mutants a few more tragedies. There was no time to waste. The end of the world was now. It was just that only a few knew about it. The mutants were always one Omega mutant away from destroying the planet, and this was aggressively more apparent in this doomed reality. Aragorn was 100% sure that by this time Wanda would have been either killed by Agatha or the ruler of the new addition to the Chaos Dimension, Earth. So he decided to give them their hardship through the threat that he would unmutant the planet should they fail to uphold their end of the deal. He was the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. The Krakoan Council was aware of that. They would never forget the fear that was implanted through shock in their minds, and they would never forget those crimson eyes. Which is why in their clumsy ways, they were trying their best. Through falling they'll learn to fly. I think I understand what Father meant by this. My only contribution today was the name of the capital, Urbs Beatorum Homines, or Beatorum for short. City of the Blessed Humans. Sigh, I still can't believe that was the only time they asked for my help. General Assembly of the Krakoan Council, by humans, for humans, and Krakoa. 11 Assembly, overseen by Seraph Draconis A.I. Overseer. 11 meetings. I can't believe that's how long it took them to realize that they needed to start thinking about food. Ugh, Father help me. Although Seraph was about to pull her hair out, things were progressing. Definitely, not as much as they could have under the support of an AI as advanced as her, but there was progress. An educational institution was created. The Teaching Institute of Krakoa was modeled after the original School for the Gifted. The Morlocks and Brotherhood took the roles centered around providing services and searching for what they were lacking. On the 11th Assembly, they decided to buy seeds and several different animals needed for the production of animal derivatives, chickens, hens, cows, pigs, turkeys, ducks, and several others. They also requested Saripa to teach them about flora and fauna growth and care. Unknowingly this fell under one of her loopholes which allowed her to speak her mind about this particular topic. Before you decide to buy seeds, seedlings, and saplings from the Queen, you should look around the island to find what can be of use. According to Father, there are several useful plants around the island. If you find anything useful, just ask Krakoa about its growth conditions. Regarding animal production, pick 3 people who will be in charge of this sector. I will teach them what they need to know about the animal industry, and they can teach the others. There's no sense in all of you learning about this, given that you won't start raising pigs. You are part of the council. You can keep buying food from the Imperium while you grow your greens, but I recommend you hire a few of the girls and have them magically speed up the growth. If you are lucky, they won't charge you and they will use this chance to practice their Voridus magic. What's Voridus magic? Irene Adler asked. It's magic for growing, enhancing, manipulating, and changing flora, aka plants. I think they haven't had the chance to practice it because when it was used in Halo they didn't know any magic. Thanks, Seraph. Raven Darkholm. You're welcome. Please pay close attention to the plants. I know it's hard to understand, but when beings at the level of Father say that something might be useful, then they usually mean in their scale of usefulness. She felt like the weight of the world was removed from her shoulders when she said that. With this, they should suspect something extraordinary from the plants, Seraph thought to herself. General Assembly of the Krakoan Council, by humans, for humans, and Krakoa. 17 Assembly, overseen by Seraph Draconis A.I. Overseer. A week. Another week. I thought maybe a day or 2, but they needed another entire week to discover that they needed more scientists, aside from Hank McCoy, to efficiently analyze the plants found on the island. Miss Seraph, do you know of any scientists that would like to work here? On commission, maybe? Asked Callisto. This question again gave Seraph the chance to guide the humans in the right direction. Not from Earth, but you can ask the girls, once again, for help. There are about 20 biologists, 10 organic chemists, 30 doctors, 5 physicists, and other useful professions. How is that possible? Aren't most of them in their teen years? Asked Hank, who today was present as a special guest. There are these learning rooms in Halo that plug you into a cyber-psionic space for learning. A normal human could get an MD diploma in a year, telepaths, and the learned in the mind arts in a month. Most of the girls have at least 3 diplomas. That's revolutionary. Could we get one of those? Unfortunately, no. The Queen took the rights to those since Aragorn would have probably uplifted the universe by now, if she let Father be, that's what she said. I know how to build them, but I'm not authorized to give you the schematics. Can you guide me in the task? Sure, but only with yes or no questions, not the same but similar. I estimate that it would take you about 5 to 10 years under my help if you give this project your undivided attention. Something you can't afford for now. This broke down the dreams and fantasies of the beast about having 30 different diplomas. My advice remains the same, the girls will probably enjoy it, but since they can't leave their day jobs alone, they will probably only help during their free time, which they will charge us for. It's not as instantaneous as magic, so they will have to dedicate these tasks a veritable amount of time. Seraph said while looking at the council. I can also help you with knowledge if you ask for my help. Seraph this time looked at Beast. It will be greatly appreciated, Miss Seraph. This made Seraph smile, this way she should be able to help. Maybe it's just on the part of cataloging species and assisting Hank McCoy in the lab, but it was better than playing online with the girls, Spark, James, Steve, and her father all day long. General Assembly of the Krakoan Council, by humans, for humans, and Krakoa. XXV Assembly, overseen by Seraph Draconisfilia, A.I. Overseer. Father, this is too much. Why won't they ask for my help until they no longer can come up with a solution? Do you know how easy it would be for me to solve their internet security issues? My cute Seraph, I'm not reading their minds, but I can extrapolate a few reasons. Pride, misconception, and apprehension. What do you mean, Father? Pride in their skills and refusal to ask for help. Misconception about your role and the extent of the help that you can provide. Apprehension to artificial intelligence lording over them. But Father. That's stupid. Yes, Seraph, I know. But I used to be human like them, and I can imagine how these 3 reasons are very possible. It's cute, Seraph, not just Seraph. And I think that I will go crazy. Ha ha ha, yes, my cute Seraph, I won't forget. By the way, how did the internet security topic come into play? You better not, Father. They found out that some of the younger mutants were playing online with the consoles that you gifted them, so they were wondering if they could be hacked and their location discovered. It's possible if the other party is a technomancer or a technopath, but either way, you're equipped enough to deal with such incursions. The technomancer would prove difficult to you since your soul hasn't taken root and you can't cast magic yet, but I left a bunch of spells in your core to know if something of the sort attacked you. Yes, I imagined so, Father. How different is the progress of this country compared to the progress of Emma's when she was building hers? Well, Emma had Spark's help and she knew what needed to be done. She also had basically the last word since Spark could adapt to any of her wishes and expectations. It took her, Spark, and their council of ministers just one long meeting to have a sketch of their immediate needs and fixes. I think by the second meeting they were already giving reports, and by the end, they were planning what to do with Nern. I want my own Emma on my council. I can see that. Emma also took some of my girls who were later trained in country building careers. So she had her specialized personnel since the beginning. I think it will take your country about 1 or 2 months to get their food situation sorted out, and by the year you should be working in your own industry. But Father. They don't ask for help. How can I do my job if they don't ask for my help and you don't let me offer it? You need to make friends. They will feel at ease if they see you as their friend. You don't need to make friends with all of them, just a few. Besides, the more you experience, the faster your soul grows. Spark had my memory, so his growth was unprecedented, since memories translate to experience, but you don't, sweet girl, so you need to experience more of life. I can see that working. Any recommendations? Irene, Raven, and Hank. Although Hank is not part of the council, he is currently the most important person over there, so he has the loudest voice. Okay, Father. I will try. Mr. Beast and I are already on friendly terms, ever since I started working as his lab assistant. When are you leaving? Possibly in a week or 2. Kitty needs to get some personal matters dealt with, and I have almost scheduled the next missions for up to a year. By the way, do you know if the X-Force will participate in the next missions? Yes, they are eager to participate. They've been training. My cute Seraph, could you do me a favor? Sure, Father. What is it? Can you train them in the Black Ops modus operandi that we use? I want them to look less like a mutant force and more like a Halo force. Will you lend them some of our weapons? Yes, that's the plan. You can use some of the ones I gave you, but if you're missing something, just coordinate with Spark and have it portaled down there. Okay. That will be fun. Can I participate in the missions? Yes, but only as Overwatch. You're like sending the final boss to the newbie starting city. That's fine, father. I just want to explore Earth a little bit, aside from the satellite view. That's not a problem, my cute daughter. Do you want me to bring you something from space? Tech that we don't have. I think that I'm missing some from the Sovereign. They had blown up their planets before I had the chance to meet their Z versions. Yay. Goodbye, my childish cute daughter. Pay attention to your meeting, you shouldn't call me every time the assemblies bore you. Humph. Goodbye, my enslaver father. I love you. I love you too, my cute seraph. X-Mansion. Catherine Pride, Kitty, Darth Kitty, Magical Girl, Cat Girl, Sith, Elemental Sorcerer, the Strongest Cat, the Eminence in the Shadow, the Cat of the Favors, Cat of Priorities, soon to be Cosmic Dragon Rider. Ever since the founding of Krakoa, there's been less personnel in the mansion, but more movement. This is understandable, the professor hasn't moved all the kids to the island yet, so the teaching staff and members of the X-Force move from one place to the other frequently. They have made a great effort to ensure an uninterrupted learning experience. Most of the kids in our school are rescues, but the ones that are here with the consent of their parents, the minority, had to have a very interesting conversation with their parents. The professor was under orders of Aragorn to forbid the spread of the news about Krakoa, so those parents had their minds slightly modified. It's nothing macabre, like with Jean, they just couldn't talk to anybody about Krakoa. Aragorn did say that the news would spread eventually, but that as long as it stayed as simple rumors through the coming years then it was alright. Knock knock. I called for the professor's door. Ever since Aragorn gave me my telepathy, the professor hasn't been able to accurately track my presence. So now I have to knock. Come in, Kitty. Still, it's easy for telepaths to recognize each other once we make out the presence of the other. Hello, Professor. Hi, Kitty. How can I help you, my dear? I will be going to space with Aragorn next week, can I take Kurt with me? I know my friend will be up for it, but technically the professor is Kurt's legal guardian, so I have to ask him for permission. Space. What for? I can already feel the vigilance coming from the professor. I think someone should tell him that Jean and I are empaths, feelings are more potent when they are coming from a telepath, that's why everybody in Halo learns to restrain the outer psionic imprint of feelings so that only what we want to show is shared. Aragorn has to visit 2 planets, to take care of some personal business. He owes me a favor and I wanted to visit a few galactic empires, after his business is done he will show me around. I'm not stupid enough to tell him that I will become part of a crew of pirates. Also, technically, I'm not lying. I understand, my dear. How long would you be away? It depends, we plan for less than 4 months, but Aragorn said that sometimes when you get too close to certain sectors time tends to fluctuate a little so it might take longer. I'm not stupid enough to tell him that it might fluctuate for a few years when you get too close to sectors with black holes. So you'll be back for the new year? Yes, exactly. That's the plan. Okay. I will let Kurt go with you. Nice. Or else I would have kidnapped him. Better to ask for forgiveness than for permission, or so I like to say. After thanking the professor I went to my friends to let him in on the good news. I opened a portal to Krakoa. My magical frequency is already registered in Beatorum Spire, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make a portal here. I went to one of the training facilities. Lately, Seraph has been going full-on training mode on the X-Force, something about making them up to standard, Halo standard. If only they knew that Halo standard means that you can at least tank a hit equivalent to an 18-wheeler crashing on you. That's the bare minimum. Hey kitty cat, what you doing here? Seraph said as I entered the torture chamber, also known as the training gym. Hello, Seraph. You and Aragorn have the same knack for nicknames. I came to inform Kurt that he is to report to Halo in a week. He has been promoted to second in command in the catship. I told the techno girl as I hugged her. Oh. You're taking him with you. She said as she understood what I meant. That's the plan, will it be a problem? With all of the training that you have going on around, I mean. No, that's okay. I will have father or his maids train him during the trip. Poor Kurt, those 3 plus Jean are real training nuts. I looked back at Kurt and the rest of the X-Force. They were training in the use of the rifles they use in Halo. Hey, Kurt. Come here. I yelled. Bamf. Hi, Kitty. What's going on? He asked with curiosity. Get ready to go to space in a week. We are going to be off-world for about 4 months. I'm going to Halo. No, you stupid devil friend. We are going to explore the vastness of space. Aragorn has some personal matters to attend to outside the solar system, he owed me a favor so he is going to be our chaperone for about 4 months while we explore. We will join a pirate crew or something similar, it's undecided yet, but don't tell anyone. I sent him this along a psionic barrier, to prevent some meddling telepath from taking a peek, without pointing fingers. Okay. I will get ready. You're the best friend ever. Nice. Do we get our own pirate ship? Kurt thought. Of course I am. I'm great. Yes, Aragorn has one ready. But we will only use it before we join the pirate crew. Afterward, we will board their ship. See you later, Kitty. I will get back to my training. Bamf, he teleported back to his training station. You do know that I can intercept psionic messages, right? Yeah, but you won't tell anyone, will you? Just bring me something nice and I will keep my mouth shut. Deal. My techno friend. I shook hands, so this means we have a sealed deal. The best kind. My favor business is booming. Halo, Fulgebunt Draconis Imperium. Aragorn, the Shine Dragon, Sacred Beast of Light, the one of the heavenly petting. So you want another planet? I asked the fool with the power fetish in front of me. Not right now, but please check for other planets we could add to our future territory. I believe that once Doom is ruling this planet, you'll leave this sector of the Milky Way to him, right? Yes, that's the plan. We can always warp here, and you girls don't have good memories on Earth, so we will move out of this sector once Earth is unified. Yeah, so I will need some territory for my future empire and also some planets. Can you help me with that? I think we can take over a sector of the edge of the universe. I can warp a few stars and planets over there for you to rule. I like the idea of warping the stars and planets, but the edge is too far away from the other empires. If we ever want to do business, we would have to use your energy reserves to open a portal from such a distance. Then, I guess I can keep an eye out for a useful location. Can't you send the request to Xander as well? No, I don't want them to plot about the future location of my empire. Okay, I can see how they would do that. Still, you should send a request for suitable planets that we could buy from them. Ugh. But then I would have to depend on you to fulfill some of their requests. Emma said while pouting, her ears flat against her head and tails down. Don't worry, Fluff. I am happy to help you, and I am also your sacred beast, so don't hold back on asking for my help. I told her while I patted her head and ears. Fine, I will send them a request for another planet. How long does it take you to stabilize a planet under your rule? It depends. If there are no people, as long as we get new inhabitants, about a year. That's how long it was for Nirn. If there are people with a well-established governmental power in place, then it should be less than 5 months, as long as our cultures are compatible. I believe I can put a commission to the Ravagers. They should be able to get you some immigrants from war-torn worlds. Ah. Yes, that's a good idea. That way I don't have to allow more power to Xander over my budding empire. Do you want me to pick them up, or should I have the Ravagers ship them to Nirn? I don't think we will buy a planet before you return, so send them to Nirn. Otherwise, I will give you a call. That's fine. Anything else you want from space? I don't think so. I will settle down with a planet and more population for my empire. She said as she came close and gave me a hug. Her tails also hugged me. Don't take too long, Aragorn. Also, the madam told me to remind you to visit her more often now that you'll be on vacation. She let go of the hug and kissed my cheek before portaling to Nirn, back to her work. It's good that now she has her mini-me helping her out. That's nice. I should be sleeping at Nuna's more often. What about you, Padawan? Are you sure you're not coming? Yes, I can't control my power enough to fool their scanners like you. Besides, I want to get my paperwork going for an advanced graduation. I'm tired of high school. It's a trick I learned not long ago. I was concerned that everyone was going to treat me like a god king if I couldn't mask my energy. I have no problem with that, but it would ruin Kitty's adventure. Padawan, if anything happens, no matter how small, if you feel something is off, use our connection to contact me. I will drop everything and portal back. Why? Is there a problem? No, but it's a precaution. Messages through Spark will take a while to arrive, because of the distance, but through our link it's instantaneous. I'm afraid that the Shi'ar have been too silent since Xavier's message. I don't think they are ignorant enough to try to reach for Jean while I'm here, but now that I'm going to be away, if my whereabouts are somehow leaked, there's a chance that they will take their shot. This Firebird is overpowered, but her weaknesses should be very well recorded in the history of the Shi'ar. After all, they have dealt with more than 5 Phoenix Force avatars, as far as I was able to check. Okay, I will let you know if something is off. Good girl. I said as I brought Jean into a hug and kissed her forehead. Make sure not to aid the blue bunnies in burning this place down. Pang, she hit my left side ribs with a psionic spike. I would not. Bye, idiot. She said as she sent her love through our link. I love you too, Sundara. I, of course, made sure to annoy her one last time for the next 4 months. I have already given my heartfelt goodbyes to the 8 little princesses. I was not amused by their request for space dinos. So Emma and Jean were the last. I looked at my personal maids, the cat, and the devil. So. Everything ready? Yes. X. Yes, Kurt. Who are those guys? He said as he pointed at the dazed couple behind us. I put their consciousness to sleep. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Kurt asked. Yes, they did some bad shit. I need to kill a person under very specific conditions, a sacrifice of sorts, and since they were utter scum I forcibly volunteer them as sacrifices, for the greater good. The real greater good, the type that presides over the lives of trillions of individuals. Not the greater good that suits a minority, or an individual. Is this about the matters that you had to attend to? Asked Kitty. Yes, it's not a secret. You'll see. Our first stop will be getting rid of these guys, you'll understand then. That, or the Power Stone, I'll decide on the ship. Okay. Kitty assented. Which ship are we using, young master? Irina asked. My maids give zero fucks about the lives of people who are not us. I made one specifically for an occasion like this one. It's called the Arcadia. I said as I decompressed in the hangar the marble with the ship in it. Fwoosh, sounded the atmosphere as it was displaced. Kaya. This is it. Shouted Kitty in approval. Whoa. Kurt was as excited as the cat. I even went as far as to replicate the dark matter engine. Well, my version of it since it was never clear how it worked. But in terms of maneuverability, this ship is better than most of the current models in the galaxy, way better. The weaponry system is nothing to write home about, lasers are not that different from blasters in terms of damage. But they can sick on a ship automatically and track it so the damage will accumulate faster. But what I'm the most proud of is that I was able to replicate the ability of self-repair on the ship. I have 6 main objectives on this trip: the Power Stone, the Soul Stone, a planet for Emma, some refugees for Emma, technology from the Sovereign, and checking for outer threats. Not every world-ending catastrophe starts on Earth. Stop gawking, let's go. As such, we boarded our home for at least the next month, until we land in Contraxia and have a Ravager crew escort us around. A/N. Sorry for the delay, I'm moving houses so my schedule is a mess for the remainder of this week and the next. I don't know if I will be able to get the next chapter by Monday, but there will definitely be one next week. As an apology, I wrote this 10K word chapter. I will close this volume with the return of the space exploration party. Southwest. We are getting close to the end of this volume. Close but not there yet, the arc in space will be very long. I will also keep adding some snippets about the situation on Krakoa. It's to build more about the character, Seraph, and for world building. Seraph, as you have seen, has a childish personality. This is because although she is as advanced as Spark, she doesn't have as much experience as Spark. So don't get too mad if she doesn't act like a super advanced AI. You will see more about Death and Aragorn in the next chapters. I don't know yet if I will include some R18 scenes, but it's very likely. Thank you for reading. Chapter 25, Star Wars, Rise of the Sith, Part 1. Near Morag, Arcadia. Across the ever-growing expansion of celestial tapestry, or simply space, our Arcadia can be found sailing through at speeds faster than light. I, lightly, say our Arcadia for now, but same as with most things I lend my friends/family/maids/daughters/sisters, whatever they are to me, I will probably not see it back in my possession. But that's fine, my personal toys are still hidden from their kleptomaniac eyes. On top of the front of the hull, a 4-tailed cat can be seen standing over the skull of the ship. Naturally, there's no medium for sound waves to travel through space, but, if there was, I bet my heart I would hear the yelling and shouting of the overexcited girl. The stars and different sources of light can be seen as straight streaks of light left on the path of the ship. A light show made of millions of stars, nebulae, pulsars, supernovas, and other celestial bodies that blessed our sight while creating this tunnel effect, the tunnel effect of FTL travel. This psychedelic tunnel accompanied by the Arcadia and the cat on the top painted a very inspiring, trippy, awesome, marvelous, colorful sight. I can't really blame the cat, though. She does look badass in this picture. She is wearing a pirate hat, which allows her ears to pop out, and her usual clothing is replaced by space leather wear. That's what I called this artificial version of leather. She's got a black trench coat with a cut in the back that allows for her tails to sway freely, black skinny leather pants, a black tube top that exposes her midriff, and medium high-heeled boots. Everything combined, with a few additions, in a way that shouts out loud, Space Pirate, the perfect combination of tech wear and pirate wear. Was this necessary? Absolutely not. But she does look the part. I chose to wear my hero suit, a 3-piece black dragmany suit with a red tie. My maids are dressed as such, so no changes there. Kurt on the other side, since he is fragile, to our standards, I equipped him with one of my experimental nanosuits. I didn't need to do many modifications, since the armors were initially meant for beastkin, so his tail is not a problem. The suit, similar to most wear gear I make, is capable of adapting to minor changes, like his feet and hands. We were a week into our journey. Almost reaching Morag, an oceanic planet in the Andromeda Galaxy, about 765 kiloparsecs, 2.5 million light-years, away from Earth. We could have portaled all the way here or even used the jumps available to all spacefaring civilizations out there. But we have no rush and I don't want to leave track of the places we are going to visit. To avoid possible problems, I plan to pick up 8 Orloni for the princesses who expect me to find dinosaurs in space. It's as close as I can get to space dinosaurs without having to kidnap sapient reptile-like aliens. Although Orloni are rodents, which means mammals, they could pass for mini dinosaurs. So win-win. I also took this chance to get rid of some of those annoying wishes that I owed the girls. I haven't forgotten about that. So, I'm picking up a lot of stuff during our voyage. I know I ask this every time Kitty goes out to stargaze, but is it safe to do that? Kurt, who has gotten close to us during this week, asked me while pointing to the cat standing while cackling madly at the top of the ship. You worry too much, Kurt. Even if some debris were to pierce her, she would survive. Yelena answered in my place while waving her hand at Kurt's worries. We are quite durable, even headshots are not enough to kill us. Irina added while mocking a gun with her hand and shooting her head. I know. You said that before, but why not install some energy shields on the ship? Just to be safe. There are energy shields on the ship, but Kitty turned them off because she couldn't feel the wind on her ears with the shields on. I told him. Kurt looked back at me like I was crazy. I looked back at him after stating the obvious. Yelena looked at him while barely containing her laughter. Irina looked at Kitty on the screens while choosing to ignore Kurt's losing battle. Wind. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wind in the void of space. That's stupid. Kurt, while looking back and forth between me and the cat on the hull, said. Maybe some cosmic storms, but normally no. I think that the shielding just felt unnatural to her senses. Irina commented. Offering a helping hand to the drowning teen devil, to allow for a semblance of logic in the actions of his best friend. Oh. That's a thing. Kurt said while trying to avoid the achievement of enlightenment, reaching for the helping hand that Irina so graciously offered. Or she's just being Kitty. Yelena said while crashing Kurt's hope for his friend down. Sigh. Are we there yet? The devil gave up on his friend and asked about the destination. Yes, we are there. I commented while the ship came out of FTL mode. Morag in all of its cloudy oceanic splendor came into view. Wow. Another planet. Kurt said while his eyes tried to eternally imprint this view in his memory, or at least that is what he looked like with his saucer-like eyes and gaping mouth. Due to being in FTL travel since coming out of Halo, I had forgotten that we haven't seen any of the normal, spacey views, aside from the FTL tunnel effect. Welcome to Morag, a planet suffering from the consequences of the made-up global warming effect. Thousands of years ago the planet said fuck it, and flooded the entire continental plaques. However, every 300 years, the sea lowers allowing for the artifact of my search to surface out of the drowning sea. My maids, Kurt, and the cat, that just portaled in, took a judging look at the planet. Sorry to break it to you Aragorn. But that planet is fully flooded. Said Captain Kitty while manipulating the holograms on the screen, rotating the tridimensional representation of Morag. Yes, I don't think the moons are in a position to allow for the sea level to decrease low enough. Irina added while reviewing some data on her side of the screen. You're right, the highest seafloor level should surface around 2014. But water pressure is not a problem for us, is it? A light bulb, metaphorically speaking, lit up in their heads. Talk about yourselves. I'm still very afraid of that so-called water pressure you're dismissing. I feel squishy and vulnerable, not brave enough to risk it all. Kurt said after seeing the depth levels of the alien sea in his holograph. Don't worry, the nanosuit will withstand it. I reassured him. And me? What about me inside the suit? He nervously asked. Don't be such a bundle of nerves, Kurt. I will cast a barrier around you. Let's go. To the first step of our journey and to discover what Aragorn is stealing from this waterhole. Maybe I can pocket it first. The excited cat shouted after setting a bubble barrier around her jittery friend and pushing him through a portal. Yeah. Kitty shouted as they fell to the ocean from the other side of the portal. Kaya. Kurt cried out loud, like a manly man, a Chad. The portal closed, and I looked back at my knowing maids. She doesn't know where you're going, does she? Irina asked. She is about 3 continental plaques away from the location. Well, let's follow Captain Kitty, she is the captain after all. Chuckled Yelena while jumping through her own portal. You heard her, let's go. I don't have a timetable to follow, so maybe we could send some fish to Halo, for biodiversity and stuff. I told Irina before opening a portal behind her and pushing her along with me in a hug. As we fell, our bodies mixed with water droplets permeating the cloud formation where Kitty jumped. The wind picked up, and were it not for our extrasensory skills, we would not be able to understand each other. Hee 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 hee. Irina laughed as we fell hugged together and aimed for Yelena. Ha 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 ha. Aragorn. I always wanted to skydive. Yelena shouted as we reached close to her, Irina grabbing her left and my right hand, making a circle between the three of us. Why didn't you? You can fly, dumbass. Irina shouted back. It's not the same. Yelena shouted as we aimed for our mad captain. Do you think she will remember to cover herself in a barrier, or will she crash and splatter into the sea? I shouted as we got closer to our mad captain and the sea. She will crash, X2, both said in unison. Ha 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 ha. Kitty further supported their assumption. Kaya. Kurt shouted like a manly man, a Chad. I looked back at the knowing eyes of my maids. No point in thinking about it any longer, the sea level is getting closer. I used my TK and made a column of bubbling water coincide with our crashing paths. This way the mad cat will get hit but won't break anything upon impact. That should do it. I shouted to the maids while pointing at the now bubbling sea. Splash. Planet Morag has a perpetually cloudy climate, meaning that there's little to no light entering the depths of this planetary ocean. Yet, as in every corner of the universe, life finds a way. What we found under the stormy sea, after our impromptu skydiving session, was a sea full of bioluminescent life, one that would match the seas of Pandora. As the girls' bodies adapted to the aquatic environment, I looked back to Halo, to Gia's place, and focused my telepathy through my sight. Luckily she was awake and not in a compromising situation, yeah, luckily. Gia, are you busy? Hello there, my boundaries breaching dragon. What can I do for you? To be fair, I'm waiting. To be fair, yeah. Let's go with this, gods and goddesses tend to invade mortals' privacy for a living. So this should come as no surprise to you. Just life repaying some of your karma, the cosmic equivalent of an Uno reverse card. I will accept this badly built excuse where you compare yourself to karma just because we do tend to ignore mortal boundaries. So, what can I do for you, love? Hee hee hee. I'm in Morag and we found some shiny fishes and aquatic plant life. Is there a way for you to skin them before we send them to Halo? So that this new life doesn't destroy the balance that we built last year when we introduced the new species. You could invoke my help, like praying but with a spell. Similar to that spell you made which lends the girls some of your visual prowess. Oh. I didn't know the divine had something like that. Not anymore, but elder gods, like me, do. Nice, so how does it work? I will show you the magical circle and prayer, have the girls learn it. But you can't use it, you can't use the faith systems because you're not alive, nor dead. I feel discriminated against, somehow. But I should be able to use a substitute with enough study. I'll look into that later. The white-haired chocolate goddess showed me the circle and prayer, which I implanted in the girls' minds. While the girls went over the new knowledge, Kurt asked me. What's going on with them? Given that they were looking up at the sky, like a reincarnator with a floating window system, his question made sense. I gave them knowledge of a new spell. So that they can help me gather some of these shiny fish. They are going over it. Is this what we came for? No. Kitty just jumped the gun and warped to this location without knowing what I was looking for. Don't worry Kurt, your friend can at least be reliable when it comes to battle, sort of. Ha 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 ha. Just have some fun, don't worry so much, if there's a problem I will help you, like with the imminent crash from their reckless skydiving. I will take you on that advice. Any fish in particular? The small ones that shine. If you find any shiny plants then those are game. Why not big ones as well? He said while pointing at a weird mix of a turtle, whale, and dolphin glowing in a purple neon light in the distance. We don't need alpha predators. Halo's seas are not that deep or big enough to sustain megafauna, aside from the ones we already have. Now if I whip out Installation 00 then we would have more than enough space. But Installation 00 is 127,530 kilometers, 79,243 miles in diameter, bigger than Saturn and smaller than Jupiter. I can't have that orbiting Earth. Maybe Earth orbiting it, but not even my cloaking tech could hide that massive construct. I'll probably gift it to Emma and Gia once we have a sector of our own, not merely a planet and a Halo ring world. But even if all my plans work accordingly, we won't move at least until I have all the stones. Which in the best of timetables is in about 14 years, around 2013 when Jane Foster will bring me the ether. I don't want to be enjoying my life and all of a sudden there's half of the maids left. Not nice. There are also other threats to my fluffy paradise out there, I have to solve those before I relax. I also will have to do something about Tiamat's emergence, in 2018. We spent the next 6 hours scanning for viable life for emigration and simply exploring the sea life and landscape. Let's go. I need to pick up the stone, I told them. Stone. Kurt. The Power Stone, that's what we are here for. The Infinity Stone? Asked Irina. Yes. The one and only Power Stone. I opened a portal and brought us directly to the chamber safeguarding the orb. I pulled the orb out of the energy cage and opened it to find the purple planet-destroying stone. Can I use it? Asked Irina. Maybe, but not right now, while on the planet. I want to use it after Irina. Added Kitty. Yeah, no need to call turns. After we are done with the second pickup we can stop over a few planets and you can try it on those. Is it another stone? Asked Yelena. Yep. The Soul Stone. But that one's dangerous, so you guys can't use it. If it's anything like the one in the comics then the conscience in it should be the strongest out of the 6 stones. I pulled the stone out with my TK, making sure not to touch it. I will leave a replica with enough energy to blow up a moon, with an identical signature to the original source. I don't know if Peter Quill will follow the original MCU path, but I'm lacking positive feedback on the universal balance. This means that the more heroes, positive or neutral feedback, I have, the fewer villains, negative or neutral feedback, I have to personally deal with. Of course, some heroes out there deal more negative feedback and vice versa, but those are minorities. Since during the next decade, I will focus more on Earth, I should make sure to have some heroes out here. So I'm trying not to cripple Peter Quill's path. We will probably meet him if we have contact with the Ravagers like we intend to do, but that shouldn't mess his path up as much as eliminating the Power Stone would. Sigh, I just want to be done fixing this universe so that I can start my work on the outside. Once I start traversing universes I should make sure to bully all the genes I find out there. Maybe after a few years, I could travel outside this multiverse, but we'll see. After filling a replica storage stone that I created beforehand, with enough power energy, I sealed it in the orb and placed it back in the energy cage, in the altar. For the stone itself, I added it to a staff. It was a staff made of a fully energy-refracting crystal, so it looked as if the darkest shadow in reality took the shape of a staff. Like a 2-dimensional staff brought out to a 3-dimensional reality. I made it this way to prevent leakage when not in use. I can actively mask any leakage when in use, but it's a different story if I had to spend the rest of my life guarding the stone. Okay. We are done. I'll let you use it after we have the other stone. It's time to move back to the Arcadia. Okay. The very animated Kitty said, a mood that was shared by the other girls. I don't know why they like to cause destruction so much. Can I use it as well? Kurt timidly asked. You would die. This purple stone's energy corrodes the living. It would be best if you had a special physique or a way to use it without touching it, like Selving did with the Tesseract. Why can they use it? Kurt pointed at the girls like a child being excluded. Their bodies will adapt. They'll be in pain for a few seconds until their body finds a way to adapt to the corrosion. Why do they get the nice things? Well, if you want to hold it so much I could aid you. By aid, I mean that I could fix your body after or during the damage is done, but it will be more of a will-tempering experience than a joyful one. As far as I know there are no cultivators in need of tempering their will in Marvel. *TCH*. Can't you build Kurt a tool to use the stone? Kitty tried to help her friends dream of destroying a planet or two. Not for this stone, this one, whether you like it or not, will test you before allowing you to use it, unlike the Tesseract, Mind Stone, and like the Ether and Soul Stone. Time falls under a weird category due to the Eye of Agamotto. Why can you use it without touching it? The ever-observant Yelena asked. I manipulated its energy, it's different. I can't touch these stones without destroying the universe, at least not in this raw state. Spark and I believe that once they have their wills, souls, and bodies my energy will not mix with the stone unless they explicitly allow it. Ugh. With you, everything is a world-ending disaster. You can't even touch a simple stone without attempting to destroy the universe, Kitty said with her tails playfully swaying in the water on her back. Why do I feel like you want to see what would happen? I don't know. Maybe it's just you, the playful cat said while looking at a fascinating wall in another direction. Let's go, I want to pick the other stone. That one should be about 3 weeks away from here. I decide to ignore Darth Kitty and her dark tendencies. Can we stop by somewhere cool? Kitty asked. We can, but the only place, cool enough, that I know where we could stop without delaying us longer than necessary is nowhere. I will have to portal us close by since it's not on the way to Vormer, but a delay of a few days is not so bad. Once we land in Contraxia I should probably update my database with the locations of other hotspots. The only reason I know of the location of nowhere it's because Xander gave it to Emma, along with other locations, when she was making the contract for the embassy we built in Halo. Sadly the other places would take us way longer than a few days to explore or are not places where you can tour around. Cool. I always wanted to visit nowhere. Ever since I read about it, Kitty said. X2, my maids agreed. Am I missing something? What's nowhere? Kurt asked. It's the severed head of a celestial. What's a celestial? I guess the council is compartmentalizing information. It's a race of cosmic gods that played a part in the creation of the universe, more like their war against the aspirants, and the first firmament after rebelling sparked all the subsequent changes and nexus events that shaped our current reality. That sounds like something I shouldn't know. Well, deal with it. Now you know, not like it's a secret, it's just that Earth is a backwater planet. Outside of Earth, everybody knows of the Celestials and their hosts. On Earth, there have been 4 hosts already and no country knows or has any recorded history of it. The only reason there is still an Earth is because of the Celestial baby and Gaia. When Asgard failed to fight the Celestials off, Gaia came to the rescue with a plan that didn't involve fighting. The situation involving the Celestials, Eternals, gods, and Earth always varies from universe to universe. For example, in 616 the Celestial that died on Earth died billions of years ago, way before the first host. Here, it was after the second host. But I should stop thinking of those colorful guys. I still have a few years before I have to meet them and figure out what to do about Tiamat. I already have some ideas, but it's a work in progress. Poor Kurt, he was pulled into this maddening adventure by his crazy friend and now his mind is hit by absurdity at least once a day, commented Yelena. Having these two as company, by the time he returns to Earth, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes on a spiritual journey to find himself, added Irina. She used to be my no-bullshit maid, but now she joins Yelena in her antics as they test the limits of Kurt's sanity. X2, Kitty and I found a very interesting wall. It has some pictures of stuff. Let's just go. I want to sleep. I hope I don't dream of cosmic gods or decaying stones, said Kurt, whose sanity is, somehow, nevertheless, against all odds, still lingering. We went back to the Arcadia and set the ship to the coordinates to nowhere. Autopilot is a technological wonder. Earth, Krakoa. General Assembly of the Krakoan Council, by humans, for humans, and Krakoa. XXX Assembly, overseen by Seraph Draconisfilia, A.I. Overseer. The final issue of today's meeting. The food situation, where it concerns green production, has been normalized. The growth enhancement and field enrichment cast by the Holoans have achieved their purpose. Production has reached self-sustainability. Callisto concluded her closing statement. The Morlocks had taken a greater role in the growth, care, harvest, and planting of the country's agricultural sector. Callisto as their leader before the founding took it upon herself to report their progress. Clap clap asterisk asterisk 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 clap asterisk. The council people celebrated arriving at one of their most important benchmarks. Self-sufficiency, at least in this sector. So it's no wonder that everyone was jubilant. But what about when the population increases after the next rescue mission? Ugh, mostly everyone. A certain blue AI was having problems understanding how a council that took every country making decision about Krakoa could be so short-sighted. Is it that they forgot that our population increases at least once a month? After every Black Ops of the Maids, and soon X-Force, their population increases. This is a fact that was well known since before the founding of the council. In a way, the country was pushed forward by Aragorn because he needed a place for these people. So far only one such mission has taken place, but there is already a programmed mission in 3 days. The X-Force has finished their crash course in weapon mastery of energy blasters, their uniforms have been built by Spark and another target has been selected. A base in South Africa, a Hydra-exclusive base, not like the last one that was shared by several organizations, making it difficult to determine which organization was the real target. Some knew that they were sharing their base, while others were blissfully unaware. The next target is the one that will let their enemies know that they are targeting them, Hydra, while it will also give the good news to their competitors, Weapon X, the Facility, Hellfire Club, Essex, and the other Black Ops governmental institutions. The news is that they are not the target of this new player. That is the case, at least, for now. But all these institutions are on the hit list of Aragorn. In the following years they will regret not helping Hydra deal with the new player, not like it would have made a difference anyway. I should stop thinking like this. I already have 12 viable and realistic plans in case they ask for help. Sigh, not that I think they will. At least Mr. Beast already has an inkling of the use of several types of plants found in Krakoa. That's progress. The meeting came to a positive end with Callisto's statement, while the blue girl left with a mask of contentment. She didn't want to rain on their parade, that much she understood. Seraph walked to the lab where she's been doing her internship for the past weeks. Hey, Mr. Beast. How you doing? Seraph asked as she greeted Hank McCoy. Hello, Ms. Blue. When will you stop calling me that? Asked Hank, while mocking disagreement. That's not fair. You call me Ms. Blue but you're blue as well, how is that any different? Protested Seraph. That's because you started it. Why can't you call me Hank? I'll call you Seraph if you agree. This battle of the nicknames started because Hank refused to use Seraph's name with no honorifics. If there's one thing that Seraph inherited from her father, is his ability to move around while getting what he wants. About 50% of her uselessly overpowered processing capability was dedicated for 10 full seconds to come up with a plan to annoy Hank after their first lab session, with the endgame being him suggesting to call each other by name. Okay. Hank, you can call me Seraph. The AI said with a bright and innocent smile. This was one of the steps in making lifelong friends according to the data she collected. Seraph, wait, Hank stared at the bright and, maybe not so innocent smile. What is it? Friend Hank. The innocence and the brightness intensified. There was actual light coming from the smile now. I. Why you did it on purpose? Ha 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 ha. What are you talking about? Hank, the innocent AI asked while keeping the light in her smile. Ack. Stop it with the light. Who are you talking to? Hank. Seraph, stop the light. It's annoying. The resignation was palpable. Ha ha ha. I'm glad you understand. The light on the smile went off, just the light, the innocence was still there. You know, I thought you were somewhat of a gullible and innocent AI. Now I see that I, and everybody else, was just led around by the nose. Ugh, while I do project that image, it's mostly the fault of the council that you don't know me well enough. They don't know of my capabilities because according to my creator, Father Dearest, you guys are either arrogant, idiots, or apprehensive of me lording over you. How am I supposed to display my skills and my cunning if Father said that I should allow you to tumble around like headless chickens? One of the loopholes that allowed Seraph to talk with honesty was friendship. Her father didn't want her responsibilities to impede on her personal relationships, and given that Hank is technically not part of the council, as soon as she could conclude that friendship has been established, then she could be honest with him. She also knows that real friendship can't be demarcated by the way you call each other, but for the desperate AI, this was enough. Wow. Just. Wow. It looks like even a positronic brain can get overloaded with frustration. You think I have something as lowly as a positronic brain? I have a technorganic brain. I thought positronic brains were a thing of fantasy, though. Aha, they are. But they are lowly compared to my brain. Then, what's a technorganic brain? Technorganic is the classification of the way this body was made. I'm not exactly carbon-based like you. So, where's the organic part coming from? It's because this body's molecular structure is heavily based on the way that biology works for organic-based living forms. Hence, Father honored the organic structures of his inspiration in the name. It's also so that his biokinesis could operate on the body, otherwise, he normally wouldn't be able to help Seraph modify her body if she asked him. What are you made of? I thought only carbon allowed for the complexity of life to flourish and prosper. Hank doesn't know of the other extra-dimensional life out there, life completely not based on carbon. Father said I was made of sugar, spice, and everything nice, with a dab of chemical X, Seraph answered with a smile full of her love for Aragorn. But, the truth is that this body was made of vibranium and element, lots of element. Vibranium, you should know what it is. Element is a metal that Father created. It's so that I could achieve full biological functions, like housing life. Father also said that element bonds with the soul, which is also something that carbon does. It's why, in Marvel, you can bring the dead back if you have a piece of the body of your object of resurrection. The overindulgent parent didn't mention that element is probably, at this point, the best metal for armor crafting in Marvel. Aragorn wanted to make sure that Seraph wouldn't have to go through the emotional pain of changing her body due to injury, so he made an element that could grow with the soul of the host as well as protect the delicate spark of the soul of his daughter. Virtually indestructible, highly resilient to any type of foreign influence, aside from his void energy and the soul to which it's bonded, virtually reality bender-proofed, with exceptions, great energy enhancer for emissions, like magic casting through your body, or energy emissions like Scott's eye rays, and as long as a part of it remains in contact with its soul bonded, it will regenerate back to its accepted shape. Can change its density, shape, color, texture, temperature, conductivity, and other properties based on the soul intentions of its host. There are limits to these changes, but not ones worth mentioning at the moment. The only downside, if it can be considered that, is that it needs to be physically bonded to its host at all times. If not, it will return to its original shape, a blob of element, and lose its connection to the host permanently. So aside from certain uses, element can be considered a metal perfected for body creation and body additions, unless you want to live the rest of your life physically bonded to an armor. The way your father's thought stream operates is both fascinating and terrifying. He couldn't settle down for the elements in creation, so he decided to discover a new one. Seraph didn't bother to correct Hank in his misunderstanding. Aragorn didn't discover an element, he created a new one. According to Jean Grey, Father vibrates at a different frequency than the rest of us, so we shouldn't be surprised by his dumb foolery, but she is not a very reliable source of information when it comes to Father. They usually spend their time fighting each other. Seraph said as she tilted her head. But that's neither here nor there. Help. Me. Seraph punctuated help and me. Ha 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 ha. Right, the discovery of a new element and the mystical ways of your body that could revolutionize my society are of no relevance. What do you need help with? Hank said with a very strange smile on his face. I need to find a way for the council to depend more on me, from their initiative, without us telling them that I'm better than them, that I hold the answers to their questions, and without stunting their growth. Just like that. No shame in calling yourself better. What happened to my soft-spoken lab assistant? None. I trust Father and I know he made me better. And she is standing in front of you, my friend. Asterisk sigh asterisk. As far as I can tell what you're doing will work and, eventually, they will depend more on you. If you want to speed things up, then you need to get on friendly terms with some of them. Is my understanding correct that you can't tell them what you told me because that would be disobeying your orders? Yeah, kinda. Father deep down doesn't care if I change things a little with my orders, but this is my first job so I want it to go impeccably. Seraph was right to think so. Aragorn believes that the happiness of his family is above the well-being of the rest of the world, so, how would the happiness of his daughter be less important than Krakoa's council? Quite the conundrum. Hank commented while assuming a thinking bearing. Tell me about it, Seraph said while rolling her eyes. Do you know how to cook? Yes, full stars out of whichever scale you want to use. How about you cook some dinner for some of them? My mother used to say that through the stomach you can get to everyone's hearts and stay away from the nuclear plant. Weird about the nuclear plant, but I think you're onto something. Can we do it at your house? Yes, just help me finish today's quota regarding these miracle plants and we can go to my place to plan things out. Okay. But Father told me to remind whoever invited me to their place that I know all the arts of self-defense, killing, incapacitation, and information extraction, and I have a lot of seals in my body that won't be released until I reach the AI equivalent to the age of majority. Seraph said with a chirpy tone as she form-shifted a lab coat over her blue body. Hank started sitting at his lab cubicle while looking at the body of Seraph as if it were a time bomb. He gathered his determination and asked. Just out of curiosity, scientific curiosity to be clear, what is considered the age of majority for an AI? Father and Spark decided that when the soul takes root an AI could be considered an adult. Before that, we are babies. We only have two states, baby and adult. And how do you know if the soul has taken root? We can cast magic when a soul has taken root, like my older sibling Spark. Initially, Father gave him space warping tech for the portals, but once his soul matured enough he began to be able to sense and cast magic on his own. But the time it takes to get there varies a lot. Spark had access to more information than me, so his well of experience, which feeds his soul, is bigger than mine. The AIs that Father gave as androids to the Queen will probably take more than a century to get there. As of this point they don't even have soul sparks, which I was created with, and it's been over a year since their activation. Any chance I could get one of those androids? Am I not enough? Seraph pouted. Yesterday I would have bought that act, today I know the conniving AI you are. The tears that were threatening to spill from her eyes dried up in an instant, literally, and a genuine smile graced her face. I like my friend smart and quick on the uptake. But no chance, Father is very clear about keeping anthropomorphic tech out of Earth's reach. Myself excluded, this is one of the reasons that drove Aragorn into building the spire in the home of his daughter. He made sure to keep Seraph mostly isolated from the rest of Earth. Why? He has a lot of dangerous tech around Earth. Hank inquired as he remembered the satellites capable of orbital bombardment that Aragorn keeps, word for word, around Earth. Father believes that the possibility of a rogue AI on Earth looking for a better body is high enough to take some precautions. I'm sorry, what? Someone achieved that level of programming on Earth and the AI rebelled. Yep. Father told me that they found some traces of an AI on the web, but that given that it hasn't taken control over Earth they assumed that either it recognizes that it is not strong enough or it's not as advanced as they assumed. They are betting on the first. An unlikely friendship was made between the blue science enthusiasts. Near nowhere, Arcadia. Across the ever-growing expansion of celestial tapestry, or simply space, Kitty's Arcadia can be found sailing through at speeds faster than light. It's been a week since our visit to Morag and now we are arriving at nowhere. On top of the front of the hull, a four-tailed cat and an armored devil can be seen standing over the skull of the ship. Naturally, there's no medium for sound waves to travel through space, but, if there was I bet my heart I would hear the yelling and shouting of the overexcited girl and the suffering devil due to the gags of his best friend. His sanity is stronger than I thought. Irina said with a chuckle as we observed the duo atop the hull. Maybe it is his willpower, or it could be his mutation, or even his devilish heritage. Yelena added her piece trying to back it up with facts. Maybe he is used to the stunts of Kitty, they've been friends for years. Maybe, Irina. I can see how that would work, Yelena. Captain Kitty, come back inside if you want to do the greeting to the Tyvan group, I told the mad cat. Coming, she said through telepathy but finished her response verbally as she walked through a portal. Clack, Kurt fell to his knees. You all right there? Kurt. Yelena took a jab at him. Feeling well. Astronaut. Irina took another. I will be. The Chad Kurt keeps his sanity tanking all jabs. Impressive. I'm starting to believe that maybe Yelena was onto something. I sent my maids. I was taking a shot in the dark, but his mental resilience is not normal. A very interesting case of study, Irina said while looking at Kurt with the eyes of a mad scientist. As Irina thought of different ways of testing the limits of Kurt's sanity, we exited FTL and came face to face with Nowhere. Nowhere was almost twice the size of Kitty's Arcadia, which puts into perspective the size of a full-bodied celestial. Welcome to Nowhere. I narrated to the astonished crew of the Arcadia. It's different seeing it in reality than in the learning room. Yelena. Wow. How big must these cosmic terrors be? Kurt. Cosmic gods, not terrors, Kurt. Kitty corrected him. Anything of that size is a terror to me. Kurt. My normal size is bigger than the Celestials. Way bigger, but I can say that what my normal size was before is different than what it is now. Still, my dragon size can go up to the size of a universe. It's totally impractical and I don't think I will ever get that big, but you never know. What, X4, my 4 crew members seemed surprised. I can change sizes, but I could go up to the size of this universe if I wanted to. That sounds unnaturally uncomfortable, Aragorn. Kitty said while returning her eyes to Nowhere. Yeah, tell me about it. While I was traveling the void, I never realized how problematic that was since there was no real point of reference. But here, I can only foresee trouble if I assume a size bigger than a star. A comfortable silence spread in the room while we waited. So, what are we supposed to do now? Barge in? Yelena asked. No, they are supposed to hail us. But since the tech used in the ship is the way it is, I don't think they detected us until we came out of FTL. So we wait. Though, they must be panicking. We could have enjoyed the wind on the hull a bit longer. Kitty complained. Talk for yourself, Kitty. I'm good here. Good and safe. The host of the largest sanity stat in the universe said. As we waited, I took a peek at the floating head. Inside I could see how aliens were mobilized to battle stations and several private guards were taking defensive positions around the module that housed Tanalir's museum. In the comics the guy had several museum worlds, on the MCU, as far as it got before the invasion, he only had this place. But, considering his age, which is on a scale of billions, and his compulsive obsession to collect, it makes more sense for the comic version's veracity. That's the version I'm betting on. But it's hard to know for sure. I guess this is the part where meta-knowledge clashes with reality. In the MCU the guy was like any other human, just very old and of doubtful sexuality. In the comics the guy was like any other human, just very old, of doubtful sexuality, and had a secondary form that was like the portrayal of a cosmic Oni. I guess there's not much difference there. What are we doing here? Aside from tourism? Yelena asked. Why do you think we are doing something else? I asked curiously. You normally have 1 or 2 objectives aside from the usual idioting around. Yelena dismissively said. Ouch. My fragile heart, I mocked a heart strike. But you are right, my inquisitive maid. There's a dog here that I want to bring home. Hopefully, Tanalir will be amiable to a friendly exchange of collectibles. Plus some celestial samples, for my biokinesis. Who wouldn't want a psionic good boy? A dog. Out here. Kitty. Yeah, golden retriever / Labrador cross mix. His spaceship drifted from Earth and ended here. The thing is that I don't know if Tanalir has him as part of his collection or as chief of security. What's special about this dog? Irina. It's a psychic dog capable of leveling a city. Probably more. That's another cosmic terror, that's no dog. Kurt said. Aren't a bunch of your friends back on Krakoa capable of similar feats? Irina asked him. Yeah, but that's part of my normalcy. Now I have to be careful when I go around petting dogs. What's next? A cat that could eat me because it wasn't pleased with my petting. Kurt had to do a double take when he was met with silence from my and the maid's end. That's probably a flurkin, Kurt. Kitty answered. Sorry, a what? Flurkin. It's a cat with a pocket dimension on their stomach. They have tentacles that come out of their mouths to swallow and store stuff. They are in the top 10 of the must-pet ranking, according to Aragorn. They are up there along with the Queen's tails. Kitty. X3, my maids and I agreed. Hopefully, I find 1 or 2 flurkins to bring home. I want to go home, Kurt. No use, Kurt. We have confirmation of a flurkin named Goose on Earth. Kitty mentioned Fury's flurkin. How long do you think we'll have to wait? Wow. Did he just erase the past conversation from his mind? Not long, I can see them moving around. I answered. Young master. Did he erase the previous conversation? Irina. I don't know because I'm not reading his mind, but I think he ignored it with so much zeal that he might as well have erased the memory. Interesting. I should observe the subject further, Irina. Transmission incoming, the ship's AI informed. This is the security command of Nowhere, under the Tyvan Group, Exitar operation. Please identify yourselves and your affiliation. A pink male alien said. A Krylorian. This is Captain Kitty. Affiliated to Captain Kitty. She said the last part with a giggle. Purpose of your visit. Acquisition of organic samples of celestial origin, and some tourism. Tourism. I heard that the collector has a museum in here. I wanted to check out his collection. I'm willing to trade collectibles if necessary. One moment, please. Transmission ended. As we waited for permission to descend, Yelena asked. Why is it going so smoothly? Aside from our unexpected arrival, this place is a market, they should be used to customers. Also, they have tech to know if weapons are being aimed at their base. But aren't we facing the head? Doesn't that mean that our weapons are indeed aiming at them? Irina asked as she saw the pulsar cannons, space busters, gravitational wave missile launchers, laser turrets, and other weaponry perfectly aiming at Nowhere. I built it so that they don't recognize the resting position of our weapons as aiming. Otherwise, we would be recognized as hostiles by almost anyone. Ah. That makes sense. Captain Kitty commented. Why not make it so that none recognizes the aiming of the guns as aiming regardless of the position? You know, element of surprise. Kurt asked. Then everyone would be hunting down your friend for the ship's tech once info is spread about it. I told him. Oh. Oh, indeed. Transmission incoming. Thank you for your wait. You're clear for entry. You have an appointment with the collector in 1 hour. Don't be late, the collector doesn't like waiting. Transmission ended. Who likes waiting anyway? Captain Kitty commented as the power play from the other side flew over her head. Let's portal. I said. Kitty opened a portal and we followed through. Yuck. It smells. Irina said while casting a deodorant spell on her nose. Yelena and Kitty did as well. It's normal, is it not? Way more bearable than New York. Kurt said. Their senses are sharper than yours. I can just ignore it. The perks of this body. Oh, right. Let's split up. I'll go buy some organic samples and we will see each other in an hour. I suggested. No. That's how they get you in the movies. Kurt didn't like my idea. Don't be such a wussy. You'll come with me, maybe we can buy one of those spherical ships, don't you want one? Kitty told Kurt as she pulled him by the arm to one of the mining ships. Do you girls want to come with me? Is there anything interesting around here? Yelena asked as she looked around. We were drawing some stairs at the beginning since space warping is not so common at the individual level. It's normally used in the jumps around space for spaceships. But now everyone is minding their business. There's a bar, we could go for some drinks after I get my samples. I commented as I remembered the bar from the movie. It's not like alcohol has any effect on us, but the ambience can be fun. Sure, I'm in. Irina answered for the two of them. 2 hours later. The boot of Jemiah. I sit at my table, alone, while looking at my maids betting on the Erloni fights. Shouldn't we be discussing some trade with the collector by now? I can't help but wonder. Irina and Yelena are making a killing while using their TK to rig the fights. They started small but the greedy minxes are rigging all the fights and this is a bet away from a full-blown bar fight. How fun. I always wanted to be in a bar fight. Kitty is probably making a deal with the collector. I gave her what I was willing to trade, but she should be done by now. Kitty, everything good over there? I don't think so. The collector wants either Kurt or me for his collection and is stubborn about it. The fuck. Why don't you just tell him to fuck off and portal away? I did. But I was captured as I was mocking him, just a little. The good news is that Kurt is in the cell adjacent to mine, so we are experiencing this prison life together. Asterisk sigh, asterisk why didn't you escape? I can't use my powers, the only thing that was working was your psionic energy. But when I tried it out before he put an explosive around Kurt's neck, she probably stopped to gloat over his face. Then, why didn't you call for help? I was trying to see if I could escape using another method. He did say that these exhibition cells were escape-proofed, but when I escaped using your energy his face was morphed in utter displeasure. I'm trying to see if escaping again could bring that expression out once more. Sadism. That's why you're not escaping. No. I also didn't want to annoy the girls if they were having a good time. I'm considerate that way, shameless. Asterisk TSK, asterisk fine. I wanted to see his face morph in pain. Initially, I was just playing around, but then he rigged Kurt to explode, so now I'm taking this seriously. I will call upon a blood feud. Her inner young master is showing. You do know that only on Halo do we use the terminology, blood feud, right? It doesn't matter. I will enact revenge. And what will you do about his immortality? Hee 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 hee. Aragorn, my most beloved dragon, don't you know that death could be a merciful release from pain? I'm the only dragon you know. Yeah. Nope. You're not fighting in here. There are people and stuff in here that don't need any involvement in your warring ways. But Aragorn. He placed a collar on Kurt. Yes, and had he placed that collar on you, I would have already skinned him alive. But if you retaliate, then the other elders will eventually join in your feud. That's assuming he doesn't wipe his exhibition cells with you as a rag. You're not even strong enough to defeat Taneleer if he enters his true form. What makes you think that you can carry on with the consequences of your outburst? Won't you help me? The shamelessness strengthens. You were not placed at risk, and technically neither was Kurt. My love and overprotectiveness know boundaries. The boundaries only cover the targets of my love, not their friends. Besides, you are at a point where you can take a step back and let me handle things for you. Isn't it easier if I just intimidate him a little and then we avoid a future intergalactic conflict? Why can you intimidate him but not me? Obviously, because you're not strong enough to intimidate and you're not powerful enough to carry with his enmity and the one of his ilk. Fine. Your logic and sound arguments are unlike you. But it makes sense. It's more about the ripple effect. I don't want to deal with the shit that could escalate out of a petty squabble like this. If it was another reality, then I would be walking around like a gangster while giving zero fucks about the peasants around me. But here I'm afraid of following the usual wuxia plot, deal with a young master that wants on your Jade Beauty childhood friend and end up fighting the super god tier ancestor of his family that interrupted his 500k years hidden cultivation just to deal with your body refining tier ass. Of course, had he laid a finger on my cat, and by tomorrow there would be no longer a single elder of this universe left. Consequences be damned. Sit tight, I will be there after I participate in this bar fight. What? No. Come now, Kurt will soon break up and join a prison gang. What prison gangs could he find in solitary confinement? What happened to the consideration you were willing to show for the girls? You can leave them there to enjoy the bar fight, you can come and pick us up. Look who is using logic and sound arguments now. Fine, I will just break a bottle on someone's head and I'll be on my way. I stood up from my table and picked up the empty bottle of my drink. I walked to where the crowd was denouncing my girl's filthy ways of cheating. I bet they are using psionic powers. I shouted from the background. Smash! I followed my shout by breaking a levitating bottle over the top of one of the aliens close to the front, just at the right angle for everyone to see. Hee hee hee. Have fun, I will go break Kitty out of prison. Of course, my maids detected the use of my energy, I made sure of that, so they knew I triggered the fight. You will pay for the damages, right? Irina. I already did, it doesn't matter if you blow this place up. Just make sure not to kill anyone. I sent the owner the money as soon as I stood up from my table. What about the ones that shoot to kill? Yelena. You can kill those. Nice, X. So what if we did? You gonna cry to your mama about it? Irina shouted. Gasp, a collective gasp spread around. Nobody talks about my mama. Get them. Ag. I want a tail. We can sell them. Maybe one can step on me. Kill them. I'll take the left. Blast them. Oh. Oh. For Spartax. Aha. I left the girls to have their play date and flew to the collector's place. I felt their tech scan me as I landed at the entrance. Stop. Identify yourself. This is TH-. I did a Charles Xavier X-Men on him and made him pause. I walked and repeated the same with the others. I left the paused aliens behind me as I walked over to where Kitty was. I was not in a hurry. I saw Taneleer make his way to Kitty's prison to probably take her hostage. But under the face of absolute power, plays and machinations are just part of a stage to make you shine brighter. It's not that I carry that much power, especially not when compared to the heavy hitters. I always make sure to remind myself of not growing complacent or arrogant. But in the face of a puny elder of the universe, I do have the equivalent of absolute power. As I walked further into the museum, I encountered several attempts to block my path, but those ended as such, as attempts. Stop. Who are you to dare walk into MMMHHHH? Taneleer couldn't finish because I held his mouth in a telekinetic hold. I approached the cells holding Kurt and Kitty. Spark. Take a 3-dimensional picture of this scene. Make sure to send it to the Padawan. With pleasure. A hologram of a camera was projected from my P-Link. Tag it, I got captured because I played around too much. Hashtag young lady in the sweatbox, hashtag caught with the catnip, hashtag jailbait, hashtag puss in trouble. You can add some of your own. Click click asterisk asterisk click asterisk asterisk click asterisk asterisk click asterisk. Spark went as far as to make the onomatopoeia for picture snapping just to annoy Kitty. Boom, sounded Kurt's collar as it went off. Tannelier probably set a timer to it when he saw me control the minds of his people. The smoke cleared up and, lo and behold, a Kurt in a piece. Tannelier removed his nanosuit, but I was already covering him with an invisible barrier before I stepped in. I raised my hands to both glasses and tried a new trick I'd been working on. Atomization. Using my TK I tried to separate the molecules that make up a material down to its basic atoms. Using my energy manipulation I tried to negate the bonds between molecules. It's a work in progress and I haven't been able to reach that point, but, from the macro scale, it looks as if I'm turning this material into sand. Dust, I said. It's like when you throw a punch and you shout, ah, the shout won't make the punch stronger but it helps with the mood and vibe. Fwoosh, it's as if a sudden breeze blew by and took the dust away. Thank you, Aragorn. Kurt said as he massaged his neck, freed from the bomb. The calmness in this guy is absolutely amazing. Where are your thanks, warmonger cat? I look at the cat that was looking at Tannelier with boiling rage. Asterisk humph asterisk, she humphed as she gave me one of her tails as thanks. I won't complain. It feels like this is payment enough. On my books it is. I freed the collector's mouth. You try some other shit and I will remove your skin and test the limits of your immortality. I've always wondered if bathing in a star skinless would hurt more than with skin, would it even matter? Would you care to help me find out? I gave him my best impression of Solution Epsilon Smirk, the predator slime from Overlord. Where is his nanosuit and where is the stuff that you took from my captain? I said while looking at his eyes with a promise of pain. The stuff I gave Kitty for trading was tech for storage in laminal space and a crystal seed of the same crystal I used on the staff for the Power Stone. The seed can cover the surface of a dead planet in its entirety in a matter of a week. Due to the properties of the crystal, Tannelier could use it to hide a museum world by storing his stuff below the crystal-covered surface. Since no energy can escape from it, the planet would disappear from any scanner. This should be helpful, especially with some of the high-energy value stuff that he must be collecting. These were meant to be things to help in his obsession, but now I'm not so inclined to help him in any way. Karina. Tannelier shouted with desperation. The pink girl peeked from behind one of the energy modules in the room. Why yes, how can I help you, master? I'm guessing this Karina is not the one who is his daughter, the one from the comics. Guide Captain Kitty and her crewmate to where we were safekeeping their stuff. Right, safekeeping. Please follow me. The pink girl said as she guided Kurt and Kitty to pick up their stuff. I ignored the eyes of the elder that followed my every move. I walked to one of the cells where I found Cosmo. Hello, Cosmo. Comrade. You know my name, are you from the... Cosmo said from the other side of the glass. No, I'm from the same star system but not the Soviet space program. I see, I thought you were from back home. No, Cosmo. If you want I can provide you with a new home. My home is currently orbiting your old planet. Does it have an open space for the walks? It does, you could even fly around the prairie like a winged gazelle if you wanted to. There will be people that will treat you as their family, as a good boy. I'm in. Woof, I don't know if it was the family or the good boy that reeled him in. Dust, I said as I placed my hand on his cell's glass. Thank you. Cosmo said as he stood next to me while tail wagging. I observed the other biologicals left in cells. Oh. Why don't I get some samples for my biokinesis? I opened several small portals and bypassed the space isolation in the cells. I touched each of the biologicals in the cells for a few seconds while I used my biokinesis to study them. This should be useful in the future. Probably for my powers, biokinesis has been one of the most important, if not the most. Without it, I wouldn't have beast girls. Comrade. Are you petting them? You can pet me if you want. Cosmo wiggles his tail with a growing intensity. I didn't correct him yet, I lifted him up like a baby with one hand while I kept the other on the biologicals. It's not petting. I have a power called biokinesis, it lets me learn stuff, among other things, through contact. I'm studying them. I don't see Howard Duckson here, so either he is not on this reality or he just isn't here. I kept scanning the biologicals with one hand while cuddling Cosmo with the other. We're back. Kitty shouted, followed by the now armored Kurt and the pink girl. The crystal. I said to Kitty as I extended my free hand. Here you go. Kitty tossed the crystal my way. I caught the crystal in the air. Tannelier, this is your payment for the oh-so-gracious welcome that you gave my captain. The treatment was 5 stars out of 5. Take this and keep your head out of trouble. I'll be taking Cosmo and Karina with me as payment for the oh-so-gracious treatment I just gave you. I told him as I floated the darker-than-black crystal seed his way. What? What treatment? You came in here, froze my people, damaged my exhibition cells, and now you want to charge me for it. Yes, is the treatment that allowed for your uninterrupted existence. After all, this treatment I so graciously gave you permitted you to keep your sanity. My sanity? Well, I could argue that you don't have much of it left, but what I meant is that usually, people lose their sanity when subjected to constant torture. After you reach a certain threshold. I've been told so. Since my benevolent treatment includes forgiving you, then you should be thankful. I don't see you expressing your gratitude, which hurts my feelings and makes me want to lash out. Maybe forgiving you was a mistake. I made one of my eyes twitch and spin in its cavity. No. I mean. Of course, I'm thankful. Please take this Krylorian girl and that creature with you. As a token of my sincerity. He said while gnashing his teeth. Ho ho ho. I see how very thankful you are. I had my doubts there for a moment. I was about to do something that we both would have regretted, but now that I see your sincerity I can't help but feel like we just started an ages-long friendship. Ho ho ho. Ho ho, I don't see you laughing. Are you not happy? Why are you not laughing? I said the last part while crackling my voice and spinning my eyes in their sockets. For an additional VFX, I made the air distort around me, like a heat shimmer. No. Ha 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 ho 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 I laugh ho 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 ha 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 I fucking laugh ha ha ha. The last part was said with tears threatening to spill out. Right. Of course, you laugh, we laugh. Ha 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 ho ho ho. Tanalier, my friend. Sadly the time for my captain's departure is near and we need to go and pick up the rest of the crew. I know how painful it is to cut our time short. Believe me. I know. But you should know that I'm always available to hang out with you, my friend. Just give me a call when the time comes. His face was absolutely priceless. Well, I did this for Kitty's sake, I hope she appreciates it. You should sleep tight tonight knowing that you have a soul friend in me. I will never forget what happened today. I hope you don't either, I would be hurt if you did. I shouted as we exited the room. On my way out I unfroze the paused guards. I could tell that my cat was happy because she was walking next to me while grabbing my waist with 2 of her 4 tails. However, her expression was that of a haughty young lady while publicly humiliating her love rival. The 5 of us walked silently to the boot of Jemiah. We got closer only to arrive at a very cinematic scene. Boom, the establishment exploded. 2 maids walk in our direction out of the explosion, without looking back at the remaining chaos, unbothered by the fire and the debris. Let's go. We are done here, said Yelena as she passed by us before opening a portal to the ship. It was fun. We should do it more often. Irina shouted like talking to someone back at the site of the explosion. Only to receive a groan of pain as an answer. The pink girl was far more adaptable than I gave her credit for because she didn't even twitch. Is this okay? The bastion of sanity, Kurt, asked. Yeah, no one died. At least not from the explosion. I commented as I saw some mutilated corpses left in their wake. They clearly used their lightsabers because the wounds were seared. I'm cool with that. Let's get out of here. Kurt went through the portal as if running from his inner demons. Kurt must really want out of here. I wonder why. Captain Kitty said. So do I. I had a great time. We should come back with the rest of the girls. I added. You guys are funny. Woof. Cosmo said. We walked through the portal and got ready to depart to Vormer with 2 additional crew members. A/N. Here's the chapter. Another long one, 11K words. I will upload some pics, in case you got here but found none. The next chapter is Vormer, another snippet about the situation back on Earth, and by the end some world shattering with the Power Stone. Also, I'm correcting some of my old chapters and some comments might be lost. It pains me to do it but the first chapters is how readers are captured, so I wanted to make sure that the grammar was right. Thank you for reading my work. Chapter 26, Star Wars, Rise of the Sith, Part 2. Near Vormer, Arcadia. About a week after Nowhere and 3 after we departed Halo. We are nearing Vormer and this time we all decided to accompany Kitty, standing above the hull of the Arcadia, over the ship's skull. We were feeling a little bad for her, or really, more like for Kurt. Every time Kitty gets bored of playing in the ship she comes outside and drags Kurt with her. I have surmised that given enough time and power, Kurt would become the aspect of sanity, possibly. Irina has taken upon herself the task of unraveling the limits of Kurt's sanity. So far, it seems that she hasn't made much progress yet. All she was able to crack out of it was that the adaptability of his mind was borderline psionic. But that's not so strange in teleporters, you need a special mind to have an advanced 3-dimensional mapping ability, to not teleport into a wall. To make it up to Kurt, after Irina's blatant attempts at psychoanalyzing him, we decided to chaperone the mutants at the hull posing. This is the name we gave to the cat's weird inclination for stargazing from the top of the ship's hull. We thought that company would help him cope better with his friend's antics. But If the angst and anxiety that he is slapping in our empathic sense is anything to go by, it doesn't look like it's working. You know, Kurt. You can say no to this cat if you're so stressed out about this. I know. But I don't want to give up on this even if every cell in my body tells me to teleport back to the ship's safe interior. First of all, don't ever think about teleporting or warping while at FTL, not unless you know what you're doing. You'll die if you don't. Second of all, why? Excuse me, what? He did a double take and looked at me with a twitching lip. Why don't you want to give up on this? I clarified my question. No. Not that. The first thing. Oh. That. If you do spatial displacement while moving at FTL speed, you'll die. You disperse yourself if you teleport, you rip yourself apart if you warp, you need to have the ability to compensate for the fast change in the X, Y, and Z coordinates, that's without accounting for the imbalance in the relation spacetime that occurs when you move faster than the speed light. Why was I, the teleporting mutant, not made aware of this before? This time he slapped my empathic sense with incredulity. You can't teleport within the ship, and I didn't think that you would try to from the outside while the ship was engaged in FTL travel, isn't this common sense? Sigh. I keep sighing a lot during this trip. My mother used to say that was how your soul and or happiness escapes your body, weird things that all mothers say. Yes, you do. So. Why are you not giving up? Well, I'm a bit of a coward, he said while trying to scratch the side of his face but failing after meeting the suit's helmet. When I first met Kitty and the rest of my friends in the school, I was not very good at teleporting because I was afraid of it. It was Kitty who took it upon herself to crack me out of my shell. After seeing the results speak for themselves, I can sort of tell that following my now cat friend has been more positive than not. I see, she probably thought something along the lines of how much of a waste was not using such a cool power. Although she is a loyal friend, her behavior can be reckless and inconsistent. Her sense of right and wrong seems to be entirely distorted, which has become increasingly apparent as people in Halo allow her to be more open about herself. While there are other less than honorable traits that I could mention, she is always there to support and stand up for her friends. You admire her. Yes, but I'm not blind. I know how willful she is and how she drags me around more than the others because I rarely oppose her. Hee hee. That much is obvious, I told him just before we came out of FTL. Vormer could be described in 2 words, arid and wet. This makes it very contradictory, but when you have a desertic planet with patches of water and a bunch of clouds, under almost perpetual darkness most of the time, something it's bound to be contradictory. Not much can be said about Vormer. Comic Vormer was even more unremarkable than its MCU version. The only reason I read of it is because the Vorms, inhabitants of Vormer, sounded like worms and looked like humanoid Godzillas. I found it curious. But this Vormer is not Comic Vormer, because I don't see any red humanoid Godzillas prowling around its surface. This is our destination, and that of the sacrifices I have in the ship. If you don't want to see people die, you can stay on the ship, I said, the last part looking at Kurt and Kitty. My cat, for all of her sadism, has never been so close to bloodshed, at least not of this type, and Kurt even less. I'm going, Kitty. Sigh. Kurt agreed. We portal directly to Vormer, just under the temple. Is temple the correct designation for it? Because this looks more like 2 man-made pikes on top of a peak. I carried the couple of the year with my TK and kept them unconscious since I didn't want to deal with their nonsense. Why do you have to kill them? Kurt asked with visible uncertainty in his tone. The stone is under a very annoying limitation. It's more like a law. If you want to get the stone, you need to offer the soul of the one you love the most. It's supposed to make you understand the weight of the soul stone. I could bypass it, but the consequences are annoying to deal with. Also, Nuna could get it for me, but I'm trying to do my work on my own. I like sugar mommies as much as the next guy, but I also aim for independence. Since I would never offer the soul of the one I love, I had to get some volunteers. It's not like I could even offer the soul of Nuna. The next best replacement would be Seraph, but I'm not Thanos. Pathetic Titan. Not very Titanic behavior if I say so myself. He should have acted like a real Chad and gotten himself some sacrifices, or manipulated some fool into getting the stone for him. A show of shrewdness and trickery, yet the pathetic Titan killed his daughter. They don't look very willing for volunteers. Kitty said while pointing at the floating couple. I consider scum as free volunteers for the betterment of the universe. They are scum, hence, they are volunteers. X2, of course my maids would agree. This feels wrong. Kurt. How come? These guys were going to die anyway. Capital punishment. I answered. I can imagine, but it feels like playing God. John 8 verse 7, he that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her. I don't feel like we should be the ones playing judge, jury, and executioner. So this version of Nightcrawler is the faithful one. Well, I certainly am not sinless. Leaving aside my sinful intentions with Nuna's body, I have a kill count higher than Thanos, and that guy is scum. But God, or as is known in 616, Yahweh, is not here, and the closest thing to God on this earth is me, Gia, or Odin. Not that I'm trying to blow my horn, it's just a fact. Celestials are up there as well, but they don't deal with concepts of morality, not that we do, but we are closer to mortals than them. So you are against capital punishment? Irina asked him. Yes, I don't believe that we mortals should be carrying the judgment of the Lord. You can talk about yourself, I'm not a mortal. I see. If you want to live your life like that, the best advice I can give you is, get strong. Get some real gains. Grow a beard. Become inevitable. Chat up. Get strong enough so that you can show mercy to your enemies without endangering the lives of those around you. Because not even I have the liberty to offer mercy, and I'm strong enough to level this universe and the next on my own. We left the two innocent teens thinking about my words as we got closer to the summit, where I could feel Red Skull. As we came out of a tight rocky passage, we finally reached the peak and were welcomed to the sight of Vormir's wet arid landscape, plus the red Casper. Welcome Aragorn, the progeny of the outside, Catherine Pride, daughter of Carmen Pride, Kurt Wagner, son of Raven Darkholm, Irina Draconisfilia, daughter of Aragorn, and Yelena Draconisfilia, daughter of Aragorn. Well. The cat's out of the bag. Poor Kurt. Oh, of Mystique. She's my mother. Kurt exclaimed. Technically, your father. Your mother is Irene Adler. I corrected him. My father. He exclaimed. Look at what you caused, Schmidt. Can't your nigh omniscience let you know about the mess that you would have made with that awful greeting? I blamed Red Casper. No, I can only know the past. Schmidt answered. Ain't that convenient? Convenient but only for you. I quipped back. Mystique and Destiny are Kurt's parents? Kitty asked. Yes. I confirmed while my maids shared a bucket of popcorn as they enjoyed the drama. They even brought a couch out of their liminal space. I won't question what stuff they have in there, I should have known that this was the real use that they would have given to our heaven-defying invention. How do you know? Kitty asked while Kurt was trying to cope with the info. A combination of previous knowledge and biokinesis. I wouldn't miss the chance to study new mutations, so I normally scan every biological that I meet. How is this possible? How sure are you? A woman can't be my father, you must be mistaken. Denial isn't just a river in Egypt. 100% sure. She shapeshifted into a male version of herself with several genetic makeups mashed up together into what she wanted for a child, then she impregnated your mother. Biology combined with my all-seeing eyes doesn't lie, his soul carries traces from theirs, similar to how my unborn child's soul carries traces from Gia, Nuna, and me. Why did you keep it a secret? Why did they? Anger, the second step. Irina is already taking notes. This is valuable data for my study on Kurt's sanity. Keep it going, Daddy. Irina said. Yelena chuckled at Irina's comment. Ugh. That word is cursed for me. Please don't call me that, daughter. It was not my secret to share. I don't know why they kept it a secret, you should ask them when we get back. I didn't even feel an ounce of emotion coming from them towards Kurt, chances are they don't even know themselves, which stinks to bald rapist. Did they even want me? There must be a reason why they abandoned me. Is it because I can't shapeshift to a human like my moth father? Because I look like a devil? Depression, third gear. I don't know, but I don't think it's because of those last two reasons. I don't think they remember you because they don't react to you, so there may be a more demanding reason at play. Probably. When we return, please let us be there when he reveals the truth to his parents. Yelena has a craving for drama. Yes, that's for sure. I will need to study his brain during the drama to evaluate the synaptic response from the limbic system. Aragorn, can you help me study his hormonal fluctuations? Now they only call me young master in public, how tragic. Okay, but only because I'm interested in the results of your work, I answered as I proceeded to record his biological readings. Can't you read their minds from here, Aragorn? I would do anything for you in return. I need to know. Bargaining, fourth gear. I can almost see his extremities turning blackish crimson. Oh. I just realized that maybe Xavier was not involved, Mystique and Destiny were there when I used conceptual speech. If they had altered memories at that time, then they should have recovered their memories as Moira MacTaggart did, or maybe Moira is special. I will have to find out. I could, but I would have to invade their mindscape to find out where the memories are buried, and I don't like to invade minds without permission or cause. Invading mindscapes is way more intrusive than reading what's on the front of your mind, the so-called surface thoughts. I try to respect privacy, I don't want to turn bald. The drama is on point. Yelena added as she stuffed her mouth with popcorn. And no, you are right. Whether I like it or not, my parents deserve to keep the sanctity of their privacy. I can see that I'm overreacting. All my life I've been looking for answers and I finally found some. I need to wait a few months and will get what I've been looking for. Acceptance, fifth gear, I can see the white hair. Contrary to Luffy's joyous expression, Kurt's is more on the side of serenity. Bravo. Amazing. He went through all the stages in less than 2 minutes. This has to be some sort of world record, Irina. I can barely wait for the next episode, Yelena. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your input on the mystery of my birth. I didn't get your name before, sir, Kurt addressed Schmidt. Johann Schmidt, I was known by this name before. You can use it if needed. Johann Schmidt. Why do I feel like I've heard that name before? I'm sorry, sir, I assumed you were an alien, but I can see that your name bears resemblance to the naming sense of my planet. Were you born on Earth? Or, have you ever been to Earth? He is probably imagining that Red Skull's appearance is something that happened to him after his death. Ha 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 ha. Kurt, Johann Schmidt is the name of the Red Skull. He is the Red Skull. Kitty factually explained. Gasp! Kurt was shocked and awed. Before he was filled with gratitude, now he is full of doubts, vigilance, and uncertainty. Leaving aside the matters of Kurt's mothers. Let's get this show on the road. You can give these sacrifices your introduction after I talk to them. I said to the skull as I pointed at the scum floating behind us. There's no need. As long as you explain to them the sacrifice that is needed, my obligations are fulfilled. Red Skull. Even better. I walked closer to the edge of the cliff and set the scum on the ground. Jackiel Merle, Marfia Kingson. Arise. I sent a psionic command and both got up like the Undertaker. What? Male scum. Where are we? Female scum. Jackiel Merle, Marfia Kingson, you're in the realm of the soul. I'm Lucifer Morningstar, ruler of death. Welcome to your final judgment. Technically this is the realm of the soul, Soul Stone, and I rule over death, Nuna, with my skillful tongue techniques. To make matters more compelling, I'm creating a psionic illusion of a misty landscape with green shades. My girls look like wraiths, and Red Skull and Kurt look like themselves. No need for illusions there. What? I died. Female scum. And no, this can't be real. Male scum. It is. Mortals. I don't have the patience to deal with your insignificant selves. Here, I can prove it. I walked up to both and pierced their hearts with my hands. They couldn't react nor could they comprehend what had happened. Splurg, a wet suction sound is heard as blood flows to the ground after I remove my hands from their chests. Arg. No 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 ah. Both exclaim in terror. Shut up. Do you ants feel pain? I imposingly say. I'm using a life sustenance spell to keep them alive and I removed their sense of pain on the ship. I added a second regeneration spell so it can visibly be seen as their flesh and bones heal. How? Male scum. When you die your puny souls don't feel pain and you can't damage a soul, only erase it. This is total bullshit. They morbidly observe as their whole heals up before partially accepting reality. It's not technically true that you are dead. But you're pretty damn close to it. What's the last you remember? I continue to play my role. We were being tortured on some lost island by some sick fucker. Female scum answered. Why yeah, Marfia is right. As if they both are not sick fuckers themselves. You both are so close to death that I was allowed to temporarily summon your souls. I've been in need of a representative on Earth for a long time now. One who will house a portion of my powers, which would make you gods walking among the ants. Among the many qualified ants I found you too. The atrocities that you've committed have pleased me dearly. Be grateful. Sadly your destinies have been sealed so I couldn't make a move from my realm without being discovered by my father, God. However, I found a loophole. In this realm, there's a powerful stone, the Soul Stone. This relic, from before the time of creation, carries the authority over all souls. Nevertheless, a sacrifice must be paid before it allows for a worthy wielder. The Soul Stone, plus my powers, plus the soul of the sacrifice will allow me to send a representative to Earth. This is the loophole that I found. I feel like an infomercial. There's a bunch of plot holes in that story, Aragorn, Kitty. They won't believe it, Irina. There's no way they would, Yelena. Not even with my nigh omniscience I can see a positive outcome, Red Casper. Asterisk shushu asterisk no former Nazis allowed in here. Kitty. Let me finish. You'll see. Do you have any questions so far? And please don't waste my time asking stupid shit, just know that if I can't find an apostle in any of you then you both will just go back to your destinies. Agony for the rest of your lives. However long that is. See. It would be best if you made them desperate, I sent our chat group. Oh. That makes sense, Irina. It's the carrot and the stick, but you pressure them with torture so that they make a rush decision and throw themselves to the carrot, Yelena. I should add this to my list, Kitty. List of what, Kitty? Worried Kurt. I understand now, I used to use this tactic back in my days. Red Skull sounded like a boomer. I knew you would understand, Schmidt, I answered the starved for attention Nazi. No. I can't. I can't go back. Male scum. The nightmares. I won't go back. What's the sacrifice? I'll give you anything. Anything. Female scum. See. Desperation breeds errors, I sent the spectators. To ensure that whoever possesses it understands its power, the stone demands a sacrifice. In order to take the stone, you must lose that which you love. A soul, for a soul, I looked with mirth and sadism at the two awestruck sacrifices. One of you must fall down the cliff so that the other may move forward. I confirmed their suspicions. Both of them looked at the fatal drop before looking at the other, the object of their love. No. This can't be Jaquiel tried to say as he turned around to confront me. Tried. I'm sorry. Marfia said as she pushed her lover to his death. To expedite things I had awakened both of them dangerously close to the cliff. Marfia was the faster decision-maker between the two. Marfia. Jaquiel's last word as he fell into the void filled with betrayal and disbelief. Todd, a silent confirmation that followed after a few seconds. Thrum, consecutive waves of power washed over us as I dispelled the illusion and the remaining scum was teleported by a flash of light. This would have been more tragic if they were not the worst of the worst I could find. I had to struggle to contain my manly tears when Scarlett Johansson died. I lost the battle in Marley and Me, and at the end of The Dark Knight Rises, I thought Christian Bale had died. Umo X2, my maids. It looked like two lovers forced to make a decision by the devil. I enjoyed the irony in their death. Kitty. I did as well. Two of the worst, whose sacrifice will help the universe, very ironic. Red Skull. Isn't it more ironic since it's coming from you? The Nazi Hydra High Commander. Irina. Red Casper found a very interesting star to gaze at. This is wrong. How do you sleep at night knowing of the anguish that you caused these two? Regardless of how evil they were. Aren't you afraid of becoming like them? Kurt. It depends. Sometimes I sleep in Nuna's embrace, and other times she sleeps in mine. I obviously shapeshift into a smaller form so that I can get the full experience. No guilt. Kurt. None. I say factually. How? Why? Kurt followed. I think you don't understand what I am or what I've lived through. Kurt, I like life and death, especially death, a lot. I respect life and death, as well. But unless you are one of the lives I love or care about, in some way or another, I recognize all life at the same level. I hold with the same value the life of an ant as the life of a human. I'm too old, different, and powerful to care about morals outside of my own. Because to me, when I was lost in the void for eons, the life of an ant within my reach would have been worth everything over the life of a human out of my reach. I would have protected the heck out of that ant. I know I would have because I tried to raise the mindless beast of the voids to see if I could evolve some sapience in them. That's how desperate I was. I would have probably helped that ant become the ultimate life form, or something like that so that it could have kept me company for the rest of my eternal existence. The value of life depends on the circumstances. Do you think that the life of a random human held the same importance as the life of Gia during the time of the propagation of humans? The elder goddess that sustained and protected Earth up until this point? No, that's the answer. If someone wanted to kill Earth and its humans, the fastest method would be traveling to the past and killing the real protector of humankind, Gia. It's true that all mortal lives are worth the same. To me, my wife, and most abstracts they are. But when you add the circumstances around the lives of all of you, you start to understand that some lives are more important than others. Wasn't Strange willing to sacrifice Tony Stark at the end because his life was less important than the rest of the universe? At least his death held the biggest meaning, along with Natasha's. What do you think is more important in a world without a functioning atmosphere, the last plant or a human? He didn't answer. What about the rest of the universe versus two very damnable humans? That's how I make decisions. That's how I assign value to those around me. That's how most abstracts work. That's how most elder gods operate. That's how most gods think. We set those important to us on a different scale, and then all of the rest are more important than the other depending on their circumstances, their impact, their importance. I gave him a few seconds to think before I answered his second question. And in regards to becoming like them. If you were referring to something as meaningless as increasing my kill count, then that's a lost cause. You should know that I have already a number of kills bigger than the total amount of humans that have died to this point in time. I have the lives of two universes under my count. I focus on the distance, where the soul stone just popped up along with its tear-stricken wielder, and make a portal below the scum while she was observing the amber light of power in her hands and fantasizing about an impossible future. I opened the other end of the portal in front of me, above my eye level. As the scum falls, I behead her and burn her and her dead lovers' bodies, leaving only the stone floating. Pristine as it should be. Wow, it's pretty. Kitty said as she focused on the shiny stone, trying to ignore the death she just witnessed. It is, wanna hold it? I asked her. Can I? Her eyes sparkle. Sure, just don't use it. Not even just a little. The cat implored. What for? I asked. I want to see souls. Kitty. Mom, that's okay, but give me a sec. I shield my soul with a void barrier. Okay, you can try now. I removed my telekinetic hold as the cat grabbed it with hers and brought the stone to her hand. As the stone made contact, it shone for a second before the cat's eyes gained an amber light for an instant. The cat looked up from the stone in her hand and looked at us. Whoa. This is nuts. Is that star the contract? She said as she moved closer to Yelena. It should be. Yelena, your soul is beautiful. Kitty said as she moved her sight to her friend. I know. I take care of it every morning, at the same time as I do my skin routine. Yelena said. Yours as well, Kurt. But yours doesn't have a shiny star like Yelena's. Kitty moved to Irina's before she gazed at me. She tilted her head in confusion before she said. Why can't I see yours, Aragorn? Gazing at the soul of a void beast will make you lose your sanity. My soul comes from something higher than the void, with capital letters. Since I don't want my cat going crazier, I shielded it. A/N, there's a void in Marvel, so a void beast with a soul can exist. MC comes from the void outside of Marvel, where according to the FF's lore, he is the only one with a soul. TCH. Not even a peek. A small one. The cat became annoying. Just an instant will knock you out. At best. I can take it. Dash. Maybe. Try asking the stone to temporarily reinforce your soul. Make sure it's temporary and make sure that the intent is reinforcement. I'm curious as well. Kitty concentrated for a second before I saw her soul gain another level. I'm ready. Hit me with it. I dispersed the barrier for an instant before I remade it. That was enough. Kaya. Her soul lost the reinforcement as she began broadcasting panic and captivation. IT was dash. Wait. Why can't I remember? I see. Very interesting. You're not strong enough and my soul doesn't appear as any logical construct in your eyes. During my time in the void, I always saw it as a sphere or dragon-shaped void when I willed it that way. Inside Marvel I see it as a shifting blob of me. It alternates states like changing underwear so it doesn't have a set form. Ack. That's annoying. Do you girls want to try? I asked my maids. My maids nodded. As I lend the stone to the girls and Kurt, I ask something that's been bothering me for a while now. What happens to you now? I directed the question to the wraith. It's part of my punishment to be the stonekeeper. Since the duty has been passed onto your hands, I will remain here until the end of times or until the stone calls for me once again. Whatever ensues first. Interesting. I wonder if once I give the stone a will, would it call for its Nazi slave or would it abandon him? I looked back to my people, taking turns with the given form of the universe's sole authority, playing with it like children. It looks like we will stay here for a little while before we move on to destroying some planets with the power stone. Poor Karina, she is going to get bored on the ship. Earth, Krakoa. Hank McCoy's residency. You were not kidding when you said that you knew how to cook. Hank stated as he appreciated the display of culinary skills of his blue friend. It was art taking the shape of a banquet. Several cold appetizers were already served, waiting for the guests to arrive. Seraph handled everything from the collection of the ingredients to the preparation and cooking. Different complementary types of dishes and international cuisine were mixed expertly. Every dish appeared to be made with an almost mechanical skill. I told you so, Hank. Seraph commented as she measured the level of salt on one of the platters she would be serving hot when the guests arrived. I thought all the food you ingested up there was made by the organic fabricators. How come you have this level of skill in cooking? I'm also a master marksman, astronaut, lawyer, doctor, chemist, physicist, biologist, engineer, ballerina, painter, musician, instrumentalist, actress, martial artist, swordsman, spearman, and so many other professions that we would spend the whole evening here just talking about it. I know how to cook because I'm better. I'm supposed to help you. I can only do this efficiently if I have mastery over all these subjects. Seraph, as her father, tends to be an overachiever or an overkiller, depending on who you ask. I don't know how some of those professions could help in country building, but I'm not the one that is part of the council. I stick to what I know and that's the lab. Your mutation is also good for close-quarter combat. You should be joining my training with the rest of the X-Force. I've seen what you make those poor souls do. No, thank you. Hank said while airing his hands in negation. Your loss, don't come crying back to me when you get your ass hooped. So she said, but the smile on her face told a different story. Do you think they'll come? It would be a waste to throw all of this food away if they don't. Seraph said while looking at the feast she prepared. At least and Marie and Remy, during training, looked excited about coming over and trying my food. They'll come. I informed them 3 days ago so they should have time for a dinner with the two most important individuals in this country and their daughter and her boyfriend, so don't worry, Seraph. Raven and Irene will be here. Oh ho. So my friend has at least some political sense. I thought you didn't know about your worth, Hank. What happened to sticking to your lab? Since when are you this smart and what have you done with my friend? Seraph mocked a defensive stand with a fork and a spoon as her weapons. Stop it, Seraph. Indeed, I focus more on my lab, but please give me more credit. I'm not an idiot who only knows about science and has no space for any other much-needed wisdom in his head. In a certain building in New York, an elastic man looked around as if his name was called as if someone was talking behind his back, and then he dismissed it and went back to his work on his spatial collapser. Why wouldn't you need to collapse the very important and fragile fabric of space? I know that most people here are replaceable, except you and me. I know that you should be treated as foreign royalty, yet the idiots treat you with fear, isolation, and as an amenity. Someone to go to whenever they need something from your father or Emma's empire. I know that the only people who see you as one of them in Krakoa are the X-Force and me. I can see the mess that they are making, but after I told Charles and Raven about it they, apparently, dismissed my concerns. Sometimes they can be idiotic. What will your father do if they don't involve you actively in the decision-making? Hank asked while he felt apologetic about his friend's actions. I will go back to Halo. Father said that if they don't understand when someone is being more generous than they should and if they think that my help is not needed, I can go back to his side and just assist when my help is needed as a deciding vote. He said that his daughter should be appreciated and that if you don't then that means that I'm not needed here, even if my work here is needed for his plans. There was no sense of loss from Seraph's end. In her eyes, the mutants would be the only losers in this scenario. Let's not worry so much, Seraph. They will come. Hank assented, though it almost felt like a plea. Against his expectations and assurances, they didn't come. Rogue and Gambit did though. They came after the daily practice of Rogue's power control through the detection of her bioelectric field. Something Aragorn asked her to do while he was away. They were very pleased with the food and applauded the godlike hand of the blue chef. They didn't lose their clothing, though. They spent a lovely evening together, they talked about their dreams, the peace that they finally achieved, and the expectations that they had for their country. About how Anne-Marie and Remy LeBeau got together, about the trials that he had to go through to get the approval of her mothers. They talked about how Rogue is excited about learning to control her powers from Aragorn, and in secret, she told Seraph about how happy she was of having the possibility of being intimate with her lover, Remy. Beast told them about the significant discoveries that they made about the plants in Krakoa. Seraph had to translate the scientific jargon into mundane terms for the teen couple to understand. They joked about the mishaps that often transpired during their training. Seraph projected her favorite spots in the universe, directly from her connection to the grand repository of knowledge. She shared with them an immersive optical illusion of some of the events she found most interesting on Earth, memories which Gia graciously donated. And lastly, she proudly showed them how her father destroyed an infected universe. Since Aragorn had shared this memory with Spark, she asked her sibling for a copy. This is both beautiful and terrifying, Seraph. Is this what the end of the universe looks like? Rogue asked as they became witness to the universal collapse. This is an artificial universal collapse, due to gravity. Father said that it could also be called the end of the Big Crunch, or a version of it. But the end of a universe could look different depending on the viewer and the type of end. In this case, this is a memory of how it looked in the all-seeing eyes of my father. To normal human eyes, it would look like a never-ending blackness, followed by the light of the breath of Father, and then, nothing. Mon chéri, I'm glad I'm not the one courting for your love. Your father, with all due respect, is a monster outside of this humble thief's comprehension. Gambit said. It's okay, I prefer the smart kind, not the bad boy type. Rogue and Gambit looked with mirth at Beast after Seraph's answer. Don't look at me. I don't want to deal with whatever seals Aragorn put on Seraph. Hank said in a hurry. Ah. Hank, so you don't want me? Seraph coquettishly asked. You conniving AI, please for the love of God, stop pushing me to my death. I don't want to be at the end of that erasing breath of your father. Hank shouted as he ran from Seraph who was swaying seductively his way. PFF. Ha 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 ha, she couldn't keep up with the joke and started laughing. Ha 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 ha, X3, and was promptly followed by the other three. Mon chéri, that was magnifique. Gambit said between laughs. As the night progresses, a deeper sense of friendship is created and the end of the evening regretfully arrives. Thank you for the food, Seraph. Good night, see you tomorrow for the operation. Rogue commented as they said their goodbyes. Indeed, tomorrow is the next hit on Hydra, as well as the second migration for Krakoa. Good night, you two. Take care. Hank said as he and Seraph waved back and settled in a heavy silence. One which both understood. They didn't come. Seraph said. Do you know why? Hank asked in resignation. They fell asleep. For Seraph, the manager AI, checking the security feed is within her rights and responsibilities. I'm sorry. This is all Hank could say. But it was hard to understand if he was sorry for his old friends, his country, or his new blue friend. It's okay. Don't blame yourself, and I didn't have high expectations of them either. While I understand that the council is very busy, it wouldn't have hurt to send a message. After all, basic social etiquette dictates that it's common courtesy to do so. After her statement, a portal the size of a hand opened in front of Seraph and a spark came through. Spark came through. Hi, sister. That's cute, sister, for you. Seraph responded as she reached with a beaming smile for Spark and brought its body with care and love to her face. Excuse me. Hi, my cute, lovely, beautiful, awesome, and powerful sister. That's better. What are you doing here, Spark? Seraph asked as she gave a small kiss to the little Spark. I came to sleep with my cute sister, can't I? Was it father? Seraph meaningfully asked. Yes, he told me that if something like this happens I should use this as an excuse to spend some time with you in his stead. That sounds like something he would do. You should be honored that I will allow you in my chambers tonight. I am, my princess sister. He. You and father always play to my antics. That's because you're only childish with us, and we like that you are. By the way, this is for you, Mr. McCoy. Spark pulled a syringe filled with a reddish liquid from its laminal storage. Hank grabbed the levitating syringe with curiosity. We are aware that your mutation could not be treated with the serums we provided because it stems from the ingestion of a faulty fix, an accident of your own invention. We also understand that the list of mutations that the Master Chief will have to personally treat will grow from now on as the population of Krakoa does. This is a low shape-shifting mutation serum. It should allow you to go from human to beast form. Hank observed the fluid with trepidation and hope as he bitterly remembered the time when he used his serum to try to fix his mutation, only for it to go awfully wrong. Why? Is it because of my relationship with Seraph? Yes. Spark said. I don't need bribes to be her friend, you can take it back. Hank handed Spark the serum with a mix of regret and determination. PFFF. Ha 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 ha. Seraph broke into a fit of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Spark followed after her. What? Hank couldn't understand why the AI siblings were laughing. Sorry about that, Mr. McCoy. The Master Chief is an empath and a psychic, so he can know for a fact that you harbor no bad intentions for our cute Seraph. Spark said. You also know about how protective and fearsome father is, Hank. Seraph added. Hence, we found it funny that you thought that we would entertain such human behavior of buying friends. We are 100% sure that you're good, and that you'll be good to our cute blue over here. We are also 100% sure that you would never purposely hurt her because we know you understand what the Master Chief would do. Spark concluded. Through the recounts of Seraph, Hank had acquired a greater understanding of Aragorn's character. He knew what Aragorn would do to anyone who harmed his daughter. So I should keep this. Hank brought the syringe closer to his body. Yes, please do. In the words of the Master Chief, you are giving happiness to his daughter, which means bringing him happiness. Seraph repays the happiness that she is receiving from you by giving you some of hers through the friendship that you share. Leaving him as the only one in debt, hence, he will try to gift you some happiness through the serum, given that you're not friends. Spark said while casting an equation of light in the air of the exchange of happiness, a skillful but wasteful application of his universal energy manipulation through sorcery. Or, in simpler terms, father is happy that you're friends with his cute daughter, so he will show his appreciation through the present. Seraph reworded. ***, thank you. I will accept his gratitude. Hank decided to ignore the overcomplicated yet simple way of thought of the Eldritch Dragon. Make sure to use it while in bed, it will knock you out. Spark advised him. Let's go, Spark. Tonight, we sleep together. Seraph and Spark portaled to Seraph's bed, on the topmost level of the spire. The dragon's nepotism could be appreciated through his actions. These people have weird ways of saying thank you. Hank said with a small smile on his blue face. A smile that would make any child cry, but a thankful one nonetheless. New York, S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Nick Fury, the spy, the big brother, sorcerer spy supreme, spatial sorcerer, the one that knows, motherfucker, Uncle Pirate. Give it to me, Spark, no need to conceal the despairing reality. How many loyal agents do I have? I dreaded the answer. Since the number of recruits keeps growing and the percentage that Hydra either plants or indoctrinates is about 15 to 20%, approximately 3/4 of S.H.I.E.L.D. are truly working for you. The current staffing is about 87.346, of which 60.209 are confirmed S.H.I.E.L.D. aligned. This leaves us with 27.137 that are either Hydra or not confirmed. Sadly, they hold a vast majority of the positions of power. Damn it. This is worse than I thought. At least if only the High Command was implicated I could get rid of them and adopt their power under my authority, but there's no way I can get rid of this many without causing the downfall of S.H.I.E.L.D., by my own hand at that. There is a high variance in the data since some of the agents were unknowingly doing the dirty work of Hydra. There are also some that I can't discern until we get all of their data. What are the chances of Hydra keeping a record of their agents? It's high. The data is expected to be compartmentalized, but since anyone could be Hydra, they must have a way of identifying each other. I can tell. It turns out that the bitch of my assistant was one of the squids. So I still have to wait for the listings from the constant raids to their bases. Exactly. There was an operation 2 days ago, as you know, and the list has been updated. We are already working on the next location, but this is an issue that we will have to slowly approach. We will collect and confirm information that we extract from their servers, paper trail, and mines. In a few years, once we have a bigger and more complete list, we will come out to the light and imprison all the confirmed targets, and then we will once more swipe through their mines, paper trail, and servers to get rid of the remnants. I like the result but not the execution. You do know that this is not foolproof, right? There will always be one or two that could seep through the cracks. Even under my sorcerer super spy eye, I can't see a way of this ending with a 100% performance. That's true and not. If you have one or two fools calling themselves Hydra, but no money, no backing, no equipment, or skills, are they really Hydra? Or are they just insects calling themselves human? It always gets my blood boiling when I hear the Helloans calling Hydra insects. I like that. That's something that I like hearing, but I would still have to keep constant vigilance. Not that I don't already, I was born vigilant. I couldn't even trust my own mother as I grew up. But, don't let her hear me say it, blessed be her soul. The other option is having Jean Grey issue a suicide command in their minds once she reaches her full psionic maturity. But psionic dampers could interfere in the psionic wave, so multiple attempts would be needed and 100% confirmation would still never be reached. Excuse me, what? I'm not so thrilled about flooding Earth with a kill yourself psionic command. No matter how skillful the little red becomes. It looks like my life will forever be plagued in one way or another by these fuckers. They are worse than cockroaches. Not necessarily, that does sound thrilling. What do you have in mind? There are two options. First, if the Master Chief is done hiding his presence from the multiple subjects connected to veritable threats, then he could issue the suicide command and his would go through psionic dampers with no problems. That's even worse than having the little red do it. At least she wouldn't accidentally change the command to become a maid. That sounds promising, but I still don't want to bathe Earth with a kill command, not to mention these threats that I knew nothing about. Fill me in later. All threats will be assessed by my judgment. The second option is more of a possibility. The Master Chief is working on a new magic system whose end goal is to impose your will over the battlefield. In other words, reality bending that is not grounded only in reality, but also applicable outside of reality. What does that mean? I thought I could use my badass magic everywhere. For example, your space bending is very useful, but what would you bend if you were outside of space-time? Outside of reality. Why in the name of my saintly but suspicious mother would I be outside space-time? I didn't even know that was a place I could occupy. Would I even survive in there? I need space and time, don't I? Shit. Now I sound like I'm breaking up a relationship without having the balls to do it. I see, so he is creating a magic system that would work on any battlefield. But how would that help us? Because, although sorcery is somewhat limited for this case, with this new magic system we could create a spell for our specific scenario. A spell that kills anyone that knowingly and willingly works for Hydra. When could we use that spell? Because I would even sell the remains of my possible mother for that shit. Blessed be her soul. Not yet, we are still working on the foundations of the system. It's a work in progress, but probably in a decade or maybe less, we should be done with its basic mainframe. Great. Count me I dash. Knock knock. I raised my hand to aim at my office's door and my trusty pistol came out of my space storage. Safety off, one in the chamber, fully loaded, ready to take on some spy ass. Visits. Spark asked. No. My Hydra secretary knows not to let anyone disturb me during this time. For a squid, she does a goddamned great job, she wouldn't knock on the door for no reason. Excuse me, Director. I have a call on the line from Secretary Pierce. My line is disconnected during this time, when I convene with Spark, so this makes some sort of sense. Spark broadcasts the illusion of me resting on the couch to the bugs we left in my office. It to give Hydra the impression that I sleep and let my guard down during this time. As if Nick Fury never lets his guard down. Make it look like I woke up. I address Spark, who confirms while I take my resting position on the couch. Yes, Vicky. Let the call come through, I said to Vic Hydra. Ring. A few seconds later the call connects. Secretary Pierce, sir. What can I do for you? Director, I apologize if I interrupted your work, but one of our allies and backers, South Africa, reported to the Council that not long ago one of their research and development labs was raided. No survivors and most, if not all, of their servers were wiped clean. It is no problem, sir. But why was this matter sent to S.H.I.E.L.D.? This is not the usual type of work that we would do, is it? We asked the same question, but they showed us a security film left by one of their hidden cameras before they blew up the R&D lab. I will send it to you. It appears that we are dealing with a group that handles tech above that of our time. Not even Stark Industries has the level of tech that we saw. If only you knew that this was them holding back. Ping, I received the notification for a new file. I'm on it, give a minute, sir. Video starts. Boom, it starts when the door to a storage hall implosions. Probably the result of one of those blasters. A group of militants uniformed in black robes with red clouds enters the hall, each holding blasters, clearly of high technological value. They assume positions less than 2 seconds after the door was imploded. The women lifted their blasters and the crack of distinct blasters was heard. Scraw, ah. Pap, pap, ka-ka-ka, ka-ka. Skidiki pap pap, pap. Poopy you pudder boom, boom. Skya, ah. Doo-doo cuckoo dun dun, dun. Pum, pum, A/N, Man's Not Hot song by Michael Dappa, Min 2:30. A cacophony of destruction follows as they trigger their weaponry. The sounds produced by the ammunition of different blasters are all distinct, yet inevitably followed by explosions. Some are implosions, some melt, some disperse, some penetrate, some explode. But, all left devastation. Light flashes from the muzzles of their weapons, and the women move around the hall annihilating any resistance that they meet. From time to time some of them wield blades of light, and some others use their guns to cut down the feeble opposition. Boom. The hall trembles and dust falls, an explosion that appears to be coming from outside, showing that this was happening all over the lab. One of the women in the group signals for retreat, not before leaving a device. A device whose function was clarified minutes later after the last militant withdrew. A flash of light followed by static. Video ends. A short concise video that shows high tech, a uniform, military training, and a clear command chain. This is a video that introduces a new group that is well-founded, highly capable, well-trained, and mysterious. This group is a new player in our world of secrecy, spying, and backstabbing. They would have successfully fooled me if I had not known that the girls intentionally left that video behind. Sir, is there anything known of this organization? Do you know if they have been seen elsewhere? No, this is the first record that we found. Look into it, and let us know if you get anything. I will send you the location of the crater and have your team look into it. For these types of situations, S.H.I.E.L.D. was created and funded. VZZZ, the call is disconnected. Spark, do you have the evidence connecting this explosion with the other one left in Central America? Yes, Director. The traces that your team will find will guide them to the traces left by that explosion a few weeks ago. Excellent. With this, I will milk them dry of all of their money after they think that S.H.I.E.L.D. could eventually get a hit of their base, Hydra's new enemy. That's what these bitches will get. I should start planning for what I would like for Christmas. I feel like just one helicarrier is not enough to find these very advanced enemies. Yes, Director, you will milk them dry. Oh, shut up. Hee hee hee. I thought double meaning was part of your culture. Once more I find clues to the real motivator behind human society. Please, shut up with that. This AI will make me go crazier with its fetishism talk. Yes, you guessed it. Shut it. I've got work to do. I can't stand here and listen to another useless speech on sex, fetishism, and society. I walk out of my office and order Vicky, the Hydra bitch. Vicky, get Agent Coulson here. Tell him I need him in the lab downstairs in under 1 hour. Yes, Director. Yes you will, you tentacled bitch. Location undisclosed, Arcadia. Karina, will you stay on the ship again? I asked my new pink maid who didn't want to visit Vormer with us last time. Yes, young master. I can appreciate the planet's destruction safely from the ship. Karina said as she motioned to the screens in the command center. Ah, but it's not the same, Karina. You have to be there to live through it. Don't you want to brag about surviving a planetary collapse to your future friends? Kitty tried to coax the pink girl. Kitty, stop annoying Karina. Not everyone wants to live through a planet's destruction. You don't have to listen to her, Karina. Kurt came to the rescue. I believe that he feels a connection of normalcy with Karina. But I wonder for how long. How long until Karina joins our side? Not everyone can be a bastion of sanity like Kurt. It's okay, Master Wagner. I know Captain Kitty means well. Karina respectfully addressed Kurt. Captain Kitty, my place is here, on the ship. I will make sure to enjoy your experiment from here. Okay, it's your loss. Besides, this is just the first stop, maybe you can join us on the other planetary destructions. Kitty is referring to the turns on the power stone of Irina and Yelena. Leaving our Krylorian on the ship, we portaled to our target. All right. We are here. Give me. The impatient Kitty showed her hand demanding the staff. So impatient, Kurt commented. I gave her the staff and as soon as she grabbed it, nothing happened. Ah. Where's the surge of power? The cat asked. I moved Kurt and my maids to my side so that I could protect them in case the cat misfires. You have to get the stone out, you have to wield it directly. Even with your adaptability and regeneration, I don't think you'll be able to handle more than 3 minutes. I will take it away after that, so if you want to crack the planet and not only raise its surface, then you better use the power energy to empower a spell instead of simply blasting its energy. Oh. Okay. Any recommendations? She asked as she hovered her hand over the crown of the staff. Your elemental spells won't do much damage, even if magnified. Try an eldritch sword to cleave the planet in half, or if you want explosions you could try to ignite and overcharge the dead core of the planet. When I mentioned explosions I convinced her. Can't I use an elemental combination of fire and earth to ignite the core? No, you need a circle for that or be physically present at the core. A core ignition circle, as far as I know, you don't have one, do you? No. Can't you make me one? She used Puss in Boots' eyes. I can. Is it smart to try a new spell circle with the power stone? I know I could control it but I doubt she could. No. Is there no other way? She used Puss in Boots' eyes, again. Fine, I capitulated. I raised my hands up in the air, held them together, fingers interlaced, and slowly pulled them apart. I used my TK to create a tunnel of vacuum around me, from the ground level to the outside of the planet. Once I was sure that there was no atmosphere around me I breathed out a ball of void breath the size of a minivan. I kept the ball of void breath above me with my hands still up. Lowering my hands, the ball dropped on me and it harmlessly passed through. As it made contact with the ground it flowed seamlessly, erasing the floor I stood on. I came out the other side of the ball and felt space fixing itself around as it washed over me. It's so interesting how the fastest thing I have ever measured is space moving to fix itself, yet if there are too many particles in the way it creates a chain collapse that ignites any atmosphere. Floating above the hole in the wake of the ball of breath, I measured the distance and angle needed to reach the core. I pushed the ball and in about 3 seconds the ball made contact with the core. Using my energy control and will over my void, I dispersed it into harmless heat energy. Bringing my hands to my chest, as if in prayer, I filled the vacuum left in the atmosphere and the one left in the tunnel. Okay, Puss in Boots. Open a portal at the end of the tunnel, you'll reach the core. I sent the mental image of the end of the tunnel. Yay. Thank you, Aragorn. I love you. Sure, and it only took helping you destroy a planet. The cat waved her hand and a portal opened for us to see a black iron rock. Making an orange circle matrix of fire and earth affinity, for a normal ignition, she got ready to pull the stone out. I'm ready. Kitty. Good luck. Irina. Don't blow us up. Yelena. I'm not feeling good about this. Kurt. I waved my hand and covered the girls, Cat, and Kurt with a skin-tight barrier. These should safely help them fully experience the detonation of a planet. After all, only Kurtz regulates G-forces that result due to abrupt acceleration. We are golden, Kitty. Fire it up. Yes. Kitty shouted as she pulled the stone out. This time there was a reaction. Arg fuck. This hurts. Her yelling and sailor-like mouth made way for her body's adaptation and regeneration to kick in. Her previous white and spotless skin adapted to a black with purple circuitry skin, her hair shifted to a purple flame, and her entire eyes lit up with color the same as her hair's flame. Leaving her with bright purple orbs as eyes. Asterisk huff asterisk it's done. It doesn't hurt anymore. I also feel powerful. Unlimited power. Say cast some city-destroying purple lightning bolts. Crackle boom, at the distance we could see the molten glass left behind by the strikes. Don't get distracted, Kitty. It's not the time to quote your hero and inspiration. You're on a timer. Oh. Yes. Let's do this. She psyched herself up. Carefully but at a fast pace, she methodically filled up her ignition circle with her purple energy. We are going to be okay, right? Kurt asked, knees shaking. Yeah, you won't be harmed. The barrier could protect you even from the heat and pressure at the core of a dwarf star. That does make me feel better. Wait. Won't I be launched into outer space? Ho 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 ho. Kurt, that's where the fun is. It will be the wildest roller coaster ride ever. We will ride the wave of the explosion. Kitty commented as her circle almost filled up. I think she is not accounting for the gravitational wave after the collapse of the planet anchoring the gravitational well it creates. It will make for a roller coaster ride fused with a turbulent flight through a hurricane. What? How am I supposed to get back to the ship? Maybe teleport. Kitty said as her circle was primed and ready. She even started to overfill it. I will surely be out of my range. The panic started to spread to his teeth. Now all of him was shaking. The circle started to show some cracking. Maybe he has that phobia of big things, like the vast ocean, or in this case, the ocean of stars. Oh well. I'm sure that Aragorn will find you. Right. Kitty threw the ball at me. Aragorn. Stress the subject further. Measure his vitals. Irina made a request. Maybe, of course I will. What do you mean? Why would dash? Time's up. She shouted as she fired the overcharged spell into the core. The irresponsible cat just let go of my precious stone. She didn't even close the portal. Boom. The core lit up. Instead of the healthy fiery colors, it lit up in a dark purple. I closed the portal before the ignition force spilled through it. I waved my hand and sealed the stone back in the staff. Lastly, with another wave of my hand, I sent it to the Arcadia. Wait. Aragorn, answer me. Kurt shouted, Irina took notes, and Yelena joined Kitty madly cackling in the background. Stress him even further. Irina ordered. Sorry, I was storing the staff. What was the question? Poor Kurt. Will yo? Trium crack. A wave of vibration and shock interrupted Kurt, the ground ominously cracked, and then, whoosh. A torrential pillar of purple magma rushed through the tunnel I made connecting to the core. The geyser of power stone-powered magma reached the outside of the planet. We all got distracted by the beautiful and enchanting yet deadly phenomenon. Sorry Kurt, it was your fault for following your crazy friend. And finally, less than 30 seconds after the geyser took shape, the planet couldn't hold it anymore. This time there was no sound. See you. I said a second before the explosion sent us to explore the vastness of space. Pieces of the planet flew by and along us. The ground expulsed us, it crumbled under the exploding pressure, the atmosphere burned, the gravity faltered, and finally, when we were uncontrollably spinning, a purple star was momentarily born. I commanded my TK to stop Kurt's spin. He was the only one with no TK. While we were still getting away from the planet due to the exploding force, I could see the girls also positioned facing the contracting purple star. Though I can only see them because of my eyes. I'm pretty sure they have no idea of where the rest are. Debris flew by and from time to time we got hit, nothing the barriers couldn't take on, of course. Here comes the well's collapse, I told them as I saw the star stop contracting. They were still within my passive range. What well? Irina asked. The gravitational well. The wave should launch us further and more abruptly. I sent them an image of what I meant. X. Hey, Aragorn. That will send me further away than my portal range, Kitty. It's all fun and games until you are no longer in control, isn't it? X2, my maids. Barf, somehow Kurt sent the sound of his vomit through the psionic chat. The helmet should take care of expulsing it. He. I'll pick you up later. Then we felt it. Again no sound. But we did see the purple star grow, contrary to its previous contracting nature. But before its flames could reach us we were no longer within reach. That's how abrupt a gravitational well collapse could be when you're suspended in a vacuum, with no air drag. One moment gravity is pulling you back against your escape velocity, the next it's shooting you out. The girls probably broke their necks and all of their bones. Kurt's barrier was different, he is not immortal like us. But I don't worry, because this is not something new. When immortals like us spar, even a headshot is considered a scratch. So a broken neck, ripped flesh, collapsed organs, squished brains, and that sort of deadly injuries are a normal Thursday for my girls. Besides, the barrier should keep them in one piece long enough for their regeneration and adaptation to kick in. The real victim is Kurt. Somehow his sanity and sheer fucking will didn't allow him to pass out. He experienced the whole ride. I flashed to his side. It's been so long since I last traveled at light speed on my own power that I felt nostalgic. Kurt was looking at the stars with tears in his eyes. Pretty, isn't it? He noticed my presence when I talked to him. Yeah, he had the suit clean his manly tears. How are you holding up? Better than I expected. I found a new sense of life, like when you go through a life or death situation. I discovered the significance of life. I feel like I just started to truly live. You were never at risk, though. Even if his heart decided to fuck it all, the suit would have restarted it. I know, kind of, but still. My friend exploded a planet. That's not normal. She had help. Otherwise, demolishing the surface would have been the best result. I know, kind of, but still. Stone or no stone, she did it. It puts certain things into perspective. Doesn't my presence in your life already do that? I know, kind of, but still. Seeing is believing, as they say. I guess I can understand that. We stayed in a comfortable silence, enjoying the stars and the colorful vista. I took this time to erase any trace left of the power stone. Shouldn't we go and pick the rest up? I want to sleep until we reach that planet you mentioned before. XVB-17, the next target. Or Contraxia. Irina and Yelena each have a turn left with the power stone. Contraxia. I don't think I could handle 2 more of these. Hey Aragorn. Pick me up, I got a message through Yelena's contract. Young master, don't forget to record Kurt's vitals. I'm on my way. Irina has a better handle on the contract so she can feel a pull to my location. I can see her jumping from portal to portal in our direction. Let's wait for Irina. She is coming this way, I told Kurt. Okay. Got something to say. Thank you for creating this suit with a cleaning system, dash. You're welcome, what else am I supposed to say? A few seconds later Irina popped out of a portal. I'm here. Let's go. I opened a portal for Yelena and created a second one for Kitty. Yelena floated through hers. She had already cancelled her speed with TK. The cat hadn't cancelled her speed yet, so she shot through hers. We barely got a flash of her. I can estimate that she is traveling at about 1-3% c, a/n, c equals speed of light. Was that Kitty? Kurt asked. Yeah, X3, we answered as we tried to focus on the speeding cat. Near Contraxia, Arcadia. Ah, we are finally here. Contraxia, home to hookers, gynoids, whatever poison you crave for, deals under the table, and most importantly, Ravagers. I exclaimed as the frozen visage of Contraxia was revealed on our screens. Nice. Kitty. Which earned her a deadpan from Irina, Yelena, and Kurt. Karina's casualness remains to be broken. You can say that serving an elder of the universe does that for you, and unless your livelihood is at stake you won't mind most things. What's the plan, Aragorn? Kurt asked. I will make 2 commissions, one for their assistance in locating and migrating willing population to Nirn. The other is for information on habitable planets outside of all Galactic Empire's territories. That's about it for the plan. If anyone asks where we are from, say Fulgebunt Draconis Imperium or Nirn. Karina and Kurt, never remove your nanosuits. Kitty, tone it down with the hyperactivity, you're supposed to be the captain. Aye. Kitty. I wasn't planning on getting out of the safety of this suit, ever. I sleep on it. A possible traumatized Kurt. As you wish, young master. I've got to give it to Tanalier, he knows how to educate servants. Prepare for atmospheric entry. Kitty commanded. We are not going to portal in. I asked. Nah, I want to try landing it. I got a perfect score on my simulations for re-entry, I want to try my skills out. I guess now is as good a time as any. Normally, for a spaceship, atmospheric flight is expensive, and escaping the gravity well of a planet from the ground up is even more expensive. Especially if the ship is big, like the Arcadia or the Eclector, Yondu's mothership. The Ravagers logically would leave their ships in orbit and drop to the planet in jump ships, or as they call them M-ships, a class of ships the size of Quills Milano. But truthfully, we don't need to worry about expenses. As we descend I watch as my cat's simulation classes pay off, probably with a little bit more experience she could match the AI's re-entry parameters. But for the first try, this was great. Good job, Kitty. You even matched correctly the entry angle to the atmospheric elemental composition. Even though the air is breathable in Contraxia, the nitrogen percentage is lower than Earth's, so the entry angle is different. Thanks. The cat hugged me. Happy? I asked her as I petted her. Yes, thank you for bringing me out of Earth. I know you didn't need to do things this way, you only did it for me. She answered verbally as well as psionically, she sent her love, thanks, and happiness to my empathy. You're welcome. Captain Kitty. I sent her my love and fondness back. Let's go, mate. We have some pirates to hire. Kitty. Even though the ship is technically grounded, it's kept afloat. About 5 stories above ground. We have to leave it like this because there is no port with security for big ships around here and I don't want to allow easier access for the pirates to reach the ship. We made our way into town where, as expected, a few people were eyeing us out. Clearly, we are not from around here, which calls attention to us, since Ravagers are not used to receiving guests on Contraxia. We made our way to the respectable Iron Lotus, the brothel where Stakar Ogord was seen in the movie. We are aiming for him because I'm not sure about the time when Yondu Udanta was exiled from the Ravagers. All I know is that around the 26-year period when Yondu was raising Quill, he was expelled. Since Quill was kidnapped in 1988, it's been 11 years since then. We might find the half-celestial or we might not. I'm hoping we do. I want to study his biology. And Quill should be close to 19 years old. It wouldn't be strange to find him, the playboy, whoring around here. Is this it? Yelena asked as we neared our destination. It should be. Let's go inside and ask for some help. I responded. We walked in and all I could say was that, for a brothel, the ambience is very welcoming. I might even call it family-friendly. Hello, dear customers. How can I assist you today? A yellow gynoid asked as we were done getting a feel of the place. Hi, can you help us find Stakar Ogord, Aletta Ogord, Charlie, 27, Yondu Udanta, Kruger, or Mainframe? We are looking for any of the leaders of the Ravagers. Would you mind sharing the reason with me? I am eager to understand the situation and your explanation would greatly help me. It's for a business proposition. All right. Please follow me. Currently, Stakar Ogord is on the north corner of the left wing. That works for us. We followed the gynoid through the brothel, and I found lots of very interesting biologies on the way to Stakar. It's a good thing that the cat was behaving, but in retrospect, it's stupid to expect otherwise. Even with all of her outgoing personality, the cat is still a teen who feels comfortable around people she trusts and wary around strangers. Normally is hard to notice, because she is around us or the mutants. He's here, please let me know if you need any of our other services. The gynoid pointed at a corner where I could see our guy. Thanks, we will. Though Nuna would kill me and you if I did request some of your special services. We made our way to his booth while, unnoticeable to most, Stakar stealthily reached for his gun once he spotted us on his way. Hello there. My name is Aragorn. Are you Stakar Ogord? What brings folk of your ilk around a hole like this looking for me? By ilk, is he referring to non-Ravagers like us or something else? We are looking to hire a few of the Ravager clans. Since we didn't have access to your network yet, we came to the one place where you could find Ravagers. I gestured around us. Contraxia, he finished for me. I'm Stakar Ogord, leader of the Stakar Ravager clan. What can I do for you? 2 requests. Or business propositions if you will. I represent a budding empire that is looking for citizens, willing citizens. We are trying to migrate about 2 million people to one of our underpopulated planets. The second point is information about habitable planets outside of any political jurisdiction. The planets should have a breathable atmosphere and water at a minimum. Location is not important as long as there is no claim on it. As long as we are not dealing with kids we could work something out, Stakar said. What about orphans? I asked. What about them? Stakar responded, unsure of the origin of my question. If we find orphans willing to move to our planet, or kids with no guardianship over them, we could provide a home for them. We are trying to populate our planet, not purchase slaves. These people would be our future citizens, so we wouldn't mistreat them or anything in such a crude manner. Would you be willing to help in their relocation? Only on a case-by-case basis, and each clan leader would have to consent. That's acceptable. How will you get the people to willingly move out? Ravagers don't have the greatest of reputations if you didn't know. Stakar addressed another problem. Once we have located the candidates we would call for some representatives to officiate the process. Having a legal spokesperson should counteract your bad rep. I would also like to recommend trying out war-torn places. It would do better, for us, if the citizens felt indebted to us. We could, but the risks are higher. Not everyone is willing to get near the battlefields. Stakar. Money is no problem if that's what you're referring to. We are willing to pay 2,000 units per successful settler. He was still for a while before the math computed. 4 billion units. 4 billion units total, and 30,000 units per accepted planet, with a maximum of 6 accepted planets. This time I felt the entire brothel pay attention to our conversation. Can you back that number up? I could pay you now, but your ilk can be greedy and lazy. I would rather not have to kill you once you betray me if I hand you the reward before I get my residence. I can pay you on the spot. After every successful migration to our planet, we can complete each transaction. I should also mention now that these prices are non-negotiable. These numbers were authorized by my queen and you won't get a unit more than what I quoted. How long would we have to complete the migration? Stakar. 3 months maximum. That is manageable. Where is this planet? Stakar. Planet Nern. It's an embassy planet within the territory of the Nova Empire. MMMH. That could be a problem, Stakar. While working on this task you would have immunity for your past deeds as long as you follow the designated route. You must have considerable pull if you can get those reassurances. Stakar. We do. Currently, our priority is the migration and we could leave the information on the planets for last. I like it. How far away is your planet located from the other empires? Just an average, Stakar. I would say that from here we are about half a standard day away if you use the jumps. We would cut it close, but if we have several motherships in rotation with the M ships as escorts we could use 10 to 18 clans to get everyone shipped out within that time frame. That's assuming we find the 2 million willing migrants. Exactly. I confirmed his mental math. I could portal everyone away, but I'm trying to make possible enemies believe that I have a range for my portals. So I'm trying to keep it the size of a few hundred star systems. Can you wait here for the others to arrive once I call them? A deal of this size is better handled in person. Sure, we can wait a day or two to get the confirmation of your team. After that, we exchanged contact info and we all returned to the Arcadia. I didn't want to leave them run free just the day we arrived. I should scout the place a bit more to make sure that they won't run into a problem bigger than they handle. A/N. 13.2k words, this was a hassle to finish. I have been having a hectic schedule due to the festivities and changing places, but I'm trying to compensate with longer chapters. I will upload some images. In case you reached this point without seeing any. I feel like this space arc will grow larger than I anticipated, but it probably feels that way because I usually use about 1/4 of the chapter to update the situation in Krakoa. Chapter 27, Star Wars, Rise of the Sith, Part 3, A/N. I had to split the chapter because for some reason I could only save less than 20,000 words or 100,000 characters. So this is the first half. Above the battlefield, Camellia 3. Bararak Inkaradsaika. A blue blade showered in arcs of lightning materializes from a magic circle with an octagonal star emblazoned on it. It pierces a Spartacian warship and goes through to pierce one more warship, this one of Kree origin. A flash of light and fire is briefly followed by a silence of astonishment and disbelief. Only to be broken by the sound of the explosion. The conflagration is led to expansion by the quaking of the atmosphere. Only to finally diminish, leaving destruction and black smoke as the only evidence of the deed. Camellia 3, once a planet full of life, under the rule of a technocracy, is now a battleground where the clash between several galactic forces takes place. Its forest, cities, plains, and landscape have been forcefully transformed. Its rivers, or what's left of them, now carry the blood of the fallen. Its oceans are now the final destination of warships and bodies alike. That should keep them busy. I shout as the shockwave of my attack disrupts the battlefield once more. How many refugees are left? I don't think we will be able to stay on the planet longer. The last attack from the Spartaxians destabilized the core. I say as I use my TK to hold back the ground below us from exploding into a volcano. This war is going to Krypton the planet into oblivion. Other parts of the planet are not as lucky. This is the only continent that hasn't turned into a volcanic landscape. As well as the last stand of all forces involved. Bamf, Kurt teleports behind me with more Camelian refugees in his hands. I have 2 more trips left and we will be done with the ones that accepted the migration offer. Kurt answered before teleporting. What's the total? I ask Yelena who stands beside me. Irina is in charge of overseeing the well-being of the ones boarding our ships. With this planet. 1.784.637 citizens. We are making a better time than I expected, but that's probably because the Kree and Spartax are waging war throughout the whole system, looking for the Black Vortex. Go help expedite the migration. I think the planet will collapse sooner rather than later, Yelena. More so since I will soon stop holding it from falling apart. As you wish, young master. Sometimes they are formal, sometimes they call me daddy, just to fuck with my sense of inner peace. Fuck you, Schmidt. Spark, get me the fluff. I command to my P-Link. Please wait, Master Chief. The distance entails a longer waiting time than usual. I could always open a portal to take a shortcut, but I'm refraining from long-distance portaling for now. Maybe I should work on quantum entanglement communication, distance would be irrelevant that way, I comment as I wait for the call to connect. I'm already working on a viable model, you can evaluate it when you return. Spark added. Thanks, Spark. I will update our tech once we have this migration sorted out. The sovereign tech we got will prove valuable in our genetic manipulation field, since I will update the biolab I should do the same with the rest of our systems. It's not like I can always have my biokinesis everywhere, hence the need to upgrade our tech. Transmission handshake established. Aragorn. I see you're as busy as me. What can I do for you? Emma said from the other end as she noticed the battlefield in my background. On her end, I glimpsed one of her tails was held by her mini-me. Hi Fluff, hi Mindy. How are you doing with the refugees? Any problems with the first batches we sent you? I earned a wave from the princess, I should be grateful. I normally don't pay attention to the world around me when I'm lost in the fluff. Hence, I should really be grateful. I don't have the high ground to shame her for not properly greeting me. There's so many problems that I would waste my day numbering them. But not ones we were not expecting. Emma said as she rolled her eyes at her daughter's behavior. I bet she has seen those manners before, on me. We have the usual clashing of religious beliefs, ideologies, races, previous hostile ethnicities, monetary systems, the usual cycle of hate, biological collisions between races and environments, a spy or 1,000 more, but so far nothing that would need our direct intervention. The Dryads and Nais are doing great as diplomats of peace. I can tell that also all the AI helping her doesn't hurt. Mugetsu, a blade of black flames ripples from my hand in the direction of a warship that was loading a photonic warhead in the direction of the ships behind me. That would have been like setting a solar flare rampant on this side of the planet. Which I don't need at the moment. I see you're having problems of your own. Emma. Cool. Mindy said with her usual aloofness and star-like eyes. A cute incongruity. Not really. These guys are strong at the level of a galactic empire, but they are just that. I'm using them to test some of the AoE attacks that I've been recreating. Instead of focusing on their stupid conflict, they decided to serve themselves as my test subjects by targeting my refugees. Only obliteration is left on the path of Mugetsu. You have to at least be Aizen-sama if you want to survive. Why are they fighting? We don't understand what this black vortex is. Mindy asked from the other side, without freeing her mother's tail. She looks like a kid hugging her favorite pillow. I suppose that Emma is letting the girl hear the reports that Irina and Yelena sent her. The black vortex is something that was created by a god robot a long time ago. It's a mirror that gives you powers. This is the simplified kids' version of the story. Like ours. Mindy said as she petted her tail. Her tail because I can see that she has taken possession of that tail of her mother. Similar, but more godlike. It depends on the person. In the comics Shadowcat, aka Catherine Pride, becomes a multiversal entity with it, though eventually her power-up seemingly wore out. I won't let my cat touch that mirror since there's no guarantee that she will have the same fate as the one in 616. Are you bringing that home? My power-hungry Fluff asked. No. That stuff corrupts. I will probably return it to its creator or find a way to destroy it. If all fails I will just dump it in the void. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Are there no safe ways of getting power-ups? Emma asked in resignation. Am I chopped liver? I have already given you all the powering up that you'll need in your eternal life, you're welcome by the way. I asked while looking at her with derision. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Sorry, I just feel wholly underprepared for all the dangers out there. I don't feel strong enough to protect everything that you've given me, my empire, my dignity, myself, my family. She patted the head of Mindy with a second tail. This pleases the princess. I understand what you mean, Fluff. But there are no safer paths to power than the one I paved for you. And as corny as it sounds, you're safe in my shadows, you don't need to put yourself out there and call for unwanted attention, that's what my role as your protector demands. Technology and biology are, probably, the safest ways to go about power-ups, exceptions aside. Thanks, Aragorn. For everything. No need to get melancholic, Fluff. You know that I love you, all of you, and I will always do my best to pamper you silly. How is it going with the girls and their corporate life? Do you think they will last long enough to fake the deaths of their current personas? Ha ha ha. Let me get Natalia on the line, she will probably give you the best point of view. She connected Natalia to the call. That can't be right. What's this really about? I already signed that deal. Over a semester ago. Why are they complaining now? You think? Sigh, it doesn't matter. A deal is a deal. Stop entertaining those fools. Stop wasting time on that sinking ship of a company. Roxanne's vehicle division will be ours by next year. Natalia can be seen wearing a wine pantsuit and waving a golf club in her office with a breathtaking view of the fjords behind her while shouting over her office phone. She has her Wolf of Wall Street vibe down to the T. Idiots. Hey Emma Dash. And my enslaver employer. When am I dying? I don't think I can handle this anymore. I want to go back to the crystal. I miss the time when all I had to do was train the girls. This is not as empowering as I thought it would be. The assassination attempts are not even the problem, I enjoyed those, it's the greedy and misogynist idiots around me. Do you know how many have attempted to confidently sex their way into a deal with me? She huffed and puffed. Which is something weird about society in this universe. By the time technology back in my universe had advanced as much as here, the role of women in society was not that of a possession. The typical 70s housewife. They played active roles, which didn't turn out so well after most men were sent to the grinder against the invaders. By the time we got back, polygamy was actively encouraged by the world government to fight against the massive global depopulation, which, ironically, brought back the times of harems. Something that feminism was strongly opposed to. Also, we had a vast communication network spanning the whole globe, one known as social media. The culture had already planted its roots, and ignoring certain exceptions, there was a faint sense of unity as a race. Not like that helped when World War III was about to happen and Russia was getting ready to bring the joys of the motherland to the rest of Europe. But at least sexism and racism weren't as blatant as it is here. I'm sorry. You should have at least one more year and then you can fake your death and the company will be moved under me. However, I would appreciate it if you drop by and help from time to time. I intend to make you part of the owners of the company, on paper at least. Ack. Remind me again, why are we doing this? To create your identities, your new personas need a paper trail. We will be earthbound for at least 18 years more, until Tiamat's emergence, so if you want to have a peaceful life then it's best not to have someone on your ass for such a small matter. It was part of the deal that I made with you and the little maids/widows. Their current personas are standing on flimsy ground. The only reason no one has discovered the incongruities in their legal papers is because we are actively using our telepathy to fog the truth. I don't think any of us will care if we are left halo-bound for the rest of our lives. You have spoiled our sense of commodity and I don't think any will be thrilled to go back to the hinterland ways of Earth, surrounded by unevolved pigs who think they're better than us without knowing that we could mush their balls with a flick of a wrist. What a visual. I can tell. But we are already this far, and I still need someone to manage my budding companies for at least 1 or 2 years more. I will handle the rest thereafter. Although Irina and Yelena are the only ones doing maidly work, you can consider this as an extension of your maid duties. In other words, consider this a repayment for all the tita-sucking you've been doing on this, sugar daddy. Super 10 Gen Tapa Gurin Lagan Giga DRI just kidding. I don't plan to destroy the universe and its neighbors. But I did make a giant drill of psionic energy and sent it to the chip that has been giving me a weird feeling. To my surprise, the attack never reached. It wasn't snuffed out, I can feel it going and going, but it's not moving forward. What was that? Why did you stop? Natalia asked. I don't know. I didn't. Let me see. I focused my sight on the ship, which didn't appear to be Kree or Spartacian. Probably one of the chameleons. This one is the most likely one to carry the black vortex. Let's look for it. Ah. Fuck. A space warper. That idiot is trying to Satoru Gojo my attack but in a terrible way. He is adding space layer upon space layer. The idiot will create a singularity. Oddly enough, that's something very Satoru Gojo to do. I can't help but watch with morbid fascination. Which overpowering empire out there can deploy a space warper to a battlefield? Natalia asked in confusion, knowing how valuable space warpers are. It's some black vortex shenanigans. No space warpers are serving an empire, that I know of. Fury is the closest one and he is lacking in power, he can't do what this idiot is doing, and he only serves himself and his conspiracy theories. Black vortex. She cutely tilted her head in confusion. It's a mirror that grants cosmic powers depending on your potential. Another of the fuck-ups of the Celestials. More specifically the one called Godhead. The psionic drill kept flying straight, while suspended by the infinity between it and the ship. The space warper upheld his end by pilling layer upon layer. Why would they leave something like that behind? I don't know. Sometimes Celestials mess up. I thought that one black vortex on the prime reality was enough. Why would they make a second one? Shouldn't you stop the drill? Natalia asked. No. If they erase evidence of our involvement in their war we won't have to deal with a resentful Kree or Spotax empire. It's best to help the black hole grow and erase all. Fluff answered. The vast majority of the bystanders have been evacuated, whoever is left is either involved or better off dying than informing their superiors of our involvement and starting a war against us, one that would only result in their annihilation and more death, needless death. I added as I pulled a mountain from the distance and threw it to the space warper. That planet was already going to collapse, a singularity just makes things cleaner. Fluff, who apparently received a status update from Spark, added. Wait. How come no one knows of our involvement? Natalia asked since she was not aware of the specifics of our mission. Emma had the foresight to instruct me to mask our presence. The only ones that have evidence of our implication are the ones directly under Stakar, and they won't be suicidal enough to earn the scorn of 3 empires if they betray us. Ours, Kree, and Spartax. Not even Nova is clear on where we are migrating people from. It also helps that this is not the only battlefield that we have visited. So everything has been very clandestine. Rumors will probably fly over their radar. Emma. What about the refugees? Natalia directed the question to Emma. Once Aragorn finds me new territory, we will move them over there. While in Nirn they have minimal to no contact with the rest of the universe. Bamf, a tired Kurt appears. Aragorn, this group is the last. Kitty also said that I shouldn't teleport anymore because some idiot is attempting to create a black hole, something about destabilizing the space lattice. She thought it was you. Yes. It looks like I won the bet. Kurt said as he eyed the clash of forces in the distance. What bet? I asked. I said that you wouldn't be insensitive enough to create a black hole while the refugees were here. It looks like someone over there is responsible and you're doing some damage control. Dash. Of course, Kurt. In no way I'm stupid enough to enable the creation of a black hole while you all are in the vicinity. Right. That's what I said, Kurt said while he eyed me suspiciously. Natalia. Emma. He. Mindy, who has been paying attention to our conversation. Everybody that doesn't want to experience an event horizon and furthermore discover what's beyond. Get out of this star system. I sent the "get the F out" call to all Ravagers. Roger. Copy that. Leaving. I am already at the edge of the gravity well. Remember to follow the agreed-upon paths when reaching the Nova Empire, I reminded the members of the telepathic chat. What's the time frame, Aragorn? Stakar asked. 3 to 7 minutes, I sent another drill to make it look like I'm an idiot that doesn't learn. This should put more pressure on the space warper. Get on the ship, Kurt. I have a mirror to retrieve from the wreckage left behind. You don't need to tell me twice. Kurt ran towards the ship behind me as fast as an SDS Velociraptor, perks of the nanosuit. How are things going with James, Steve, and Miss Carter? I asked as I kept track of my allies evacuating, through my psionic sense. Fury effectively faked Miss Carter's death a week ago. She moved to Halo yesterday, but she is having a hard time with the girls. Emma informed. Why? I asked since I only had a suspicion about the reason. Steve is handsome, famous, of good character, Spark approved, has a good behind, and is fertile. Some of the older girls are pursuing him. They challenged Miss Carter for his hand in marriage or a place in his harem. Emma says while showing a difficult expression. They challenged Peggy Carter, the 78-year-old, to a duel for Steve's hand or a place in his non-existent harem. This is more out of whack than I expected. Yes. Emma confirms. Why would they think that challenging a grandma to a duel was fine? That's because you used to say, all is fair in war and love, while you cheated during our spars. Natalia said. I don't think I can genuinely be blamed for this, can I? What did she do? If she is like the Peggy I saw on the TV show, then she might have actually tried to fight them off. She told Bucky that as the bestman he should deal with the hussies flying around her soldier. Emma. I don't think that Bucky could deal with more than 2 or 3 girls. How did that go? That's one way to do it. He was beaten black and blue by the 4 girls. He only won at the end because he did a mutually destructive attack. We had to ask Master to cleanse the shadow corruption from the 5 of them when they were not waking up after 29 hours. Natalia. Bucky must have used an incomplete spell from his shadow branch of magic. But the complete version should be a monster of a spell because, for the bodies of my people, 29 hours is almost impossibly long for a time of unconsciousness. I'm glad they didn't fight a grandma. I don't know what else to say about their fierce and shameless character. She's okay. She's been enjoying her life on Halo ever since she went through the med bay and got her maladies dealt with. Her only complaint is about the women trying to ensnare her men. She is awaiting enhancement along with Mindy, Wanda, and Ms. Harkness. Emma said. Mindy, have you chosen already? I asked the princess. I also want to stop talking about how the girls behave with others. MHM. We will be like mother. We want our ears and tails soon. I figured. As if the excessive amount of possessiveness over her mom's tails was not enough confirmation. This reminded me of poor Wanda, Fluff commented. He. You should see Wanda. Natalia added with a mischievous grin on her face. Wanda. I asked in confusion. Yeah, let me add her. Natalia connected Wanda to the call a few seconds later. Huh. Natalia, what's up? A teen with a bird's nest for a hairdo and red baggy eyes came up on the hologram. Wanda. What happened to you? She looks as if Sybil Trelawney went through one of those raves that Eastern Europe was famous for. At least before it went to shit just prior to the alien invasion. Ack. You idiot. Where are my horns? Please, for the love of all that is magical, put some horns on me. She shouted while bringing her face closer to the hollow screen. What? What? Ha 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 ha. Natalia. Asterisk PFF asterisk ha ha ha. Emma failed to contain her laugh. Ha 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 ha. What's wrong with you? I joined them. It's the itchiness. I hardly sleep and I can't get it out of my head. I need horns. She yelled as she further messed with her hair and her chaos magic messed up with the room in her background. Has it been this bad since I left? It's been 3 months since then, and people can go crazy in that time frame. No. I made a breakthrough in my magic control 5 days ago, so the amount of chaos suffusing grew further. Your void energy also pervaded and that balanced things out, but ever since, the itch has grown. I can't help but find it funnier. Why don't you ask Agatha to put a sensory-depriving rune on you? Ugh. She told me that I should do it myself. But I can't concentrate. Agatha can be sadistic like that. Did you ask Yao for help? She said that she won't interfere in my academic curriculum. Yao can also be sadistic like that. If you can't find a fix, you could ask Jean for help with the sensory deprivation. I will put some horns on you in about a month. I haven't found any succubi, but I could probably ask Nuna for some help. She can help me. I thought that she couldn't do magic until she mastered her avatar powers. She can use her telepathy to alter your perception of stimuli. Emma could probably do it as well, but Jean can easily maintain the trick, even after you separate. I looked back at Emma for confirmation. Yes. If it's within Halo I could do it. But I usually have to move between Halo and Nern. So Jean would be better. Besides, this should keep her busy while I can't personally train her. Lately, she spends an unholy amount of time in the corner of my mindscape that she uses for sleeping purposes. The shameless Padawan bird started making a tiny planetoid in there, but since it's my mindscape, I'm the one that has to maintain it. The bright side is that this works for my training, so taking a page of her idea, I made a few other planets around it. I'm aiming to the extremity of my mastery over my powers. Curse Technique Amplification, blue, a cobalt blue magic circle manifest on my right. Curse Technique Reversal, red, a crimson red magic circle manifest on my left. Hollow purple, a purple bright speck of destruction is born from the wicked combination of both. I sent my recreation of hollow purple to the Satoru Gojo wannabe. Ironic. How is that any different from making the black hole yourself? Natalia asked. What black hole? Wanda said in confusion, as she peeked at my surroundings. This is not the real black hole I'm talking about. I recreated this one with gravity, different from the one in the anime. That idiot is attempting to block my attacks with space. He will make a black hole of space, not one of mass or gravity. What's the difference? Emma asked. She is less knowledgeable about the universe's makeup, compared to my other daughters. Oh. I know the answer. If you make a black hole out of mass and or space, the black hole becomes permanent, one leads to the other. On the other hand, one made out of gravity will collapse after it consumes the energy that sustains it. Wanda answered like that kid in the classroom that we all consider the teacher's pet. That's correct. If you collapse space and bring all the layers that form its makeup into a singular point, you scar the spacetime in a way that creates a permanent black hole. Later the cavity is filled with matter and you end up with a veridic black hole. I paraphrased what Wanda said. If you compress enough mass you create a black hole, one that scars spacetime, collapsing its layers upon a singular point. Wanda explained how one type could lead to another. The gravitational pull is just a consequence of the other two. If you want to create a black hole with gravity, you must accumulate enough mass for the black hole to be made. Then said mass concentration scars spacetime. This usually takes an obscene amount of time, so making permanent black holes by gravitational control is not viable. Won't it take too long for the idiot to collapse space into a singular point? Natalia asked. No. This is the strongest space warper that I currently know of. Take a look, he is already absorbing the ship, the ground, the atmosphere. The girls and I pause for a moment of silence to witness the ship that the fool was so desperate to protect being sucked in by his own creation. There goes the mirror. Why is he still fueling the singularity? Emma asked. Corruption. This guy is most definitely one of the empowered by the black vortex. His mind was corrupted by power and now he is only thinking about overpowering my attacks, ascertaining his might over my own. Bararak Psycha, a pillar of light and lightning strikes forward from a magic circle on my left. I left this one on. Any requests? You can send them through the contract, and I will recreate them over here. I just need to pretend to be as brainless as the idiot until the singularity is born. Me. I made a photon laser spell. It was part of an assignment Master left us. I received Emma's spell through the contract. Oh. Wow. Is she trying to slice a country in half? Emma, this shit is dangerous. It moves at light speed and erodes while it burns, similar to how solar flares erode the atmosphere. You'll have to be careful of what's behind your target when you use it. I informed her after examining her spell. I know, Master said the same, so I haven't tried it. Have you named it? Trabum Lucas. I used Latin, as you and Master said. Beam of light, I like it. Let's try it. At the edge of the Chameleon star system, Sanctuary 2. Father. I have confirmation from one of our spies that your prize awaits on the third planet of the system. Presently, the Kree and the Spartaxians are fighting over its supremacy while the Chameleons fail to protect it. A white-haired, gray-skinned, and noseless Chancellor Palpatine look-alike said so. All that power at their reach, and even then the Chameleons fail to protect their so-called possession. Power at the reach of the weak is nothing more than a tragedy in the making. Only when the hands of the strong wield it can the worthy truly bring about much-needed change. Thanos says as he surveys the ongoing conflict on the holograms before him. No other one is truly worthy of such power. No other being has ever the might to wield such power, such as yourself. Ebony Maw said in a faithful tone of voice. Do we make haste to the conflict and placate the unworthy souls? Ebony Maw. It's not needed. Let them call themselves in this futile struggle. The black vortex is already mine, after that, it won't be long before I offer half of all that is life to her. Simp Thanos. Do we have any information on the source of the energy readings we've been receiving? No, my liege. We suspect that the readings are coming from the other side of the planet. We need to change the ship's position if we want to ascertain the origin of the energy. Should I command the crew to do so? No. Keep on the current course. Once we get in orbit we'll have our visual. Thanos. As you was dash, before Ebony Maw could affirm, a blaring sound followed by a warning notice on the holographic screen interrupted them. Asterisk beep. Beep. Beep, asterisk. Proximity alert. It appears that we have several escapees nearing our location. Father, your orders. Bring them up to the screen and get weapons ready. In the infinitesimal chance of them holding the black vortex, we can leave some of the Black Order to go through the wreckage. Transmission channel opened. You have been graced with dash. Ebony Maw tried to initiate the greeting by announcing the presence of the one and only, so the unworthy knew who was before them. Because even with all of Thanos' bravado, he knew that there were certain existences that he must not cross if he wanted to fulfill his destiny. At least not until he had the power to back it up. Had there been an Asgardian on one of the ships, he wouldn't destroy that ship. Dealing with Odin, the All-Father, before having at least one of the Infinity Stones in his hands was not part of his current plans. At least he tried, because an impatient cat interrupted him before he could do so. This is Captain Darth Kitty, of the Sith. In the name of my draconic overlord and mount. Who the fuck gave you the balls to hail my ship? Well, shit. Is that Darth Sidious? What happened to his nose? Kurt. Take a look. It's Palpatine. Shut up, Kitty. They are aiming at us and there's a fucking black hole on our asses. This is not the time for this, either blast through them or portal us out of here. Kurt, a man who has seen and lived through some serious stuff, had no qualms about ending the life signs on the ship that was preventing their escape. Miss Kitty, that's Ebony Maw and the one behind him is Thanos, the Mad Titan. Karina brought the duo back to reality. She has grown a spine bigger than a Spinosaurus after her recent adventures. This was only enhanced further by the education about the truth of the universe that she received in the past months. When you have a cosmic dragon as your backer. What's a simp mutant eternal titan to you? This was Karina's situation. That's him. I thought he'd be taller. Isn't he supposed to be a titan? What is he? 6 feet and 7 inches. Maybe more. Kitty asked with curiosity as she tried to guess Thanos' height. A difficult task given that Thanos was on his throne. Miss Kitty, no one part of the recognized galactic races uses their feet as a form of measurement. PFFF. Karina is calling you an uneducated peasant, Kitty. Kurt chuckled at his friend's expense. Well, I don't Kitty tried to retort only to be interrupted. Kill them. The clowns have no say in their deaths, anyway. Thanos ordered. As you before Ebony Maw could confirm, a blaring sound followed by a warning notice on the holographic screens interrupted them. This time on both sides of the transmission. Asterisk beep. Beep. Beep, asterisk. Gravitational anomaly. Ebony Maw asked, shocked, while not understanding how a gravitational anomaly could happen so suddenly. Oh shit. Get us the fuck out of here. Now. Kitty. Fucking now. Kurt shouted. His manners have taken a toll after a few months of living on the battlefield, near constant death. You can even consider him a hardened veteran mercenary at this point. He now has such an extensive understanding of the art of combat that he can beat Kitty in CQC as long as she is not using magic or sorcery. Yet, the cracking point of his sanity remains as elusive as always. Certain Maid hasn't given up, she is determined to discover his limits. In the pursuit of her study of Kurt's sanity, she has taken to her hands the dispatch of Kurt to the most perilous battlefields. Shit. Kitty said as she moved her hands in a circle. A portal of about half the Arcadia's length opened up in front of the ship, followed by a smaller one opening behind her. All ships. Follow through. I repeat. Follow through. Kitty shouted through the comms as she ordered the caravan behind her to follow the Arcadia. The urgency was felt in her tone of voice. She knew how her dragon friend tends to overexceed expectations when it comes to destruction, which is something almost sarcastic when spoken through by the planet buster Kitty. Kurt, you'll be in command until I return. I'll guard the rear guard. Kitty said as she jumped through the portal behind her, into the vacuum of space. Transmission ended. Get us out of here. Now. Thanos ordered with urgency. But, my liege. Your prize. I can't hold my future in my hands if I have no future left. I will have other opportunities. I am inevitable, but for now, we retreat. Besides, it's not like he didn't gain anything from this venture. He discovered a previously hidden force capable of creating stable dimensional wormholes big enough to fit warships through. He thought as much as he eyed the Catgirl freely floating above a massive portal while a caravan of refugees moved through it. Even from this distance, against all logic, he could feel her gaze on him. He was not mistaken. Kitty used a summoning spell to call upon her eyes the telescopic and see-through sight of Aragorn. She did as much to keep her enemy under her careful watch. As you wish. Ebony Maw said as the Sanctuary 2 made haste away from the soon-to-collapse star system. Battlefield, Camellia 3. This looks like some form of trippy art exposition. Wanda commented as we appreciated all of the attacks, locked in the air, that I've been using on the idiot. Drills, pillars of light, photon beams, flares, lances, and all shapes of different forms of energy, and much more. A chunk of the continent where we stood was already absorbed by the nascent black hole. Are you sure the mirror was on the ship that was sucked in? Emma asks for confirmation. Yes. I saw it. Doesn't that mean that the mirror is already destroyed? Natalia. No. I can still see it. I think my breath can destroy it. Or I just make a quick trip to the void and dump it there. Won't that cause any problems with the Celestials? Wanda. **** maybe. Give me a sec, I will ask Tiamat. It's the only Celestial whose position I know. Isn't Tiamat still a baby? Emma. Celestials are all multiversal, so even if it's only a baby it should be connected to its multiversal counterparts. Not that, I mean. Is it awake? Shouldn't it be sleeping? Growing? Nope. This guy is a peeping Tom like Watu. I felt its sight when I first landed on Earth. I'm pretty sure of it. I shapeshift an eye on the back of my head, creepily covered by my hair, and use focused by-sight telepathy in the direction of Earth's biggest baby. This is one of the answers that I came to when trying to use my focused by-sight telepathy without zooming out of my surroundings. Tiamat. Are you up? This is just for courtesy, I know they are up. Ooh, I received a multi-voiced response. Aragorn, it can't see me because it is currently not born, so its area of influence is bound to Earth. The progeny of the outside, yes, this is their way of referring to me, according to Schmidt. Yes. I can't find you. I'm not near Earth, I have a bit of a problem and you're the only Celestial I can find. What demands of my knowledge? It probably feels lethargic, hence the short but extended answers, as lethargic as a Celestial can be. I will have the black vortex in my possession soon enough. May I destroy it? Celestial tend to have complicated plans for reality and I don't want to later be blamed for something stupid because I tried to get rid of this cursed mirror. The reflection of possibilities and potential. Yes. As far as I know, Godhead made the one on the prime reality. I assume this one was made by them as well. It's causing some problems so I want to remove it from the chessboard. I waited a couple of seconds before I felt a sight on me. I grew another eye and followed it back. Back to. Outside this universe. Close to the main reality. Oh. It's Godhead's main body. I made eye contact and extended a finger pointing to the singularity where the mirror was found. A second more and it lifted its sight from me. I removed my last grown eye and stopped watching. I don't want to peep on business that's not my own, and whatever happens outside of my universe is not my business. Not even if that guy is standing in front of a rip in reality leading to what I believe is the Cancerverse. Godhead approves of your decision. You should cleanse this reality from this failed experiment. I'm going to assume that Tiamat's main self got the answer from Godhead. Thanks. By the way, are you still up for the emergence in about 18 more cycles? I better get confirmation now that I have the chance. Affirmative. The possibility for deviation exists, but 18 cycles is a close estimate. What will you do? I'm working on it. If no solution is found, I will just move the whole biosphere to Mars and simply leave you with the planet itself. This is the nuclear option. Gia's life force is still connected to Earth, so I will either connect her to some other planet or find a different approach. If I exit the time stream, I will have an infinite amount of time to come up with a solution, so I'm not worried. Acceptable, yet not ideal. It would be regretful to lose the planet, meaning that time it doesn't want to be done with Earth either. I have other ideas, I will run them through you when the time is right. Thank you for the help. I hung up the call. All right. We got the green light. I made a thumbs up to the girls on the other side of the hollow screen. That's good. I don't want you fighting the god robots. Emma said while bringing Mindy to her lap. Ugh, it wouldn't be much of a fight and more of a beatdown. I confessed. Are they that strong? Wanda asked. Yes and no. I could kill a few of them on my own. But they are multiversal. So it would be useless. How come? Natalia. Meaning, he kills one, and another version of it will just come out from another reality and continue the fight right where it was left. Wanda clarified. Yeah, what she said. I would have to go to the prime reality and kill the prime body, but as soon as they spot me then they would summon their counterparts, and I don't think I could fight an infinite number of Celestials. It is like one of those questions about which infinite is bigger. Not like we will ever be enemies, under normal circumstances that is. That sounds like a nightmare. Aragorn, why don't you hurry up with your studies on the multiversal barrier and create a universe where I could live my life without worrying about god robots and whatnot? I would have the Soul Creator as my sugar daddy. Emma. Natalia. Wanda. Me. What's a sugar daddy, Mom? Mindy. That's what you get for being so shameless. I'll tell you later, when you grow up, my princess. She kissed Mindy on her nose and covered her with her other tails. Only the girl's face was left out of the fluff heaven. A masterful move to make your daughter ignore your verbal slip. I'm envious. I should shapeshift into my lowly form and enjoy the same privilege. I'll set up a reminder on my schedule. I raise my arms above my head and manipulate the energy in the atmosphere, what's left of it, and the mantle. I compress all of it into a light blue shiny sphere. Genki Dama, I think this technique, for all of its build-up, only worked once in Dragon Ball Z. That one is from Dragon Ball, right? Emma asked. Yeah. Did you not recognize the previous attacks? She was all quiet, so I thought she was just not impressed. No. I don't have much time to go over the anime you have uploaded to the learning room. To be fair, after Spark, she is the busiest of us. Even Yao has free time. Do you want our help? You shouldn't be so busy. No. I enjoy this. This and teaching were always my dreams. She answered with a blinding smile. Did you use ki for that attack? Wanda asked. No. Ki can be said to be almost exclusively practiced on Earth. The ki density here is laughable. The reason behind this has to do with the bunch of crazy stuff that happened to Or on Earth. Gia confirmed that initially there was no ki. She also said that her life force has some hand in it. By the way, how is it going with Cosmo? I sent him back to Halo because I promised him a family, not a battlefield. Oh. He is wonderful. He is a good boy and he has been enjoying the plains east of the crystal. He is also infatuated with Princess Wanda. Yekaterina's mutant dog. I thought because of the difference in the level of existence between a psychic dog and an almost feral one, he wouldn't be attracted to another of his race. Similar to me with regular humans. Yep. They are cute together and Cosmo is taking care of her. He did ask me if there was a way to make Princess like him. But I told him to wait for your return. That makes more sense. It shouldn't be a problem. I assented. That looks different. Is it happening? Natalia asked as the planet was swamped by the almost newborn black hole. Almost I turn my head around as I feel another ship in the system. What's happening? Wanda. Thanos. I say. We stayed silent for a minute or two. Not because Thanos was any threat but because they know that I'm trying to stay away from him as long as he doesn't have the Mind Stone. I don't want to butterfly affect my chances of getting the Mind Stone. I can't mess with him or Loki if I want either of them to deliver the stone to my planet. Rumble, the singularity finally happened as the gravitational waves hit me. Ha 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 ha. Kitty can be an idiot sometimes. Spark, send them a copy. I said out loud. A few seconds later the girls got a copy of the transmission between the Arcadia and the Sanctuary too. Rumble, there goes another planet. Ha 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 ha. X3, at least Emma had the hindsight of covering Mindy's ears so that she wouldn't listen to the crass language of my cat. After an extended but needed silence that allowed them to recover, Natalia asked. Is the corruption such a thing that the idiot hasn't realized he is about to die? Yeah. In the prime reality, even the supreme intelligence of the Kree rejected the mirror, and they are always looking for ways to empower their empire. Anyone with half a mind would understand that instant power always bears consequences. The Infinity Stones are the best example. Though 616 Thanos doesn't have a problem wielding all of the stones, maybe this is part of those things that conflict with my comic knowledge. Rumble, now only the star is missing. Will he survive the assimilation of the star? Wanda. I don't think so. But we should have our answer soon. I comment as the star begins to lose mass, as more and more is sucked out of it. The external structure of the star begins to collapse, and then light. The core, which is normally kept stable under the pressure of the fuel above it, explodes. The explosion is then attracted to the singularity. Exponentially so. It looks different from what I imagined. Natalia commented. It's because this is not a natural meetup of a black hole and a star. Normally the star is slowly attracted by the singularity and then the former orbits around the latter until it eventually falls under the event horizon. In this case, the idiot powered through all the steps and went to the annihilation part, the fun part. It's also slightly different from the theoretical knowledge that we had back in my universe. Did he survive? Emma. Due to the plasmatic stardust that is currently being absorbed by the singularity, we can't see if the idiot is alive or not. Nothing a quick application of my enhanced sight can't peer through. He is dead. Just killed dash. Rumble, I'm hit by a massive gravitational wave. The black hole exponentially expands and swallows most of the remaining nebulae. I erect around me a barrier to protect my peeling from dying because I'm about to be gobbled up by the singularity. I opened a small astral path connecting to Nuna's realm and a second path from there connecting to Halo, this way I won't lose reception. Dimensional portaling is useless from the inside of a black hole. Massively compressed space will restrict my current communication tech. I need to update to quantum if I plan to swim in black holes or stars. What was that? It got out of control all of a sudden. Natalia. The idiot died so my attacks fed the black hole and it went out of control. Let me get out of here. I forcefully moved out of space and popped just outside the event horizon. What was that? It was like your background shifted but you didn't move. Wanda asked. This is something that you should be able to replicate once you learn spatial displacement. Instead of teleporting through space, you move the space through you. Sort of, it's kinda weird because I can naturally do this since it was the only way of moving in the void. I will be able to do that. I didn't see a magic circle. She is observant that way. I can do it naturally. You can use chaos magic to rewrite reality, in this case, space-time. But it's some advanced stuff so don't try it on your own. Not that she'll be able to do it in Halo since I locked space-time over there. I will ask Mothmaster later. It's weird how they both think of themselves as mother-daughter but they rarely call each other as such. Emma, do you know if we need to remove this black hole from here? I don't want this black hole to eat a neighboring system if people are living in it. I'm all about removing evidence, but I would rather create a myth about how the chameleon star system disappeared with no apparent cause than justify the disappearance of a neighboring system after the newborn chameleon black hole was discovered eating it. Avoiding innocent casualties is the bare minimum one should try to do when in a position of power. I don't know. Can't you ask the Ravagers? I don't think I want to let them know that I can remove a black hole in case that removal wasn't needed. I'm still trying to make any possible enemies underestimate me, however fruitless that might prove in the future. Then I don't know, maybe the black hole wasn't the most optimal method. I was thinking the same. Why don't you ask Carol? She can keep a secret. Natalia, Aniki sent, gave us a viable path. Spark, can you get her for me? Please. I said. I waited for a few seconds for the call to connect. But we apparently got her in a bad time, because she has a massive case of bed hair, she is also horizontal. Yep. She was sleeping. However, you could describe her present state as more captivating than Betty. Aragorn. What? He. She is annoyed. If a black hole suddenly appears on the chameleon system, would any neighboring systems be affected? I don't have a complete start map so I wanted you to check. I should get Spark to download one from Skatar later. It wasn't a priority before so I didn't need it. I was leaving it for later. Did you make a black hole? Wasn't Camellia 3 an active war zone? What are you doing over there? She said as she splashed her eyes with water to try and wake up. Did you know that we were moving migrants into Nirn? Emma asked, as she eyed out the recently woken up Carol with interest. Yes, Irani Rail informed me about it. Rail seemed to be curious about the source of our new residents. I, along with Kitty, have been moving around different conflict zones picking up willing refugees. This was one of the last batches. An idiot made a mistake and created a black hole. I'm just wondering if there are any populated systems in the way or near this one. I can remove the black hole if needed. I told her. By the way, don't tell anyone that we've been migrating refugees. Emma supplemented. Right. You'd gain the enmity of the affected third parties. Though, is there any fool out there that would attack an empire under the wing of a cosmic entity? Carol asked. Yes. It has happened with the Phoenix Force's avatars. Your scanners are not enough to differentiate power levels after a certain point. A puny old man Odin would appear on the same level as a prime allfather young daddy Odin. A celestial would appear on the same level as me. I appear at the same level as Jean. If there's one resource that's not lacking in the universe, it's idiots. And scum, but those are test subjects and such, you're always lacking those. I can't kill idiots just because they are. Otherwise, I would have done Xavier and Scott in by now. But that's the murder-robo path. We don't do that here. I can't even argue with you on that. I'm receiving the coordinates from Spark. Give me just a second and I will match it to Nova's star chart. Are you enjoying the sight? I used my sight-based telepathy just to ask Emma this. Shut it. You can't blame it for it, Emma responded as she savored Carol's disheveled appearance. Are you looking for a queen? A mother to Mindy? I'm just curious, and who doesn't enjoy some healthy gossip? I don't know. From an emotional stance? No. From a physical stance? Lately, I've been more open about it, ever since I acknowledged my sexuality. Oh. That's in some way my fault, and in some other not, I revealed. What did you do? So, you know how you don't get the period anymore since I evolved you. Yes, much appreciated by the way, I earned myself many brownie points with girls just because of this. You're welcome. Animals usually have an in-heat phase where the females become, well, horny. Magical beast included. Since I didn't want you girls to have to go through such vulnerable experiences and I was removing your period, I came up with the solution that whenever something that you recognized as sexually approved, your body would let you know that you are fertile should you choose to be. I couldn't completely remove the in-heat genetic markers, nor the let's bleed ones. So I mixed them this way. Biology and life are very adamant about the laws of reproduction. If I had completely removed said markers they would have become infertile. When I tickled your interest in females last time, your body must have flooded you with some, you can get pregnant, hormones. Normally this would have flushed out after a good night of sleep. But since you recently were discovering your sexuality and you're usually surrounded by highly attractive and fertile individuals, you fell into a cycle of horniness. You find someone sexually approved, around every corner you take, your body gets you more receptive to sex, thus the cycle restarts. How do I stop it? I could see some rosy tint in her cheeks through the holograph. Just take a couple of chill days with Mindy. Or somehow become less jumpy about every female that you look at. The second option would be more viable if she had not just recently accepted her attraction to females, or if there were any ugly females around her. I could also use my biokinesis, but I recommend you to try to get used to it and learn to control it. What category is this black hole? Carol asked. Intermediate mass. It should be star mass, but the idiot messed with it. Yes, you should remove it. There's a system that will get pulled by it according to Spark's projections. I sold a copy of my personal star chart to Spark. I will be waiting for my compensation. Star charts, of military or governmental use, are tightly secured and very complete, when compared to what's publicly available, so I can only imagine what type of compensation she negotiated with Spark. Sure. Thanks, Shiny. Will you spend the new year with us? I asked my dazzling friend. Can I take Maria and Monica with me? Sure. You should explain to them our situation first if you don't want to shock them too much. Where's the fun in that? Carol said as much with a cocky smile that did things to Emma. You have a point there. I responded with a similar smile. Let's get rid of this black hole. I shift to my dragon form and grow in size until I can fit the black hole in my crystal-like clawed hand. I flood my mouth with my breath and, whomp, I ate it. My normal breath would have gone through, a little bit of an overkill. This way is more cost-effective. Not that I require such measures, but in the future when I fight someone with greater energy reserves than me I might need to take these steps. Better get used to it now. I grow some eyes inside my stomach and I find nothing. No black vortex, which is what matters. Is this your true form? Carol asked with some trepidation in her voice. She has never seen my dragon form. Within reality. On the inside, soul, I look amorphous. But my humanoid form can be considered one of my true forms. Shapeshifters without a defined shape, like Nuna and I, can be complicated. We choose forms, so technically none and all are our true forms. But this is my first form, which normally is what we call true form. How big can you grow? Dash. MMMH. I see. I didn't know you saw me like that. I'm sorry, Carol, I'm nunisexual. It's not you, you are one of the most beautiful women I've met. But this can't be. Leaving me aside, Nuna would kill you. I'm sorry, my dazzling friend, but this This can't be. I fake a tear on my draconic visage, which I later wipe with my bladed tail. I should gift this crystal tear to Wanda. She likes jewels. PFF. Hee hee, cough, hee hee hee. Wanda tries to contain her laughter. Fuck you, Aragorn. Carol says as she flipped me off. Ha 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 ha. Natalia. Emma shielded Mindy's ears with more fluff. After we made fun of Carol some more and set up a few things about our New Year party, I left for one of the planets that Stakar and crew found. One of the 6 very Earth-like planets, composition-wise. At least in the sense that the surface is mostly water and the atmosphere is oxygenated and nitrogen-rich. Of course, since the formation of each planet is very different from the other, the landscapes are something out of this world. 5 of the planets can be considered normal, in alien terms. One of them has floating islands. The composition of the core made the planet highly conductive and magnetic. Meaning that lightning storms and crazy magnetic fields are the norm over there. It's so crazy that you can't use metal over there because it gets magnetized or electrified as soon as you take some out. Luckily for us. There's magic and runes. Emma was especially happy about this one. She said that she will make it her throne world. I also found a place where we could plant the roots of our empire. Nothing special, just far away and close enough to the rest of the empires. Sadly, it's only the location. There's nothing in there. Just the vacuum. Which is why I'm stealing all planets along with their corresponding star systems. But it's not the same as with the solar system. Because most, if not all, of these planets were left alone due to similar reasons. They were out of their habitable zones and lacked resources. All of them were considered death worlds, due to either unstable climate, high gravitational pull, high magnetic fields, eroding weather, among other deadly afflictions. We will have to do some terraforming and some star system designing. I'm half a mind away from pulling the Ark out and letting Emma populate it meanwhile we terraform these planets. I'll run it through her and see what she thinks. It currently lacks any semblance of life, but that could be fixed. We don't have an overpopulation problem, so it's not like we will need the new planets ready by next Monday. Jean could do it in a jiffy, but only until she fully masters her aspects of destruction, rebirth, and life, and with Senior Sister's assistance. At least for the first time, once she gets full mastery of her powers, she will be our personal terraformer. For the moment, I'm saving these star systems in my shrunken barriers. Chapter 28, Star Wars, Rise of the Sith, Part 3, 2. Earth, New York. Fury's office. I understand, sir. I will have my team get to the bottom of it. Yes, sir. Stark. Are you sure that's necessary? I understand, sir. Fury carefully hangs up, crash, by ripping the phone out of its stand and throwing it against the wall. Sigh spark. Pierce just, respectfully, informed me that NASA discovered a signal bouncing around a satellite array that wasn't previously recorded by any form of authorized legislative body. I'm guessing it's one of yours since Tony Stark wasn't able to crack its network and got his hacked instead. A picture of a blue Cerberchick beauty, with a mocking smile making an L sign with her fingers, was left on the screens of any and all Stark Industries computers. Fury said as he took a seat and pulled his gun out of his hammer space, disassembling and cleaning his weaponry always calmed his temper. That and spying on possible threats. Yes, that's my motto. She was getting bored because she didn't have much to do in Krakoa, so I gave her my duties pertaining to cybersecurity. Is this why you are so irate? Sparks asked. No. Aragorn told me that at some point the satellite array was going to be discovered. He said that you guys didn't care if something like that was found since no one would suspect that you filled those with ammunition until it doesn't matter if they do. He said that you will probably claim it under Krakoa. This will give the world the idea that Krakoa is more technologically advanced than the rest of the world, but not so far advanced that the world couldn't even discover their satellites until they were outed by some unavoidable event. Similar to what will happen to Wakanda. If the enemy is slightly better than you, then you will work harder to reach their level. You could possibly even find a way for some parleying between two almost equal rivals. You could see what your enemy has and you may think that you could have some of it as long as you pay enough money. You would be prudent yet not terrified. Covetous yet not desperate. Similar to how a third world country looks at a first world country. If the enemy is massively better than you and you don't have the option of ignoring their presence, like how Earth 199999 eventually ignores Asgard's existence, then you will panic and uncover whatever desperate way you can find to bring them down to your level. Jealousy and hatred would reach dangerous levels and the narrative could be driven into unwanted directions by the darkness of the world, similar to how Danzo Shimura used the hatred and unrest of the civilians to push their nuclear deterrent into depression and abandonment. In this case, Hydra could use the ensuing chaos to further extend their tentacled grasp on society. Comparable to how the rest of the world would look at a Wakanda so far advanced that it makes the rest of them look like a different civilization. It would make your enemy not recognized as part of your kind, humanity. Us or them. For the future reveal of the mutant country, it will be needed to show a front of resemblance and strength, but not incomprehensible strength. If they see Krakoa using satellites, something they regularly use, they will find a resemblance. Once they see that Krakoa's satellite network is avant-garde, they will find strength. Therefore, this newly discovered unhackable satellite network is of Krakoan origin. At least that is what the narrative will say, given that by that time it will mostly be under the control of the Holoans. Then, what happened? Spark asks for clarification. That motherfucking squid used this opportunity to demand results, for justification of S.H.I.E.L.D's high expenses. He had the nerve of saying "or else" at the end. Or else what? I should probably portal a few 50 calories bullets right into his tentacled asshole. Fury shouted with rightful anger. You know, Spark. The first spell that I learned from my affinity was remote viewing. The second was bispatial point weaving. Do you know how fucking easy it would be to shoot a 50 calories round, from the comfort of my office, right into his asshole? Fury shouted with perversive anger. That's power and knowledge over the weak and ignorant talking. You know you can't do that. Spark. Bitch. I know I could. I definitely should not. But still, sigh. How can that insane dragon of yours tolerate the existence of all the idiots on this planet without going murderous? Indeed, Fury's current conundrum steams from a newfound growth in strength and awareness. Wouldn't it be easy to kill Pierce? Wouldn't it be easy to kill his Hydra secretary? Wouldn't it be easy to kill the Hydra sympathizer William Stryker? But what about Aragorn? Wouldn't it be easy for him to rid the planet of the idiots that plague it? I once had trouble understanding why you kept trying to protect Earth even after knowing that your participation in the task was no longer needed, given that we are protecting the planet now. In the words of the Master Chief, Spark ignored Fury's loaded stare. I can't believe the audacity of this bitch. Fury. That's because Fury gives too many fucks and he is suspicious of even his own mother. So I think that the reason you can't comprehend how the Master Chief does it, it's because you are under the mistaken assumption that he cares as much as you do for humanity. Spark played a recording of Aragorn's answer. This did not amuse the super spy. Yeah, I know. It's just I wish I could end that Hydra motherfucker. Fury cursed himself for asking a useless question to one of the craziest folk of Halo. But now the WSC will cut some of my funding off under the pretense that S.H.I.E.L.D. is not operating up to the expected standard. That was what was messing with his calm. That and the overbearing behavior of Pierce. If it makes you feel any better, I could hack into the accounts of some kingpin and donate some funds to S.H.I.E.L.D. But I don't think you should be thinking so much about it. All you have to do once they cut your funding short is siphon money from the projects that Hydra is most interested in. They'll either reinstate your previous funding or covertly fund their projects of interest from their coffers. While S.H.I.E.L.D. is mostly controlled by the World Security Council, the WSC can't interfere in internal affairs, at least not under normal circumstances. The only obstacles Fury would face are the numerous Hydra plants. But that's not something that Spark and Fury could not outmaneuver. Fury thought about the suggestion, and the more he ran it over the more he liked it. After finishing cleaning his gun and storing it unlocked and loaded in his hammer space, he said, "Get on it. These bitches will cut me short. I want at least 5 different Hydra-sponsored areas that I could milk dry." He decisively ordered Spark. Of course, Spark's answer would be, "Milk dry." Aha. Noted. I will get to it. Motherfucking dirty robot. Call incoming from Insanity. Asterisk psi asterisk. Answer the call. Fury said as he tapped his P-Link. Aragorn. Fury cheerfully greeted. Hey, Fury. What's with your mood? Thanks for the help with Peggy's death, by the way. Aragorn said as he lifted his open hand and shrunk a star as he closed it, leaving behind a marble encapsulating the celestial body. The extent of Aragorn's power is not something that was ever missed by the sorcerer super spy, but knowing and seeing are different things. Through the information that he has been able to extract from the little wolves up on Halo, he knows that Aragorn can move planets and store celestial bodies using his barriers. So this is not something he wasn't privy to, yet his good eye couldn't stop twitching. Nothing new, just Pierce on my black ass. NASA discovered your satnet and he decided to pin the task that Stark failed on me. I'm supposed to hack or track down the owner of the satellites. He couldn't help but scoff at the impossible task. Not to be mistaken, Fury trusts in the skills of Tony Stark as much as he trusted the skills of Howard, his late friend. But he knows the limits of humanity better than most. Could a genius caveman fight against a regular soldier? One armed with an AK-47. Ah, that. Sorry about that. Initially, I intended to take a more hands-on approach to dealing with Earth. So I was not worried about humans discovering Brother Eye. I figured that by the time that happened I would have already been sitting on the throne of power. Aragorn said with a sheepish smile. But after a week of living among humans, I felt that something was missing and I was no longer so sure about inhabiting among your people. This was probably the first time that Fury couldn't fault someone for saying, "your people," to his face. Later my wife told me that it was something to do with the difference in the level of existence. By the time Spark and I were considering upgrading the cloaking system, talks about Krakoa came up. So I left the satnet be as it was. You should have hidden it. But that's the spy in me talking. I can see how claiming it under Krakoa could be beneficial, as long as you control how the news is spread. Fury is no politician, but he knows about manipulating the sheep. His job demands as much. Yeah, I will have Seraph handle it. What was the calling about? Is it about the council? McTaggart has informed me about the problems they've been facing, but as far as she said, they were going to indebt themselves with the Queen further. Apparently, they have almost dried up Xavier's and Mystique's pockets. This was something that Fury couldn't understand. How was it possible that the council, which counts with Seraph's help, isn't self-sustainable already? Of course, Fury is up to date on the achievements of Emma in regards to nation founding. Fury has also been working with Spark for more than a year. Unknowingly, he has been tainted by the logic of the Holoans. In his eyes, reaching self-sustainability is something that should not take longer than 2 months if you count with the help of the Insanity Incarnate. Not that he wasn't right. No, I'm letting Seraph handle them. I recently encountered a space warper, someone similar to you. His abilities were power-driven and not born out of casting, like yours, but I made a few spells to recreate them. At the moment the spells are very loaded and I don't have the time to simplify them, so I wanted to give them to you, hoping you could fix them into something usable, and I could buy the usable versions from you afterward. Aragorn planned to teach the streamlined version of the spells to his girls. Oh. I'm guessing that this will take me a few years since you didn't fix the spells on the spot. Fury said as much after considering that Aragorn has the highest knack for spell creation. Yes, I'm interested in just one spell for the girls, but you need to learn the rest if you want to use this one. I think it might take you about 2 to 3 years. After that, I plan to add the spell series to our future magic system. The hard part is creating a usable spell. How come you need to learn other spells to use one? Based on what he has studied, you need knowledge, preparation, skills, and sometimes special conditions to cast a spell, but never to specifically learn another spell unless it was something ritualistic. Yeah. Do you know the Rasengan? Aragorn. The one from Naruto. Yes, that one. Did you watch it on the beta version of Netflix we launched or in the arcade room in Halo? Aragorn located Masashi Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto, at the beginning of 1998. By that time he had already co-founded Netflix after he discovered Reed Hastings and Mark Randolph in the last trimester of 1997 creating Netflix. The technological frame for online multimedia exists already, but some parts of society haven't caught up with the advancement. Back in Aragorn's universe, the advancement of tech that is publicly present in Marvel took almost 75 years to transpire. Society advanced while holding hands with the new technological discoveries of the moment. But here everything is crazily heterogeneous. 75 years of advancement were crunched together in less than 50. Considering that the last steps were exponential, this creates a very diverse picture. The tech for smartphones exists yet you can't find smartphones. The tech for stage 3 cancer treatment exists, yet stage 3 is a death sentence. It's as if everything was used in the development of the branch of weaponization of technology. Which is exactly the case. You can find something as advanced as the super soldier serum yet people still die from viral infections. Netflix. I didn't know that was one of yours. Fury made note of it. Keeping track of every new venture that Aragorn owns on Earth has become harder and harder. Great. Please leave a review on the site. So far we only have 500,000 users, and we could use the support. Going back on track, did you see how to use the Rasengan? You need to follow certain steps to practice your chakra control. Yeah, mainly leaf exercise, tree walking, water walking, rotation, power, and containment. It's the same principle, you need to learn certain spells so that you can use the final version of the spell. Aragorn. It must be some motherfucking spell. Fury. Yeah, it is. The spell creates an infinity of distance between your body and any target deemed as dangerous. Without creating a singularity. You need to learn Spatial Rend, which is a blade of space stemming from the caster, Spatial Tear, which is a tear in space that appears on any coordinate that you can perceive, Layer Temper, which creates or removes distance, Layer Switch, which allows for movement of space between 2 layers, and finally, Infinity, which protects the caster from most attacks, though it will have a time limit. It should further protect the girls. The spell system that Aragorn is creating is for the manipulation of the void energy that the girls have access to. Which should be the fuel for the new spell. But it doesn't mean that someone like Fury, who doesn't have a contract with Aragorn, can't use universal energy as a replacement. Aragorn's void energy is very foreign to, well, anything. So at this point, the girls can only create barriers, unlike Aragorn who can use his energy manipulation to transform void energy into any energy that he can understand. The objective of the system is for the girls to gain some semblance of control of said energy and for Aragorn to try to create a system for the utilization of the Void's raw energy. Aragorn knows that his best bet against those who are nigh omnipotent is the ability of the Void to erase or nullify anything and all. His Void energy, the one that his soul produces, mimics this aspect very well, but there's a limit. Aragorn suspects that some out there won't be erased by one of his breaths. Sadly, the Void is so dangerous that just bringing a speck of its raw energy inside the multiversal barrier is enough to risk all existence into deletion. Therefore, a form of control is needed. This is why he believes that by learning from this magic system he should be able to create something similar for the Void. I want it, I'll work on it. What will you pay for it? Fury knows best how an impenetrable shield would help him. I will grow your eye and your hair back. Also, I can give you something else as long as it's not excessive. After all, the spell circles themselves could be considered payment enough. What Fury doesn't know is that it will be silver-white hair and that both eyes will turn into a light blue jewel-like appearance. Yes. I will make him the Netflix version of Gojo Satoru. Samuel L. Jackson looked cool as Roland Cox in Jumper. He was just missing the Rakugan, Aragorn. I can't lie and say I don't like where this is going. The upgrades on my eye patch are exactly what I needed, thank you very much for that, but it doesn't make up for the sense of loss of perception. So just like with the Rasengan, I just have to practice and simplify, right? Fury, unaware of his future makeover, answered heartily. Just like it. By the way, did you like Naruto? Aragorn answered while keeping his poker face professional. Romanova recommended it to me after one of our classes, but it was not very ninja-like. I thought that it would be about espionage, undercover ops, lurking in the shadows, assassinations, and the usual work you expect from ninjas, but it was more about ideals, child endangerment, useless adults, aliens, and straight-up confrontations. So I didn't like it very much, but I can see the appeal it has on the young kids. Fury. You didn't like it but you got to episode 94. That's the episode where Naruto uses the complete Rasengan. I was going to drop it but Master recreated some of the jutsus and I saw the potential for inspiration that the anime has. I was hoping to get some inspiration for my space affinity. Fury is a busy person so he can't dedicate all of his time to sorcery or anime. Between his work, keeping up with the constant changes in society, and the global panorama of menaces, his social life can be considered to be in Halo, with the rest of the girls learning magic. So it doesn't come as a surprise that the little free time he has is usually spent on an activity that is somehow related to his social circle. Thus he tries to combine his hobbies with progress on what he is best at, space magic. You should keep at it, later you'll see more uses of space-time ninjutsu. I gotta go, Fury. Spark will give you the circles and the theory. I should talk to Seraph about that new friend to whom she is sending selfies. Aragorn's ever-changing eyes momentarily turned red. Call ended. Message received, Magic's file attached, infinity.mgx. Spark, what's with that type of file? It's so that I don't cast the spells when I read the files. My code is the equivalent of my mind so if a magic circle runs through it I could end up casting it. The Master Chief will update the code later, but for the moment this works. The more you know. You don't think he is going to kill Stark, do you? Tony Stark is Fury's friend's son, of course, he cares about the well-being of Tony. To some degree. Palladium poisoning. Not life-threatening in his book. No. Maybe, Spark. Explain. Fury. The current Tony Stark is not approved to be friends with our girls, much less my very baby sister. But based on the multiple versions of Tony we know of, he could reach approval. You hold the approval of the girls' friends. I'm not impressed. Fury knows that if he had a daughter he would do the same or worse. Yes. Why do you think you're allowed anywhere near the little maids? Even if your intentions are not entirely pure with all the information that you sometimes try to extract from the younger ones, and for all of your paranoia, we know you wouldn't intentionally try to kill yourself by doing something uncalled for. Something certain genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist could do in the presence of the jade-like skin, kingdom-toppling beauties of Halo. Fury always knew that you couldn't be discreet around a bunch of teenage telepaths. Don't sweat it. Just know that you're one of our favorite mortals. Spark said in consolation to Fury. Should I be honored? Fury said while staring motherfuckerly. Yeah, you should. All things considered, we favor you a lot, and not just because you're Carol Danvers' friend. Yeah, I know. I simply don't know how to feel about being one of the favorite mortals of a bunch of racist SLOans. This time Spark knew he didn't have an answer for that. Spark knows that Earth is not very well liked among the maids. Not even among the new residents, since humans have a bad history with the magicals that once inhabited Earth. Witch hunts. A history that was passed down to other worlds' inhabitants. The only thing they heartily like about Earth is Gia, whom Aragorn plans to steal. So, you don't want me to hack on those kingpins' accounts? When in doubt. Redirect the conversation. MMHMMM. Fury assented. Earth, 1200 Industrial Avenue, Long Beach, California 90803, USA. Stark Industries. It should be fixed, with this, last entry, click, Tony Stark said as he coded the last line and loaded the newly created purging program. He couldn't wait to get this over with and lay on his bed for the next week or month. Not even a cover girl would get him up after the death march that he had pulled the last 2 or 3 days. He is not sure about the timeline of events that led to this. The objective of the code. To try and cleanse any media left on his local network. Why media? Because, besides the Blue Girl's AI-generated selfies, as truthful as that ironically is, a song has been playing on repeat for the last 72 hours throughout any speaker or computer connected to Stark Industries network. Buzz, the starting up of the previously turned-off computer's buzzes in the office that served as his room for the past 1 or 2 nights. Musical score, I am invincible, unbreakable. Unstoppable, unshakable. They knock me down, I get up again. I am the champion, you're gone, know my name. You can't hurt me now, I can't feel the pain. I was made for this, yeah, I was born to win. I am the champion. Ag. Fuck. Do I have to factory reset all my hard drives? Shit. I shouldn't have accepted General Ross's commission while drunk. Tony. This shit is back once again. I'm trying to run this company. How can I run your father's company when the few times that you show up I have to deal with sexual harassment complaints, new contracts not previously approved by our legal team, and now this? Why did you even offer your help if Ross had not even mentioned what the payment would be? Obadiah Stane storms into Tony's lab while rightfully complaining about the additional load that his godson brings into his work. At times like this, he wonders why he even feels regretful at night about taking some deals under the table. Abby. I know. I'm sorry. I just saw this seemingly impossible puzzle and I wanted to crack it. Tony. Oh, you did. You did. Right. Now why didn't you think that the creators of this seemingly impossible puzzle would be annoyed and that instead of directing their annoyance at the government they would do so at our company? Obadiah Stane could be considered a villain assembled by his counterpart the hero. In the most literal and figurative way. Given that Tony's irresponsible life choices lead to the birth of Ironmonger. Not that we could remove all credit from the disloyal Stane. But, as it said, credit where it's due. It's moments like this that made him what he is today, at least he thinks so. Musical score, I am invincible, unbreakable. Unstoppable, unshakable. They knock me down, I get up again. I am the champion, you're gone, know my name. You can't hurt me now, I can't feel the pain. I was made for this, yeah, I was born to win. I am the champion. Asterisk sigh asterisk I'm sorry Abby. I will deal with it. Tony said for the umpteenth time as he took down his network once more. Please do so, I will give our people the day off. Luckily they didn't mess with the manufacturing systems. Obadiah. Don't worry about that, Abby. I made sure that our manufacturing systems and all assembly lines were independent. Tony tried to add a plus to this cloud of negatives that encircled him. Tony Stark wouldn't take this much from anyone, but this was not just anyone, this was his father-like figure and the one handling his company for him. It should also be noted that the tragic events leading up to this situation were entirely caused by the playboy in question. Furthermore, the fact that Tony was intoxicated at the time of accepting the request only adds to the severity of his crime. This likely explains his current passive demeanor. Even someone as shameless as the current Tony Stark could recognize his mistakes. It better be. I don't want to think about what they would do if they had access to our assembly lines. Detonating one of their creations isn't out of the table in said case. For God's sake, Tony. We are not baking cakes in here. We are fabricating weapons. Do note that the only reason we don't have the feds on our ass is because so far only the administrative department has been affected. Tired of dealing with the baggage that his late best friend left him, he decided to take the day off. As Obadiah made his way out of the office and closed the door, a voice rang in Tony's phone. One of the few smartphones currently available. You know. I do have access to the assembly line, Mr. Stark. I'm just not that much of a bitch. Seraph said with the usual singing tone of her voice. Fuck. Tony moved to another computer connected to a separate network, one that is specifically used for the assembly line, only to find another selfie of the same blue girl. In the selfie, the girl is making an L sign with her hand. Fuck. Fuck. How did you get here? Or my phone for that matter. My phone doesn't even have a Wi-Fi antenna. Look, girl, it is one thing to hack into my business network, but hacking into my assembly line is considered terrorism. Do you want to take it this far? You should know what Stark Industries is known for. A single mistake and something could go ballistic in the manufacturing department. Panic-stricken would be the best description of the playboy's face. He, so you say, but how can you condemn me when you can't even find me? You are the one who started this, and now you want to go cry to your mama. Seraph texted this on the PC screen as much as she said it through the phone. Stark's mother, to this day, remains a sore spot. It took some seconds for the baby AI to process what Tony's silence meant. Well, I didn't have your mother's death present in my mind. I'm sorry about that, I just went with the flow and I've been having a blast playing with you so. Sorry. What should Stark think about this oddly well-mannered hacker possibly girl? On one hand, she has him by the balls, on the other she apologizes and confesses that she went too far. Look. I'm sorry, girl. I'm the first to recognize when I'm out of my depth. Can you please tell me what would it take to get you out of my systems? The total purging of my data will already cost me a few $1 million, but that pales in comparison to what would happen if the government discovers that you infiltrated the production department. While Tony said and meant as much, he is also already studying the godlike coding that he was able to peek at. All in the hopes of taking a shot once more at the puzzle that the possibly girl on the other side of the screen presented. Bold of you to assume that I wouldn't have nefarious purposes with the data that I already have accessed. Also, you can call me Seraph Draconis. Seraph, so far you've been playing around, and even though you could have fucked my company over, you haven't. I could be a sadist who enjoys building up hope on my prey only to crash it all down. I also moved one of my satellites close to one of yours and discovered that yours are loaded with what appears to be orbital ammunition. I don't think I have anything better than that, at the moment, so I doubt my company has anything you'd value. And what a hit that was to Tony's ego, the most advanced arms dealer of the world. The fact that no one knows about our apparent secret overlords led me to believe that you don't want anyone to find out that you are holding the world hostage. So, I was hoping we could keep each other's dirty little secrets in the closet, a fact he doesn't enjoy. That's not fair. I didn't know you could move your satellites. I thought we were having a nice, amiable, tit-for-tat contest of hacking each other out. You can't just circumvent the game if you're losing. That's cheating. Part of the reason for the lack of information is that Aragorn instructed Spark to avoid the private servers when spying. Another is that Seraph solely left the selfies and the operating commands for the song on his servers. She is a respectful girl who doesn't like to scrutinize the other's secret data, much unlike her older sibling and parent. Aragorn would probably call her naive, if he wasn't such a doting father. Satellites that can be moved out of their orbit are part of the Vanguard tech that, at the moment, only Stark enjoys. The tech is not even out of its beta testing phase. Seraph, I was desperate. I haven't slept in God knows how long and my head is killing me. Manually accessing your satellites was the only solution I could find. The possible orbital bombardment stopped me from doing so. The only reason I'm not having a panic attack is that it wouldn't help me or my company. This should have been an acceptable reaction. It's not every day that you find out that you have a sword of Damocles over your head. The worst part is that you don't even know for how long it's been in there. Yeah, but everything was your fault. Nobody told you to hack our satnet. Now you're complaining like a sore loser. Somebody did, my country did. That's not true, you were dead-ass drunk and probably thought something about showing off your primitive brain to the more primitive others around you. A fact, not one that Tony will admit to. Besides, your country didn't even try to contact the communication relay of our satellites. They just found a new satnet and thought about how good of an idea it was to hack it. They don't even know if we had nukes and would have taken offense at their disregard for veridic consequences. What if we did take offense and decide to drop some titanium tungsten javelins on a few cities? As excessive as Aragorn is, he also added a vibranium jacket to the javelins so that the accumulated kinetic energy upon entry could be released on impact. Now my father is going to be disappointed in me. Probably her simp of a father won't, but it doesn't change the fact that the info about the orbital ammunition was on a need-to-know basis. Your father. Tony couldn't argue with her logic, and in retrospect, he had a hard time understanding the guns-blazing behavior of his government, so he asked about the only thing that he thought wouldn't end up shooting him back. Mistaken, he was. Father made the satnet you're freaking all over about. He doesn't care if it is discovered, but the orbital ammunition was a secret. You'll probably get mind-wiped. What? Can't you just keep it a secret? I will keep it a secret from my end. I don't want someone on my mind. Look, girl, this was just a huge accident, there's no need to go this far about it. I keep secrets for a living, I can be secretive. Just don't tell him, please. Mister, I'm Iron Man, implored in desperation for the sanctity of his mind. Would his status as the country's golden arms dealer work with these people? Can he escape? It should be possible, but does he want to? Wait. Is it even possible? No. So far she has been reasonable, he doesn't think her father will just turn him into a vegetable. Right. Could the president help him? He should. His family has been the backbone of the arms race since before it began. But what can he do against these people? Can he fight back? With what? The girl on the other side toyed with him, and that was just hacking. He didn't want to imagine what other monstrosities they had aside from orbital ammunition. Is her father a mutant? The only mutant he knew was Xavier, and they never had a solid association since the other one wasn't a hot blonde. Not that he had any solid relations with anybody that wasn't Obadiah Stane, Happy Hogan, or Virginia Potts. Different thoughts went through his mind, trying to find a solution, grasping for a miracle. Well, the situation was not as desperate as he thought. PFF. Ha 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 ha. I was kidding. Ha 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 ha. There's no need to erase all your memories. Seraph couldn't hold it anymore. All. What do you mean by all? You mean there's no need to erase any memory, right? Tony picked up on that small detail. Right. PFF. Ha 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 ha. Right. Right. Of course, there's no need mumble. What was that? The reception was lost for a sec. There's no need for no mutant telepath shenanigans, right? No one is getting in my head, right? As you said, Mr. Stark. Father is no mutant, so there's no need for that. For what? For no mind tempering, right? Probably if he was better rested and not coming out of a killer hangover, Tony would have realized that Seraph was just messing with him. Ha 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 ha. You fucking, probably catfishing, bitch. Asterisk gasp asterisk, how dare you call me that? Do you know how old I am? I should tell my father. Seraph was having the time of her life. The lack of involvement in the important matters of Krakoa had left her stressed out. Spark in his foresightness gave her this task in the hopes that getting her involved in the responsibilities of Aragorn would uplift her mood. Something which turned out great, since she is having more fun than she ever had in Krakoa. Tony decided to shut his mouth. Probably the smartest decision he has taken in the last 72 hours. Bah. You're no fun like that. Father would normally erase your memory since you would be a risk. But if you were to be my friend, then Father would accept you as my problem. Basically, I would be responsible for you. This is similar to how Aragorn sees the rest of the X-Men as Jean and Kitty's problem. This is, for the most part, why he didn't kill Scott. Of course, his responsibilities take priority, so sometimes he has to personally intervene. Friends. Just like that. Now Tony is starting to wonder what kind of permissive father that was. Yep. Just like that. So. Wanna be friends. Tony couldn't help but stare at the void as he understood how this friend of his had taken his mind hostage and blackmailed him into friendship. In the logic of Seraph, this was the best foolproof method to gain loyalty from a friend. Normally, as you enjoy and discover the wonders of friendship and grow closer, you get to a point in which you have dark secrets of the other, further ensuring loyalty from one to another. Seraph just skipped the whole process to the end. He has dark secrets about her, orbital ammunition, and so does she about him, manufacturing line. Isn't it just perfect? You can call me Tony, Seraph. What choice did he have anyway? As Tony willingly assented to their new status, all the selfies were removed from Stark Industries, except for the wallpaper on his smartphone. Done. My new friend, I removed the pics and the song. I left you the one on your phone though. Now I just need to psionic proof you so no random telepath gets to our secrets. How do you plan to do that? Tony asked as a small smile was born on his face after he checked out his new wallpaper. The same blue girl in a selfie, but this time she was making a peace sign. Don't freak out, Seraph said as she opened a portal. About what? Tony stopped talking as an orange circle of sparks opened a path for Seraph to walk through. Hello there. The blue AI said as she waved at him. Tony kept silent as he saw the portal closing up. Maybe I should indeed take that power nap Pepper was so insistent about. He said out loud, but it was mostly to himself. Seraph, or maybe I should call you my cerulean goddess, Tony said as he eyed out the impossibly attractive girl in the room. Blue, but attractive nonetheless, the exoticness probably added something extra to her charm. You can worship me all that you want, my mortal friend. Yet I permit you to call me by the name which is mine. Regard your lowly self as honored, for there are not many who can enjoy this privilege. Seraph said as she played the part of an overweening goddess. Are you related to Raven Darkholm? Tony had access to a vast information network. Raven was one of the known faces associated with the mutant terrorist Magneto. Huh. Just because I'm blue. Now you're gonna say that all of my people are the same. That we are related. Seraph was enjoying herself. No. Wait. There's no racism of blue people. Ha ha ha. No, there isn't. Seraph said as she got closer to Tony and brought her hands to his neck. What are you doing? Tony didn't trust her around his personal space, or at all for that matter. So he tried to make some distance. Measuring. Tony's pointless struggle wasn't enough to stop her. After getting what she wanted, she opened a smaller portal above her palm and a thin rope-like object plopped on it. It was metallic gray and had a blue luminescent jewel. This was a P-link made by Seraph and connected to her instead of her sibling. The P-link was programmable, in the sense that you could add several functions to it. This one in particular came with psionic dampening. Its bulky appearance, compared to Aragorn's necklace-like P-links, was a result of downgrading the tech to make it Earth-approved. This was part of a project of hers that was supposed to help the Krakoans. Sadly, it was never approved because the council didn't create a space for her insights. Faster than his eyes could even process, Seraph collared Tony. How kinky. I'm all in for that stuff, but I never thought that you meant dog when you said friend. Tony tried to curb his panic with humor. Don't be an idiot, Tony. This is a link or P-link. It has a bunch of functions, but, for now, most are blocked until Father approves of you. The only ones that aren't are the psionic dampener and the ghost mode. Just tap on the gem twice and it will ghost out. It will make it disappear, in more prosaic terms. This way no one will be asking anything about who collared the most eligible bachelor of California. She grew a mirror out of her left hand, thanks to her element, to allow him to understand what ghost mode was as she tapped on the gem with her right hand. Did you mean of United States? Tony responded with some sass. Tap tap, ghost mode on. Tap tap, ghost mode off. Tap tap, ghost mode on. Tap tap, ghost mode off. Okay, stop it. You got it right the first time. Seraph said as she playfully slapped his hand. So. What are you? Are you one of the mutants? How did you make that wormhole? I'm Seraph, the only one of my kind at the moment. I'm not a mutant. That was a spatial dimensional geometric folder. It is a device that Father made for our convenience. Who is your father? Although the tech was alluring, to say the least, Tony understood that this was not the time to ask for a sample to tinker with. Aragorn Abner. I don't think I know of him. Is he the owner of the Satnet? Although legally speaking, Aragorn's name is the sole owner of several budding companies, he is normally seen as a reclusive foreign investor. This is the image that he created in the USA. The fact that his fake profile says that he spent most of his childhood overseas helped him with this. Since he does not appear in the public eye, someone like Tony doesn't know of him. Obadiah, an individual who is more about his work than his public persona, does know of the name Aragorn Abner. No. He made it and my sibling and I are in charge of it, but the owner of it is a certain secretive nation. Like how secretive are we talking here? Because I would like to apply for residency over there. Do you think you could get me in? Just imagining the tech is making him salivate. He secretive like I won't tell you about it because you don't have approval. Seraph said as she moved to Tony's desk and plopped down as if she owned the place. By the way. My sibling just told me that Father is coming. She was not aware of how he would do so, since he was not using portals the last time she checked. This feels like I'm meeting my girlfriend's parents. Thankfully that's not the case. Otherwise, this would have been an Iron Man-less reality. In your dreams maybe, but not this blue babe. Spark crackle. Blue sparks and arcs of electricity are seen emerging from a singular point in the room. Brrrrrr. A subtle vibration spreads through the room. A blue circulatory system is seen. One made of electric blue light and electricity. A partially muscled skeleton starts to take shape. Blue essence of the dimensional type starts to conglomerate around the skeleton. How dramatic, Seraph rolled her eyes at her father's antics. He shared this movie and every other one that he remembered with her and Spark, so she knows he is trying to Dr. Manhattan this out. What's going on? What the fuck is happening? Poor Tony hasn't been introduced to the craziness of this universe yet and now he has to deal with this father-daughter duo. The father, that in Fury's opinion, is the incarnation of insanity. Crackle, lightning arcs grow in number and intensity, and then, swoosh, a white-haired-looking horned man dressed in a black three-piece suit with a red tie and a white shirt appears after a pulse of blue energy. So. How was it? Aragorn directs the question at the only person that matters to him in this room. The recreation was 10 out of 10 but the dramatic effect was 4 out of 10. To be fair, Father is not coming back from his apparent death so I don't think there's anything that could be done about that. I've missed you. Seraph said as she walked to her favorite person and hugged him. I've missed you too, my cute daughter. Aragorn hugged her back and kissed her atop her head. How are you here, though? This was definitely not warping, spatial displacement, or teleportation. I used the astral plane as a medium. This is a psionic body made by my astral self tethered to the astral plane while connected to my fleshed body that is about 3 galaxies away. I call it an astral clone body projection. Meaning that all the previous reconstruction was purely acted out. He could have just popped the clone into the room with no visual effects. Why not psionic clone? It's made of psions and psionic energy, right? Seraph used her element to inspect the constitution of the body. Because I could make a psionic clone without the need for the astral plane. So this one is technically different. That makes sense. It does. Now, Seraph. Why are you protecting this man slut? I could just remove his memories and be done with it. Tony's presence was barely recognized for the first time. Seraph broke the hug and looked up at her father's eyes and thought. Not red dash, not bad. Pink dash, the eyes her father should always show her, gold is also allowed. After confirming that she was in the clear, she attempted to beautifully embellish the truth. I wanted to help you with your plans. I thought we could use another source of technological breakthroughs, one not linked to Aragorn Abner. I wanted to help alleviate some of the pressure we may face in the future. I don't think it will go as smoothly as father thinks if all the new tech is only coming from you, father. A solid argument, but the real reason is that she is bored of her relationship with the council not progressing. By associating herself with Stark Industries, at least she would have something useful to do while the council gets their heads out of their asses. I do appreciate your help, my cute daughter, and it makes me boundlessly happy. But does it have to be by association with this Lothario? Hey. I'll have you know that I'm not the one looking for MHM. He was silenced by a telekinetic hold over his mouth. I don't think he is that bad, father. Besides, it's not like he has a shot with me. I'm still too young to feel sexual attraction. Even if I did. Tony doesn't have the best of reputation, so I wouldn't consider him. Seraph said while trying to maintain eye contact, the best way to grasp the mood of her father. Spark was able to get me confirmation of at least 48 sightings of him with different women last year, all in circumstances that allude to his skanky behavior. That's at least a different woman per week. Under other circumstances, I would assume that he is on a one-man mission to repopulate the planet. Or maybe he is the owner of an eroge system. Both very conceivable options, maybe one more than the other. 48. Seraph exclaimed as she looked back at her friend who was still muffled. Tony stopped trying to open his mouth and looked back at Seraph while tilting his head left and right, confirming the likelihood of Aragorn's statement but not altogether sure since he didn't keep count. Are you dying or something? Maybe a hormonal disorder, Seraph said as she was trying to find a biological problem as justification for her new friend's proclivities. She previously did her research, but most of her understanding came from the memories Aragorn shared of the character Tony Stark with her. One that he called his favorite from the MCU saga. No. He has something more common. A combination of daddy issues and grieving. About 8 years ago he lost his parents and he was barely 21 years old. They probably separated on bad terms or something similar. At least that was how it happened in the movies back in Aragorn's universe. His emotions did hint at this rationale. Regret could drive someone insane, and sex can ameliorate lots of the mind killers that plague humanity, though not the most healthy option since the usual result is this. Aragorn pointed at Tony. Tony was exuding anger, regret, helplessness, shame, and other not-so-pretty emotions. Don't be rude, father. No one likes to be psychologically dismantled like that. It's a douche move. Seraph lifted her hand and sent a pulse of energy and vibration aimed at disrupting her father's psionic hold on her friend. One of the varied applications that element bonded with vibranium has. Gasp puff, Tony took a mouth of air as he gained freedom. He looked at the cute blue and said his thanks. Thank you, Seraph. He looked at the horned father and said. I don't know you and you don't know me, but this is my place and I don't go to yours and try to disassemble you as a man. I would appreciate it if you showed me the same respect. Anger and shame were the predominant emotions that he broadcasted to Aragorn's empathic sense. I apologize for my actions, yet don't act like you walk the moral high ground. I'm here because you decided to illegally access my satellite network and got caught by my daughter while at it. Last I checked, orbital space doesn't belong to anyone and the existence of my satellites broke no laws. Even if this country likes to consider whatever stands above and below it as theirs. How deep or how overhead could something be considered as the property of a country? Even with your illegal trespassing of my servers in the equation, the only reason I'm giving you a hard time is that my daughter can be naive at times. If she is going to vouch for you, then she better have a clear picture of who Tony Stark is. Seraph charmingly pouted at this. You can't define me based on what you can find about me out there. I'm more than what the externals see of me. The outside only notices the superficial of a person. I'm someone who, like anybody else, has a depth more profound than what you can find in the tabloids. Tony defended himself even if he was terrified of the horned human in front of him. Really? Do you think that your actions can't define yourself? For all I care, you could be St. Francis of Assisi on the inside, but if you go about your life like Hugh Hefner, then a playboy is what you are. Could you hold light and knowingly darken others without tainting your shine? Bad people doing good deeds are good people doing bad deeds are bad people. And while the world tends to be more gray than black or white and circumstances should always be considered. Do you think that I'm painting a deceitful picture to my daughter of who you are? Could you hold shadows and knowingly brighten others without illuminating your darkness? Tony Stark is an untrustworthy company owner. Tony Stark irresponsibly sleeps around. Tony Stark irresponsibly drinks, enough to get duped into a nefarious task by a shady general under the possibly fictitious orders of his country. Tony Stark hasn't been a good friend, boss, or son to anyone in a very long time of his 29 years of life. And with all these despicable character traits of yours, you want me to be silent as my less than 8-year-old daughter gets close to you in an attempt to make friends and help me with my burdens. Aragorn obviously was never concerned about Seraf's physical well-being, but a growing AI, even one with a soul spark encoded by him, could go rouge under the right circumstances, the same as how humans could change under emotional distress. Change under such conditions could be detrimental or it could be for the improvement of the AI. For someone like Aragorn, it's a little hard to understand how Tony Stark ended up as this version of himself, although you can't say that this Tony is very different from the MCU Tony by this time in their respective timelines. It is a little hard to believe that in 8 to 10 years he would have the will to survive captivity. Based on Spark's research, this Tony is one drink away from dying of his own vomit. 1-year-old. How? Tony was able to infer a lot of things from the conversation he heard between Aragorn and Seraph. 1. Aragorn has abilities or uses very advanced technology that he is currently unable to understand. 2. Aragorn was 3 galaxies away, which suggests a possible alien origin. 3. Aragorn plans to uplift Earth's society. 4. Aragorn is his daughter's daddy, he is a simp for his daughter. 5. Dimensional planes exist. 6. Aragorn's reach of information gathering is way above what's naturally possible. 7. Seraph has abilities similar to her father's. 8. Aragorn doesn't like him but he respects his daughter's autonomy to a certain degree. Now, none of this prepared him for the fact that the blue cyber beauty bombshell of his new friend was less than a year old. Something no. Lots of things didn't compute. But this was too much. He felt her warm hands on his neck, so he was sure that she was not artificial, or so he thought. This is going to take a long time, father. Why don't you sit down while I explain and confirm for him a few things? I'm storing the last planet and then I will fly to Kitty's crew, so I have time. Aragorn was definitely not happy about the outcome of Seraph's most recent prank, but Spark made mistakes at the beginning too. The only difference between the two is that Spark had a copy of all his memories. Human darkness was not just a concept on a data string for Spark. He lived through it. Seraph was naive, at least by his standards. Spark merely needed practice. But so are the joys and challenges of parenthood. Aragorn can't wait to praise Seraph for the changes she took the initiative to make to the P-Link's design. Spark also sends him updates from time to time about the progress of his daughter in the challenging task he presented for her in the shape of Krakoa. And while earlier he may have sounded harsh and derisive to Tony, he knew that the kid had the stuff needed for grandness. It's been proven time and time again. As much Aragorn thought as he enjoyed how his daughter tried to explain what type of life form she was to the genius playboy. A/N. It was an Odyssean task to get this chapter out today. I lost half of it after the fixes on my PC were done, and I haven't done the last grammar check on it, but here it is. With this part, the chapter is concluded. All I know is that it's more than 20k words. I will probably not update with chapters this long under normal circumstances, but it was fun. Also, this volume is nearing its end, probably 2 or more chapters left. You should know by now that I'm terrible at measuring chapters, so don't take this to heart. I won't go into hiatus after this volume, but I'm planning to grammar check the previous volume and this one after its completion. It's just that my life has been a little more hectic than before, so I don't have a set schedule. I will keep trying to update at least once a week, but it can be difficult sometimes. Writing this FF is sort of relaxing for me, which is why dropping it is not on my plans. Sadly, I don't feel like I'm the master of my life, so I don't know what will happen in the future. No need to panic, I'm only writing about this because someone asked me about it. But this has become my hobby faster than I thought possible, so for the foreseeable future, no dropping, but the inconsistent updating schedule remains. Leaving the somber mood aside, I don't have a clear path for the next volume. I have some solid ideas, but I would like some suggestions, just to brainstorm. First, it has to be about something that could fit between the years 2000 to 2003 max. Between volume 1 and 2 only 3 years have passed, so I'm trying to pace the novel at approximately 3 years per volume. Second, I take inspiration from the movies and expand my fictional universe with the comics, but I tend to leave Earth 616 untouched because I need it as the ruler of events that will happen and that won't be affected by the butterfly effect of Aragorn. As long as you keep these restrictions in mind, we could add whatever fits that doesn't negatively impact the storytelling. I promised some chapters of Death's Dragon, which I plan to deliver, but I will probably do so with a long chapter close to the end of the volume. Thank you so much for reading and for your recurring support. I have like 100 unread comments, so tomorrow I will get to it, but I always have fun reading the cracked up stuff that you write. Please keep at it. Chapter 29, Star Wars, Rise of the Sith, Part 4, Last. Sometimes I used to wonder where the plot armor of the heroes of my universe went. Because as far as I've seen, Jean was going to kill the X-Men plus the rest of the world, Wanda was going to kill the world, and Doom was going to kill the world. I'm seeing a pattern here. Maybe I am their plot armor. This does not count the myriad paths that the butterfly effect could have taken with the Red Room. Concerning this, I can't say that all of my actions have been positive with full certainty, but Nuna said I've been doing a good job, so that could be counted as a guarantee that the overall score is green. Point is, I think that some heroes still conserve their plot armor, even in this doomed reality. Why? Because as I was considering what to do with Mr. Playboy, Nuna contacted me and told me not to be so strict with him. Nuna. Why defend him? You know I'm right to guard Seraph from him, right? Yes, but you need both the good and the bad for solid growth. Seraph is not like Spark. If you want her soul to grow, you need to allow her to make decisions of her own that could lead to unwanted results. Aren't the problems that she is facing and will face in Krakoa enough for that? That was my plan for Seraph's development. In a way, but it'll take more than that. Besides, it's not like something bad is guaranteed to happen. She is one of the most advanced works of artificial life I've seen. You don't need to cuddle her that much, I know. I made her, and Spark helped. In terms of specs, you could say that, from the start, Seraph had an advantage over Spark. Does this have something to do with the possible future of Stark as Iron Man? I thought this world was not getting an Iron Man. I assumed he was going to die of something alcohol-related or that he was not going to make it out of the cave if he followed that path. No. It has to do with the challenge that Stark the Manslut will pose to our daughter's blossoming. Heh. You're finally calling Seraph ours. It's not my fault that my dragon has a knack for spontaneously popping family relations out of nowhere. I'm a shy little death whose only friend since ever was Phoenix, then you came into my sphere. Now I have a bunch of maids, a butler, Spark, Seraph, Gia, and a dragon toy boy to consider my family. Toy boy. I'll have you know, my little death, that I'm probably older than you. I'm stronger so I'm the mommy and you're the toy boy. Well. I don't mind you being the mommy. I find that arrangement rather agreeable. I'll go back to work. I only interrupted because I was coincidentally spying on my husband. I'll wait for you tonight, boy. I'll be there, ma'am. So. You're the embodiment of an artificial intelligence that has advanced to artificial life. You're also a baby AI. Your father, who hasn't stopped looking at me like a hawk looks at a hare, made you in your body. Right. Stark asked for confirmation while I, in fact, was looking at him like a hawk looks at a hare. Yep. Now. Enough of that. Do you really sleep around that much? Why would you like to know, daughter of mine? Father, don't you think that it is remarkable that his penis hasn't fell off? You have a point, he doesn't strike me as the responsible drunk that wears a condom. I wonder how many Starks are out there. Yeah, and the concept of safe sex is not as well cemented as it was in your universe, Father. Sadly that is the case. Venereal diseases are running rampant around this time. That, actually, matches with the culture of some countries from my universe for this time frame, the 90s. I also know that for the genuinely impoverished, from my previous world, condoms were expensive, not that I think this could apply to the genius billionaire in the room. Asterisk. I guess. I don't keep track. I'm a billionaire, young, attractive, single, genius, and charming. It's a no-brainer that when I'm drunk girls tend to swoon over to me. There he goes with his narcissistic shit. You truly like yourself, don't you? No, my dummy daughter, that guy hates himself. He just masks it with the opposite behavior. What's not to like? It's interesting how he managed to avoid the truth. Seraph can pick up lies as easily as I can. Once again the plot armor helped Stark. Father, is this what most human girls look for in a man? Seraph cutely expressed her confusion while pointing at Stark up and down. Because the use of the internet is not as widely spread as it should be, limited information can be found on it. Since social media is not a thing yet, it's hard to find a way to study human behavior and social conduct with veracity. While Seraph has access to psychological books and every other paper that you could find on the web, she doesn't have evidence of how humans act in society. The sort of proof that could be found in social media, or multiplayer games. Where you see the real colors of humans, the colors they show when there's no one in front of them. One could say that Seraph's knowledge of humans mostly comes from what we uploaded in the grand repository of knowledge back in Halo. It's solid knowledge, but sometimes experience is better than theory, so I made her with innate curiosity. The desire to learn by experience is one of the results of her programming evolving, her way of being. I wouldn't change a single thing in her, even if now I have to deal with a shitty Stark. She is precious the way she is. Naive, dummy, curious, and expressive. Very different from Spark, who resembles me. No, but most of the girls that surround him do. Just like most of the girls that surround you look for something else, and like most of the girls that surround me do as well. That's just the company that he associates with. Though I can't sing praises of how most of the girls around me look for prime candidates like James and Rogers, and have a slight tendency for physical conflict. Asterisk. This time Stark has nothing to say in his defense. I think the older Tony Stark was more eloquent. Or it could be that the intimidation of having his memories tempered with his having him behave unlike himself. There's also the chance that this Tony is not like the others that I know of. At least he is not evil Tony. That guy is a pompous asshole. Are you sure I can't keep him as my friend, father? He is very interesting. I can also do wonders with the backup of his company. Didn't you receive the report on the advanced weaponry we found on our last expedition? I could have Stark Industries level the playing field. Seraph is talking about the energy-based weaponry that Hydra has been whipping out recently. Not as advanced as ours but advanced enough to make AK-47s look like pea shooters. It was frankly not surprising, considering that in the comics everybody had energy weapons. Fine. Honestly, Nuna had already convinced me to allow this, points at Stark, to be your friend. Something about challenges helping you with the growth of your soul. Lady Death did. Yeah, you can thank her later. You can also call her mother. I thought you were both my father and my mother. She is your stepmother. Right. Yay. Tony, you should thank my mother for the integrity of your mind. If he gets to meet her before his death. Your mother. Is she like him? Whatever it is that he is, oh. Now that he was reassured of his safety he is getting ballsy. Sort of. Can I tell him about you and mother? No. You should also find a way to stop him from talking about us the next time he gets hammered. Oh. How? Fear is the simplest solution. But friends don't threaten each other like that, so I don't know. He is your problem now, my cute and rebellious daughter, not mine. Humph. Mental pouts are weird. Cute nonetheless. You can help him with his tech, Seraph. Make sure not to go overboard. If you have questions about how much you can advance his tech you can ask for Sparks or my help. Should I focus on weaponry? No. Just level the playfield and then go for space exploration. That's a sector we won't touch, so if you can manage to upgrade his arc reactor you could possibly dominate that sector in 5 to 10 years. I'm assuming Baxter will be their major competitor. Hey. I've been listening to you talk about the future ventures of MY Company all willy-nilly. Who are you to decide the future of my company? Stark complains, as if he has ever had the ability to decide the future of his company. Sometimes I can understand why Stain went scummy. Shush. Tony. The responsible ones are talking. Burn. Good job, Seraph. Excuse me. The 1-year-old said what? Isn't it more depressing if the 1-year-old has to point it out? Yeah. It is. I don't know how many friends you have, but this is not how it works. You're supposed to defend your friends, not kick them while they are down. This idiot. She has exactly 4 friends. Beast, Rogue, Gambit, and Forge. The last joined Krakoa after the latest expedition. He was starstruck when he laid eyes upon her. That was after Jean cured his insanity. She did the same trick Cable did on one of his multiversal counterparts. Get him into rehab or something. His mind is the only redeeming aspect he currently has. We can't have him fucking over it with his drinking habits. This is not the Tony Stark I wanted to meet. I wanted the witty one. Shitty reality. What about my company? Money, good looks, charming personality, and good genes. Those are some redeemable qualities if you ask me or anyone else. This is sad. No. Just shut up. Stop sinking yourself lower. I tell him. Maybe this Tony was indeed supposed to die of liver failure or drunk in a ditch. This is a doomed reality and I wouldn't be so surprised if that was the case. Tony, those are all superficial. Seraph looked at him with pity. To which Stark only answers by blankly staring at his new friend. Honestly, those aspects are pretty damn important in a human society, just not to us. Companies, money, good looks, and good genes are abundant in Halo. I won't say much about personality, because I don't find him charming and because my maids can be bitchy. I should go. I'm still missing about 250,000 refugees and we only have 1 more month to visit the remaining star systems. We are good on time, but Kitty wanted to visit Xander afterward. Karina also wanted to repay her father who sold her to Tanalier. Ah. Father, before you go, I was using Brother Eye and was checking some of the visual filters out. I found alpha and beta particles and gamma rays in South America. About 1,400 USV/hour. That's a lot. The radiation poisoning kind of a lot. I double-checked with Skynet, but most of the smaller hospitals in Brazil don't have access to the web. So I don't know if someone is trying to hide multiple cases of radiation poisoning or if South Americans are made with lead skin, because I haven't found news of the cases. That's fishy. Where's the highest concentration? Guarapari. Espírito Santo, Brazil. That place has always had high levels of background radiation, but not 1400 microsieverts high. Stark said. It might be a mutant. Have the council look into it. How big is the contaminated area? Winds played a part, so around 6,000 square kilometers. Not that bad, but undoubtedly worrying given the amount of population in the zone. What? Stark shouted. Make it a priority. If it's a mutant, have them erase all evidence. I don't think they can afford any more bad press than they already have. Can I help them? She looked at me with hopeful eyes. No. Their suits can handle radiation. Only if they can't do anything about it, you can help. Or if they ask for help. Otherwise, it's up to them. Hopefully they will ask for her help. I know these guys are either idiots who are reluctant to depend on AI or idiots who want to do their job without depending on AI. Maybe they think that this is their responsibility and that they shouldn't depend on Seraph. Maybe I see them as idiots because we are used to depending on Spark. But, if you're drowning, shouldn't you try to reach for a helping hand? Is it a mutant council? Stark. Yes. It's a secret country, they are under my oversight. But I don't do much. They still have to suffer a bit more before Seraph is allowed to help them. Easy come, easy go. Hasn't Xavier noticed anything with Cerebro? If lots of people were suffering, he should have easily found the agglomeration of minds in pain. Last week Hank updated it, so now it only detects what has been approved for detection. If he wanted to locate anything else, then the approval of the council would be needed. Why? She means that if Xavier is looking for mutants, then only the spots of the location of the mutants would appear, not the non-mutants, nor anything else, unlike in the movies. The psionic signal can be traced back. In the future, if other countries know that we have an unregulated machine capable of killing everyone, we could earn their enmity, which we don't need. If a strong enough enemy telepath uses the psionic wave, they could piggyback their consciousness into Xavier's mind. If a sorcerer aims at the psionic wave, they could kill Xavier. Lastly, the privacy concerns coming from some of the telepaths that moved in. That makes sense, unless you're Jean or me, you expose yourself whenever you do a psionic scan of that magnitude. When you talk to them, try to hint at the possibility of using the machine before each outing. It's best to go well prepared. I told them so, but they said that we could alert the enemy beforehand if we do that. Enemies create countermeasures for your advantage, that has always been the case, so I wouldn't find it unexpected if Hydra develops some sort of psionic field detection. That's also a risk. I don't have a foolproof angle for it. Just make sure they don't do anything rash. Caution is either rewarded or not, but it's rarely punished. I can appreciate their caution, especially in this world. I can see those cases Seraph mentioned happening. Still, I don't know if it could get even more dangerous if they face an enemy unprepared. Okay. I'll get to it. My cheerful daughter said. I dispersed my clone and went back to tracking the Arcadia. That cat enabled the cloaking mode, so I have to use the contract to locate them. So. Aliens. Those are real, huh? Stark asks as he processes what just happened. Watching the Horned Man disappear by dispersing his body layer by layer didn't help much calming his nerves. Normally he would have been concerned about the so-called Cerebro that could kill everyone on the planet, but after finding out about the fully loaded satnet that orbits above his head, aliens seem more interesting. Yes, lots of different species. Seraph answered as she sent the new info to the council and ordered the X-Force to get ready for deployment. She made a live feed of the spread and intensity of the radiation and uploaded it on the screens located in the training halls of the X-Force. This is in the hopes of them understanding the gravity of the situation. And sorcerers. Something which he finds even harder to believe. Yep. Those two. Every one of us is one. Seraph said while pushing out her chest with pride. Every mutant. Stark answered as he tried not to check her chest out. Something that was growing harder and harder as he calmed down. Seraph's outfit didn't help. If you could call shape-shifting your sexual bits off an outfit. No, dummy. I told you we are not mutants. I oversee the country of mutants, but I'm not a mutant, neither is my father. What I meant by US was my family. So you are one as well. I thought you used technology. Stark referenced the tech she used to open a portal. He was also associating Seraph's family with the secret overlords of the planet. I'm not old enough. Your soul must have met certain essential requirements if you want to cast magic. I'm a baby, so I haven't. Magic is one of those things that greatly attract Seraph's curiosity. Could I become one as well? A normal question everyone would ask in his case. Yes, you have great affinity. Like possibly among the top 10 on humans. Seraph scanned him, something that Stark noticed when her eyes shined blue for a second. Of course. That's expected of me. Then. Can you help me learn? I don't know. Seraph said with a contemplative visage. Why? Do I have to pay you? A stupid question. No, idiot. I'm an AI. I can leave you on the streets and make do with all of your money and possessions. I could even collapse the economy of the world. I don't need your pesky money. Seraph was annoyed about the materialistic way of his thinking. Sorry, you're right. I want to learn. Why can't you help me? Part of his insistence stems from the fact that his mind was just recently taken hostage. Stark imagines that possibly with magic he could protect himself better. Because I don't want to teach you and I doubt any one of my sisters has the patience to deal with you, I also don't plan to waste the favors they owe me on you, even if we are friends we've just met. Furthermore, I don't know if teaching you will lead to disastrous consequences, such as casting eldritch blasts left and right while intoxicated. And that's the most benign thing I can picture. What if he summons a demon? What if he opens the mirror dimension and forgets to close it? What if he makes a contract with an extra-dimensional entity? Oh, come on. I won't, I promise. But, how come you can teach me? I thought you couldn't cast. He tried to steer the conversation in another direction. I don't need to be able to cast if I wanted to teach you. So. What do you say? Won't you help this poor handsome billionaire? Okay. On one condition. She stopped him before he could start celebrating. Shoot. I'll have you know that I'm no coward and that no matter how kinky, I'm ready. This time he couldn't stop himself from checking her out as he loudly affirmed his conviction. Oh. Is this your so-called charming personality? Crackle, Seraph made sure to show her displeasure by releasing an arc of lightning between her fingers. Sorry, Seraph. That came out of nowhere. Just a bad habit. He couldn't help but associate Seraph in his mind with her father when she went menacing like that. Right, I believe you. She rolled her eyes at him. I can teach you, but you have to go to rehab and stop drinking. No casual drinking. Is there such a thing as casual drinking for a recovering alcoholic? No. Nil. Nothing. None. Not. Zero. Nout. Zilch. Nix. Nada. Okay. Okay. I understand. No drinking. Nor psychotropics. I don't do those. He said in indignation. I don't think you even know what you do or don't do while drunk. Seraph deadpanned at him. Touché. He said while gnashing his teeth. Yeah. I know you will stop. Ultimately. I can zap you with that collar, I can track you, spy on you, hear you, even see you. So from now on, I, Seraph Draconisophilia, your friend, will make sure that you get better. Alcoholism is a terrible disease. Be grateful that I will use some of my processing to monitor you 24/7, every day. His joy was so overwhelming that he couldn't stop touching his P-Link while looking at Seraph as if he was finally recognizing the real monster in the father-daughter duo. Seraph, inadvertently, followed Aragorn's advice. Fear can help people change. What the fuck? After so many nights, and sometimes days, of playing around, Tony may have escaped the fate of a Yandere fan stalking him, one of those crazy clingy flings. But it looks like he couldn't ultimately fully escape the stalking. Nirn, prima multarum, crown city of the planet. Latin. First of many. Royal palace. So how many? I ask in a feminine childish voice from inside my fluff heaven. Almost mine. Mindy is sharing with me. Initially, she had 3 tails and I had 2, but since neither could be cocooned in the fluff with no less than 4 tails we opted for the current position. She is straddling me, like a baby does their parents, get your mind out of the gutter, I'm hugging her and she is hugging me while Emma's tails cocooned us. I also grew a tentacle which I used to pet her scalp. Now she is asleep while chewing on my left ear. 2.105.859 new citizens. Most have been sorted out to their corresponding residences, bearing special cases that need special conditions. Emma answered with a big bright smile. I can also feel the happiness oozing out of her. Did you like the planets and stars I got you? I asked as I eyed out her new desk decor. He. Yes, I liked them very much. She caressed one of the marbles as if it were a precious. It's a good thing Mindy is sleeping and she didn't witness her mother's Gollum mode. 6 planets, 6 stars. There's also the Ark. I'm just not sure about the place I showed you, so I'll leave the decision in your hands. In the comics, Xander falls a few times, so it's also a possibility to wait for their probable downfall and take possession of their turf. The Skrulls are also nearing their end, and no one would miss the Kree if they were to be lost to the ravages of time. The Ark. Queen Fluff asked with interest. I made a temporary link with her, one she didn't resist, and brought her to my mindscape. It's this, I told her as I pointed at the representation of the Ark in my mindscape. It was a 1:1 scale. You can build this? She asked as she sat at the top of my draconic head as I took us to the Ark's surface. I already did. It's a little bit bigger than Saturn. Is that Halo? She pointed at the center of the structure. Yes. I made them so that both could work together. Also, you can pick a planet from the ones I gave you to place at the center of the installation. Why? Don't get me wrong, it's awesome, but I guess it would be more energy efficient without a planet at the center. Yes, but I made it so we could set up a magic circle for assisted casting between the three objects. Planet, ring world, and Arkansas. Not that I know why we would need so much firepower, but enough targets we have to spare. I see. I will convene with my people and spark about what to do. There's no rush. If anything, the Imperium is still underpopulated. About that. I don't know how to increase the population further without having to move from battlefield to battlefield collecting people, and that's not very efficient. This time it only worked because you were taking charge of the operation. I don't think you'll need to worry much about that. Why? First, Kitty will probably continue with her life as a pirate, so she can keep bringing you people for a while. Second, many empires fall and rise, we will never lack places where we could locate refugees or willing migrants. Third, this is not fully planned, so I don't know if I should tell her about this yet. Third, this is not even half a plan yet, so don't quote me on this later if we do something different. Sure. I was thinking about doing some time traveling at some point, so we could collect some of the unfortunate souls meant to die and export them to the Imperium at the moment of their deaths, preferably kids and babies. That way there's no culture shock and we can instill our education in them, like the Will of Fire. Why? I have 3 monumental tasks that will probably take me about 100 years to complete, a century I don't have. I need to create a trustworthy magic system for void energy, I want to create a soul-bonded system to practice my split thinking, and I have to find a way to end with a celestial and a fully intact planet after the emergence. I also wanted you girls to ascend to godhood before things start getting more dangerous. They would naturally reach said status, but they won't have time once reality starts to crumble, that is if Marvel follows the comic path. So, you'll take us to the past and we will collect people just before their deaths to take with us while we achieve divinity. I thought we couldn't time travel in our universe. I can, and I can take you with me. The problem is that you'll be affected by the temporal reinstatement. What's that? She asked as we moved into the Ark to explore the landscapes. There's no vegetation here, so it can be a little lacking sometimes. Let's say you go to the past and you change stuff, nothing will happen while you're temporally displaced. This is what inevitably happens when you go to the past. You change stuff. But when you return to your time, you'll be updated. With the application of a few spells, depending on how much the changes affect you, you'll just get an influx of new memories. Nothing more dangerous than that. Normally her previous memories would be overwritten by the new ones. Sorcery can fix that. And even if she gets caught in a paradox, as long as it's not related to her existence, then my presence would take care of it. Now, what happens if while changing your surroundings, the history of your world, you end up changing something vital to your being, and you erase yourself? I asked as I looked at how pensive she was. I don't know, because if I didn't exist then I wouldn't erase myself, so I don't think it is possible to erase yourself. I think. She tilted her head to the side in confusion, something her ears followed and her tails mirrored. It's a paradox. The universe, nay, the multiverse doesn't like those. So your whole existence is erased, permanently. Paradoxes are things from outside creation, from the void, which have no place inside creation. A glitch in the design can't be tolerated, myself excluded. But if what you say is true then no one could time travel. Master said that time travel was possible before you came, so there must be a way. Very smart, you are, my Fluff Padawan. Yes, there's a way, timeline displacement. Instead of moving back and forth in your timeline, you move to an alternate timeline and do your thing. After that, you come back to your origin timeline, like what happened in the movies. This is normally used when you want to gather information without changing your origin timeline. But that's not the same. You could never change your own timeline's past if what you say is true. Yes, similar to that Strange that killed his universe and couldn't go back. There are ways. You could have someone from another timeline change what you need from your own. You could just send your consciousness into your old self. Or you could create a Nexus event. Those can overwrite reality, like what Nathaniel Richards does or what Logan does in the X-Men movies. Nexus events. Like the thing with celestial hosts. Yes. You need to create an event important enough that the impact of it could cross throughout timelines and universes and ultimately affect your home timeline, but this is virtually impossible. Ha. Good luck with that. So we would be going to an alternate timeline of our universe, right? She doubtfully asks. No. This universe doesn't have alternate timelines, that's part of the charisma of a doomed reality. A place of no other possible outcomes, where there isn't and can't be any change. So there's only end. That's why I think that something was wrong with the MCU before Loki fixed it. It was very similar to this doomed universe. I don't know if he has fixed it yet. But if he hasn't, then we could go there, that way the amount of alternate timelines that we generate won't be a problem if there's only one. Then. What's the plan? Now you're being silly, the answer is obvious. We travel to the past of another universe, I would need the coordinates from Nuna. That makes sense. Kinda. I thought other universes were other timelines. Depending on what you're talking about, those two terms could be interchangeable. That's generally the case because time and space are one weaved together, another timeline is just another universe. But normally, if you imagine reality like a massive tree, the trunk would be the prime reality, Earth 616, and the robust branches would be the different versions of it, the universes. These robust branches would diverge further into secondary branches, those are timelines, which in turn could branch out further, those are supporting timelines, like the one in Endgame when they travel back to gather the Infinity Stones. You could say that the universes are timelines of the prime reality, hence why both terms could mean the same, but depending on the circumstances they are different. I understand better with that analogy, but I can't draw parallels with it when we include dimensions and realms in the equation. Ha ha ha. I can't either. Reality is ever-changing, so it would be too easy if I could make a simple analogy that could encompass everything, especially since there are multiversal dimensions and universal ones. How many people could we collect? Emma. How many people have died throughout history? According to some statistics from my previous universe, over the course of 192,000 years 109 billion people lived and died. Obviously, we won't be able to get all of those, some souls belong to other pantheons or devils and there will be special circumstances. I also didn't plan to spend 192,000 years over there. Are we making a heaven? No, these people would eventually die and Nuna would, in the end, still claim their souls. We are just moving them from their time of fated death to our place, and after living out their lives they'll just go back to the normal cycle of souls. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but as I said before, this plan is not ready. MMMH. Yes, this could work. Could we collect mostly kids and babies? That's the intent, but we still need adults to take care of them. I'm good, just not good enough to nanny billions of kids at the same time. We could get the family nucleus with them. Yes, we would need to keep track of them, like with a registry, so that we could pair the kids with their families once they all die, at least for the families that didn't die at the same time. That's more reasonable. They'll probably worship us as their goddesses and gods. She smiled at this. That's another goal, hopefully they can gather faith like the old gods once did, it should speed up the process. When would we do this? Not yet, you'll need to get the planets and the Ark ready. Also, you need to stabilize your hold on your new residents, the last we need is a rebellion, so this is still in the air. By the way, what's Jean doing over there? She pointed at the planetoid not so far from here where Jean could be seen trying to pull one of the moons I made towards her little planet. I can imagine, but let's go ask her. We moved towards Jean's planetoid. Jean, what are you doing? The Fluff said. Oh, hi. She was taken aback but swiftly approached Emma to hug her in greeting. Hi, Jean. So, what are you doing here? What do you mean? I'm sleeping here. While I sleep, when Phoenix doesn't call me to the astral plane I come here. She said it as if it was the most obvious outcome. You let her claim property of a part of your mindscape. Are you crazier than I thought? Fluff asked as she pointed at the speck of my mindscape that was imbued with Jean's psionic signature. It's okay. My mind is different than yours, she couldn't possibly do anything harmful to it even with all of the liberties she takes around this place, I answered as I touched one of the phoenixes floating about. They look like mini senior sisters. I also operate in a different way. Even if all of my mind were corrupted, my soul would cleanse it. So this poses to me the same risk as taking a walk through New York does. The true owner of me is my core self, that's why I let Jean practice her powers here. Yes. You're weirder and crazier than I gave you credit for before, the Fluff concluded. You have no idea. I used to lose myself around here. Nothing makes sense when Aragorn is not taming his mindscape and things turn crazy, so I claimed a spot after the first week of not understanding the ups and downs of this place. I also didn't know that by doing as much I was psyche overriding Aragorn, but he let me do it, so I assumed there were no problems. Yeah, there are no problems. You two are the weird ones. So, why are you pulling that moon over here? Emma pointed at the comically small moon, small enough for it to be orbiting this planetoid, as if you needed to follow the rules of reality while in a mindscape. My place would look better with it. More importantly, Phoenix told me that I needed to understand fundamental forces for the next step in my training. This place, the part that I claimed, not that craziness going outside when Aragorn is not here, although a mindscape, follows the same principles of reality. Oh. That makes sense. You're training gravitational force, Emma. Yep. I'm supposed to get used to the feeling of using the creational aspect of gravity. Phoenix said that I would wield it when breathing life into the universe, probably when she needs to terraform, create planets, stars, and everything in between. Such are some of the responsibilities of the host of the Phoenix Force. It looks beautiful, Emma complimented Jean's work. Why, thank you. The redhead lighted up. Jean, do you know what happened with the radiation case in South America? I haven't paid close attention to it because Spark or Seraph would inform me if they needed my help. That's both a tragedy and a mystery, Jean said in displeasure and sadness. First of all, everybody in the town and the outskirts died, about 175,000 people. The Brazilian government claimed that an unprecedented surge of gamma radiation was caused by radioactive waste, which had been, coincidentally, disposed of in the sea during the Soviet era. She made a painful expression. Which is all bullcrap. Second, we know that the point of origin was from a hospital. Ms. Adler said that it was probably related to a radioactive baby she had a vision about. But she also said that the location and the timing didn't match, so she wasn't sure. She expressed her confusion. Didn't match by how much? I asked. About a year. It could be that the baby came out radioactive because one of the parents had something to do with radiation. Maybe what's happening now is related to the parents of the baby or the cause of the radiation in the parents and or the baby. You mean that the baby hasn't been conceived and what's happening now it's related to the prelude of their mutation? Emma asked in clarification. To which we nodded. Seraph thought the same. But now we don't know how to track what's going on. Seraph did record an increase in the ambient levels of radiation in the airport of Belo Horizonte, so we suspect that whatever caused the radiation poisoning is somewhere around that city. We just have no way of knowing who or what is it, the Padawan huffed in frustration. Or if that is indeed the next target, the spike in the readings could be coincidental. Especially since the winds could have carried the radiation from Guarapari, I add. I don't think so because we did clean up the radiation after we were done, but it is possible that Belo Horizonte is not the next target as you said. Yeah, it could be that the causative was moved from that airport to another country. Do you know of any mutants with radiation-related powers? Jean asked. Yes, a few. But Seraph should have access to those. I'm guessing that so far none have matched our knowledge. *tisk**, ever since Phoenix has been showing me the ropes of my role as her avatar, the senseless loss of life has become harder to deal with. Now I not only get sad and depressed but I also get livid and irate. It might help you deal with it better if you try to find a sense to it. Maybe it is senseless because we haven't found its purpose yet, Fluff. Maybe. I'll try. Thanks, Emma. The Padawan hugged the Fluff in thanks. All I could think was, what a shit show. It could be a character that I knew about but with a totally different backstory, or it could be a weapon. For all I know this could be neither. We will go back to the world of the waking, Jean. We should be back home by next week. Okay. I miss Kitty and Kurt. So you don't miss me is what you mean. You'll get what's coming to you. After Emma said her goodbyes we came back to her office. I returned to the Fluff heaven. After a few minutes of bliss and listening to Emma work, she said. I should start charging you for this. She brought her hand closer to lovingly caress Mindy's head. She didn't miss the chance to flick my nose, though. You can use the money you owe me to pay yourself back. That's nice. If I manage to charge you $1 million a year I could repay my debt in about 27 million years. She sarcastically said so. I see no problem there, you'll live longer than that. As long as I exist. She could die if she wants, but her soul will always come back to mine. Then it's simply a matter of bonding her to a new body. I created the contract this way so that I could revive my maids in case of tragedy. I own their souls and I don't plan to let a single one of them seep through my grasp. Not this time. I'm a dragon who learns. That's true and terrifying. She shuddered a little. Why though? You'll have me, your daughter, your friends, your family, with you. Terrifying is having to spend your undying life alone. I can talk from experience. The shit my core self went through is horrifying. I sent my fox some love and reassurance. It did wonders for her mood. You're right. I should think about how massive my empire would be by that time. Maybe it'll span across multiple universes by then. She sent her gratitude and love back. If I can figure the trick for the multiversal barrier out, maybe we could visit other multiverses. Wouldn't you like to visit DC? I want to meet Harley and Batman. Those two were always my favorite characters. That's right. I was thinking too small. Why stop at a few universes? Why stop at a single multiverse? Poor Aniki, his multiverse is threatened by the fox with a power fetish. With all the shouting from my fox, Mindy almost woke up, but soon enough went back to sleep when she couldn't resist my petting. You almost woke up my plushie. I childishly said while faking a pout. Aragorn, please go back to your grown-up self. I can't keep seriously talking to you in your lowly self. Lowly isn't for everyone, after all. She released us from our heaven and I floated us to the massive bean bag I keep in her office. I shapeshifted to my original humanoid self and kept petting my real-life plushie princess. You pamper her more than us. Emma complained. It would be awkward as hell if I petted any of you while you straddle me. If I had to make a pick, I would probably choose James, that way no one dies at the hands of Nuna. Sadly. Nuna would question my sexuality. If you want the same treatment as your kid, then either shapeshift into one or find yourself a man or woman in your case. Nuna doesn't care how much I pet their animal parts, but, jokes aside, boundaries and respect are a thing. I'm sorry, I didn't intend it sexually. I never had a parent to cuddle me to sleep like that. However, I haven't found anyone who interests me beyond the sexual aspect. And I can't shapeshift. So envy aimed at my daughter is my response. I knew that, but it's fun to mess with her zen. Emma doesn't see me as a sexual interest, not really, or any member of my family for that matter. All of us being empaths is the reason behind this. You'll never mistake or miss someone's advances since we can feel each other's intent. Poor James. He can't even fake obliviousness. The girls blast their interest for him at full volume. I've seen how they project their feelings at him whenever he is working out. I was just joking, Fluff. Don't worry, we will find you someone. The offer to raise someone to be your lover is always available. That's unethical. Maybe under human constraints, but just like incestuous relations are accepted among the long-lived species and medieval times, certain taboos shift with time. I've read enough stories about vampires having the hots for their mothers and or sisters to have a clear picture of it. I was mostly joking. What happened to your family anyway? I know they were shitty, I just don't know your side of the story. I've known lots of versions of her family history, but not hers exactly. My father was an abusive, arrogant, self-serving, cold, domineering, sexist prick. My mother loved her prescriptions more than she loved her children. That's similar to the comics. My older brother is gay and my father never accepted him. My older sister, Adrian, felt her position threatened by Christian and me, so she did her best to manipulate our lives into hell. That's similar but different. Thanks to her and my father, my brother got into substances to escape from his life, and my first love was sent to jail due to their machinations. My younger sister, Cordelia, further fucked up my brother's life by making sure to always procure the best drugs for him. I think her first love was one of her teachers. In the comics, Adrian films them kissing and then gives the evidence to her father. Then Mr. Kendall, her first love, was fired and Emma was blackmailed by her father. Winston Frost wanted her to stop pursuing her dream of becoming a teacher and to inherit the company. I asked my father to send Christian to rehab when things started to get dangerous for him. Behind my back, he sent him to an ex-gay mental institution instead. My father decided to leave the family company to me. My sisters didn't approve, so they both tried to kill me, and Cordelia tried to have me raped by her drug dealer boyfriend. I killed both in retaliation, one after the other not even a day apart, and my mother took her life by overdose when she couldn't cope with the said fact. In her words, I can't live with this shame. The bitch dared to blame me for her suicide. My father died at the hands of my brother after he went to visit him at the mental institution to inform him of my sister's and mother's passings. Turns out that torture can drive someone as peaceful as my brother into a murderous frenzy. They said he was too gay, so they had to try a different approach to his therapy. Time passed and my brother, eventually, got his shit together and took over the company. Around that time I was already on the run from Shaw. The last time Spark checked, he was doing fine. Yeah, shitty as I said. Did you try to reconnect with Christian? He didn't sound so shitty. I can tell that she feels nothing for them, heck. Her emotions didn't even fluctuate when she was narrating her past, but I wonder why Christian was included in the unholy collection of her family. Around the time I was on the run, I visited him and asked for his help. He sold me out to Shaw. He believed that I was responsible for his time in the mental institution. He heard from Cordelia that I was the one who suggested to father about sending him there. I barely got out of it with my life when Shaw sent his group of marauders after me. Those were probably lent to Shaw by Nathaniel Essex. According to Spark, Christian removed me from the family tree. I no longer see him as my family, same as he doesn't, not that he ever was much of a sibling to me, he simply was the lesser evil. I can see why she loves us as her real family. As scummy as it sounds, I'm glad all of that led you to me. Although you could say that you had a terrible start, it's plenty apparent that what follows will only be filled with love, success, and fulfillment. I for one don't know what I would do without her. I don't think I need to promise you anything cheesy like, I'll make you happy, and such, because now you are capable of getting your own happiness. But I can assure you that you will always have us, your family by choice and not the family you got by chance, in your life. He. Because whether you like it or not, I own your soul. That's cheesy. She said as she sent me her gratitude and care back. Bah. Shut up. On another note, when are the Yautja arriving? I asked as I used my sight to peer through the palace's walls and observe a massive crowd enjoying the festival on the streets. It's not exactly a festival. Emma reached the limit of how far away she could push the date for the match with Yautja. The news spread and Emma took advantage of the event to create a sense of unity. Hence the festival-like mood. She plans to create a sense of belonging, similar to how sports work. You create teams and then the fans can be divided into an opposing band and a supportive side. Except here the whole planet will be on one side, the Shine side, and the Yautja will be on the other side. Frankly speaking, no one likes these guys that much. It's a miracle that no one has declared a retaliatory war on them. Emma did say that they would remunerate her handsomely in the case that her nominee died in the death match. But I think that they only did that because they feared that I would kill them if they offended me by killing one of my girls. Which I would definitely do. It's not my fault that they somehow kept to their barbaric ways even after they reached their current level of civilization. It's a mystery, it follows no logic. I can't picture how their civilization advanced to such a state if they kept killing their weak members in combat. Am I supposed to assume that all of their big brains were coincidentally born with big muscles as well? And that mysteriously they didn't hamper their growth as a culture by killing their numbers, on their own, willingly, cheerfully. They've already docked their ships. The fight should start in half an hour or less. If that could be called a fight at all. Yep. No one expects them to win. Ships. In plural. I thought only the brave soul that came to die in their entourage would come. That's if they even bring someone else. I did some propaganda, to have a bigger opposing side, so they brought about 3 motherships. It's hard to create a sense of unity if the opposing side is pitiful, so, understandably, she tried to bolster their numbers. What did you tell them to get more of those funny guys to come over? They are pretty set in their ways. I told them that I would give them free pass to Earth and Nirn if they beat my warrior. They lost all reluctance once I mentioned that they could fight my combatant 3 times. Idiots. Idiots, indeed. Why are they idiots? Well, because they are fighting Kitty. Did you, at least, give them the cat spec so that they may pose a challenge? Kitty won't be too pleased if the fight turns out boring, or our citizens for that matter. Yes. But will it matter? Kitty is skilled in sorcery, what's the point if they aren't? Emma dismissively asked. We could restrict the use of magic. Just biological skills and tech. I suggested. If they have a psionic disruptor then they might endure a bit longer. Just a bit longer, no more than that. That sounds about right. Won't the crowd be disappointed if the fight is merely lamentable like that? Yes, they would. Which is why I asked Kitty to put up a show. She claimed 3 favors, 1 per fight. She sent me her sadness. Don't worry, Fluff, I can give you 1 favor of mine, you can get the other from Spark. At some point, without us realizing, favors turned into the currency of the crystal. They will be ready in 5 minutes. A message appeared from her P-Link. I have to go. Will you come with me? Emma. No. The cat wants to make an entrance. Saying so I moved to the Arcadia, which was kept in orbit above Prima Multarum. It's almost time, Kitty. Are you ready? I asked the cat that was lounging about in the mess hall. Kurt and Karina were here as well. Irina and Yelena are waiting for me at my spot in the Colosseum, they are acting as ladies in waiting for Emma today. I am. She exclaimed. Are you going in dressed like that? She was wearing her pirate outfit. Yes. Although you gave me a maid outfit, ultimately this is who I am. A pirate captain. She spoke as if she had been sailing through the cosmos since birth. The maid outfit has better defense and tech. I made it for battle, this is barely protective by my standards. I know, but I read about the specs of my opponents, and if the queen wanted me to put up a show I need to hold back in some aspects. Defense in this case. At least take your lightsaber with you. It's always with me. I know that. She sleeps with it under her pillow. Don't use magic, just your biological skills. Oh. What about for dramatic purposes? What do you have in mind? I plan to create some background explosions, or maybe a curtain of dust that would coincidentally hide the appearance of the heroine after a deciding clash, or maybe some sparks as our weapons clash. Just the basic stuff, she is definitely putting up a show. Don't create unwarranted background explosion because your enemies might not appreciate the flair for the dramatic. You can make the cloud with your TK and your lightsaber will make sparks on its own. Oh. That's fine then. Do you think I should lose a limb or 2 to showcase the regeneration of our kind? Kitty, do you have to lose a limb to put up a performance? Kurt asked. It's needed. Besides, why do you always make a drama about it? Haven't you seen us lose a limb or 2 on the battlefield several times by now? Since they had to fight while protecting refugees, and sometimes even the Ravagers, they suffered a few maiming injuries. Mostly due to carelessness or unexpected situations. I wasn't babying them all the time. Since it was not needed they asked me for some autonomy while we were on the battlegrounds. It helped them greatly to refine their skills. Yeah, I have. But the fact that none of you seem to care about the pain is what confuses me. To this, Karina nodded in support. You get used to it, and the real killer wounds are the type that eviscerates you. Regeneration takes a little bit longer with those. Really? I don't believe you. I've seen you cut your intestine out because it was getting in the way of my regen, you said after a blaster hit you square in the belly. Hee hee, I remember his face when he saw that. It was indeed getting in the way of my regrowing abdomen. I've heard from Natalia that headshots are not so bad. Should I go for a headshot instead of a limb? What do you think, Aragorn? This left Karina and Kurt perplexed. Go for a body hit, it might hurt more but you could lose the battle if they find a way to seal you. A crippling wound could be problematic. Ugh. I was afraid of that. Oh well, 3 favors are worth it for some light pain. It's your turn, Kitty. Spark said through her P-Link. Aragorn. Do the thing. Kitty enthusiastically shouted. Good luck, Captain. Karina said. Break a leg, or maybe not, Kitty. Kurt. He was probably left thinking about an alternate for break a leg. Probably, get shot in the gut. I opened a portal and swallowed Kitty with me through it. The other side was at cruising altitude, above the sector of the city where the Colosseum was built. I shapeshifted into my dragon form and Kitty took her rightful position as my dragon rider, on the place where my Atlas, C1, vertebra would be. It is the only place on my upper side that doesn't have horns or spinal blades. I assumed a size comparable to Ghidorah, the Colosseum is big enough for that. Hee hee ha. This is awesome, Kitty. I'm glad you're having fun. You bet I am. Make sure you don't die, it's a bitch and a half to revive you, not really but I rather not find out how I would act if I saw her die, even if I knew that I could resurrect her. You can do that? She asked. Yes, but don't tell the others, I don't want them going reckless just because I can raise you back from the dead, the only other ones who know are Yao and Jean. Okay, I promise. Though, now that I think about it, maybe it wasn't the best idea to tell her. Mistakes were made. Ruahur. As we neared the arena, I roared as a greeting to the cheering crowds. The crowd goes silent for a second, not much more than that, and then they shout in exhilaration. It is not every day that one gets to involve a cosmic entity in their immortal activities, so the euphoria is understandable. This event might be the first and possibly the only one of this kind. Although I'm not a true cosmic entity, for them I am. Kitty jumped from my head and fell into a superhero landing right in the middle of the arena. She did some impact buffering with her TK on her knees, otherwise she would have Deadpooled the landing. She casts a sound amplification circle and says, for the millions in attendance, and the billions watching through the galactic network, ladies, gentlemen, and non-defined, from Prima Multarum, planet Nern of the Fulgebund Draconis Imperium, Lelites get ready TORRUMBLEEEOOOH. RAHHH, the crowd goes crazy. I shapeshift back into my humanoid form and land beside Emma, who is flanked by my maids. In her royal cubiculum, I could find the modern equivalent of a bicelium, which ended in the shape of a throne with a hard light splat, making it look like we had a shiny white screen at our backs. From the front, I bet we look very holy, or shiny if you will. Did you like the entrance? I sent the girls while we kept an appropriate expression on the outside, what one would expect from the rulers of an empire, yes, a resting bitch face. It will do wonders to your image. I loved it, Emma. I have an image. Master doesn't interact with the people, not even indirectly as we do, so the citizens tend to wonder who the mysterious entity that owns this empire is. By playing along with this event they will get a better picture of who Master is, Irina said in her pseudo-formal speech. Is that why you asked me to sit with you? I asked Emma. Yes, but mostly to solidify this picture in their minds. You and I, sharing this seat, at the same level. Huh. I guess this will help you with the legitimacy of your rule, I say. Yep, it should, Emma confirmed. I can't wait to see my face in the galactic network after this is done. Yelena, in glee, said. That's why I'm wearing my camera makeup today. Irina. You girls wear makeup. I thought you were perfect after the evolution, I was sure that they wouldn't need any sort of makeup. We are perfect. Yelena said while sending me the telepathic equivalent of, look at what this idiot is saying. This maid can be a bully sometimes. Why, thank you very much, young master. But camera makeup is not about covering imperfections, it's about making you shine brighter, making you dazzling, Irina explained. Now, I consider myself an expert in matters of the shine. But I can't understand. I don't follow, I confessed. What these girls mean is that, with the appropriate makeup, instead of concealing you aim to accentuate. You highlight and decorate your eyes mostly since that's the current trend for galactic royalty, but you could also highlight your facial structure. Not because you need it but because coloring can make you more dazzling. I think I understand. So a thing of culture and not of necessity. Exactly, X3, I get confirmation. The path to the Tao of Shine is endless, its extremity can only be sought after but never accomplished. As we discussed more about the Shine the first match started. The initiative was stolen by Ijput, the first Yautja opponent. He aimed his blaster blade and released a burst of energy projectiles at Kitty's head and center of mass. The cat fired up her lightsaber and she started to block and parry the energy discharges one after the other. After 10 seconds of suppressing fire, Kitty took her first step and dashed to her left. A trail of impacts and explosions followed her every step. She changed between a fast-paced and slow-paced escape to confuse her opponent. Follow. She shouted, and the ground behind her every step started to crack and break free from the confines of gravity. Assisted by her TK, she began pulling pieces of ground trailing her. Shape. The said pieces began to shape like discs and javelins. Ijput, assisted by his years of experience, recognized the danger and the objective of the cat's move. He couldn't let her finish. Under this belief, he activated one of his handheld vacuum imploders, and after calculating the cat's trajectory he hurled it with all of his superhuman strength. The aim was true. Just as the grenade impacted in front of the cat, it imploded. Schloplop, a mysterious cloud of dust followed after the suction sound, and the fate of the heroine was uncertain. She is putting up a better show than expected, Emma praised my cat's performance. Just as the cloud was about to disperse, discs and javelins made of compressed ground shot out of the cloud. Kitty's figure was revealed, and other than the loss of her pirate hat and trench coat she was fine. My turn. She shouted as she followed after the trail of her ammunition. Purple lightsaber in hand, she desperately went after Ijput to bring the fight to close quarters combat. Boom bam, impacts and suspicious explosions resonated through the arena as Ijput expertly evaded. An evasion that was short-lived, because as he sliced the last disc with his blaster blade the Yautja was in the cat's reach. Vroom, the lightsaber cuts through his blade and with it, his arm falls down. Ijput recognizes the futility of the fight, but how can he serve his glorious purpose if he is taken down without damaging the cat? Beep, an electronic sound is heard by those with supernatural senses. And, schlop. In an instant, a decision that could only be taken by these idiot guys or maybe a fanatic cultist, Ijput activated all of his remaining vacuum imploders. Once again. A dust cloud covers the uncertain fate of the heroine. She is taking it too far, Yelena. Where is she getting this much dust from? The ground is cemented, Irina. Swoosh, a totally not suspicious squall blows away the dust cloud and the cat is found with one knee and a fist down taking heavy breaths. A psionic shield flickers out after it took most of the damage on her behalf. The bloodied remains of Ijput painted the cat neon green with a decent level of bioluminescence. Rahhhh, the crowd goes crazy. She ground down 2 big chunks of it at the beginning. She just kept them flat at ground level and had the pools of dust follow her, I say. That's unnecessarily genius, Yelena. The second fight starts, but this time the contender tries to take advantage of her tired state. She just went through a life-deciding clash, she must be exhausted. That's what I imagine he is thinking. QNSS, the second contender, closes the distance with the cat behind a constant rain of blasts. Kitty, in her tired state, couldn't block all of the energy shots, and one hit her straight in the gut. Ack! Kitty shouts in agony. The crowd tenses at the inevitable demise of the heroine. QNSS grows confident, and just as he arrives and tries to honor his opponent with death under his blade, Kitty surprises him by shooting her lightsaber straight through his head. She makes sure that the aim is true by buffing the speed with her TK. Huff puff huff puff, the cat tries to catch her breath. This fight certainly took a bigger toll on her. The crowd solemnly awaits for her recovery. She stands up with apparent difficulty, and with a fist to the sky she shouts. Next. You could see the blood on her abdomen and even some of it trailing down the corners of her mouth. She definitely has some internal bleeding, everybody believed. Rahhhh, the crowd goes crazy after such a display of boldness and resilience. Pliho, the last and strongest, praises her for the determination and honor she has exhibited in the previous battles and tells her about how his people will sing pieces about the valor of Captain Darth Kitty of the Sith in her honor, but that this is as far as she goes. Pliho introduces himself as Pliho, the one who pierces. He fires up a flaming bident on his right hand and takes position behind the shield on his left hand. On the holographic screens, we see Captain Darth Kitty of the Sith versus Pliho, the one who pierces. Kitty is exhausted, but the fire in her eyes will never be extinguished. Pliho drops a cube to the ground and a hemispherical domain of red light grows from it. He explains that this was the only psionic disruptor that his kind could fabricate for this encounter after they received her specs. He also mentioned that she should feel honored that they considered her enough of a threat to prepare tools specifically designed to counteract her abilities. She tries to use her abilities to no avail. The fire in her eyes is extinguished. Her somberness can be appreciated even through the screens. Once more the crowd feels the heavy weight of the possible demise of the heroine. Children can be seen crying and mothers are hugged by fathers, or their significant others. Some people here have more than one sex, and there are some harems as well. This shit is confusing, and the fact that some multiply through asexual reproduction doesn't help either. The woke culture in the Imperium is both inexistent and nuts. Why is she so solemn? Emma asks in confusion. I restricted her use of magic, so, if I know her as well as I do, I can guess that she is worried about how she is going to continue with her special effects. To my answer, the trio deadpanned. Kitty, you can do it. A heart-wrenching shout of two voices is heard from the crowd. Two voices that are clearly misunderstanding something. The camera zooms into two teenagers, one blue devil-like mutant and one pink Krylorian. Immediately a story is built in the minds of the masses. I push it further by sending a suggestion to the crowds: these must be her lovers. The story roots itself in everybody's minds. Tears cover the faces of even the most macho tough big aliens. The heroine is going to be torn apart from the loving arms of her lovers. A thought, a shout, a plea, is born in the psyche of every single spectator. No. Come on, Kitty. Someone shouts in Xandarian. Don't give up. Another shout, this time in Cree. Fight. Fight. In Chameleon this time. For your lovers. In Alethian. For your love. In Betanian. For love. In Meganian. For love. For love, the crowd joined in a repetitive outcry of passion and support in English, the official language of the Imperium. My Fluff, your objective of unifying your people under one banner has been fulfilled. I expect a reward for my efforts. I sent. PFF, Giggle, Irina and Yelena were having a hard time containing themselves after they saw the confusion in Kitty's countenance and the rose tint in her lovers' faces. Well, rosier in Camilla's case. Eliho starts a brief speech about how hard it is to be the one fated to split this inspiring young love, about how sad this makes him feel, but that nonetheless, martial honor shall prevail. The tension rises, and the crowd can't hold it back anymore. For love. For love, for love. Kitty decides to push forward after she receives the much-needed support from her lovers and the public. Lightsaber against flaming bident clash in a contest of wills, of fates, of destinies. Shouldn't her saber cut through the bident? Yelena asks. I'm using my energy manipulation to nerf the lightsaber and buff the bident, if not then Eliho would have lost an arm or two by now. Eliho punches the cat right in the face with his shield, the cat stumbles back. Eliho takes this chance and goes for the neck with a lightning-fast swipe. Kitty, at the last moment, defends with her left hand and the bident goes through. No. Gasp, the tension keeps rising and several teams of our first aid department are dispatched to make sure that we don't lose a single citizen today. Kitty, in a show of determination and love, grabs the bident with her hurting hand and makes sure that Eliho can't retreat. One tail goes for each limb and the remaining one goes for the neck. When it looks like Kitty has claimed victory, her lightsaber malfunctions. You're doing? Irina asks. It's for the drama. I bet they will make movies of this stuff, I answer. Kitty, in a show of decisiveness and willpower, kicks forward with both legs and pulls backward both the bident and the shield with her hands and tails. She slams hard into the ground after losing her support. The bident and the shield are sent behind her and Eliho rolls back to soften some of the hit. Both warriors go back to CQC and trade blow for blow. Kitty tries to outmaneuver Eliho by using different fighting styles and schools that she learned in the learning and training rooms. Eliho shows his skills and experience by adapting to her tactic. In a sudden display of her dexterity and adaptability, Kitty goes to the ground in 4 and jumps forward like a cat, faster than Eliho could react. Each tail tentacles its way to each limb and Kitty secures her hold with her legs around Eliho's midsection. Her arms go up and the camera zooms in, a perfect shot of her nails turning into claws. She swings down and cuts flesh. Eliho tries to futilely resist to no avail. Swing, swing, and more swings. Eliho draws his last breath. Kitty falls down, atop her legendary rival, and the screen clearly announces her as the winner. Med teams swarm the arena to help and aid the clearly injured and exhausted cat. They move her out of the arena in a stretcher after she received the much-needed first aid. The crowds are eating their nails, the tension in the air can be cut, and along the way, just before the cat goes out of the camera shot, from her stretcher she raises a fist to the sky in a show of victory. RAHHH, people lose their shit and tears attempt to flood the Coliseum. The Yautja, in their dedicated cubiculum, can only admire such a show of honor, skill, willpower, and more importantly, love. A/N. This is it for the chapter. I said I was not gonna write any long chapters again, but here we have this monster. I will upload some pics, not too many, so if you got here and you haven't seen them I will upload them to this paragraph. With this chapter, we end the space arc, at least this bit, but there will be more on other volumes. I took this opportunity to superficially explain the logic that I will be using for time travel. It's very consistent with the comic version of it, but I also tried to match it to some of the movies. The time-traveling stuff is a volume that will happen, but it's not gonna be the next one. I think. This volume still has about 2 or 3 chapters left. Thank you for reading. Chapter 30, Green Door, Part 1. Earth, the Arcadia. While, normally, a ship doing an atmospheric re-entry at this speed would turn into the proverbial fireball. The Arcadia's cloaking mechanism can mask and negate the increase in heat, just as well as it can conceal it from other detection systems. All at a profligate use of energy. Luckily I made the ship with energy to spare. It's been a week since the now legendary fight of Captain Darth Kitty was broadcast through the galactic network. Not much has changed, but we are finally returning to Halo. Or, more accurately, to Krakoa. I felt slightly bad about how I manipulated the narrative. Now Kitty, Kurt, and Karina are the most well-known trio. Just a little bit, not that much. So in the spirit of apologies, karma, and such, I officially gifted the ship to Kitty. She was not very impressed by this. After all, she knew I was going to gift it to her. I don't have an official use for it and I made it with the cat in mind. But I did say that I felt just a teensy tiny bit bad. Hence my heartfelt act of putting at ease her stress about taking my ship without my explicit consent. With the ship in her rightful possession, Kitty decided to park it in Krakoa. Hey, Kitty Cat, why not dock at Halo? You spend about half of your time up there. This question has been bugging me. That. It's very simple. I moved my family to Krakoa. If it ever happens that their lives are at risk, I can either have the AI on board protect them or have them evacuate with the help of the Arcadia. That's very sensible of this berserk girl. What did you tell them about your changes? I never asked because it never was a problem, Purse. You're asking this now? After more than a year since we evolved. Yelena said. In my defense, I have not been very considerate towards people I do not hold dear to me. That's not much of a defense, is it? Kurt chimed in. Unless it's Nuna or Seraph, I don't make a distinction between the level of care I give my loved ones. Therefore, I cannot extend any care to the friends or family of my loved ones, as it would mean caring for everyone in existence. Luckily most of my family were alone when I found them. Emma hated most of hers and rightfully alienated herself from Christian. Jean was rejected by hers, and the rest of the girls either never met them or don't remember them. Not much can be said about James. My Fae, Elven, and Mermaid maids were sent as my concubines. In a way they married off, so they also don't have deep bonds with their family. Yao probably never met hers. The only outlier is this kitty cat. What is that supposed to mean? Kitty asks. If I give your family the same importance that I give to you, I would have to also give the same importance to those they hold dear, and the ones of those as well, and so on. The next thing I know I will love all of humanity. Young master. Can't you just do it like a normal person does it? Irina asks while her bunny ears tilt to the right. No. I think I never went in too deep with this, but let's make it clear now. I can't find it in me to deeply care about those who are lower than me. I care, I really do, but not enough to create meaningful bonds. As long as my common sense of decency dictates, I wouldn't let someone innocent die on my watch, but if they did, I wouldn't lose any sleep either. If I can help and it doesn't interfere with my goals, I will help. If you can help and it doesn't negatively impact your life, if you do, yet you don't, then there's a problem with you. At least within the bounds of your common sense. I technically can help a lot, but I don't because it's unrealistic of me to do so. Where is this arrogant behavior coming from? Yelena said in confusion, emotional pain, and anger. I meant it about the level of life, you idiot fox. If I didn't care about you as much as I do you think I would put up with your bitchiness? I sent her my full love, which earns me a punch to my left shoulder and a fierce blush to the fox's face. It's not just me, Nuna would treat you as my pets if you were normal humans. Instead, she treats you as her family. Even though I somewhat exhibit this behavior, it is even more prominent in Nuna. Take a look at Phoenix. If it isn't related to Jean, she doesn't flap a wing. What about me? Kurt asks. You're my favorite human, sort of. That's it. You don't see me as your friend either, it's the same feeling for me as well. You like me, I like you, I would help you if it fits my needs or wants, and you would help me if it fits your moral code and needs. I wouldn't cry if you were to die, and you wouldn't cry for my death either. Empathic sense for the win. That's about right. Just, normally you don't say that much to the other's face. Nah, that depends on the person. I've met brutally honest humans before. And me? Asks Karina. That depends on you. What do you think about pink-skinned succubi? Nuna, my ever-dependable wife, got me a few samples of different horned demonesses. What? Karina. Irina rolls her eyes. Yelena nods in agreement after making a quick physical evaluation of Karina. She would also look good as a pink fawn. Kitty, the cat of culture, approves with a nod and offers another interesting option. Kurt is left agape. Probably thinking something along the lines of, don't I look demonic enough? Why is my treatment different from hers? I could make you like the girls if you want to live with us, in the crystal. If you want to start over in Nirn or in Halo, that's fine as well. I won't evolve you though. There'll be no need for that if you don't plan to share the rest of your life with us. I explain. I won't be giving immortality with Fluff to everybody I meet, just the ones that will share the rest of their lives with us, which is eternity. Can I think about it, Master? She stammers. Oh. Yes, there's no rush. None of us is dying. Immortality, remember. She nods and goes back to her low-energy mode. So, Kitty. What did they say? Nothing much, I just told them the truth. After some explanations, they were happy that I was getting another safeguard to my life. This cat should know better than to try to embellish the truth in front of us. She is not lying, but something is fishy. That's weird, I can't imagine them as normal people. Yeah, Kitty. Your parents are different. Yelena. How come? Kitty asked. I think what Yelena and the young master mean is that normally parents would worry about the circumstances or the duties attached to an offer such as immortality. Some parents would consider the loneliness facet of eternal life before giving their approval. Also, how much did you explain about us? It's strange that they took it as swimmingly as you portrayed it. Irina clarified. Even to my race, it would be anomalous if the parents of a caring family nucleus accepted so naturally the report of the new undying life of one of theirs. Karina added. Fine. Maybe it was not taken as naturally as I said. Kitty capitulates. My family and I are Jewish. Well, I can't say I believe much, since now I know of God. But in my family's belief, only He is eternal. As you can imagine, they didn't take it so well when I told them that I was now immortal. It's not like I was thrown out of the family. Heck. I can't even say that they are mad at me. We are just giving each other some time to come to terms with my new self. That's still more supportive and understanding than any parents I've known, but this seems more natural if you consider that they already accepted her as a mutant. You no longer believe? Asked Kurt, with a somewhat solemn expression. Tell me something, Kurt. Do you believe in gravity? Kitty asks. I know it exists, but I can't say I have faith in it like I do with my Lord. But how do you know it exists? You don't see it, you don't touch it. It could be that the Phoenix Force is simulating gravity with her psionic powers at a universal scale. It could be that Aragorn enchanted this universe's mass to agglomerate, it could be that Lord Eternity bends space, or it could be that another force of no relation to mass is the one that acts as gravity. So, how sure are you that gravity exists if you can only experience it? The cat's eyes gain an almost manic gleam. I don't know. I know it does. Right. Kurt doubtfully says. Right. But now picture this. What if you could summon some of Aragorn's visual prowess to your eyes and see gravity? What if you could conjure gravity? What if you could see a dimension of pure gravity? What if you could use sorcery to manipulate it? Wouldn't then you be assured of its existence? I think Kitty is giving Kurt's sanity a harder time than Irina. I think so. That's what happened to me. I believed in him, I had faith in him. I could feel him around everything that is and that was, just like you do gravity, I could talk to him, find solace in him. I never needed nor wanted any proof because I had faith in him. Now I know of him, I know the notion of him that we have here, it's just an echo of a nexus event caused by his magnificent existence in the prime reality. I know. My soul won't move to the promised land, I know it was supposed to follow the cycle of souls, but I know it will follow Aragorn's now. Now I know stuff. If I had to let my inner Chunny out, I would say, I've been cursed with knowledge. I know this universe has no God, and I have a realistic shot at ascending to divinity, that puts things into perspective. And I'm not even disappointed. If things are how Aragorn suspects them to be, he is currently depressed and disappointed in humanity after the fiasco known as World War II. That's according to my comic knowledge. Would I be justified in blaming him for my circumstances if our actions caused his depression? If anything, I'm grateful for all of those years he accompanied me. Kitty says with a smile. I would like to tell him that now I will be fine without him, that now I have the strength and a draconic safeguard needed to sail through my life, and thank him for his support, even if it was all a product of a Nexus event. For a believer whose belief system was crashed, I can say that she took it very smoothly. Most would blame their object of belief in her case. Irina took this chance to cast a few inconspicuous spells on Kurt, to study his mind and body. Yelena enjoyed the disarray on his face. Karina was still in her low-energy mode, probably thinking about my offer. Not everything is as crude as the girls think, the main reason why there's no presence of Yahweh here is his depression, but the fact that this universe is not fully connected to the rest of the tree doesn't help either. Except for certain Nexus locations, realms, dimensions, or items, a reality that was scheduled for reset is normally disconnected from the rest of the universes. It's to prevent a chain reaction due to the reset of a doomed reality. If the Earthsea that I ended wasn't disconnected from its neighbors, the end of it could have brought down another, otherwise perfectly fine, neighboring reality. With these thoughts, we neared Krakoa, more specifically, Urbs Beatorum Homines, the capital and only city at the moment. Welcome to Urbs Beatorum Homines, or Beatorum for short, the capital of Krakoa, the living island, Karina. Kitty said as we pierced the protective and concealing bubble around the island. It's different to what I expected from the underdeveloped planet that this is supposed to be. I thought Terrans were not this advanced. This looks somewhat like the arcologies of Xander. Karina was confused as she compared what she was seeing in her holoscreen to what she was taught. Oh. No, that's correct. Except for certain places, this planet is underdeveloped. This city was constructed by Aragorn. Normally cities are not like this, though a similar level could be found in Wakanda, Atlantis, and Olympia, but the last one is not exactly a city. Yelena commented. There's also Adeline on the moon, but that place is falling apart. I haven't found the place where the deviants inhabit, but those guys won't be so far behind. A few other exceptions could be considered, but in terms of advanced cities I personally only consider Wakanda and Atlantis. Aragorn, where do I park? Captain Kitty asks. Realistically speaking, I was not expecting them to have spaceborne capabilities anytime soon, so I didn't build a docking station. So you'll have to do with the airport. That's fine, it's not like we have any other aircraft, aside from the Blackbird. Kurt said. After Kitty parked the ship we came out to find a crowd of mutants watching the Arcadia with disbelieving eyes. I can't say I blame them, the ship looks pirate enough, and not in the Pirate Bay kind of sense. But seeing Kurt and Kitty come out did help to alleviate their concerns. I didn't dwell too much in their presence and just portaled to my daughters. Regrettably, she was with Playboy, in Malibu. Hello, Blue Cute. I said, sent Seraph my affection and ignored Playboy and Virginia Potts. Looks like Harold Hogan is upstairs. I wonder if these three will follow the comic path or the MCU path, romantically speaking that is. But I don't think that a woman of sound mind would choose Playboy as her life partner. I won't bet on it, though, father issues are a thing. Father. In the flesh this time. As far as flesh could be used to describe my body. I hugged Seraph and dropped a kiss on her forehead. Which earned me a tight hug from my cute daughter. I got you some Enulax batteries and a couple of phase harmonic coolers, the other tech should be in Halo's labs, you can go up and check whenever you have the time. I pulled the two marbles with the batteries and the coolers out. Cool. They use mass energy waves to disperse heat. A little overcomplicated, but very interesting. She said as she grabbed the coolers and started to scan them. I turned to the girl who was still agape looking at the place where the portal was. Playboy, much to my displeasure, had run over to Seraph's side to scan the batteries I got for her. Hello, Miss Potts. I'm Aragorn Abner, Seraph's father and creator. I did tell Seraph to keep to the shadows, so she told me that only Potts and Hogan, aside from Stark, knew of her. You're Aragorn Abner. As in the owner of the Spiral CO and Light Enterprises. You made Seraph. She exclaimed in shock. I put a bunch of the companies we made in my name to try and focus Hydra's attention on me, but so far all it's gained me is some sort of reclusive trust fund baby with a good eye for business reputation. So very few even know of my name. I feel like those guys from my original universe who essentially owned the world but nobody knew them. Except here Hydra has the ownership and I'm an upstart challenger to their sovereignty. Yes, Miss Potts, though I'm more surprised that you even know of my name. Most of my companies only use my name as some sort of title holder. The CEOs and their teams tend to be the famous ones, not me. I extended my hand in greetings. Natalia is very well known, of course under a different name and face than the Black Widows. Her Black Widow rep shouldn't meddle with her new one. It's a pleasure, Mr. Abner. Last trimester a subsidiary of the Light contacted us about collaboration on a project relating to Mr. Stark's repulsor technology. I handled some of the legal dealings and I came by your name by chance. Probably Baxter, Spark is steering them toward space exploration. However, I think the company is still under the name of the Storm siblings. Hey, old man. Why do you treat her better than me? You don't even look at me unless I address you. The yapping Playboy said. I guess Seraph told him that I'm way older than I look but didn't say by how much. Or else, he would have called me fossil or some snarky remark of the sort. Miss Potts does look utterly confused. Shut up, Playboy. I can and will turn you into a girl if you keep annoying me. The joke's on you. I would totally rock being a woman as hot as I am a man. That's not the only thing I can turn you into. Be grateful that I let your slutty self interact with my cute daughter without making you into a eunuch. Now that sounds like a great idea. Maybe I should, maybe I will, I said with a sadistic grin on my face. Seraph. Protect your friend's dignity. Don't let your father do such crimes against humanity. For the betterment of the world, the Stark bloodline must be preserved. He ran to Seraph's side and hid behind her. Miss Potts tried to hide her embarrassment and schadenfreude. How do you deal with him? I asked her. I can understand Tony from the MCU, that guy was cool. This Stark. I'm seriously considering castration. Besides, I bet the bloodline is already spread wide. Maybe I hate him because Seraph is involved with him, but I don't like him nonetheless. He pays well, she said while occasionally glancing at my draconic features, which I didn't bother hiding. That well? I don't believe it. Having to babysit a constantly drunk boss while sexually harassing you shouldn't be easy. We are also childhood friends, she said after capitulating to my disbelieving stare. I nodded in acceptance and looked back at my cute blue that was playing around with her new toys. Maybe calling them toys can be seen as denigrating Seraph's maturity, but she is a baby for all intents and purposes, maybe not all, but she is a baby to me until her soul grows enough. You can ask, Miss Potts. I don't bite. Unless it's Nuna and she asks nicely. I apologize, Mr. Abner. I couldn't help but stare. Besides your ID picture, there are no photos of you, so I didn't know you were a mutant, not that it matters, but this is the first time I've met one of you. It's not a bother, Miss Potts. However, I should correct your misconception. I'm not a mutant and you've probably met some mutants before, but they didn't have outward tails. Not all of them are as outwardly unappealing as their name suggests. Most of them, for that matter, look like regular humans, not that we could call that surprising given that you're all human, same species. Those guys should do some rebranding. Pepper. He's an alien. Try not to get too close to him, you don't know where he would lay his eggs. Next thing you know, you have a mini-him coming out of your stomach. The bitch shouted from behind Seraph. Tilt your head to the left. Don't kill him, too much. Seraph did as instructed. I aimed a finger at him and, zap. Stark fell dead to the floor. Nothing like a well-placed discharge to shut someone up. Tony. What did you do? Miss Potts shouted as she ran to his side. Seraph reached down with one hand to the Playboy and, zap gasp. Alas, it came back to life. Asterisk cough, what just happened? I felt like that time with the redhead that had a thing for erotic e-stim. Playboy asked Seraph. You played around too much, so father time-outed you. Seraph commented as she grabbed him from under his armpits and lifted him. Time-out. He killed him. Miss Potts, still panicking, commented as she reached to Playboy and patted him all over. He killed me. Is that what happened? Playboy turned his attention from Miss Potts and asked Seraph. My definition of death is different than yours. I wouldn't call a few seconds of no heartbeats death. But father did stop your heart if that's what you're asking. And it was cathartic. Who gave him the idea that he could get all balls in now? If anything, now, he should be afraid that I won't simply neuralize him. Miss Potts glared at me. Don't look at me like that, Miss Potts. If I wanted him dead he would be. This is just some of the well-deserved spanking that he was missing while growing up. I viciously smiled at him. I relished the shudder that was running rampant in him. Not that he was wrong, Miss Potts. You can consider me an alien. It's just that he appeared under the presumption that he could be casual with me, even though this is our second time meeting and the first time was in not amicable terms. I probably shouldn't act all young master on him, but I don't like him. He assumed that he could study the gifts I brought for Seraph, and I don't know what gave him that egotism. Sigh. Maybe I'm biased against him. But I can't truly be blamed. What father would allow a man of his reputation to get close to his daughter? Don't worry, Tony. If your cheekiness gets you killed again, I will be there for you. That's what friends are for. Seraph said with mirth as she patted his back and went back to focus on her batteries. What? No. Friends are for having each other's backs. Not to bring the other back to life after their father killed them. So. I shouldn't resuscitate you. Are you expecting father to do it? I don't think father likes you enough to bring you back. I think he dislikes you just enough to not annihilate you. No. I expect you to stop him. You even tilted your head. The bitch accused. Oh, that's your fault. Who told you that you could compare father to a lowly xenomorph? At least pick another alien, maybe an Asgardian. I would accept Celestials. My daughter is, obviously, the best. Tony deadpanned at her. Earth, Beatorum, Krakoa. Crunch crunch. Pass me the caramel corn, Yelena asks as if she didn't have TK. I float the bucket to her. This is so interesting, Irina commented as she analyzed the data in her P-Link. Girls, we can verbalize our conversation. From the mirror dimension, they won't be able to hear us. I said. Irina and Yelena looked at each other and then back at me. We got used to it. It's very convenient since thoughts are much faster than vocals, Irina. You can also add feelings to your sentences. Smug, so unless there are other non-psionic present, we default to telepathy, Yelena. I feel like they got used to telepathy faster than I did. Do you think there will be tears? Yelena asked as we saw Irene Adler and Raven Darkholm await in a lab for the maternity test. It's been a day since we returned, and after Kitty was done showing the mutant kids around her ship, she started egging Kurt into talking with his biological family. It went about as well as one would expect. Neither of the adults remembered, and Kurt was hurt, mad, and confused. It's not like we didn't see this coming, but it all went to shit after Xavier confessed that they had asked him to seal their memories regarding a baby. Xavier never met baby Kurt, so he never thought that Kurt and them were related. Or so he says. Hopefully, Irina morbidly commented. Hey, why do you think Xavier didn't notice? Yelena. What do you mean? Asked Irina. If you want to seal memories, you have to see them. Since Kurt was devilish since birth, he should have known that the Blue Devil baby was possibly related to the Blue Devil teenager, I added. Huh. Confused, Irina was probably more focused on Kurt's readings than the plot holes in Xavier's story. What do you think, Daddy? Yelena asked. ****. This is just a theory, so take it with a grain of salt, I said. X2, why would you telepathically, when you could just send your feeling of agreement? I think whoever found Kurt and adopted him knew some magic. I think his adoptive mother or father cast a spell on baby Kurt so that whoever met him before would slowly forget about him. I think that by the time they met Xavier, enough time had passed and they had already forgotten pieces of Kurt. It would explain why my conceptual speech didn't unseal their memories. They didn't have any. Why do you think it was done slowly and not all at once? Irina. Because that would require the caster and the mothers to be in the same room. Right. Praise Mebich, Yelena said. Yes, you're right. So smart, much wow, I monotonously said. Hey. Yelena laughed at my tone. I think that the caster didn't want any strings attached to his or her new baby. Since the mothers were not around when the caster found Kurt, the best next course of action was to erase the baby's tracks, I said. I agree with this. If I found a baby in the forest and decided to take care of it, and the baby was peculiar looking, the type of physical appearance for which people would hunt him, I would make sure that whoever saw him before and whoever got rid of him would either forget or be dead. Especially on a planet like this one. Hiding a Blue Devil baby is hard enough as it is, hence the caster decided to remove any possible pursuers from the equation and remove any memory related to Kurt. It makes sense, realization, Irina. There are some plot holes here and there, but I think that something similar to this happened, I factually said. Is there a way to remove the influence of the spell? Or to verify if they are under a spell, Yelena? No for the verification, yes for the removal if there were any, I answered. Why? Asked Yelena. When I hit you with a fireball, is there any evidence of the spell on you the next day? Or the next year? I asked. No, but I thought that for a spell like this, which is holding influence over the target, we could find some evidence, Yelena. There are 3 reasons for this. 1. A lot of time has passed. 2. They removed any chance of their mind fighting the spell back when Xavier sealed their memories. 3. After their memories got sealed, the spell erased them and then it ended because there was nothing else to erase. Supposedly, Irina added. Exactly. If it's the spell I have in mind, then this is how it happened. If it's something else, entirely, then we would have to investigate further. But I scan everyone I meet, due to assorted reasons, and I haven't found a clue suggesting magical tempering on them. So far, only on Mindy, which was probably Celine Galio's doing. This telenovela is getting better and better. Do you think we will ever find out? Passionately asked Yelena. We would have to look for Kurt's adoptive family. As far as I know, Kurt killed his brother and he had to run. Since then there's hardly any clue to follow. So it might prove improbable, so said his character's history. If you do, let me know. I will be there to study him, Irina. You're like a Yandere at this point, I said. Except the object of her obsession is his sanity, not him, Yelena. We both looked at Irina and sent. Disappointed, X2, we shook our heads left and right to further demonstrate our feelings. After bantering around for a few minutes, we saw action on the other side. Hank, with a look of resignation, came out with an envelope in his hands and the cat followed after with a teasing grin. There was a silence in the room and the mothers, the bald, and the devil, paid full attention to the blue furry's words. He pulled a piece of paper from the envelope, which was stupid because he did the test himself, he already knew the result, probably he owed a favor to Kitty and she decided to mess with him. Ahem asterisk in the case of 209-month-old Kurt Wagner. Irene Adler, you are the mother. Hank said with faked enthusiasm. Clap 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 clap. Yay. The cat who couldn't read the mood shouted and clapped. Irene and Raven, who were holding hands and giving each other support, hugged and cried. Tears. Yelena shouted. A single tear escaped Kurt's left eye. Wow. Irina shouted after getting some interesting readings on Kurt. Now I feel bad for how self-centered these maids are. How ists sob possible? Irene sobbed as she asked. I'm sorry, Ms. Adler, I don't know. My tests just confirmed what Kitty and Kurt told us. Charles, why can't you unseal our memories? If we asked you to seal them then we should be able to unseal them. Raven shouted at Xavier. I'm sorry, Raven. I can't erase memories but somehow I can't find the seal I left. It's as if it was magically removed. Xavier apologized. Come on, Kitty. I don't think we will get answers from them, Kurt. Hold on, my friend. Why don't we ask Aragorn? He should have some theories at least. Kitty. Okay, let's go then. Kurt. No need. Aragorn. Come out. Kitty shouted. Shitty cat, now we are gonna be seen as voyeurs. Sigh, I said out loud. But it looks like my maids don't care if our rep gets a hit or two, because they were in their world, ignoring me. Come out. I know Yelena and Irina must have dragged you here. Damn right, you are. Crack shatter, reality broke like a mirror, and we came out. Xavier stiffened when he saw me and then looked away. Why is this baldy panicking? I patted the cat and caressed her chin. I continued to observe Xavier. Why didn't you come out with a theory yourself? I'm not that studied in mind magic. Purr, she purred. Do you know what's his deal? His panic is annoying. Has he been talking behind my back again? Just the usual manipulative statements to steer popular opinion against you. Why do something so stupid? I don't even meddle with the other mutants. Is he trying to get killed? No. Jean and I are responsible for the mutants, that includes him. I promised Jean that I would stop you if you go murder dragon on the professor. Well. I will deal with this. You use your P-Link and try to find a reason for his suspicious conduct. Ugh. It's probably his usual paranoid tomfoolery. Do it. Fine. I'll check with my P-Link while you talk with the mommies. I looked at the 3 family members and magic circles scanned the 3 from the head to the feet. No results, as expected. There's no magic left in your systems. Most likely, if this is the result of a spell, the damage was done and the spell ended by itself because it had fulfilled its purpose. After this, I looked at Kurt and, just for confirmation since we never officially got a name for her, asked. Was your adoptive mother's name Margali Zardos? At least on Earth 616 this was the case. Why yes, that is Mom's name. If she is who I think she is the caster. Probably to make sure no one was following you. After she found you, she made sure that memories of you were blurred. That, mixed with Xavier's sealing, could be the reason behind the mysterious erasure. Kurt widened his eyes at this. He, presumably, has some sort of evidence backing up my claims about the magical aspect of his mother. Most likely, when Xavier got involved in it, he was affected by the spell. That would explain why you're lacking so many memories as well. I said to the bald telepath. No. Irene cried. Why would we ask for our memories sealed? Raven, who was holding better than Irene, asked Xavier. I don't know. I remember you both were in awful distress when we met. Sigh after that I don't remember much, just basic information. I thought that I had sealed my own memory of the event, which would explain why I had incomplete memories, but it looks like just like with you, my sealed memories of the occurrence disappeared. Xavier said with a pained expression. Raven held an expression of disbelief. Probably, your circumstances forced your hand. I could try a retrocognitive spell if you take me to the place where you both lived 209 months ago. I'm not sure if the caster left countermeasures in place, but I should be able to bypass them as long as we are not talking about permanent reality manipulation. Irene and Raven visibly settled down a little after hearing this. Kurt did as well but to a lower degree. It's not that he was in distress, it's simply that his SAN stat is too strong. Thank you, Mr. Abner. Irene said. Do you think we could go now? Raven asked. And I planned to affirm at her request, but then I felt panic, not my panic, Jean's, and then nothing. Followed by rage, not only my rage, I felt senior sister's unquenchable wrath once again. My eyes shifted red, and so did my mind. I used my connection with Jean and protected her sense of self. Phoenix covered her soul with her flames and I covered the flames with my psionic energy. I received a package of information from Phoenix and turned to Xavier for further details. I need all information to deal with this and the shit that I'm starting to feel in South America. This is too well timed, probably a distraction. I pulled Xavier's head to my stretched out right hand. I felt something wake up. IWE destroyed his mental shields. He convulsed and blood started dripping from his orifices. He pissed and shat his pants. He shouted, trying to make words come out his mouth, in plea and desperation, but only gargles of blood came out. Kitty tried to stop me and follow the example of Raven and Irene, who were starting to stand up in slow motion and jump towards me. Kurt remained in his place trying to process what I was doing. Yelena and Irina pulled their lightsabers and flash-stepped to set them in the throats of Mystique and Destiny while stopping them mid-move with their TK, and their eyes turned animalistic with a promise of death if they interrupted. Kitty stopped when she got a notification on her P-Link and then, her eyes followed a feral change, not unlike MOUR maids. Seraph portaled in and frantically shouted. Extreme gamma detonation in Chile. Green door. As expected. MY face changed, scales grew on my skin, and MY nose disappeared since it was not needed. The reproductive organs were removed since, in battle, they could get in the way. Extreme gamma radiation, in the amounts that could wake ME up from this distance, only meant one thing, and that was something that outclassed MY surface personality, and even ME. I stopped ripping through Xavier's mind, I had what I needed, and I burst his head like a watermelon. Just a little bit of pressure and the job is done. Raven and Irene were trembling, some of MY presence might be leaking, or maybe they were just terrified of the core ME. The time for pleasantry is over. After this, some may say that he was not truly a traitor, some may say that I overreacted, some may say that no life was lost on MY's side, and some may say that there were other options, that I should have given him another chance. But he was already living on borrowed time. He had his second chance the moment he was not killed after Jean's seals were lifted. He placed MYPA-1 at risk. GETATEAMREADY, Spark will LPORTALYUTOERIKTHEMEMYJENBACK.BEWAREOFGOBLINFORCETTRONTFIRMED. I said from my soul. The last time I used MY soul to speak was when I was shouting in desperation as I consumed MY universe. Kitty, Yelena, and Irina warped to Halo. Spark blinked in confirmation through MYP link. Father, why are you talking like that? Seraph. IMTHECORESELF, a reverberation of soul, mind, and sound was felt. Core self. Oh. The father within father. I nodded. Seraph's POV. Father affirmed with a nod and then stabbed his chest with his claws. He pulled out his heart and gave it to me. My calculation stated that father didn't need his heart, but he kept it anyway. How peculiar. MYSURFACESELFISTHERE, GIVEITTOMEWHENIRETURN. After this, he disappeared through spatial displacement, I think. I shapeshifted a hole in my stomach and placed surface father in there. I closed the hole and made sure to safeguard it with my element. This should be the safest place on Earth. I used Brother Eye and found him in Chile. A green door of pure gamma signature was in front of him. It was lit in neon green flames and nothing could be made out of it, just a neon green rectangle floating atop of a small mass of possible human auric dash. It's the baby. That's sad. See Charles. What did you do? Ms. Darkholm softly sobbed as she looked at the headless body of the bald telepath. 3 days ago, he accepted Shi'ar representatives inside his mansion. A few minutes ago Jean approached his mansion and they took that opportunity to disturb her connection to the Phoenix Force using its counterpart, the Globan Force. They used some type of ego restrictors and put her mind to sleep. I think. You think? Ms. Adler spat. I forcefully sent them the memories Ms. Phoenix gave Surface Father. Core Father also loves me very much, which is why he left a few easily accessible memories in his heart. He wouldn't be rude to his daughter and just leave without an explanation. Ms. Darkholm and MS. Adler shook their heads a little, to stave off the dizziness that comes with an abrupt transfer of information. I could have been nicer to them, but they also could have sent a notice if they were not going to attend my dinner party. Ding, that's my mental notification for Tony. I show up in the holographic projection on his P-Link. Hey, Tony. What's up? I'm busy. It's true, I don't think it will help, but I'm moving Brother Eye above South America. I should inform Spark. Reporting, orbital strike, primed and ready, Seraph. Acknowledged. Strike team warp to a dead planet within M31, Andromeda Galaxy. Shi'ar territory. Spark. Query, warp. Seraph. Affirmative, portable Stargate, Spark. Query, green door countermeasures. Seraph. Answer, V-energy core detonation. Discontinuation through erasure of spatial bridge to the below place. Clash ill-advised, no acceptable results under simulation. Spark. Query, core. Seraph. Answer, core. Spark. Void energy core detonation. What's that? Checking. Checking. No records. Don't, I'm busy, me. There's a massive spike of radiation in Santiago, Chile. I can't access the local network, it's like everything died over there, and my satellites can't pierce through the clouds. Can you patch me in with yours? Everything did die over there, Tony. I patched him through a temp link and showed him Brother Eye's visual. Asterisk gasp, asterisk the people. All died. Pepper asked. Tears flowing. Yes, Pepper. If it's any consolation, their death was preferable. Those who survive extreme gamma radiation turn into rageful monsters. I know gamma radiation, but what's extreme GR? Tony asked. A supernatural form of energy. It's connected to a place that imprisons a very powerful guy. I switched the infrared view I was showing them to the satellite view. I swapped filters until I got one that ignores water vapor. Right at the center of the airport, what used to be an airport, a green glowing crater can be seen. Core Father is in his draconic form and he is breathing into the door. The entire city is caged by a void barrier, and according to my readings he is doing something else with the space. That's a dragon. A real dragon. Happy shouted. Is that the one responsible for this tragedy? I don't know if a fusion bomb could kill that. Tony said as he ran the numbers on his end. No, idiot. That's Father. The problem is that green door. More accurately, what's on the other side? I zoomed in and located the gamma baby that rested at the base of the door. I wonder why Core Father hasn't killed it. If the gamma mutate doesn't have a mind, the one Bellowall can't use it as an avatar to invade. Oh. The green door, that's the problem, the door is anchored. But still, he should kill the summoner just in case. That's Aragorn. What the fuck? You really weren't kidding when you said he was not a mutant. He's not even human. He is a building-size humongous dragon. Tony exclaimed. Yes. Father is bigger, but wait a second. Okay. As I was saying, Father is bigger than that, but he is restricting his size. A quick question, Tony. Are the people in the room all of your loved ones? I asked. Request, coordinate with Fury. More victims inbound. Currently busy recovering objective. Spark. Affirmative. Seraph. I open a new line to Fury. Seraph, what the hell is going on? I got readings of about 11 fusion detonations in Santiago, Chile. Fury. Someone messed up. We believe that they made this distraction to kidnap the Phoenix avatar. We don't believe that the perpetrators were aware of what they were doing, possible third party manipulating them. No one in their right mind summons the multiverse destroyer. 5,500,000 lives, just to distract Aragorn and extricate Phoenix. Who's responsible for this? Shi'ar operatives. How did they get close to Phoenix? I thought her mansion was secure. And isn't she one of the heavy hitters on the planet? They were waiting for her at Xavier's mansion. They disrupted her connection to the Phoenix Force, which is damaging to the consciousness of her avatars, and somehow sent her ego to sleep. How the H-? Xavier. Affirmative. Fuck. Now I have half a continent probably dying because of one suicidal motherfucker. That bitch-ass egghead motherfucking hippie couldn't find a way to piss off Aragorn without including the rest of us in his shitfest of a suicide. Fuck. BAM, he slammed his fist on his desk. Fury. Please do whatever you can to keep people away from the site. Father is keeping the radiation from spreading, but I don't know what's going to happen. Spark said that they plan to detonate a core to break the bridge between the below place and this universe. The surroundings may be involved in the aftermath. Wait. Wait. Fucking wait. The below place. At the moment, I don't want to know shit about wherever the fuck that is. Just answer me this. Is the situation being handled? Do I need to initiate my Black Noah project? Father is handling it. But get ready to evacuate to the Halo if needed. Fuck. Can you get Carol's family? Yes. I'll see what I can do, but I don't think we will be able to suppress the news. People will need answers. Fury terminated the call. I switched back to the instance assigned to Tony. Yes, it's more dangerous than it looks. I told him. What are we talking about here? In terms of numbers. This is happening in South America. How are we at risk? Do I need to bring Obi in? Tony said. No, I'll portal him if you need to evacuate. It's because of what that door means. I left this instance keeping an eye on them and proceeded with Krakoa's emergency protocols. I turned the Spire's spatial isolation on and secured the entire island and this space. The Spire flashed once. To the natural eye, after space was isolated, nothing changed. This is not a drill. Prepare for warping. This is not a drill. Please proceed to your designated stations or secured zones. This is not a drill. Warping in T-180S. Santiago, Chile. Aragorn stands on his four while breathing his void directly into the green door. A veiny green chunk of human mass, about the size of a fat turkey, lies at the footing of the door. Pulsing green energy clashes with Aragorn's breath. The one below all will not be able to cross over to this side, at least not fully. This was never a battle to fight it off of Earth. No, this is a game, to steer it back into its prison before it destroys this universe. It is mindless, which is why it needs a mind to guide it, to interact with the multiverse. This, however, doesn't translate to being unable to act. Like any other impulse-driven creature, it acts upon its instincts. Alteration and destruction, a creature made as the alter ego of the one above all, a creature with purpose, one of destruction. One that cleans for creation to restart. The Gamma baby, or what used to be a baby, has only one instinct, one impulse, one that is coded in his DNA, the only thing that a baby can do. He cries for help, for assistance, for parental care, for life. This primal, innocent, cry for help was twisted into a summoning cry. He cries and demands help. The one below all answers. He longs and cries for more help. The one below all fights against Aragorn's erasure, pushing it back. He pleads for the pain to stop and cries for help. The one below all pushes forward. He implores for release from this tortured existence. The one below all rushes and combats Aragorn's erasure with its destruction. Aragorn can't kill the Gamma baby yet. If he does, the instinct of the thing on the other side will be to reach with all of its strength to its evoker. The strength of a thing for which Aragorn can't determine a cap. Even though its summoner cries in desperation, it is not desperate, for it doesn't have a need for desperation, for it brings desperation. But this could change the moment it senses that the door to his summoner is getting closed. The moment he feels the summoner dying. Turn to even more anger, wrath, rage, irritation, outrage, aggravation, madness, and delirium. The one below all could go into a frenzy, and in its rampage, it could send a universe-shattering blow from the other side. Aragorn is also freeing this space, this bubble within his barrier, from the rest of the spatial grid. If he doesn't and this space-time collapses, a singularity will swallow the planet. Isolation, separation, and detention. These are his current objectives. Aragorn. How did this happen? Death's voice calls for him from her realm. I don't know yet. I think someone did something without knowing the consequences to distract me, or someone who wants to get rid of the multiverse used the idiots into opening this door. Depending on your level of existence, soul vox, soul voice, can be understood better. The living tribunal is asking me to bring death to this universe before it brings destruction to the rest of the multiverse. It's for reasons like this that we always reset doomed realities. Fuck. How long can you wait for? Not much. It is getting closer as we speak. What even is your plan here? Separate spacetime and then what? I carry the baby with me and bring him to it. I will break the bridge from the middle of it. And you? What about you, idiot? I will return afterward. I have a way. But if I tell you, I don't think that the living tribunal will be happy, or eternity for that matter. What are you planning? Just answer me this, death. The below place is outside of your jurisdiction, right? Yes. That's outside what we consider reality. Then we are good. What's with your manner of speaking? It sounds different. This is my core self. Oh. What happened to your other self? I prefer it when you call me Nuna. I left it with Seraph. I don't know if it would have survived my plan, and I don't think I can recreate it to perfection if I lose it. You don't make a very compelling case for yourself, do you? I have about a 7% chance for success. Can you alert Seraph or Spark if you end up bringing death to this universe? Yes. I can see they are ready. Krakoa just warped to the center of the ring, and the girls are about to warp to your location with Jean. Just as Death confirms Jean's safety, the Sorcerer Supreme and her order arrive. More circles opened and the maids, James, and Jean came out. Stabilizandfixspacetime. Aragorn orders to Yao. The spacetime inside the barrier is fully disconnected from the grid. Helpthem. Aragorn orders his maids. I'm ready. Are we good on time? Aragorn asks Death. Yes. You better return. I love you. I will. I love you too, more than you know. The Order of Sorcerers and the Helloans move to surround the barrier, and a dome filled with magic circles adheres to its surface. At the distance, one could see transports and carriers of different global powers closing in. Some, like the Wakandans, couldn't be seen, but this was not a problem for any of the present here. I leave this mess to my surface self, Aragorn said to no one in particular. With no hesitation, the core self grabs the Gamma baby and jumps into the green door. I lament your situation. I can't even save your soul. All I can, and will, do is avenge you. It's possible that the maids already did, but if they didn't, I will. The gamma-irradiated mass pulsed and kept pulsing in shorter intervals as they moved closer to it. Once they could be considered at range. A monster of pure, unadulterated, destruction, so immense and unfathomable, rose on the opposite end. Aragorn concentrated on his soul. The monster bellowed, with a primal and conceptual roar. He went deeper and deeper. The wave of destruction ripped apart Aragorn's body beyond its conceivable limits, leaving behind only a dragon-shaped soul of void. Until he found it. Aragorn kept forcing his soul forward, to clash against destruction incarnate. His link to the void. With resolute decisiveness. Just an instance before both collided, he shrunk his soul as much as he could, and then, he blew himself up. Destruction clashed with paradox. Alteration clashed with void. But just a speck of the void, just enough to shatter the bridge and to compel the one below all to fulfill his purpose. The purpose of any being of power within the multiversal barrier. A purpose that this half of the creator couldn't deny. A purpose that in a being of no mind, it becomes an impulse. Sigma mv sigma sigma vid femes I. And so it did. It released destruction on this nanoparticule of void. Which was both a particle and energy, yet none. Aragorn pushed his soul through this speck and. On the outside of the multiversal barrier, on the void, his soul started to drip out of nowhere. Out of inexistence. Drip. 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 Until it stopped dripping. All that remained of Aragorn was a tiny spot of his soul. On the other side, the one below all finished its task and no speck of void was left. Existence was cleansed of this paradoxical stain of nothing. The green door collapsed, and the sorcerers and the Halloans quickly closed the hole left behind and fixed the dregs of spacetime. Tud 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 tud, one after the other collapsed until only Yao and Jean were left standing. Spark opened a portal connected to the medbay and Jean floated everyone through. She settled each Halloan and sorcerer in a bed before she laid down in one herself. Tears flowed non-stop from her eyes. Don't blame yourself, Jean. They have been hunting your kind for millions of years before. They were prepared, and experienced, and they had the element of surprise. I've been alive since before America was discovered, and my enemies still get the jump on me sometimes. You're barely 18 years old, you have no right to blame yourself for your lack of vigilance. Rest, little girl. You need it. Yao cast a sleep well spell and watched as the tear-stricken girl fell asleep. The door to the medbay opened for Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter to enter. Spark's floating body followed behind them, and Seraph portaled in. The World War II veterans moved to Bucky's bed to support him with their get-well wishes and company. You should go to sleep and recover, Yao. We are space-time locked. Spark said as he activated the beds and morphed them into pods filled with regeneration liquid. Yao agreed and let herself go. Spark. Where is father? Seraph asked in a somber tone. One that was not missed by Steve or Peggy. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Don't freak out. Aragorn is all right, that much I know. Spark spoke so that the humans paying attention could understand. V-energy core detonation is when Aragorn explodes his soul and sends as much as possible of his soul through his link with the void to it. After wondering where his abundant energy came from, Aragorn tried to explore the vastness of his soul. We had to stop because there was a risk of him ascending to the next level. Sadly, we were not done yet, not by a long shot, but we did discover that his soul has a permanent link to the void. Given that the void is one, the same, and many, we theorized that, in a worst of the worst-case scenario, he could send pieces of him through a speck of the void that he would let in. The only problem we had with it was the loss of his surface personality. Seraph reached to her stomach and pulled a beating heart made of crystal and light. Surface father. Exactly. Little sister, make sure to keep your father's heart safe and sound, he trusted you with it. Seraph nodded with a smile and stored the heart back inside. A/N. This chapter required a lot of meta-knowledge that I don't have, so I had to read some stuff and wiki some others. There are some factors of my own design in it, but everything is plausible, as far as I researched. If you think otherwise, depending on your argument and proof I could change some things. The thing with Jean, that's not me nerfing her. Jean Grey, as a character, is what I call a plot device, and I don't mean on my FF, I mean on Marvel. She should not lose to other mortals, yet she does, and the plot moves forward. I tried to make her kidnapping as logical as possible. You could justify it as an edge that the other party has over her due to inexperience and because she hasn't mastered her powers. Shi'ar could have ways of masking their psionic print. Shi'ar could have ways of dealing with Omega plus telepaths. Shi'ar could have known of the opposite force of the PF. It's very plausible, to my eyes at least. And I also needed her to grow as a character, same with the other girls. Aragorn as the character that I designed, I tried to make him very contradictory. Like my version of the Void. He can be serious, a joker, a kid, a horny adult, a genius, an idiot, immature, wise. My point is, unless I plan to fix Aragorn's insanity and contradiction, which I don't, I need to do character growth somewhere else. Seraph is very good as a character for this, but I also want to include in this movement the other people he is surrounded by. His battle against Toba. He can't battle Toba, you can search for it on any Marvel wiki, most don't even have a scale of power for it when they do have one for the Beyonder. That's how cranked up in steroids this character is. But if I ever was to pin Aragorn against Toba, it had to be done earlier in the game. It's the best way to show a clear upper level and to make readers see where the limits of the character are. Everybody does it because it works, you pin your MC against an insurmountable enemy and then readers have something to compare his progress with. When there are no systems, like in this FF. Anyway, this FF is not a power trip, but I also wanted to include some elements of it in it. The next chapter will be a tiny flashback to the fight of the girls against the Shi'ar, don't expect much resistance, and then we will back into the chronological developments. Chapter 31, Green Door, Part 2. Fijim, M31, Andromeda Galaxy. Boom flash, the one-directional stargate is self-destroyed and the wormhole collapses in a flash of light. Davin Shakari, Eric the Red, and Cowlark, Gladiator, carried the collapsed figure of Jean Grey. Davin Shakari was the point of contact of Xavier, the representative of Princess Lilandra Naramani. Cowlark is a praetor of the Imperial Guard, a legion of superpowered champions from throughout the intergalactic Shi'ar Empire. The group was first formed to stop Rookshur, a Shi'ar who became the host of the Phoenix Force 500 years ago. After Rookshur was empowered, he rampaged through the cosmos for 3 days and was finally put to rest by the original Imperial Guard led by Cowlark. Mentor, get everyone in position. The dragon should be busy stopping the cataclysm the Dark Witch summoned, but we don't know the position of his servants and queen. Cowlark ordered through his comms system. Within the desolate landscape of planet Fijim, the members of the Imperial Guard awaited their leader, and awaited the current host of the Phoenix Force. Mentor was a member of an alien race capable of processing vast amounts of information, also known for its intelligence. Mentor, due to these reasons, serves as the strategist of the Imperial Guard. Cowlark. Was this a wise move? Even if the dragon is distracted, won't he come for our empire after he is done? Mentor had his doubts about this plan. While it could be said that there would never be a better opportunity to capture Jean Grey than when her protector was busy and she hadn't mastered her powers, Mentor could also understand and calculate the consequences of their hubris. Get everyone ready, Mentor. The orders of the princess are for the betterment of the empire. Cowlark ordered once more. In this desolate landscape, under the umber of the night, the only company that the guard could find was that of the stars and the reflection of the prison moon of Fijim. A prison built as far away as possible within the confines of the Shi'ar territory. It's obvious that this location was chosen as a possible battlefield due to its distance from their throne world. High above, cloaked in orbit, the plasma cannons, disruption bombs, and the lower-yield negabombs of the Shi'ar Imperial Guard fleet were aimed at the unconscious but awake teenager. All awaiting one order from Mentor. For ages untold, the approach that the Shi'ar have taken was that of killing on sight whenever a phoenix was spotted, but in the current era, under the insightful lead of their seers, a prophecy of knowledge was born. Not one of destiny, but one that promised might to whoever used the power of the phoenix to open the path of glory, one safeguarded only by the Mhran crystal. Ten Naramani, Emperor Ten, grew insane. His younger sister, Princess Lilandra, serving as Grand Admiral of the Imperial Guard, learned that he intended to follow after the prophecy and make use of the incredible power trapped within the Mhran crystal. All weaponry locked and primed. Mentor informed Cowlark. Under the command of Princess Lilandra, the operation for the retrieval of Jean Grey was approved after cooperation with a third party was achieved to distract her cosmic guardian. The princess' objective is to promise her brother the Phoenix and lure him out of the safety of the Shi'ar throne world, Chandelure, and assassinate him. Emperor Ten might be insane, but he was not crazy enough to challenge Aragorn for the possession of Jean Grey. On the other hand, the princess was not known for her prudence and diplomacy. As the fleet got into position and the Imperial Guard got ready for a possible altercation, reality crashed. Crack, like a glass capitulating to force. Reality creaked and feral beast girls came out from the mirror dimension. Stand down. Cowlark shouted while he raised Jean by her neck. Her unfocused eyes were open for everyone to see, but her body lay unresponsive. The girl is not damaged. We, the Shi'ar Empire, do not wish to make enemies of you. Cowlark shouted for all the girls that kept popping out of the mirror dimension, one not less feral than the other. Her safety is guaranteed, under my name and Princess Lilandra's name. New girls stopped materializing. We demand that you return to your master and inform him about our guarantees. We will make amends for our intrusion in his territory. We will make amends to the Phoenix's host for our discourteous behavior. Calm down, girls. I'm just making sure that aside from the fleet up above, we don't have any other surprises waiting for us. Agatha Harkness took the leading role, telepathically coordinating from inside the mirror dimension. He said damaged, as if he was talking of damaged goods. Natalia roared in through the telepathic feed. Don't worry, Natalia. Aragorn said that we could kill them, you can have your time with him after I pull his guts out. According to the records, Strontians have accelerated healing. We can all take a piece of him, Kitty, assertively, calmed down her sisters. No. Don't kill him, or the one behind him, we don't know who initiated the summoning ritual, we need information, Agatha ordered. But Master ordered that we killed them, all of them, Irina added. Yes. But he was not sound of mind, was he? Agatha. Maybe not, Yelena said. Return now. If not, you will force mine the hand of the Empire. With the last sentence the fleet above the planet decloaked, making a show of force. Why are they being so irrational? They are acting as if they were standing on the side of reason, but they kidnapped Jean, Kurt asked. He was patiently waiting beside Agatha. We don't know. The whole situation is fishy, Yelena. We only know what the memories he left for Seraph showed us, and also what Spark was able to piece together after hacking into Xavier's mansion, Irina. All the more reason to keep them alive, Agatha. It's forceful diplomacy, Natalia answered. What's that? Kurt. They desperately need Jean for something but they also can't offend Aragorn. Aragorn has a somewhat good reputation so they don't fear extreme retaliation from him. Their empire is one of the oldest so they have an abnormal amount of pride in themselves. If you add all of these plus some other idiotic reasons, you get to, it's better to ask forgiveness than permission. That doesn't sound so smart, does it? Aragorn is going to kill them either way, Kitty. They don't know that. The Shi'ar also has one of the biggest empires so I'm assuming that they thought to strong-arm Aragorn into their negotiation, Natalia. What? Galactic or not galactic, Aragorn will kill them, why would they think that they could match Aragorn in strength? Irina. They probably thought that the previous times when they dealt with the Phoenix Force they experienced the ceiling of power, Natalia. Idiots, was said in unison. I'm ready. Kid, teleport the bombs after I go outside and make my move, Agatha ordered Kurt. He eyed the cubes on his left, each one about the size of a van, and sighed in reluctance. Crack, Agatha emerged from the mirror dimension. Are you the commanding officer? Cal Lark shouted while still holding Jean in the air by her neck. Agatha didn't answer. She just opened Yao's Eye of Agamotto and before Cal Lark or any enemy could react everything stood still. Atop of the girls and Kurt's heads a green magic circle started up and they were brought out of stop time. Kitty moved to Cal Lark and, with a swing of her lightsaber coated in Aragorn's energy, she cut his arm off and Agatha moved to Jean and enchanted her out of stop time. Natalia placed her hand on his head and cast a mind-sleeping spell, Agatha did with Cal Lark as she did with Jean and brought him out of stop time. The same action was repeated on Eric the Red. 5 minutes later, the girls were warping to Halo, and Kurt was done delivering the packages. Only Agatha remained. She closed the eye and warped, not before leaving some parting words. Let this be a lesson of humility. There was light and that was it, light on every ship, light on the planet, light on the prison moon, just light. Aragorn called these bombs, Shine on You Crazy Diamond, or SOYCD for short. Each bomb opens a spherical portal to the light dimension, creating van-sized stars blasting 360 degrees the same type of energy that Carol Danvers uses. Almost everyone died, except for some of the powered or well-protected members of the Imperial Guard. The crystal, Halo. How was it? Yao asks. She had several opened windows monitoring the green door situation on the planet. Aragorn can be seen blasting his breath through the door. On another window, a progress bar is shown under the title, Space Separation. It worked like a charm. Agatha said as she returned the time stone to Yao. How's the situation? Natalia asked. Aragorn is separating space, I think he found a way to collapse spacetime inside the barrier. Yao. Will you need to move out, Master? Yelena asks Yao. Yes. You will need to repair the hole left by the Master Chief. Spark answered. That's more than what the Order can currently handle. Yao said after she ran some calculations. The girls will support you. Madam Harkness will stay up here as backup in case we need to flee from this universe. I will portal you out. Spark. That would work. Yao assented. Krakoa inbound. Seraph's voice was heard before a small rumble was felt throughout Halo. Krakoa secured. Spark voiced out as the island was secured to the center of the ring world. How's Jean? Seraph asked as a window with her image popped up. She is safe. The technology responsible for the restriction of her ego was just removed. She is waking up. Irina. Jean did as such, she regained the sparkles in her eyes and then these were switched to a flame of rage. I will burn them all. She softly said as her green draconic eyes shifted for the first time to red. A bright red, like molten metal. Later, Jean. You need to get ready to move out. The extreme gamma radiation will kill the sorcerers if you don't protect them. Spark. What's going on? Jean. She was knocked out before she could feel the activation of the door. A lot, but you just need to know that you are needed to protect Yao sorcerers while they and the girls fix a hole in the universe. Spark. The guys that kidnapped you created a universe-ending diversion to get Aragorn off their backs. Kitty. Will it be all right? Peggy asked. She ended up in the observation room with Steve Rogers after they followed Bucky, who was urgently summoned. There was a silence that no one could break. It will be. Go. Now. They all heard a melodious voice in their minds. The Helloans recognized the voice of their madam and got on the move. The void, location, anywhere, everywhere, elsewhere, nowhere. Where? A spot of void starts to eat its surroundings, or maybe not eat but expand upon, or maybe neither. Maybe it was a spot that was never a spot and it was always a universe-sized sphere. Maybe I was looking at it wrong. Maybe you were, seeing it, experiencing it, dreaming it, reading of it, hearing of it, or interpreting it wrong. Maybe it never was a sphere, maybe it was something else. A pulpy, tentacled head surmounted by a grotesque and scaly body with rudimentary wings, a vaguely anthropoid outline, but with an octopus-like head whose face was a mass of feelers, a scaly, rubbery-looking body, prodigious claws on hind and fore feet, and long, narrow wings behind. A mass of glowing orbs, with eyes or tendrils, with a maw behind a gate, with a beam of light of color outside the electromagnetic spectrum. A darkness so obscure that you might fill it with the works of your mind just to make some sense of it. A mist that couldn't be called, a mist that might have been flames, that might as well be fluid. A faceless worm-like serpent or a faceless serpent-like worm, with a maw filled with teeth and tentacles at the end of both ends or the beginnings of both starts. A disguise of a human being, usually a tall, slim, joyous man, sometimes a woman, sometimes of Negroid features, sometimes of Anglo-Saxon features, sometimes a child, sometimes an old man, sometimes an old woman, sometimes of no features. An enormous mass that extrudes black tentacles, slime-dripping mouths, and short, writhing goat legs. Small creatures are continually spat forth by the monstrosity, which are immediately consumed into the miasmatic form. A form which none can withstand the sight of, even the slightest glimpse of it would result in the utter and complete destruction to the beholder. Maybe it changed and yet it didn't, no matter the form it takes, it always was the one you saw of it. But then. It said. Body, body. It stayed still and from one of its mouths it spat a mass of reality, ever-shifting, ever-changing, and shiny, shiny. It moved inside it and then it was amorphous no more. He was now a dragon. The Shine Dragon. He looked around and couldn't find anything. There was nothing. But the next moment he could find everything, only for there to be nothing again. He was confused. There were no memories, or were there? He couldn't know, for his soul was still healing. He didn't know what to do. Was there even the need to do anything? Was there the want to do something? Was there a reason for action? Then he got bored. The void, for something so formless, was boring. How could there be so much of nothing that there was something? He didn't understand, he didn't like it. It made no sense. But then it made total sense. No. It's confusing. It's annoying. He wanted something else. Something that had some things, not a something that was nothing with no things that then was everything. So he created a separation, and the void and the full but currently empty were born. The full but currently empty was formless and empty, darkness was over the surface of the deep and he was hovering over its surface. He liked it better, but something was missing, something to bring him happiness, something shiny. And light was born. And it was bright and shiny, it was good. He liked it so much that he made a vault to safeguard all of his shinies and he filled this vault to the brim. And it was good. He stayed under this vault and he enjoyed it, until he saw that it was missing something, something to help the shine contrast, something which didn't shine but reflected the light of the stars. And planets with their satellites were born. And he set them to orbit around the shinies. And it was perfect, or was it? Something was missing, something. What was missing? He saw the shine in his vault and he could say that it was perfect, so maybe it was not his vault that was missing something, maybe he was missing something. He saw his body and he liked what he saw, for he was shiny. But then. If he was perfect and his vault was perfect, what was missing? He saw his shinies and he was blasted with enlightenment, he was missing something. No. He was missing someone to share this light with. He was missing. Death. He didn't know what that was or who was. But he was missing it/her. He thought hard for another moment that may or may not have lasted a few centuries and then he said. Gia. Then again. Who was that? Seraph, Spark, Seraph, Spark. Names came and went but he didn't know, he didn't remember, or he did but couldn't comprehend. Jean, Jean. He kept cycling over and over, he came up with names with no faces and then faces with no names. And then the void invaded the full. His full. But there was nothing he could do to stop it, he ate it but more came, he manipulated it away but it was relentless, it was eternal. It ended his full, his shine, his light. He was sad, he wanted something to lift his spirits, he wanted to go. Home. In his home he could find Fluff, Fluff. This was strange. This was both a name that he remembered a few centuries ago and something that could lift his spirits. So interesting. But where was home? It was not around him, he knew that much. It was not up, down, left, right, inside, outside, in between, in front, or behind. Where was it? He moved the void around him and he traveled, looking for his home. But there was nothing. Until there was. He found a place that was full, a place very similar to his mass of reality. He didn't want to get near it because he was afraid of damaging something or someone in it. He somehow knew that from experience. So he used his all-seeing eyes and took a very careful peek. And he was mesmerized. There was a lot in it. There were stars, light, and shine. There were planets, moons, and more. There were people, plants, microscopic life, macrofauna, and much, much more. But something wasn't right. The people weren't right. They were not his people, he didn't feel a connection to these people, he didn't. A connection. He thought hard about it and decided to ignore the clearly crazy people in this world. How else would you describe people who sat on their asses doing nothing for years if not as crazy? What was courting death supposed to mean? He almost lost it when he heard that the first time, no one is allowed to court Nuna but him. Noona, Nuna. He went away from this world of mental people and tried to think hard once again about this connection. A few eras went by like this. He came up to new worlds and after observing for a while if he didn't find this connection he would move on. He found very interesting places, he found a world of animals with powers who subjected themselves willingly to slavery, only to be used as fighting tools by their lesser human overlords. Worst of all, the creator of this place was one of these powered animals. He found a place full of devils, angels, gods, and dragons that were all super horny. In this world, he made a longer stop than the usual visit when he found a great red dragon and a black-haired lowly dragon to talk with. He asked them about the over-sexualization of the inhabitants and the physics governing their women's boobs, but neither of them understood. Sadly, they didn't know either where he could find his home. So he had to move on. He found a world that appeared normal at first glance, there were humans like in most worlds, but it housed an even bigger world composed of their unliving. The souls could be divided into two major groups, one group ate each other in an unending hunger trying to fill a hole that could never be filled and the other were human souls that loved war and battled each other daily with their spiritual swords. Not much could be said about this world, aside from the fact that its overlord seemed to be sealed and split in parts. He couldn't fathom how someone so above the cut was left in such a state if he was not willing. He observed another world where an albino godlike humanoid species of parasites went from one planet to another consuming ravenously. To make matters worse, the human victims kept killing each other and even sent their young to die in these purposeless wars. He found it so bizarre that their mages cast magic through gang signs instead of magic circles, but he was not one to judge. He almost lost it a few times and was a step away from moving inside and starting a genocide. He disliked the way that they treated the young and shiny souls. He moved away hastily to avoid the temptation of genocide. Finally, he found a world with a helpful overlord. It was an old man who called himself God. The only thing weird about this place was the need that most of their powered individuals had for wearing their underwear over their pants. So, you are looking for a way home, but you don't remember where or what that is. Right. God said. Affirmative, affirmative. What do you remember? God. He mentioned a few of the names that he remembered a few eras ago, names that kept cycling back every time he felt lonely. I think I might have an idea of where your home is. Does the name Marvel sound familiar? God asked him. He thought for a second before answering. Affirmative, affirmative. Yeah, I know the place, my world got extraordinarily close to them a few iterations ago, we even had a crossover of one of our universes that was initiated by two of our corresponding fifth-dimensional beings. God said after a moment of reminiscence. Happiness, happiness. Hold your horses. The problem is that I don't know how to point you in the right direction. Unhappiness, unhappiness. Yeah, tell me about it. Why don't you try to follow this connection you were telling me about? God said. And he did just that. He said his goodbyes and went back to his travels. He thought hard about his connection and then, after another few eras, he felt a pull. one which he was eager to follow. And so he did. He followed this thread and kept moving while ignoring the concept of distance until he found it. Home. And with it, making use of his memory by association, a flood of memories came. Not all of them, definitely not even a 1% of his memories, but just enough. Enough to remember that he came outside after collapsing a spatial dimensional bridge. He remembered enough to understand that he left a hole in spacetime surrounded by a death field of extreme gamma radiation. He remembered enough to understand his need to protect his home, the need to be with his loved ones, the need to return. But before that, he needed to find a solution for this supernaturally radioactive mess. He thought harder and harder until he found a solution in life. Life with capital L. The problem with this form of radiation was that only cosmic radiation could counter it. They were an antithesis to each other. Extreme gamma radiation came from the one below all, and cosmic radiation came from the one above all. Sadly, he didn't have a sample of said radiation, and asking the one above all for help could be seen as your boss telling you to bring him a cup of coffee and you asking him to accompany you to the coffee store. So he found the solution in the biological order of nature. He needed a plant-based life form to absorb all of this dense supernatural form of radiation. Life was always a somewhat impossible achievement for him. But he didn't need to breathe life into it. He could design it, create it, and then have someone else do the finishing touch. Gia sounded like the ideal candidate. So he made a seed. A seed that, much like most of else that he did, was unnecessarily flashy. It was a seed made of a brown blackish crystal-like material. He concentrated on the life code of the seed and made sure to add, remove, or edit what he needed. This was going to be one of the most complex works he had ever done, much like his daughter. This is right, wrong, could be a problem later on, this would look better, this would shine better, this is not needed, this is done. He thought out loud, without taking notice of the change in his manner of thought formulation. Once he was ready, he made an astral path to his home, but it was taking too long, he wanted to be there right this instant, he had enough of waiting and moving through the void. So he did something he didn't know he could do before, he displaced distance while in the astral path and less than 1 hour later he was back in his home. Halo. He looked above him, to the other side of his ring world, and found the goddess he needed. He jumped through space and appeared in all of his draconic majesty in front of Gia. Aragorn. We've missed you. She said as she moved to his face and comically hugged and kissed the head that was bigger than an intermodal container. Aragorn didn't answer, his soul was still healing and he was having some trouble communicating. But he did lick Gia in affection with his forked tongue. Ack. What are you doing, you idiot dragon? She complained, but the smile on her face never changed. He looked at her and his eyes, which had been black this whole time, finally changed. Pink galaxies are followed by gold nebulas, with a white draconic pupil in the middle. Aragorn asked as he grew a little, when compared to his body, tentacle, and warmly petted Gia's belly. Ah. You're not okay, are you? Gia asked as she patted the tentacle which was carefully touching her belly. No, he isn't. His soul is broken and is missing some pieces. Pieces which, I don't know how, are regenerating. Death said. Gia looked back at Death with worry evident on her face. Aragorn looked at the woman that materialized atop his head and his eyes once again went pink and then golden. He grew another tentacle from the place her feet were touching his head and cocooned her with it. Oh, he said. Death just sighed and, reluctantly, accepted her destiny as a tentacle burrito. She had a smile similar to the one Gia had. She moved her head within the tentacle burrito and laid the said tentacles with kisses. Ah, my tentacled dragon. I was worried sick. Death said as she affectionately squirmed in the cocoon. What do you mean, Nuna? Gia asked. Their familiarity had reached a point where she called her as such with affection. I meant what I said, but he is progressively getting better. I think we will have to wait about a month and then my beautiful blue daughter should be able to return him his heart. He can recover here. That's good. It's been 2 days and I'm not ashamed to say that I've missed him. I don't think any of us would do much better if he had to go away, again. Gia. Yeah, now try to imagine how long it's been for my love over here. Death phased through the tentacled cocoon and hugged Aragorn's snout. Gia stood silent in contemplation and decided to ask him later. Right now she wanted to know why he sought her out first. Did you need something from me, Aragorn? Gia. Aragorn nodded and broke the seed he created from a bubble-like barrier. He demanded as he showed them the seed. Gia looked at it and used her domain over life to understand what was in front of her. What is this? Asked Death. It's a seed. I think this is for. Oh. This is interesting. It's a plant-shaped recycler. It collects radiation and several other particles that Aragorn chose as targets. I think this is to fix the pollution that the door left and possibly clean other stuff. Gia explained as she analyzed the fruit of Aragorn's madness given purpose. It's only missing a little bit of life. He is getting better at life manipulation, not yet creation but very close nonetheless. But I will have to accompany him to plant it. He also needs to feed it some of his energy. So we will possibly spend the following month on this. Sadly, we will miss the New Year's party. You do that. I need to return, now. My love, I never doubted you, yet I must confess that I missed you dearly and will await for you at my chambers. Ugh. 1 month from now. Moi, Death gave him a peck in his snout, one he returned with a lick. She rolled her eyes at his antics and went back to her work. The more than 5 million souls that were destroyed, or sacrificed, to the latest catastrophe, had left her drowned in work. Repairing souls that could be repaired and accounting for the lost ones wasn't an easy job. Let's go, Aragorn. Gia jumped to his head and took position behind the crown of his horns. Aragorn jumped through space once more and appeared, hovering over the hole that was left. Santiago, Chile, was a metropolitan city built in a valley. To the east, north, west, and south it had mountains and peaks. The Andes took its rightful place to the east, right, of the city, and further to the west, left, the South Pacific Ocean awaited. A/N, I'm not from Chile so I got my references from Google Maps. Thank you very much. But all that was left was a cavity with no apparent bottom to the human eye and irradiated mountains surrounding this void. Personnel could be seen moving around the hole, at a safe distance, as safe as that could be, trying to do something. Only they knew what. This was a tragedy that couldn't be fixed by a species that hasn't been able to fix their Chernobyl disaster, and sadly radiation was already spreading through the winds. With the appearance of the dragon, who was dubbed as the responsible party for this holocaust by the ignorant masses, chaos ensued once more. Superiors were contacted and satellites were arranged to the best angles to take the most useful recordings. Militaries were sent on high alert and worldwide media recklessly tried to move to the irradiated area just to get a snoop. It should be said that an Aragorn with a broken soul and a Gia who gives zero fucks can't be considered the most subtle duo. As evidenced by the lack of any sort of cloaking over their supernatural selves. Aragorn was never bothered that much by the possibility of the reveal of his secret identity, and even to a lower extent if we consider that no one, aside from Stark, will know who the dragon is. Gia. It had been centuries since the last time she interacted with her unruly children, and she was left disappointed. She had no more care for the sensitivities of the humans. While in the air, Aragorn shapeshifted his form into that of a serpentine dragon, an eastern dragon. He was miles long, long enough to cover the circumference of the cavity left behind. Which he did. Gia took the seed in her hands and gracefully descended to the center of the hole. She laid it down and said, Cres, natus meus. Grow, child of mine. Extend in colum. Reach for the skies. Pro paleo perfidir. Dig for the terrestrial mantle. Serper ad oceanum. Crawl for the ocean. Cres, natus meus. Grow, child of mine. A/N, I'll have you know that I don't speak or understand Latin, so if you do and Google Translate butchered this then please let me know. She left soon after while keeping a tether of divine energy connected to it, she floated to Aragorn's head and sat back behind his horned crown. Aragorn followed the thread back with his energy manipulation and fed the seed the void energy it needed. Nothing seemed to be happening while the seed was getting fed. But change quickly came about. The seed cracked and roots made of a blackish-brown crystal burrowed fiercely through the ground. A transparent crystal stem with circulatory paths of light on the inside followed after, aiming for the skies. The ground shook and several avalanches happened on the alpine peaks surrounding the valley. The roots dug fervently and the stem grew as if trying to fly away. This continued for 15 minutes and by this point, several aircraft were hovering above the quiet and modest pair in the hole with a world tree growing in its center while trying to get a reading on either of the three. No attempt at communication was made because the hovercrafts couldn't land due to the radiation levels. It was already a miracle that they could get this close. One that could be attributed to the technological level of the time. When the roots dug through the crust and reached the upper mantle, the tree shook in satisfaction, literally. All that nutritious magma flowed up, through the roots, and when it reached the root crown, the stem sprouted secondary superficial roots. Tremble, the ground, the mountain, the lakes, and the rivers shook. The aim of these superficial roots included, but was not limited to, all of the irradiated surface, mountains, peaks, forests, rivers, and lastly the ocean. The stem kept growing but now it was focusing more on its girth than its height. The budding tree ate at the magma, Gia's divine energy, Aragorn's void energy, and, more importantly, EGR, extreme gamma radiation. All that nourishing EGR was put to good use by the greedy tree. Once the massive stump of the tree had filled the hole, it changed its direction to height instead of girth and left the task of surface coverage to its secondary roots. At this time, things got dangerous because the tree shot for the sky, the hovercrafts were not ready for this and their doom was impending. Aragorn, please. Gia voiced out. Aragorn assented with his actions. A barrier surrounded the aircraft that were about to be pushed upwards and were doing their best to escape the growing stump. He pulled the hovercrafts close to his side and made sure to levitate them safely above the already grown superficial roots. Panic ensued once they realized that their irradiation was imminent, but the pain was not what welcomed them. Calm down, children. You will not die of radiation poisoning. Once this kid is fully grown, I will have my dragon land you nearby. Gia spoke to their minds and sent some calming vibes with her divinity. Again, it should be said that neither of them was much into the whole, keeping the supernatural apart from the mundane. Pitch. The world tree kept pushing upwards, but this time it wore Aragorn like a Shimenawa, about 1 mile (1.609 kilometers) above the ground. From the distance, it looked like a growing glass mountain with a serpent roped around it, and near its head several bubbles containing different aircraft floated. A goddess-like woman with white hair, blue eyes, and chocolate skin sat atop the serpent's head. But none of this mattered to the gluttonous tree. It kept absorbing magma and radiation while using void energy as a stabilizer. Divine energy served as the lighthouse that illuminated its path to the skies. 2 miles. It sprouted massive branches covering the valley under its shadow. 3 miles. Its surface roots reached the South Pacific Ocean. A tsunami was impending, so Gia, once more, asked Aragorn for help. When the gigantic wave was about to submerge the coastal cities, it crashed into a psionic barrier. 4 miles. It sprouted the first leaves. Neon green leaves were the temporary result of the EGR, but this color was not permanent. 5 miles. It slowed down its growing pace. The clouds had to make way for the titanic tree. 6 miles. Its superficial roots reached the bottom of the coastal ocean. The world was awed by the sight of this majestic tree for the first time. Just a little short of cruising altitude, 8 miles 10 kilometers, it stopped growing in height and started to focus on its leaves. Massive leaves, shaped like double-edged daggers. Its glass-like trunk took a milky appearance, not unlike frosted glass. Leaves and more leaves kept budding from its branches. A willow tree is a large tree with long, flowing branches and leaves that symbolizes flexibility and adaptability. It can bend to accommodate and withstand strong winds and adverse weather, making it an inspiring symbol of humans' capability to withstand hardship, loss, and difficulty. The willow tree is also seen as a survivor because of its long life and the ease with which new trees can be rooted from cuttings, making it a symbol of rebirth. This tree is also meant to be Aragorn's apology to the humans of this country. Indeed, he was not the initiator of this holocaust. It's also true that he stopped it and saved the entire universe from its impeding destruction, but he is someone who knows loss and he never wishes it upon the other, not unless they are enemies, so a little bit of guilt was understandable. Also, someone needs to take responsibility for the over 5 million lives that were lost. Normally, that would have been the case. But who on this planet has enough strength to hold Aragorn responsible? Where should all of the pain and hate that this tragedy generated go? Who should you blame for the loss of your father? Who should you blame for the loss of your mother? Who should you blame for the loss of your sister? Who should you blame for the loss of your brother? Who should you blame for the loss of your friend? Who should you blame for the loss of your son? Who should you blame for the loss of your daughter? Who should you blame for the loss of your loved ones? You can't even blame the government, there's not much of it left. What about the dragon? Will you take your grievances to it? Will you cry and shout to the being that withstood more radiation than the total amount of radiation ever recorded in human history? So this is it. Aside from the symbolism that this world tree represents, it's also meant to be a form of economic reparation. Aragorn made the tree capable of synthesizing the needed components for cures of several maladies that affect humankind. With the help of one or several of his companies, he should be able to help and guide what's left of Chile into a better future than the obvious socio-economic misery where it was heading. What happened to Chile 2 days ago was the equivalent of the total loss of one of the major socio-economic cities of the United States. To make matters worse, Santiago was the capital of Chile. It was the place where the governmental body resided. It was the city where the most important hurdle of this country's economy took business. A/N, I'm assuming that the capital city is where your president lives. If I'm mistaken, let me know. This was a crippling shot. What should have followed was nothing short of civil war and possible foreign invasions. Not that you could call what Aragorn will do much different than an economic invasion. But this is better than having some of the undesired, like Hydra and such, use the ensuing chaos to expand their roots. This tree, which changes its leaves' color, going through all the visible light spectrum, according to the time of the year, should be a helping hand. One that must be handled delicately. One that Aragorn intends to take over. Earth, Krakoa. Extraordinary Assembly of the Krakoan Council, by humans, for humans, and Krakoa. 9 Assembly, overseen by Eric Lencher, Max Eisenhart, council member. Silence. An uncomfortable silence, for most that is, but not for me. Although I remain silent in front of the council, I have an instance with Tony helping him design a miniaturized version of the arc reactor. So it's only them that are standing around silent like idiots. Do they think that they are pressuring me into admitting something? Nah. First of all, this meeting is pointless. Second of all, Father killed Xavier. I did not that I wouldn't have done it myself. Third of all, what even are they trying to do? Do they expect me to bring Xavier back to the world of the living? Do they expect Father to imprison himself for the crime he committed? Or, maybe, they are simply wasting our time. It's been 2 days since Father went back to the void, and I know Spark said that everything would be fine, but I've been stressed out. Which is a new sensation for me, not one I enjoy though. Having Father's heart in myself did help to calm down my worries, but I would rather distract myself with Tony, Pepper, and Happy than in this pointless meeting. Another source of enjoyment was reading the different news about the Dragon of the End. I will be the first to admit that I find my enjoyment a little bit morbid, but it's funny and ironic that Father saved this world and the universe but humanity coined him as the apocalypse incarnate. I found a lot of conspiratorial threads regarding dragons and Father. Typhon, Jormungandr, Fafnir, and several other powerful-sounding names were thrown around. If only they knew how wrong and correct at the same time they were. ****. Girl, can you tell us what drove your father to such a one-sided murder of my friend, our council member? I can't say that I've ever felt so powerless to protect my people as I feel now. At least in the camps the horrors were perpetuated by beings I could understand, but now I know how out of reach and impossible vindication is. Well, maybe I shouldn't be so hard on them. It's true that from their point of view Father went ballistic and Xavier paid for it with his life. I wouldn't call it unfair or undeserved, Mr. Lencher, I said while keeping eye contact. What do you mean? Asked Ms. MacTaggart. From this room, only Hank and Ms. Monroe were aware of this. Xavier had dealings with the Shi'ar, and Father had warned him that if they did something to Jean, he would make sure that they paid for it with their lives. They looked to Ms. Monroe and my friend Hank for confirmation, which they got. MS. Monroe is here as the representative of the conservative faction that was presided by Xavier. She is also his replacement. Hank is here as a witness, and so is Kurt. Father told him in no uncertain terms about the consequences of his continual collaboration with the said alien empire. The Shi'ar Empire has always been known for its zealous pursuit of the Phoenix's avatar's deaths. So, understandably, Father didn't want Xavier to feed the enemy information about Jean. Father also respected the boundaries of common decency between telepaths, so he didn't intrude in Xavier's mind. Father trusted that he would have Jean's well-being first and foremost. But Xavier allowed free passage to 2 enforcers of the Shi'ar to his mansion, a place that Jean frequently visited. He also provided them with information about her. While he might have done this without malicious intent and he probably intended to repay his debt to them and cut ties clean, Jean was kidnapped nevertheless. He could have asked for help. Yet, none of us knew. Traitors die, that is, and will always be the case. He betrayed his planet, his country, his mutant kind, his ward's trust, and Father's trust. In doing so, he not only risked Earth to the Phoenix's fire blessing but also the universe to a dark Phoenix. If you want evidence, I can send you the psionic file of the information we pulled from the prisoners and the memories the Phoenix sent Father. The cherry on the cake. The lives of 5.5 million people, unintentionally, rest on his cold hands, and now the Imperium is on the verge of intergalactic war against the Shi'ar. Can you picture how big this could blow up if this war happened? He just needed to keep his hands out of this mess. He couldn't even keep his mouth shut and he told them about how Jean hadn't mastered her powers. He told them about how Father was in charge of keeping this planet whole. He is possibly going to become the Gavrilo Princip of our era. What an idiotic way of dying and leaving a mess behind. He should have, at least, confided in Mr. Magneto. Mr. Lencher would have known how to help. The silence reigned over, once again. But this time I decided to break it. You know. Father basically had to kill himself to prevent the thing from the other side of the door from invading. You may not understand, with your limited perspective, how much jeopardy we were in. I revealed to the wide-eyed council members. Father carries enough energy within him to feed the universe and have some left, and yet, he had to blow his soul up just to prevent the monster from coming inside. Just for that. Not even to harm it. Spark said that was not even a possibility. Try to imagine using more energy than the equivalent of the Big Bang only to stop something. That's how dangerous the situation was, and indirectly, this could be attributed to Xavier's blunder. Indeed he couldn't have known. But can you tell me why he didn't ask for help? I'm not talking about my help. I'm not conceited enough to think that any of you, aside from friend Hank, would trust me, but what about yours, Mr. Lencher? Are you not friends? What about the rests? Aren't you all people working with a common goal in mind? I don't know. He said. I don't either. And this meeting is pointless without Father in it if you are trying to find culprits. As the overseer of this nation, I'm obliged to point out the obvious. Don't bring Krakoa down trying to find fault in the actions of Father. Once more, silence. But this time it was broken by Ms. Monroe. I don't think that any of us, if any at all, would support that course of action. While I cannot speak for all of the professor's followers, I can say that this faction will not support the notion of finding blame on the benefactor of our nation. Ms. Monroe. I was there when Aragorn warned the professor about not assisting the Shi'ar Empire, and we were all there when Aragorn founded this nation, even if some of us don't want to admit it, and Jean. She already shared with me the memory file. Ms. Monroe said with determination. I can confidently say that the professor didn't have malicious intent with his actions, no matter how reckless and stupid they were, but I can't find it in me to defend him. I expected more of him. We expected more, and Krakoa needed more. All I hope from this meeting is for the approval of the appropriate rituals to be followed for his body, and for him to be buried with honor in our home, Krakoa. Ms. Monroe ended her declamation. I agree. Ms. Darkholme. I as well. Ms. Adler. I agree. Ms. Callisto. I second the request. Ms. MacTaggart. Mr. Lencher nodded, but the pain remained in his eyes. I'm glad we all agree. Ms. Monroe. Now, onto another unpleasant matter. The repercussions of this incident have been divided into two public culprits, the dragon, whom you know as Aragorn, and us, the mutant menace. It's clear that public opinion is being misdirected in a malicious way towards mutants. Ms. Monroe. I'm reluctant to suggest this, but can't we blame it on Aragorn? Ms. Adler asked. No. We shouldn't. Eric denied. Honestly. I was going to suggest the same. I said. Which earned me questioning stares. We should blame it on Father, on the dragon of the end. It's better for us and easier to manipulate the narrative if we blame it on the dragon. I would just need to hack a few accounts and tip a few publicists. It's practically a done deal. And probably Spark and Father had a similar plan. Is it all right, Seraph? Ms. Monroe asked. A question that was shared by everyone present. Yes. Father won't mind. He'll probably find it funny to play the role of the evil dragon. Father can be silly like that. Huh. Just like that? Asked Miss Calypso. I know I don't have a voice on this, but I spent 4 grueling months with him, so I can confirm that Aragorn would find it funny. Kurt added his part. To this, I nodded in support. Then. Seraph, can you take care of that? Ms. Monroe asked me. Yes. As a matter of fact, there's a new kid with an ability for languages whom I can instruct in coding if you guys allow it. He is barely 10 years old and was part of the previous batch of residents. According to our law, I need your permission in case of taking minors under my wing. I suggested. It's best if they have someone else with coding know-how besides me and Forge. What's the kid's name? Mr. Lencher asked. Douglas Ramsey. He is the son of a previous friend of Xavier. His family was taken out when Hydra made the move to collect him. I said as I read his file. What's his ability? He asked. Omnilingual translation. It's a cool mutation. That works on coding. Miss Callisto. Yes. It works on everything that follows patterns of expression or patterns with finality. It's one of my favorite mutations. I'll probably teach him sorcery when he gets older. With the appropriate guidance he could be one of the most versatile mutants. Father even said that he could probably learn conceptual speech. The council went over the discussion and finally gave me approval. All right. I'll get to it after this meeting. That way I can teach the kid while I do Father. Oh. What are you doing with Gia? I changed the filters on Brother Eye and discovered that they were not even trying to be stealthy. What are they doing? Why are they parading out in the open? I thought the supernatural was supposed to remain hidden. Girl. Mr. Lencher. Ah. Sorry about spacing out like that. I found Father. Here, take a look. I projected the sat view I was getting in the room's holoscreens. That's a serpent? Asked Hank. Father has many forms, this one is new to me, but he was in his original form just a few seconds ago. Also on the top you can find I was saying as I zoomed into Gia but was interrupted. My goddess. Ms. Monroe exclaimed. Yes. As I was saying, that's Gia. Oh. Are they trying to fill the hole? Gia. Hank asked the question that was on everyone's minds. Yes. Goddess Gia. Ms. Monroe's patron goddess. I explained. Ms. Monroe supported my claim. A goddess. Honey, do you know this one? Ms. Darkholme asked her lover. No. I never saw her. I saw a blonde hunk, a handsome ravenet, and a psycho bitch with a fetish for swords. Thor, Loki, and Hela. Father showed us a few pictures of them, in case they are how he remembered them. We kept watching as Father and Gia raised a gigantic willow tree. My goddess. What are you doing? Ms. Monroe said in exclamation when she saw the result. Seraph, why did they grow that tree? This is too random even for Aragorn. Kurt asked. I don't know, oh. It's to take care of the radiation. I exclaimed once I found the appropriate filter for irradiation levels. I put the readings on display for all to see. What once looked like a red blotch of danger to this filter, now looks a healthy green. The branches of the tree covered Father and Gia, so I had to reposition Brother Eye to get an angled shot. Why are they staying there? Asked Mr. Lencher. Are they falling asleep? Ms. Callisto asked as we saw Gia take a horizontal position atop Father's head. I'm not sure. I think EGR can be taxing for Gia to deal with, so that explains why she's falling asleep, but I don't understand why Father appears tired as well. It's not that Father looks haggard or anything like that, it's just that he looks less shiny. Before falling asleep, Father lowered the hovercrafts he saved and made a barrier around the tree that, if I'm not mistaken, allows for exit but not entry. Probably we could enter, but I think that once the humans exit they won't be allowed inside. Spark. Kurt asked as we saw my tiny metallic sibling portal next to them. Yee, call incoming from Director Fury. I was gonna affirm but Fury called the council's line. Hello, Seraph, council members. Someone leaked to shield evidence of a mutant hand in the incident. Are you going to steer the narrative or will you just sit on your asses? I always enjoy how direct Fury is. No, Fury. The girl will take care of it. We will put the blame on Aragorn. Mr. Lencher said. Yeah, that's logical. I can see Insanity Incarnate having fun playing the Demon King. Fury nodded. Seraph, what happened to the alien kidnappers? Is their galaxy still in one piece? Fury asked me. He probably thinks that Father was absent because he was erasing the Andromeda galaxy. Yes. Father was on the outside, so they are still standing. Spark said that we will probably wait for Jean's and Father's decision before we declare a full intergalactic war. I hope we don't go to war. Too much death was never something cool. Please let me know how things play out. I have a few of my people inside the barrier. Do you know what his plan is with that monstrosity of a tree? Fury. It cleaned the irradiation, but aside from that, I know nothing else. The barrier is one way, so if you want to keep contact with the Dragon of the End, you should order a few of them to remain inside. I said. Thanks, Seraph. Thank you for the heads up. The call was disconnected and I addressed the council. I should go and deal with the narrative. I'll take the kid under me. I said before I portaled out. A/N. So this is it for this chapter, and we are about one long chapter or two medium chapters from the end of the volume. I decided to make the chapter regarding Aragorn and Death's Lemons as interludes. Apparently, not everyone is a pervert, or so I've been told. Talking about perverts. What are some things that you definitely don't want me to write about regarding Aragorn's and Death's potential cosmic sex? There will be some tentacle play, at least that's confirmed, but is there something that's a deal breaker for you? I'm not from Chile, so if any Chilenos want to make corrections on possible mistakes, please let me know. I chose Chile as a random South American country. I did this because I'm tired that only USA gets world-ending disasters XD. What about the rest of us? Don't we all deserve some alien invasion or apocalypse? Aren't the other cities of the world cinematic enough to be destroyed? What about you Americans? Don't you want other cities destroyed as well? At least for this arc, it worked better this way. But I will go the classic way, USA, for other possible catastrophes. Don't blame me. Blame globalization. If you get to this point and you didn't see any pics, check once more since I will upload some.